The story begins in the profound sky continent, in the floating cloud city. The Xiao clan, in the protagonist's first life. He is the only grandson of the Xiao clan's fifth elder, Xiao Che, 16 years old, and he thinks, today is the big day. I'm going to marry the #1 beauty in the entire floating cloud city. It feels like a dream. He, a little sad, lowers his head, lamenting, Xiao Qingye is not only beautiful, she is also talented. On the other hand, I am a useless person with damaged meridians since birth. She must be very reluctant to marry me. The scene shifts to another location in the Xiao mansion. Two young men meet. One of them, the grandson of the second elder, Xiao Yulong, hands over something stating, Brother Yulong, this is the assassin's heart powder, colorless and tasteless. Whoever drinks it will die, leaving no trace or clue. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The other young man, the only son of the clan leader, Xiao Yulong, with a somber expression, replies, good work. Knowing this puts my mind at ease. He pours the poison into the container and watches a girl taking soup to the protagonist and questions, Xiao Linger, where are you going? Xiao Linger, the only daughter of the fifth elder, 15 years old, replies, huh? I'm going to little Che's room to give him a bowl of soup. The young man approaches her, intervening. Nonsense. Today is a day of celebration for brother Xiao Che, especially tonight. How can you give him just that? Come here. Hand this over. This medicinal supplement will help him a lot. She, confused, retorts, a medicinal supplement? Little Chi doesn't need it. He's healthy. The other young man yells, you don't understand anything about men. Don't worry. Do you think I would harm my little brother? He switches the containers, and she watches thoughtfully, asking, Xiao Yulong, why are you suddenly concerned about little Che? Xiao Yulong replies, what older brother wouldn't worry about his younger brother? Go quickly, otherwise the soup will get cold. She turns around, agreeing. All right. Xiao Yulong watches her leave, muttering, Xiao Che, don't blame this older brother for being cruel. He clenches his fist in anger, adding, you forced me to do this. With a completely somber expression, he thinks, Xiao Qingye is my woman. Only I can marry her. Not with trash like you, Xiao Che. The protagonist, taking the bowl of soup, asks, little aunt, is this? She explains, this is a special soup with some medicinal supplements. I don't know if you'll like the taste. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, states, if it's from little aunt, I'll like it. She closes her eyes, calling him, you little rascal. He starts drinking, and she, curious, watches, asking, how are you feeling? The protagonist starts sweating, and feeling something, comments, little aunt, I'm feeling a little dizzy. He faints, and she, worried, inquires, little Chi, what's happening? Don't scare me like that. The protagonist, drowsy, murmurs, sleepy, I want to sleep. He closes his eyes. The protagonist reincarnates in the azure cloud continent. A baby is shown crying. An old man walking by hears this and approaches the baby, picking him up and commenting, poor child, you were abandoned? We met, which means we have some affinity. Here the clouds are light and the wind is calm. The mountain is well lit and the waters are clear. From today onwards, your name will be Yunche. I want to accept you as my disciple. I will teach you everything about medicine so you can heal anyone in need. Will you be willing? The baby stops crying, watching the old man. He breaks into a big smile, and the old man concludes, seeing how happy you are, I think I already know your answer. From now on, we will be master and disciple, and we will be living together. The scene shifts to 24 years later, still in the azure cloud continent. The scene shows a pile of bloody bodies on the ground. Even a little lamb is gone. Someone walks around with blood dripping, thinking, die, all of you die. Let everything and everyone accompany my master's life. A crowd is shown. The protagonist observes, they caught up to me so fast. Well, then let's go there and end this all. He goes to the end of Cloud's cliff. Someone scolds him. Yunche, you don't deserve to be the holy doctor's disciple. He is shown at the edge of the cliff, and the people are watching him. One of them accuses, you really dare to use the sky poison pearl to spread poison, killing millions of living beings in the azure cloud continent? Don't think you'll escape this cliff alive. Today, the 7 sects, in the name of God, will get rid of the cause of such calamity. The protagonist, all wounded, with his hand on his chest, retorts, don't give me that. No one here is a stranger. You keep saying you're doing this in the name of God. Don't you get tired of it? He shows the pearl in his hand and states, I know what you want is this. The people shout, the sky poison pearl. A guy laughs and celebrates. He finally revealed it. Chasing him for these 3 whole days wasn't in vain. One of the pursuers yells, "Yunche, this is the #1 divine treasure of the Azure Cloud continent. You are not worthy of carrying it." Another orders, "Hurry up and hand over the sky poison pearl. Hand over the pearl." The protagonist solemnly argues, "My master saved countless lives. He always cared more about others than himself. However, to obtain the sky poison pearl, you caused his death." Irritated, he yells, "Even if you want the sky poison pearl, even knowing this, keep dreaming." He swallows the pearl and the people shout, "Bastard! You really dared to swallow the sky poison pearl?" Another threatens, "Yunche is courting death." They rush towards the protagonist, yelling. He, calming down, comments, "All right, it's no big deal. Let's kill him and get the pearl." The protagonist starts laughing like crazy and yells, "Even if I die, it won't be by your hands." He jumps off the cliff, and as he falls, the guy watches him falling, commenting, "This madman, he really dared to jump." The end of Cloud's cliff is the first of the 4 deadliest places. "He will definitely die," another assures. "It's too benevolent for him to die on this cliff," a third sentences. "It's a shame we didn't get the sky poison pearl," another laments. The protagonist, as he falls, closes his eyes. He thinks, "In this life of mine, I had no regrets." The pearl starts to shine, and he continues thinking, "Except for not avenging my master or finding my biological parents." The scene returns to the Xiao clan. The protagonist reincarnates back into his body, and his aunt calls him, Little Chi, wake up, don't scare me like that, please, open your eyes." The protagonist opens his eyes and sits up while she continues, "Little Chi." The protagonist looks at his own hand, questioning, "What happened? Am I still alive?" She jumps, grabbing him and celebrating, "Thank goodness, thank God, you finally woke up, Little Chi." The protagonist watches her, thinking, "I'm not dead." He, a little flushed, asks, "Thinking about it, kitten? Who are you?" She yells, "I'm your little aunt Xiaolingxi. Little Che, how can you forget me?" The protagonist's jaw drops, thinking, "Some memories suddenly surfaced. Little aunt?" He confirms, "Right, you are my little aunt." He raises a finger, remembering, "We grew up together from a young age until we were 12. We often bathed together." She, all flushed, scolds him, "How indecent! You don't need to mention that. Today is your big day, but you suddenly fainted. You made your grandfather worry." She turns around, leaving, and says, "Wait here, I'll call him." The protagonist watches her and gets up, remembering, "I am Xiao Che from the Xiao clan. Today is my wedding day with Xiao Qingyu. But didn't I die after jumping off the end of Cloud's cliff? Could everything that happened in the Azure Cloud continent have been a dream?" He looks at his own hand, deducing, "Wait, I still have my medical skills, and the sky poison pearl merged with my body after I reincarnated?" The protagonist becomes pensive, licks his lips, exclaiming, "There's still some poison in the corner of my mouth. This is assassin's heart powder." He looks at the broken bowl and deduces, "Death by poisoning. So I was killed by poisoning, and I still reincarnated into the body that was poisoned a while ago in my first life. The sky poison pearl is capable of nullifying any poison, and now it is fused with my body. That's why I'm still alive." He gets irritated by this and, going a little crazy, yells, "What a mess! Reincarnation by itself is already very surprising. And on top of that, I reincarnated together in this place and at this time. It's too much of a coincidence." He clenches his fist with a smile, concluding, "Anyway, I'm still alive. I'm fine. I can have a beautiful wife, so why think so much?" The old man enters yelling, "Z, are you okay? Is your body hurting? Are you feeling any discomfort?" He hugs the main character, who reassures him, "I'm fine, Grandpa." Grandpa, with tears in his eyes, confesses, "I almost died of fear when I found out you suddenly fainted." His aunt watches this thoughtfully and suggests, "Dad, little Z still has to go get the bride. Don't delay him." The old man agrees. "Right, little Z, go get ready." The main character narrows his eyes, confirming, "Right." He leaves, looking at the fallen bowl while someone rushes him. "Come on, you have to get the bride. Let's go, hurry up." His aunt agrees. "Okay, but..." She remembers the broken bowl and comments, "Ah, no, I forgot to clean that up." "Right, how was the soup with Xiao Yulong's medicinal supplement?" The main character replies, "Wait, is this Xiao Yulong's soup?" She confirms, "Yes, he said it would be good for you." The main character gives a little smile, thinking, "So that's it. I never thought the person who would kill me was you, my good brother." The narrator states, "The profound strength born from the profound veins is a mysterious power. Whoever possesses it will have much more strength than ordinary people. With this power, people can cut down trees with their bare hands and break rocks with just one kick. Those who do not have profound strength will have difficulty lifting a stone, even if it is the size of a basin. According to profound strength, there are 10 geniuses, each of which is unsurpassed and hierarchical. Profound elemental realm, profound nascent realm, profound true realm, profound spiritual realm, profound earth realm, profound heaven realm, profound emperor realm, profound tyrant realm, profound sovereign realm, and finally the divine origin realm. On the profound sky continent, strength means respect. Here, the kings of profound strength decide their position. The strong are praised and admired, the weak are intimidated and humiliated. The scene returns to Floating Cloud City. A group of people are gossiping. One of them asks, "Hey, did you hear about Xiao Shi from the Xiao clan? He's going to marry the #1 beauty in all of Floating Cloud City." Another comments, "Xiao Xia? That trash who doesn't have profound strength?" A third questions, "Will Xia Qingyue accept?" And the one who spoke second adds, "I heard that Xiao Xia's father gave his life to save Xia Qingyu, and that's why..." Another one arrives, interrupting them and exclaims, "Oh, why don't I have a father like that?" Another asks, "Why are you talking? How can you compare yourself to this young master?" And the one who spoke first retorts, "You can still call him young master? Didn't you hear about the toilet incident at the Xiao clan?" And the other asks, "Toilet incident?" The guy narrates, "The protagonists of these incidents were Xiao Xie and a servant of the Xiao clan." The servant points to the bucket and orders, "Come here. You were the one who filled this bucket with urine last night, weren't you?" The main character pleads, "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. I just drank a lot of water." And the servant mocks, "Sorry my ass, hurry up and dump that yourself." The people start laughing like crazy. One of them suggests, "Guess how it ended?" Another replies, "So Xiao Shi really cleaned his own toilet?" Another one, with tears in his eyes from laughing so hard, comments, "This young master is a joke." And an old man arrives gloomily saying, "It's a shame for Xia Qingyu. She has great talent and beauty, but she'll have to marry this useless guy." Another retorts, "A shame you feel sorry for her. Talk as if she would have eyes for an old man like you." And the old man retorts, "Not wanting to hide from you guys, but at least I'm a level 3 expert in the profound elemental realm. Even one of my farts can kill this so-called Xiao Ji." He farts, and the people watch with narrowed eyes. One of them yells, "What's wrong with you, old man?" Another questions, "Are you trying to act tough? Have some shame." Another, with his hand on his hip, argues, "Well, compared to the useless Xiao Xi, this old man is much stronger." Another laughs and agrees, "Yeah, you're right." The scene returns to the main character and his aunt helping him. She comforts him, "Little Z, don't mind what other people will say when you go get your bride. In your little aunt's heart, you will always be the best." The main character gives a little smile and replies, "Aren't they the same ones who say I'm useless? I'm already used to it." And he thinks, "In my first life, I was considered a cripple because I had damaged my profound veins, letting people humiliate me because of my inferiority complex. In my second life, I was the disciple of a holy doctor, and I still have my medical skills." Someone yells, "He's here. It's time to go." The main character walks towards the door thinking, "Someday my profound veins will be restored, and I will be at the top." Upon leaving, the main character is startled to see the helpers completely disfigured. The main character yells, "Am I going with them to get the bride? They're scary!" And the second grandson of the Xiao clan, Zhao Yang, asks, "Brother, this is the escort that this brother gathered for you. I wonder if you are satisfied." And the main character yells, "Zhao Yang, couldn't you have chosen someone with a better appearance? At least it doesn't have to be this scary. How about it?" And Zhao Yang, extending his hand, argues, "You're wrong, brother. Today you are the main figure of the Xiao clan. Without them, how can we highlight the beauty of our groom?" The guy sticks his finger up his nose, and the main character, startled, asks, "Does my beauty need help to stand out?" A bald man holding a donkey warns, "Young Master Xiaoxi, it's getting late. Please, get on the horse." The main character looks at this and questions, "Is that a horse?" The main character's little aunt yells, "Xiao Yang! Little Xiao is going to get the bride, and you prepare a donkey? Are you not showing respect for my father or me?" Yang, showing both palms of his hands, asks, "Calm down, calm down. The fifth elder is the strongest expert in Floating Cloud City. How dare I offend him?" And she, irritated, asks, "What's going on then? Do you want little Z to travel on this so he can get the bride?" Yang explains, I have no intention of hiding, but today all the available horses in the clan had diarrhea. I also had no choice. Another one arrives asking, why all the commotion? Yang replies, Brother Yulong, what are you doing here? And Yulong replies, I was passing by. Anyway, what's going on? Yang with a smile deflects, nothing in particular. It's not worth bothering Brother Yulong. And the main character states, it's not a big deal. I heard the horses had a diarrhea problem. Riding a donkey is not a problem for me. And the little aunt questions, Little C, why are you siding with Xiaoyang? And Yulong comments, this really is a problem. And the main character argues, if it's to go meet my wife, this is not an obstacle. Brother Yulong, don't you think so too? Yulong looks at him and wishes, then I wish for the younger brother to be reunited with his wife as soon as possible. This older brother will not delay you any longer. And he turns around saying, let's go. The little aunt, irritated, questions, why didn't you tell Xiao Yulong the truth? It was obvious that Zhao Yang was making fun of you. The main character looks at her and retorts, they both plotted this together. Do you really think Xiao Yulong would do justice? And she, irritated, leaves saying, I'm going to tell your grandfather. This went too far. And the main character exclaims, no, I won't be able to get married if you cause a commotion. And she asks, can't get married? Would that be better? And the main character questions, little aunt, what are you talking about? And she, with a little smile, deflects, nothing. And the main character, placing his hand on the donkey, announces, then I'm going. She watches him leave, thinking, little Z, why? Today is little Z's big day. I should be happy. Tears appear in her eyes, and she asks herself, why am I crying? I should be smiling. The protagonist going thinks, if you weren't my little aunt. He continues forward, and Yulong is shown. Yang comments, Brother Yulong. Yulong slaps him in the face, yelling, pathetic! Didn't you say that anyone who consumed the assassin's heart powder would definitely die? Why is Xiao Qi still alive? The boy fallen on the ground becomes pensive and, with a smile, says, I don't know what happened. He gets up and extends his hand, completing, it seems that Xiao Qi fainted, but suddenly he woke up again. Yulong, irritated, rants, and because of that, now I have to see Zhao Qingyue marry that useless loser. The young man opens his arms, reassuring him, don't worry, boss. During the trip to get the bride, there will be plenty of opportunities. For example, we can steal the bride by force. Irritated, Yulong curses him. Idiot! If it were that simple, would I have waited until now? Xiao Qi may be a good-for-nothing, but his grandfather is at the 10th level of the spiritual realm's depth. There's no one in the floating cloud city who can compete with him. He punches the wall, irritated, and completes. With that old man, who would have the courage to mess with Xiao Qi openly? The young man with a smile argues, boss, you don't really need to worry so much. Let's think about it from another angle. Zhao Qingyue is the #1 beauty in Floating Cloud City. Even if she accepts the marriage with his status, she would never allow him to touch a finger on her. The young man kneels and argues, even if you search all over Floating Cloud City, someone worthy of Zhao Qingyue must have talent and elegance. And that person is you, boss. Yulong, suspicious, asks, don't suck up, but keep talking. And the young man, darkly, suggests, Xiao Qi fetching the bride is not the same as fetching her for you. When you get to know each other better, with the advantages you have over him, cheating on Xiao Qi will be extremely easy. That way, Xiao Qi's wife will be the same as your wife, boss. After hearing this, Yufeng puts his hand on his chin and cracks a smile, confessing, hearing you, I feel quite excited. Maybe it was good that he wasn't killed by the poison. The scene shows the protagonist passing by the city people. Someone comments, no wonder this is the richest clan in Floating Cloud City. Just this red carpet must be tens of kilometers long. Someone watching asks, is that Xiao Qi? Did that guy really come riding a donkey? Others make fun, commenting, actually that fits his identity as a young master banana. The protagonist gives them a thumbs up and a mocking smile. Riding a donkey, I can fetch the most beautiful woman in Floating Cloud City as my bride. Why don't you try to get one? The guys get irritated and yell, Xiao Qi, you're a scum who doesn't possess deep strength in this loot. Besides being handsome and having a rich family, what else do you have over me? The protagonist extends his hand with a smile, mocking, oh, I'm so scared, and yells, Godzi, Erdan, is there anyone who wants to fight me? The guys get irritated, asking, who? What? Two crazy guys are shown coming at them. He yells, mess with the young master and see what happens. How dare you bother the young master? Go through me first. The guy looks at him completely frightened. The guy's breath goes over them and they yell, threatening, "You're going to pay for this, so you learn to never do anything like that again." Did you really think that we, the Godon brothers, are easy to deal with? The guys fall to the ground, starting to vomit. One of them raises his hand, pleading, "Brave warriors, please stop." The protagonist pouts and continues, mocking, "This young master has lived 2 lives. Do you really think I can't handle you?" The scene cuts back to further ahead, and the protagonist, getting off the little donkey, is startled by a yell. "Brother-in-law?" A guy grabs the protagonist, saying, "Brother-in-law! Today you finally officially became my brother-in-law." The protagonist, confused, asks, No, wait." The big guy hugs the protagonist. The protagonist, suffocated, asks, "Yuamba, let me go or your sister will be a widow." Zhao Yuamba, 15 years old with a smile on his face, apologizes, "I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I'm a little excited." The protagonist, wiping the sweat off his face, asks, "Don't get so excited. You know I can't handle your little body." Yuamba observes, "You've grown a lot." Yuamba, with a big smile on his face, comments, "Hey, instead, now I see my brother-in-law as a small bean sprout." The protagonist narrows his eyes, doubting, "Maybe that's not a good thing. You're only 15 years old." A maid comments, "Wow, look, is that Xiaoche? But why did he come riding a donkey all the way up here? No wonder he earned the reputation of young Master Banana." Yuamba, irritated, yells, "Don't say bad things about my brother-in-law." The protagonist extends his hand, reassuring him, "Don't worry, let them talk." Someone yells, "Don't be rude." Zhao Qingyue's father, Zhao Hongui, is shown, and they yell, "Master!" The protagonist greets him, saying, "Zhao Qi greets his father-in-law." The old man, putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, says, "Cha, from today onwards, I leave Qingyue in your hands. Although you are not exceptional, your father, my sworn brother, Xiao Ying, was a true hero. Because you are Xiao Ying's son, I believe that you will never be an ordinary man." The protagonist, with a serious look, calls him father-in-law. He turns around, recommending, "Treat my daughter well, and as for the gossip, ignore it." The protagonist exclaims, "I know I'm a cripple now, but someday the dragon sleeping in the valley will awaken. And at that moment, all the contempt and humiliation against me will disappear like smoke, or spread like the clouds." His father-in-law says, "Well, I think you'll have a good future." The scene shows Qingyu coming out, all charming. The protagonist approaches her and says, "Be careful." He holds her hand and says, "Come in." The maids, crying, comment, "Why did it have to be Xiaoche? Poor miss." The protagonist, feeling the ice in his hand, thinks, "It seems I still can't touch this wife." A guy watches the two and warns, "She's coming. Xiao Qingyue is coming." Another guy asks, "What will Miss Xiao Qingyue's face look like? I'm anxious." Another, with a smile, comments, "It would be nice to take a look." And another rebukes them, "Don't dream. Only the groom can be the first to look at the bride's face." The scene shows the old men gathered, and one of them instructs, "Second bow to the ancestors." They bow their heads, and the old man says, "Good." A guy in the corner, master of the Zhao clan, watches this thoughtfully, and someone announces, "Husband and wife, exchange bows." The two exchange bows, and one of the guys, gritting his teeth, complains, "There are so many disciples of the Xiao clan, but she preferred to marry a waste, a useless guy like that." Another, indignant, agrees, "I'm so angry. Obviously I'm stronger than Xiaoqi." And his aunt rebukes him, "It's a blessing that she's marrying little Xiaoche. It's not like you say." The other retorts, "Xiao Qingyue is an unparalleled genius. Can Xiaoqi be compared to her? The #1 beauty and the #1 useless. Both are #1. Thinking about it that way, they even match." She gets irritated. The scene shows the protagonist and the bride. A bald man stands up and congratulates, "Fifth elder, you've gained an excellent second-degree daughter-in-law. Congratulations." Another comments, "Xiaoche is really lucky." The fifth elder, "Thanks. Thank you for your appreciation. Have some wine at the banquet." And the bald old man says goodbye. "I have to go back and take care of my grandson. My presence has already been remarkable, and the wine is not necessary." The fifth elder becomes somber, and the other cracks a smile and says, "I also have something to do. I'll take my leave here." Another also withdraws. Hey, then I'll go too." And the old man yells, "Enough! At Che's wedding, you don't even drink a glass of wedding wine? You're being disrespectful to me." The bald old man stares at the other old man and yells, "Think carefully, Zhao Li. After you die, who will take care of your useless grandson? Will it be the Zhao clan?" The old man is startled by this, and the protagonist gets irritated. The old woman arrives, calming everyone down. Calm down. The bride and groom will go to the bridal chamber first. The protagonist enters the room and she comments, your grandfather being bullied was very difficult for you, right? The protagonist becomes pensive and, with a smile, says, first, remove this crown. It seems a little heavy. You're my wife after all, but don't hurt your neck. She takes it off and looks at the protagonist. Blushing, he says, truly your reputation precedes you. And she comments, your emotional transformation is quite rapid. It seems the rumors about you being a weakling are lies. It appears you are handling all these humiliations quite well. And the protagonist, with a smile, says, my damaged vein is a fact. I am destined to belong to the weak. Is there any difference between enduring all this or not? She quickly lunges at him and he is startled, being struck in the chest. He yells, what? The crystal on the protagonist's chest cracks and she states, you weren't born with the profound damaged veins. In truth, they were destroyed. The protagonist exclaims, what did you say? And she continues, the most probable thing is that they were severely damaged when you were younger, and no one noticed in time. And at this point, there's no possibility of restoration. The protagonist becomes pensive, and picking up a crystal, he says, this might not necessarily be true. Regarding this, if I'm not mistaken, within the floating cloud city, there's no ice technique. And she interrupts him. Art of the frozen cloud. The protagonist exclaims, frozen cloud of Asgard? One of the 4 main sects within the Blue Wind Empire? And she closes her eyes, adding, until now only my father knew about this. And since now, at least on paper, you are my husband, there's no problem in telling you. Back then, to save my life, Uncle Xiao suffered severe damage to the point where he couldn't defend himself when he was attacked. The protagonist comments, my father, he... And she interrupts him again. Although it was to repay your kindness, I don't regret marrying you. However, we can't continue our marriage. The protagonist becomes pensive, and she continues, don't misunderstand me. I never looked down on you. A mist of icy fog appears in the room, and she says, those who wish to practice the art of the frozen clouds must first practice the frozen heart. The frozen cloud sect of Asgard only accepts women. They must be pure, never contaminated by feelings. Despite having married you, I won't fall in love with anyone in this life. The protagonist observes, and someone yells, young master, it's time for a toast. She looks at the protagonist and advises, you should go. The protagonist quickly leaves, saying, then I will. The scene shows a woman appearing. She is from the frozen cloud sect of Asgard, Chuyueli. Chuyueli says, Qingyue, did you do what you desired? It's time to return to the frozen cloud sect of Asgard. And she requests, I ask that you give me a month. If I leave right after the wedding, he will suffer endless trials, master. And the master replies, very well. An exception was already made for you to get married. Extending it for another month won't be a problem either. And she thanks her. Thank you, master. By the way, is it truly impossible to restore his profound veins? And she answers, Qingyue, you are a kind, compassionate person, and you have a grateful heart. That's very good. However, the master cannot help you this time. The protagonist returns to the wedding hall and says, great elders, please drink. The bald man takes the cup and makes a sound of disgust. The protagonist gets irritated. The other man spits and declares, a delicate flower was placed on top of shit. The protagonist gets even more irritated and thinks, I'm giving them face, and these old geezers didn't know how to accept it. If I hadn't used all the power of the heaven's poison pearl in my previous life, I would have poisoned you all tonight. A wine pot slams on the table, and Yu Feng arrives saying, younger brother, have a drink with this older brother. And the protagonist retorts, but I'm not good with alcohol. And the other man places his hand on the protagonist's chest, arguing, we are giving you face, and you refuse? Let's drink. The protagonist, looking at the symbol on the man's hand, laughs to himself and replies, then I shall accompany my older brothers. And Yu Feng laughs and adds, we won't stop until we're all drunk. The scene shows everyone passed out, drunk. And the protagonist leaves, making a noise and thinking, with all the internal space of the heaven's poison pearl, even the clan's mansion could fit inside, and they still dare to try and get me drunk? The protagonist looks around and thinks, I'll get rid of the wine first. The protagonist starts pouring the wine out. The maids are startled by this, and one of them asks, what is the young master doing? The other one replies, he's urinating anywhere. This is terrible. And the protagonist cracks a smile, thinking, it would be a bit boring to go back like this. I'll give my wife Qingyue a little surprise. I'll put on a bit of a wine smell and pretend to be drunk. The maids observe and comment, wow, is he washing his face with urine? Even if he's drunk, he shouldn't do that. And the other one agrees. How disgusting. Let's leave. And the protagonist enters all red-faced, saying, Wife Qingyue, I'm drunk, I want a hug. He gets kicked and sent flying away. The door closes and the protagonist, holding his head, complains, What a heavy blow! Do you want to kill your husband? And he yells, Open the door. It was just a joke. You can't leave me outside the room on our wedding night. The others will make fun of me. She becomes pensive, and the protagonist approaches the door, continuing, And besides, I'm your husband. Can you bear to see other people making fun of me? The door opens and the protagonist enters, laughing, and invites her, Wife Qingyue, shall we go to bed? And she replies, You are not allowed to be within 5 steps of me. Also, you are not allowed to call me wife. And the protagonist inquires, Then where will I sleep? And she determines, You will sleep on the bed, and I will sleep on the floor. The protagonist protests, How can a man let his wife sleep in such a place? And she points, deciding, Then you will sleep there. And the protagonist thinks, Is she really going to make me sleep on the floor? And with a smile he says, Wife Qingyue, you seem to hate me a little. Actually, I'm not drunk, I was just joking. And she affirms, I know, and never call me wife again. And the protagonist argues, I sought you out, and you accepted. We even paid respects to the ancestors. Am I wrong to call you my wife? And she narrows her eyes, declaring, I hate people who urinate anywhere. And the protagonist justifies himself. Urinate? I was just pouring out the wine. And she reveals, I was also joking. The protagonist briefly becomes pensive and irritated. He leaves, saying, I married a wife who refuses to share a bed with me. Is the hard floor a place where people usually sleep? What a rage. If this young master had the strength to defeat you, I would have already pushed you onto the bed. And he thinks, How can I restore my own strength? Profound veins. I can't stay like this for the rest of my life. The protagonist is startled and, using the pearl, he wonders, Could this be it? He stops, thinking, In my previous life, when I was on the Azure Cloud continent, the pearl only glowed 6 times. Every time it glowed, it meant there was a rare treasure nearby. In the backyard, the protagonist observes the place and mutters, Strange. I certainly followed the direction of the heaven's poison pearl. How can there be nothing here? He becomes pensive and places his hand on a plant which is revealed. Startled, he exclaims, An illusion in the form of concealment? It receives light to be revealed. My God, hidden star herb. And there are 2. In my last life, when I lived for 24 years, I only managed to find 1. He observes his surroundings, pondering, These are treasures that can be used to kill people or to plot against someone. With them, I can do whatever I want. I must avoid being seen by others. Well, I'll store them in the heaven's poison pearl. He uses his power to store them. Suddenly, he gets startled. What is that? He gets closer and thinks, Could it be another treasure? But the heaven's poison pearl didn't react. It seems to be a person. She's lying on the grass without moving. Is she unconscious, or is she dead? It's a girl. He is startled, murmuring, A girl! He becomes pensive and asks, Little girl, what happened to you? He squeezes her and pinches her cheek. His hand becomes filled with poison, and he exclaims, Poison! He starts yelling, but the pearl starts taking effect, and he thinks, Holy heavens! What a terrifying poison! After using the pearl, the poison disappears, and he observes her, gritting his teeth and thinking, It's a good thing the heaven's poison pearl can neutralize any poison. Otherwise, I would be dead right now. But who is this little girl? Why was she poisoned with such a horrible poison? Just now, if the heaven's poison pearl had been a little slower, I would have died. She holds the protagonist's hand and whispers, Sky poison pearl. The protagonist is surprised, exclaiming, You know the sky poison pearl? She bites his finger and he yells, Little girl, no! She starts to draw blood and the protagonist begs, No, no, my blood! After taking some of the protagonist's blood, she disappears. And he murmurs, Huh? Gone? No, she's inside the sky poison pearl. He enters the pearl's space and approaches the little girl. Watching her, he thinks, She is purifying the poison from her body. But the sky poison pearl has already fused with my body. How can she do this arbitrarily? Was it because she sucked my blood? The protagonist turns red with a smile on his face and extends his hand, saying, Anyway, since you are living inside my body, wouldn't it be too much to charge rent? Just pay me with your body. The protagonist holds his own hand, exclaiming, No, she's a a little girl. How can I do something so despicable? And he thinks, At the very least, I should wait another 2 years. Outside, The protagonist, holding his own arm, states, "That's right. The fact that I don't want to touch her has nothing to do with her identity." Someone questions, "Little Che, who are you going to touch?" The protagonist looks back and answers, "No, I don't intend to touch anyone." His little aunt asks, "What are you doing alone in the mountains in the middle of the night?" And the protagonist justifies, "I couldn't sleep, so I went out to look at the stars." And he thinks, "Well, I couldn't say that my wife didn't let me sleep in the same bed with her, and that's why I left. That would be embarrassing." And the little ant warns, "Is it too dangerous to stay here if there are bandits around?" The protagonist, with a smile, comments, "No wonder you're not sleeping at this hour of the night. It turns out my little ant was worried about me." And she, surprised, retorts, "No, it's not like that. I also went out to look at the stars." And she thinks, "You just got married. How could I sleep, idiot?" And the protagonist, extending his hand to her, invites, "In that case, let's look at the stars together." The two sit under a tree and the protagonist observes. Speaking of which, it's been months since we looked at the stars together under the moonlight. And she recalls, "Yes, I still remember that winter night. That time, we watched the stars for a long time and, without realizing it, we fell asleep. We didn't expect it to start snowing during the night. The next day, we were found like two little snowmen. Your grandfather was very scared." She laughs, remembering. "Later, we recovered after staying by the fire for 2 days." And the protagonist adds, "Yes, we also drank a very bitter medicinal soup." The protagonist whispers, "Little aunt." He gets close to her face, and she puts her hand in front, stating, "Little Chi, you can't kiss me like you did when we were kids. We've grown up. You're already married." And the protagonist thinks, "I'm married, but King Yui and I are only married in appearance." And he declares, "But I really want to kiss you. What should I do?" And she replies, "Then you have to marry me." The protagonist, with a smile, confesses, "If you weren't my little aunt, I would definitely marry you." She blushes upon hearing this. The protagonist is a little confused and she shakes her head. The protagonist asks, "Little aunt, what are you looking at?" And she retorts, "You're already married. If King Yui hears what you said." And the protagonist exclaims, "I'm not afraid to say I want to marry you. Even if King Yui is here, I'll still say it. You also know that I didn't really want to marry her." And the little ant whispers, "Little Chi, I know how you feel. Don't say that again. I'm still your little ant, right?" He opens his mouth and smiles, placing his hand on her shoulder as she says, "Knowing how you feel is enough for me." Later, the scene shows King Yui watching the two. She goes back to the room, grabs a blanket, and covers them. Earlier, the protagonist wakes up and thinks, "Huh? A blanket? Damn. Isn't that our blanket that was on my bed? Don't tell me that on my wedding night, not only did I spend the night sleeping with another woman, but my wife also personally brought me a blanket? That's somehow very exciting." The scene shifts to the Shi clan. A guy arrives yelling, "Clan leader, something big has come up." The clan leader asks, "It's still early. What happened?" The guy delivers, stating, "It's the Zhao sect, a letter from the Zhao sect." Stunned, the clan master questions, "Zhao sect?" and yells, "Go inform the elders and deacons to go to the meeting hall immediately." The scene shows the protagonist entering. He makes a noise and his bride comments, hiding behind the door, "Could it be that because you had such a comfortable sleep last night, you didn't dare to come back?" The protagonist argues, "Well, let's just say it wasn't that comfortable." And he thinks, "How comfortable? Try sleeping sitting down to see if it's comfortable." The protagonist is surprised and holding her hand says, "Qing Yu," and she yells, "Xiao Qi, you..." The protagonist interrupts, "Call me husband, quick. I'll be here." The old man speaks, "Sai, you woke up early." And he wishes, "Good morning, Grandpa." She adds, "Qing Yu and her husband wish Grandpa a good morning." The old man observes, "Seeing you two getting along so well, I feel relieved." The protagonist laughs and she thinks, "This guy definitely did that on purpose." A yell echoes, "Fifth elder, please, by order of the leader, go to the main hall immediately. There are important events to discuss." The old man warns, "It seems like something urgent, and I'll go first." The protagonist, with a smile, asks, "Be careful, Grandpa." And with sweat on his face, he thinks, "Why am I feeling a murderous aura?" He jumps away from her and justifies, "Qing Yu, my wife, I only held your hand to make my grandfather happy. There's no other meaning to it." And she warns, "Next time you dare to touch my body, I certainly won't be gentle." The protagonist exclaims, "Hey, you're exaggerating. I only held your hands." Not to mention that we're officially married. Not only do I have the right to hold your hands, but I can touch anywhere else. And it would be normal. She angrily retorts, "You still wanted to touch somewhere else?" The protagonist confirms, "Of course, if there's no physical communication between us, we'll have spiritual friction." An aura appears, and he observes, "Wait a minute, why am I feeling a little cold?" Her aura explodes, and the protagonist, dumbfounded, backs away. She becomes somber, and the protagonist yells, "No touching! I won't touch anywhere! I was kidding!" The scene shifts to a meeting. The clanmaster states, "This is the case. Everyone already knows what to do with the younger generation." The bald elder laughs and speaks, "On my part, there's no problem. I'm sure I'll make the most of this rare opportunity." The other comments, "Well, someone's grandson isn't prepared. I'm afraid there's no chance this time." The protagonist's grandfather becomes pensive. The scene shows some people training. A guy punches a tree and the others continue to train. After the punch, the guy wipes his sweat thinking, "A workout can be very refreshing from time to time." The protagonist observes, saying, "Why are they so dedicated today? These guys used to be lazier than each other." Someone exclaims, "Honorable sir, you are like the starlight in the dark night, illuminating my world and igniting my life. My lord, you are too handsome, so much so that I would be willing to do anything for you." The protagonist watches this, completely scared, while the guy thinks, "In the art of flattery, I am the best. No one in the Shao clan can match me. This opportunity will definitely be mine." And the protagonist thinks, "Is this guy practicing flattery? How disgusting. After all, what the hell is going on here? Why is everyone acting so strange?" The protagonist's grandfather arrives and the protagonist asks, "Grandpa, what's going on? You don't look very happy." And he reveals, "A big event. This is a big event for the Xiao clan. A letter came from the Xiao sect saying they will send some men here in a few days." And the protagonist exclaims, "The Xiao sect will send people to this small Xiao clan? Are they crazy? Compared to the Xiao sect, we are, at best, a noble relative. Who would care? Why did they suddenly send people here?" And his grandfather explains, "There's something you don't know, but the founder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Biela, was the son of Xiao Zheng, an elder of the legislative control department of the Xiao sect. Xiao Biela had been expelled from the Xiao sect. Now that Xiao Zheng has died before his departure, he remembered his son and felt remorse. So, he left an oral testament to give the Xiao clan a spot to enter the Xiao sect. The old man sighs and says, "Of course, the one who will enter the Xiao sect will certainly be from the younger generation, with the greatest talents in the clan. So it has nothing to do with us." And the protagonist comments, "It's no wonder these guys are killing themselves training. Besides, they even trained in flattery, so it was all for this opportunity." And his grandfather says, "Little Z, don't feel bad. Even if you let the opportunity pass, it's also not a big deal." And the protagonist says with a smile, "There's no reason for me to feel bad, Grandpa. You haven't had breakfast, right? Well, let's have breakfast. I'm going to take the opportunity to take some to my little aunt in Qingyu." The old man replies, "Yes." Another watches, laughing, and goes towards a room saying, "Older brother Xiao Xi and Xiao Li left. Apparently they're going to the east courtyard. This is a good opportunity. Xiao Qingyu is definitely alone now. Older brother." The older brother cuts him off, laughing, and says, "I know what I have to do." The scene shifts back to Xiao Qingyu. Someone comments, "It's no wonder she's the #1 beauty in Floating Cloud City. Even meditating, she's so charming." And Feng, making a gesture, says, "Miss Xiao, I don't know if you—" And she interrupts him, saying, "Xiao Xi is not with me. Turn around and leave." And he, irritated, says, "That's unfortunate, but being able to meet Miss Xiao means I didn't come for nothing." And she replies, "I'm cultivating. Forgive me for not being able to receive you." And he, irritated, thinks, "This woman doesn't even give me face. It seems I'll have to be a little rude." He prepares to attack her, saying, "I heard that Miss Xia, at 16 years old, is at the 10th level of the profound elemental realm, and Long has always admired her." He extends his hand towards her, saying, "How about we spar a little?" She extends her hand, and the guy, drooling, thinks, "What a beautiful jade hand. I wonder how it feels to touch it." Her hand passes right through his, reaching close to his face, and he thinks, "So fast." And then he receives a slap to the face, falling down and losing 2 teeth. And she, watching him, says, "It seems that young Master Xiao is not very good at fighting. Go away." He, toothless and all messed up, asks, "What happened?" I'm at the third level of the nascent profound realm. I'm one realm above Qingyu. Even if I hadn't used all my strength, I wouldn't have lost either. Did she hide her power? At only 16 years old, she reached level 10 of the profound elemental realm? This has already broken all the records of Floating Cloud City. It's impossible that she's even stronger than that. And she questions, what is it? Does it seem that the great young master Xiao Yulong is not satisfied? And the guy, with a smile on his face, affirms, before, I was just testing, so I didn't use all my strength. This time, I'll go all out. An aura appears around him, and he exclaims, Miss Shi, pay close attention to this. He charges towards her with everything he has, and she extends her hand with blue energy and slaps him again, throwing him away and ordering, the fight is over, go away. He becomes pensive, spits blood, yells, and thinks, this woman is definitely hiding her power. The protagonist, carrying a bucket, arrives and asks, I wonder if my wife Qingyu likes stuffed rolls. Anyway, my little aunt really likes them. He is startled and greets him, asking, if it isn't Brother Yulong, it's only been a few days since I last saw you, Brother Yulong. What happened? Deformities suddenly appear on his face. Yulong points and exclaims, you! And the protagonist yells, my God, no deformities appeared at all. This was clearly a beating. Tell me who did this? Such brutality. And he leaves, making a gesture and affirming, training. I fell while training, don't worry. And the protagonist says, well, then Brother Yulong must have pushed himself hard. Yulong leaves, and the protagonist waves goodbye, saying, I won't bother you anymore, go slowly. And he thinks, keep pretending. It's obvious you were bothering my wife. Not even I have the courage to touch my wife. And you think you can? The protagonist greets her, saying, Qingyu, my wife, I brought you breakfast. And she says, Xiao Yulong was here. And the protagonist replies, I know. I ran into him a moment ago. Qingyue, my wife, can I ask you a question? She gets a little confused, and the protagonist, with a serious look, asks, after all, what level is your profound strength at? She narrows her eyes without answering. The protagonist circles her, thinking, and stares at her closely. She, irritated, asks, why are you staring at me? And the protagonist, with a smile on his face, replies, waiting for you to answer me. Communication between husband and wife is very important regardless of the mind or body. And she retorts, mind and what? The protagonist says, nothing. And he thinks, I'm sure I didn't marry a wife, but a block of ice that hits people. He coughs a little and says, Qingyu, my wife, actually, I have something important to ask you. Do you wake up from dreams every day at 3 a.m? And besides that, for 30 minutes, your whole body freezes and your 4 limbs hurt? She, confused, asks, how do you know that? And the protagonist, a little flushed, finishes, and one last thing. He, scared, stammers and asks, has your period been late for 7 or 8 days? After saying that, the protagonist runs off and hides behind a tree. Qingyue watches this thoughtfully and, a little confused, asks, can you tell me what you're doing? And the protagonist behind the tree replies, I'm afraid you'll kill me. And she says, don't be so dramatic. At most, I'll break your legs. And he exclaims, don't joke with such a serious face. Just now, you really beat up Xiao Yulong badly. It was very scary. She closes her eyes, saying, come closer, I won't beat you up. After all, everything you said before is correct. However, how did you know that? And the protagonist declares, by your pulse. And she inquires, the pulse? And the protagonist points to himself with a smile, saying, can't you guess, right? I'll tell you then. The truth is I'm a god in medicine. She, in disbelief, retorts, but I don't remember letting you take my pulse like you did. And the protagonist, with a smile, confesses, it was just now. I took the opportunity when Grandpa was coming and touched your hand. And she exclaims, so at that time, you did that on purpose? The protagonist, with a little smile, replies, no, don't worry about the little details. And thinks, I accidentally let it slip. And she states, since you like touching hands and taking pulses, go look for your little aunt. And the protagonist exclaims, I'm not kidding with you. This thing of yours is a very serious illness, and the problem is with your sect. That is, the secret art of the frozen cloud of Asgard that you cultivate. And she, enraged, yells, shut up! An aura of ice emerges, and she puts her hand on the protagonist's neck, yelling, if you continue to say words like that, I will not be kind to you. And the protagonist provokes, oh, really? And if I keep talking? She gets irritated, and the protagonist smiles, saying, I can tolerate your usual rejection of me. but I will not allow my wife to live a third less than normal people because of her illness. She is astonished, and the protagonist explains, in general, the stronger the profound strength, the longer the lifespan. But according to my diagnosis, among those with the same level of profound strength, you of the frozen cloud of Asgard have a life expectancy reduced by at least a third. And that happens because of the cultivation of the frozen cloud of Asgard. What I said is correct or not? She removes her hand from the protagonist's neck, confirming, what you said is correct. So? He gives a thumbs up and, with a smile on his face, suggests, so go back to the room and sit with your husband for some adjustments to you personally. And she, irritated, exclaims, I really want to hit you. The scene returns to the room. The protagonist picks up a small box and she argues, this involves important issues. I don't believe what you said. And the protagonist counters, what I said is a secret related to the survival of the frozen cloud of Asgard fairies. And of course, almost no one knows. And she questions, so how do you intend to adjust my profound strength? And the protagonist shows the needles, replying, with this. And she, surprised, observes, silver needles? And thinks, acupuncture is extremely demanding in mastery. It requires at least 10 years to obtain basic mastery and tens of years for complete mastery. He's clearly only 16 years old, and yet his handling is so natural and skillful. Acupuncture is extremely demanding in mastery. It requires at least 10 years to obtain basic mastery and tens of years for complete mastery. It's like he really is the god of medicine. The protagonist says, Qingyue, my wife, instead of my face, I think you should pay more attention to your pulse. She is startled, looking at the needle on her wrist, and thinks, I just got distracted for a moment, and, even so, I didn't notice. Wasn't he an ordinary person with damaged deep veins? The protagonist instructs, relax your hands, breathe steadily, and don't use your profound strength. The protagonist continues to add needles, and she, observing, asks, but what the hell is this? A mist of ice begins to come out of the needles, and she thinks, suddenly my hands feel much lighter. And the protagonist comments, the congested cold energy has been released. Of course, it's much more comfortable for you. It's a shame you won't let me make deeper adjustments. Otherwise, I can allow the speed of your cultivation of the frozen cloud of Asgard arts to be increased by 30%. She exclaims, 30%? Impossible! If you really have this ability, you will undoubtedly cause chaos in the world. And the protagonist, with a smile, retorts, true or not, you'll find out if we test it, right? Why are you believing me now? And he holds out his hand, asking, Qingyue, my wife, please take off your clothes. The protagonist appears with a bump on his head, and she exclaims, what did you say? Say it again. I didn't hear you right. The protagonist replies, I didn't say to take it all off. Did you really need to bathe? And she continues, in short, your medical skill is real. It's hard to imagine that at your age, you possess such extraordinary skill in medicinal techniques. The protagonist states, it was all thanks to my master. He reminisces, recounting, my master was a great doctor who saved countless lives, and I met him when I was still very young. He sighs and laments, forget it. Why talk about it? Well, about the deeper adjustments I mentioned a little while ago, it was just to show your back. And she questions, are you sure you can allow me to permanently increase my cultivation speed by 30%? The protagonist smiles, assuring, absolutely certain, and thinks, within the continent, power means respect. There is no one who can resist this temptation. And she, turning around, confesses, let me see your mysterious medical skills. The protagonist stands behind her, thoughtful, and she, blushing, asks, do I really have to undress? The protagonist points, ordering, take off your clothes. And she, blushing, makes a small sound, taking off the top of her clothes, and yells, start immediately and don't think anything wrong. Otherwise, you'll know the consequences. The protagonist, upon hearing this, thinks, isn't a woman's body meant for her husband to see? Being so unwilling, it's like I'm forcing a decent woman into prostitution. But on the other hand, my wife's skin is very white. What would it be like to touch her? No, you have to get rid of the distractions. The protagonist becomes completely focused and takes the needle, energizing it and adding it to her back. He continues to add one needle after another, and she, blushing, thinks, my back only feels the touch of the needle tips. This guy who has a habit of using indecent words but now didn't take the chance to touch my body is actually a noble man. She thinks, is he pretending to be lewd? But he gains nothing by doing that. It's really hard to read this person. What is the real him? The protagonist moves a needle and she exclaims, profound strength, Xiao Che, you? And the protagonist exclaims, don't move. And she exclaims, "But your profound strength was already very pitiful because it was so little. Using it in this way, it will be too much wear and tear on your body." And the protagonist assures, "It's okay, I can still take it." He continues to charge the energy into the needle and add it to her body and thinks, "It's not just my profound strength, but also the purifying power of the pearl. The 30th needle. Damn, I didn't expect that recanalizing the profound would be so draining. Pretending to be strong, even holding back tears, I need to pretend until the end." And she observes, thinking. Her movements have become much slower. The protagonist, all sweaty, thinks, "There are still 24 needles. I need to endure." A period later, the protagonist is shown sighing and saying, "I didn't fool you." A power arises in her body and she, looking at her own hands, thinks, "My profound strength is flowing incomparably well. He really did it. Even if my master doesn't see it now, at this moment, she will be absolutely surprised." And she says, "I didn't expect you, who is despised by everyone, to have such an amazing ability. You know, I'm leaving in a month. So why did you do so much for me, and with such dedication?" The protagonist smiles, saying, "For 3 reasons. First, almost everyone despises me, but you don't. On the contrary, you have always protected my pathetic dignity. Last night, when you came looking for me because you were worried about me, and even brought me a blanket. Those who treat me well, I will treat them even better. Second, at the end of the day, you are my wife. And the third is also the most important. It's because I think your appearance without clothes should be great too." The scene cuts to his grandfather, looking at the grave of his own son. Sadly, he murmurs, "Inger, something happened recently in the Xiao clan. The Xiao sect finally sent someone. The chance to revive the Xiao clan has arrived. However, you are no longer here to see it. Xiao Shi started a family. Although he is not your real son, it was the life for which you used yours and your own sons to preserve. That is why I will also do everything I can to keep him safe." He exclaims, "Who is it?" And Long lowers his head, replying, "Greeting the 5th elder. I didn't know the 5th elder was here. And did Long bother you?" The old man disappears. Long is startled, questioning, "Where did he go?" The old man appears behind him darkly, inquiring, "Long, did you hear anything just now?" He yells, "Long has just arrived. Was the 5th elder saying anything?" And thinks, "What a terrifying murderous aura." And the old man asks, "What are you doing here?" Long exclaims, "Since the messenger arrives tomorrow, Long wants to tell this good news to the deceased great-grandfather." And the old man comments, "I understand. The messenger from the Xiao sect will arrive tomorrow. You are the one who has the best chance of being selected." He turns and affirms, "Then you will be the greatest hope to reactivate our clan." Long lowers his head, confessing, "The 5th elder's words are comforting, but I fear I am not worthy." And clenching his fist, he thinks, "This old man, he was very insightful. I almost gave my life away here and now. Anyway, Xiao Shi is not Xiao Ying's real son. I didn't expect it. This is really very interesting." The scene cuts to the bald old man yelling, come on, there is still not ready. Hurry up, clean up. If we make the messenger uncomfortable, I'll kill you." He looks at the ugly girls and orders, "And those maids? The pretty ones stay in front, and the ugly ones stay hidden. If you pollute the messenger of the Xiao sect's eyes, I'll send you to the brothel." Someone yells, "Hurry up," and the protagonist gets up, annoyed, questioning, "Who is it? It's still early. Are you going to let people sleep or not?" The protagonist is startled and says, "I feel something a little soft in my hand, and a little cold too." He looks to the side and King Yue grabs his arm and slaps him in the face. He asks, "King Yue, my wife, we've been husband and wife for a long time. I just touched it for a moment." "You didn't need to do that, did you?" And she snaps, "Last night I let you sleep in bed with me because you were half dead from exhaustion. But I didn't let you touch me. Dare to have a next time and Xiao Long will be your example." The protagonist with a swollen cheek exclaims, "No! What Xiaolong did was flirt with someone else's wife, but what I did was touch my own wife. Now how am I going to see the guest with this slap mark?" She touches the protagonist's cheek, freezing it, and offers, "I can help you with the swelling." Sweating, the protagonist says, "Then I should still thank you." And she replies, "You're welcome." The protagonist is thoughtful about this, and she gets up, commenting, "By the way, today I will not go to the messenger of the Zhao sect's welcome ceremony." And the protagonist asks, "Why? Don't you want to meet the messenger everyone's talking about so much?" And she replies, "I don't want to." And he, with a little smile, teases, Even the clan chief wants to lick the messenger's shoe. But are you too lazy to go? No wonder the disciple of the frozen cloud of Asgard, very stubborn. And she, looking at him, reveals, I heard the master say that the man sent by the Xiao sect is Xiao Guangyun. His cultivation is quite common, but he is a man leaning on his Xiao sect backing. He does all sorts of atrocities. You must be very careful. And the protagonist replies, well, I'll keep that in mind, and thinks, my wife, King Yue, is still worried about me. The scene shows the disciples lined up. One of them exclaims, we've been waiting here for 5 periods and he doesn't show up. He has no consideration at all. Another yells, that's right, they think they're sovereign now. Another comments, speaking of which, compared to our Xiao clan, he really is a sovereign. One of them warns, the messenger of the Xiao sect is here, and the clan master orders, quick, let's receive him. The scene shows some colorful horses and a carriage. A guy with 2 women appears on the scene. The staff observes, and one of them comments, wow, I'm envious. No wonder he's the messenger of the Xiao sect. Wherever he goes, there are always beautiful women serving him. Another says, it would be nice if one day I had that too. And the sect master exclaims, Xiao Yunhai, welcome the messenger of the Xiao sect. The guy, now inside the clan, comments, if it weren't for Elder Xiao Zheng's death, I wouldn't know there was a place like this. A place where not even the birds shit. The clan master lowers his head, agreeing, that's right, it's true. And the messenger continues, but the dead are important, and that's why I came here, to fulfill the elder's will. He gets angry about something and slaps the woman. The staff are a bit confused by this, and the messenger, irritated, yells, didn't you hear me talking about sad things? So don't pinch me, get out of here. The protagonist watches this thoughtfully, and a guy ponders, how exaggerated. Another thinks, that's right, what did she do wrong to get hit? Damn it. And the messenger continues, does anyone have a problem with that? And the staff, with smiles on their faces, exclaim, that slap was the best. Such an action is a great example for the younger generation. This is mainly because the force applied was very fair. And the guy points to the clan master, ordering, tomorrow morning gather all the people of your clan in the courtyard. No one can be absent. I will select one person to take back to the Xiao sect. And the staff, mouths agape, think, the rumor was true. Just enter the Xiao sect to have a bright future. Even if you enter as a servant. You don't even have to be a servant. Even if I came in as a dog licking shoes, I would accept. And the protagonist observes, the people of this clan have no salvation. And the guy continues, since we've come, it's obvious that there will be no shortage of gifts. The clan master takes the box and the guy explains, inside here is the deep recanalization powder. It can increase the speed of cultivation for a certain amount of time. And the guy exclaims, deep recanalization powder? The disciples think, it's the legendary medicine, deep recanalization powder. No wonder they are from the Xiao sect, so generous. This item will definitely be included in the treasure pavilion. And the messenger watches, amused. A bunch of idiots who haven't seen the world out there. And says, by the way, for the deep veins that have been damaged for any reason, the deep recanalization powder also has an excellent restorative effect. The protagonist's grandfather is startled by this and thinks, if I can get the deep recanalization powder, Zur has had his deep veins damaged since he was little, so he has suffered all kinds of humiliation. The clan master intervenes. It wasn't easy for young Master Xiao to come here. Long, guide the gentleman to stroll around a bit. And Long replies, yes, father. He follows the guy and comments, young Master Xiao, although the floating cloud is small, it has almost everything you need, especially charming women. And the messenger exclaims indignantly, charming women for what? Do I look like that kind of person to you? And Yulong explains, Master Xiao is full of honest energy. Of course it doesn't look like it. He makes a noise of disgust and Yulong thinks, is your heart unaware of the kind of person you are? The guy blushes and Yulong continues, young Master Xiao, what is? He observes Jia Qingyu and asks, who is that girl? I didn't know there was such a charming woman in the world. And Yulong replies, her name is Jia Qingyu, and 3 days ago she married a member of our Xiao clan who, in reality, is trash with damaged deep veins. And the guy exclaims incredulously, what did you say? A charming woman like that married trash? And Yulong thinks, I didn't expect him to be interested in Xia Qingyu, but the only person worthy of being with her is me. And the guy exclaims indignantly, a woman like that should belong only to me. A guard gets angry and warns him, young master, The sect leader specifically warned you not to steal the wife and daughter of others because that would diminish the reputation of our sect. And the guy grits his teeth, muttering, inadmissible. And Yulong watches this thinking. The fact that this person appeared here without making any noise means that, without a doubt, he is a high-level specialist. Furthermore, it is likely that he is even stronger than Zhao Li. Is even a simple follower so powerful? Zhao sect is, as the rumors say. I have to think about the future. As long as I can enter the Zhao sect, sacrificing Jia Qingyu will be worth it too. He extends his hand and proposes, Young Master Xiao, I have a plan for you to have Xia Qingyu without resorting to violence. And the guy asks hopefully, Oh, do you really have a plan? And he, with a smile, explains, Not only that. In our Xiao clan, there is also another young woman who is no less beautiful than Xia Qingyu. And the guy asks curiously, A young woman who is on the same level as Xia Qingyu? Who is she? And Yulong replies, The daughter of the fifth elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Linqi. As for her, it will be much easier to get her. Young Master Xiao just has to want me to guarantee I'll get her for you. The scene cuts to the little aunt and she comments, Dad, have you seen the new people from the Xiao sect? Are they very powerful? And the old man replies, They are truly unfathomable. However, try not to leave the house too much. That Xiao Guangyun who is in charge is not a good thing. And she asks, Dad, you seem bothered. Is it because of that Xiao Guangyun? And the old man clarifies, The representatives of the Xiao sect brought a gift called deep recanalization powder. They say it has a great repairing effect for damaged deep veins. And she exclaims, Really? Can it repair deep veins? Seriously? And the old man ponders, It's hard to say if it has that effect, but the clan chief sees this deep recanalization powder as a treasure of great importance. So I definitely wouldn't dare use it on T. And she exclaims, How can he do this? Obviously, little T is the one who needs this powder the most. And the old man argues, Ultimately, the decision is his, and T has no talent whatsoever. She hangs her head, muttering, Nonsense, little T is not like that. After that, she changes clothes and stealthily goes to the place that is guarded, and someone appears behind her. She is startled and lets out a dad, and he, with narrowed eyes, scolds her. You were going to steal the recanalization powder, right? And she tries to explain, Dad, And he cuts her off, yelling, How dare you? Do you know how dangerous this is? The recanalization powder is a gift from the Xiao sect. If discovered, the Xiao sect will punish you. No one in the entire Floating Cloud City will be able to save you. And she argues, I know that, but little T's condition is deplorable. Having his deep veins damaged makes him despised by everyone. He has a good heart, so why? And she exclaims, Every time I see him interfering for little T, you have no idea how hard it is for me. As long as little T's deep veins are repaired, even if I act like a thief and get punished for it, I'll still be willing. The old man is moved by this and scratching her head consoles her. I know what you think, but if something happens to you in the future, who will take care of little T? And she is startled thinking, It's true. If I don't succeed and I get caught, what will become of little T? And the old man with a smile assures, I will do my best to get the deep recanalization powder, so go back to your room and rest. She, sadly, apologizes. I'm sorry, Dad. I did something stupid. I promise you I won't try to steal the recanalization powder again. The scene cuts to the next day. The protagonist questions, Qingyu, my wife, what happened to the matter we discussed last night? And she replies, What matter did we discuss last night? And the protagonist exclaims, Don't play! How can you forget something so important? His aunt arrives calling, Little T, come on, we're here. And the protagonist speaks, Oh, little aunt. He greets her by saying, Hello, Grandpa. And Qingyu greets him, Greet Grandpa. The old man strokes his beard, saying, Well, and the clan master yells, Silence! Everyone in position! Now we will ask the messenger from the Xiao sect to give us a few words. And the messenger begins. Apparently, everyone is here. I believe you all already know why I have come here and also my identity. You should be aware that for me to stoop and come to this small place is an honor for you. Since the founder of the Xiao clan, before our Xiao sect, is nothing more than an insignificant worm. The people are startled, and the clan master extends his hand with a smile, greeting, What young Master Xiao said is correct. Your coming here is a true honor for us. The protagonist, irritated, thinks, This idiot! Even our ancestor was humiliated and he still dares to laugh. The little aunt exclaims, I'm so angry. He is the clan leader. How can he be so shameless? The messenger intervenes, declaring, "According to the last wish of Elder Xiao Zheng, I will select one of you and take him with me to the Xiao sect. Of course, you also have to understand that the Xiao sect will not accept useless people. Today, I will personally examine each of you. Come in order to show your deep strengths before me. I will select only the most talented person. By the way, the gift I brought with me on this trip will be given as a reward to the chosen one. Xiao clan leader, bring the deep recanalization powder." The leader, sweating, stammers, but, the messenger cuts him off, ordering, "Xiao clan leader, hurry up and bring it. Or are you unwilling to hand over the deep recanalization powder?" The clan leader starts to stammer and kneels, confessing, "I deserve to die." This morning, the deep channeling powder left in the medicine chamber suddenly disappeared. The elders, surprised, question, "What?" And the old man thinks, "Deep recanalization powder?" The little ant panics, claiming, "Dad, it wasn't me." The messenger slams his hand on the table indignantly. "What? You mean the deep recanalization powder was stolen? Who was it? Who dared to steal the gift brought by the Xiao sect?" The protagonist thinks, with Xiao Yunhai's cautious personality, it's not possible that he would make such a mistake. Moreover, this anger from Xiao Yulong is obviously an act. The messenger continues accusing, "Yesterday, when I showed the deep recanalization powder, there were only clan members around. I don't think you're stupid enough to spread the word about this to everyone, so I'm sure the thief must be someone from the Xiao clan." The clan master argues, "Young Master Xiao is right. However, the person in charge of the medicine chamber, Xiao Gu, is already close to 70 years old. Stealing the deep recanalization powder will be of no use to him. The suspect must be someone else." The protagonist thinks, Xiao Yunhai's expression is also fake. What are these two up to? The messenger asks, "Xiao clan leader, was the deep recanalization powder stolen along with the box, right?" The leader confirms, "Yes, they were stolen together." The messenger, with an air of triumph, reveals, "Great! In the box containing the deep recanalization powder, there is a mark of our Xiao sect's unique deep power, the eagle mark. Just activate it with our Xiao sect's unique deep power, and then we can sense the location of the eagle mark." The people agree, stating yes. He orders a subordinate, "Have Xiao Ju search." Xiao Ju makes a power appear and points, "Over there." He jumps and the messenger announces, "It seems we have already found them." The clan master, with a big smile, declares, "I have to see who dared to do something so vile. When we find the thief, I will hand him over to young Master Xiao to apply the punishment. I ask that young Master Xiao not be gentle." Xiao, slightly blushing, thinks, "Of course I'm going to punish her. And of course she will be punished in bed." The subordinate returns, informing, "Young Master Xiao, I found it. It was in courtyard 66 under the owner's pillow." The old man is startled, and the protagonist exclaims, "In courtyard 66? The ant soberly inquires, "How could it have appeared in my room? It wasn't me. I'm not a thief." The messenger observes her, thinking, "What a beautiful woman." What Xiao Yulong said is true. This Xiao Lingxi's appearance is definitely not inferior to Xia Qinyu's. With a smile, he extends his hand, shouting, "Men, tie her up and take her to my room. This beauty, this thief, will certainly receive a severe punishment." The protagonist watches this, thinking, "This guy. From the beginning, his goal was my little ant." One of the clan guys arrives laughing and blurts out, "I didn't expect the thief to be you. You provoked Master Xiao's wrath. Now you will go through a lot. Don't blame me. Tie her up." She murmurs, "I didn't do it." The old man yells, "Stop, all of you." He uses a power, and the clan master exclaims, "Xiao Li! What disrespect in front of young Master Xiao! You have limits." Master Xiao's subordinate, letting out a laugh, retorts, "What? Are you questioning young Master's decision?" Xiao Li Ya thinks, "How strong! This person is unfathomable. I must calm down. Acting with anger will only make things worse," and argues, "Young Master Xiao, Ji Er is a kind-hearted girl. All of this is certainly some misunderstanding. I beg for a fair investigation from young Master Xiao." The messenger counters, "In the face of concrete evidence, what more is there to investigate?" The clan master yells, "Oh, Lingxi, how could you have done this kind of thing? What a disappointment!" She exclaims, "It wasn't me. If I had stolen it, I would definitely have admitted it." Yulong accuses her, "Xiao Lingxi, you have always been very close to Xiao Che. You must have stolen the deep recanalization powder because of him." The people look at each other, commenting, "That's right. I was still wondering why Xiao Lingxi would have done this. So it was because of Xiao Che. It wasn't worth taking that risk for trash like him." With lascivious looks, the people watch her, commenting, She seemed very kind. I didn't expect her to do this kind of thing. If it wasn't for young Master Xiao, we wouldn't know what she's really like. To dare provoke the Xiao sect is simply seeking death. She, with tears in her eyes, becomes afraid. The protagonist holds her hand, comforting her. Little aunt, don't be afraid. It doesn't matter if they believe you or not. I will always believe in you. She blushes, whispering, Little Cha. The protagonist reassures her, leave the rest to me. Yulong taunts her. How arrogant! Trash like you wants to defy young Master Xiao? The protagonist thinks, so you're the one behind all this? Xiao Kuangyun had never seen my little aunt, so why would he frame her? Yulong rants, what are you looking at? If you want to fight, this older brother will accompany you. But then don't blame me for not being gentle. The protagonist greets him, saying, Young Master Xiao, let me introduce myself. I am Xiaoling Shi's nephew, Xiao Che. Regarding the theft of the deep opening powder, I have some questions I want to raise. Yulong thinks, he dared to ignore me. Soon I will take care of you. Just wait. The messenger inquires, so you're the famous piece of trash? I'm very generous. Very well. If you have any questions, ask. The protagonist blurts out, I want to ask the clan leader, the gift brought by young Master Xiao from far away for you. How important is it? The clan master replies, the gift from the Xiao sect is definitely the most important thing. The protagonist continues, everyone knows that the clan leader's temperament has always been serene and cautious. Am I right about that? The master confirms. But of course. The protagonist pressures him. Since that's the case, then, and questions. If you have always been serene and cautious, how is it that something as valuable as the deep recanalization powder was placed in a place without any guards, like the medicine chamber, clan leader? What were you thinking? The clan master is startled, and the bald elder yells, Xiao Che, what did you mean by that? Are you insinuating that the clan leader planned all this to frame Xiaoling Shi? And the protagonist, with a smile, says, Great elder, no need to get upset. You scared the clan leader so much that he started to sweat. The clan master, gritting his teeth, thinks, this plague, this little trash. When did he become so smart? A guy says, the clan leader's expression seems to be a little distorted. Is it true what this trash said? The clan master replies, there are many medicines in the chamber, and I left the deep recanalization powder mixed in so that the medicinal energy wouldn't dissipate. And a guy adds, so that's it. It would be a great loss if its medicinal energy was lost. And the clan master thinks, as a precaution, last night I was reading some books on medicine. I didn't expect this to be so useful. And the protagonist raises a finger saying, so that's why I knew. The deep recanalization powder has a sweet smell. Clan leader, check if this is the smell. The leader smells it and states, of course it has a sweet smell. Any problem? And the protagonist, with his hand on his chin, counters, however, the deep recanalization powder was left in the medicine chamber for a whole night, and there are countless medicines there. Therefore, there is a mixture of odors. So the smell, in fact, should be mixed. Completely incredulous, the clan master thinks, when food is placed together, resulting in a different taste and with the smell of medicinal materials, the same thing probably happens. Damn, how could I forget something like that? And with a smile he argues, I have a cold today and my nose is congested. I'll smell it again, and actually it does have a varied smell. And the protagonist narrows his eyes, saying, how strange. To be honest, I was lying. But why would the idiot leader accept smelling the varied scent? He exclaims, Xiao Che, are you mocking me? And the protagonist, with a serious look, points and says, since the clan leader didn't know anything about this, then why say that the deep recanalization powder was in the medicine chamber? Could it be? And exclaims, could it be that you are lying? The clan master grits his teeth thoughtfully. The little ant, slightly blushing, observes the protagonist, thinking, little Chi seems so brilliant. And the protagonist thinks, debating with me, the heir of the holy doctor, about medicinal powder, I will destroy you. Xia Qinyu observes, thinking, he did well with his words, but in the face of absolute power, what can he do now that he has exposed them? The messenger exclaims, regardless of whether he lied or not, Xiaoling Shi's punishment has already been decided. And the protagonist exclaims, nonsense! You don't even know where the deep recanalization powder was, and you still accuse my little aunt of stealing it. You clearly planned this to frame her. People of the clan, haven't you seen this yet? I ask all of you to give justice to my little aunt. And thinks, the truth is before your eyes. As long as you are not stupid, you will certainly understand this. And a guy retorts, what a lie! What a setup! What are you talking about? If young Master Xiao said she's guilty, then she's guilty. Who do you think you are to point fingers, you trash? If you have nothing better to say, get out! The messenger points a finger, yelling, "How dare you! Arrest this trash who defended the thief!" The elder attacks, yelling, "Little trash! To think you would be in a situation like this!" The protagonist is startled and yells, "Damn, have you no shame? You lost the argument and now you want to resort to violence?" A hand appears, grabbing his face. It's the protagonist's grandfather, who throws the guy back. The bald elders watch this grimly. The old man hits them, and the protagonist's grandfather exclaims, "How dare you treat my grandson in such a way? Do you think I've aged that much?" The people exclaim, "Holy God, this is the strength of the fifth elder. He defeated the clan leader with just one blow. His reputation is well-deserved, as the #1 in the floating cloud city." The protagonist, watching the old man's back, thinks, "The Xiao clan has many strong specialists. Grandpa alone won't resist. Looks like I'll have to use my ultimatum." He nudges Qingyue and questions, "Qingyue, my wife, where is your master? Why hasn't she come yet?" She replies, "I don't know." And the protagonist exclaims, "Didn't we agree yesterday? You said your master was nearby, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to act like this today." He spins around her, insisting, "Come on, my wife, be a good girl. This is no time for jokes. Your master has definitely arrived and is now hiding somewhere, right?" She argues, "I really don't know." And the protagonist laments, "What? Am I going to die then?" The bald old man yells, "Xiao Li, what does this mean? Do you want to rebel?" Xiao Li retorts, "I just don't want Che and Qi to be falsely accused. I definitely have no intention of rebelling." And the bald old man yells, "Xiao Ling Qi and your daughter. Of course you would say that. Do you think anyone will believe you?" And the old man yells, "I, Xiao Li, despite not being a true knight, have always lived righteously, despite not having great achievements. But I have always lived under the light. I have never harmed or humiliated anyone." And Yu Long, with a crazy look, yells, "What a great joker! You fooled everyone in the Xiao clan for over 10 years and you still say you lived under the light?" The old man exclaims, "Xiao Yulong, what do you mean by that?" Xiao Yulong shoots, "Fifth elder, would you dare swear by your family that Xiao Che is your real grandson?" The elder is stunned by this, and Yulong points his finger, yelling, "I asked if you dare swear." The little ant cries and begs, "Father, what Xiao Yulong said is a lie, right? Little Qi is from our family, right?" And the protagonist inquires, "Grandpa, is what he said true?" And the old man confesses, "Qi, even though you weren't born into the family, I always treated you as if you were my own grandson." The protagonist becomes gloomy with this, and the bald old man yells, "Xiao Li, you dare let us raise a bastard for 16 years? If Yu Long hadn't warned us, you would still have allowed us to raise him for a lifetime?" And Yu Long soberly yells, "I always wondered, how could our clan's lineage give rise to this trash?" The messenger yells, "What are you waiting for? Expel this bastard immediately." And the protagonist, with a serious look, decrees, "I won't give you any trouble. Since I'm not part of the Xiao clan, I'll leave immediately. Grandpa, even though we're not blood-related." He kneels, declaring, "But so what? As long as you allow it, I will always be your grandson." The astonished old man says, "Of course you will always be your grandfather's grandson." The protagonist stands up and declares, "Grandpa, little ant, after I leave, you need to take good care of yourselves." And she, with tears in her eyes, begs, "Little Qi, don't go." The protagonist starts to leave, thinking, "Little ant, I'm sorry. If I had enough strength, if I could get stronger." He looks at his wife and asks, "Keep my grandfather and my little ant safe, please." And she replies, "All right, you can leave." And Yu Long yells, "Wait a moment, you can't leave yet." The protagonist, with an angry expression, retorts, "Xiao Yu Long, what else do you want?" Xiao Yu Long yells, "Everyone knows that the reason Xia Qingyue married the Xiao clan was just for repayment. Now you're just a bastard. What right do you have to accept Xia Qingyue's graces?" Others yell, "True. Xia Qingyue is married to the Xiao clan, not to a bastard. Hand over the marriage certificate immediately to dissolve it. Xia Qingyue cannot be married to the useless." And the clan master yells, "Hand over the marriage certificate immediately and then get out of the Xiao clan." And the bald man yells, "Yes, hand over the marriage certificate." The protagonist smiles, taking the certificate out of his cloak, and asks, "Hand over the marriage certificate." "Very well, I'll hand it over, but not to you." He approaches her and says, "Qingyue, how to proceed or whether to divorce is our business. No one has the right to intervene." She takes the certificate and the protagonist leaves, declaring, If you want to divorce, destroy this certificate. If you still want to continue being my wife, keep it. Leave everything to your decision. Observing this, the Xiao sex emissary thinks, Xiao Yulong, good job. As long as the marriage dissolves, what I do next won't harm the sex image. Tonight, Xiaqing Yue will be mine. And Yulong extends his hand, yelling, Miss Xia, there are many talented people within the Xiao clan. How about destroying this certificate and finding a decent husband? She dodges his palm, questioning, Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what my husband just said? And he thinks, She's quick. And she affirms, This is a matter between husband and wife. No one has the right to intervene. And Yulong, irritated, shoots, You still call him your husband? And she retorts, He is my husband. Any problem with that? And the messenger rants, How dare you? Whether to divorce or not is not for you to decide. Xiaoba, go and destroy the marriage certificate. The subordinate replies, Yes, young master. He charges towards her, who observes, You can't handle words, and now you want to use force? He approaches her with a demonic look, but is startled and frozen. She closes her eyes and the other exclaims, A sunny summer day with flying snow, could this be? A woman appears in the sky and the people point. She speaks, You of the Xiao sect are becoming bolder and bolder, huh? So much so that you even interfered in my disciples' marital affairs. Who gave you the power to interfere in such a matter? She is one of the 7 fairies of the frozen cloud, Xiaqing Yue. Someone shouts, Holy God, am I hallucinating? Is she really floating in the air without the help of external force? It's not just a jump. She's standing, firm and calm. The clan master deduces levitation technique. So this is the legendary profound realm of the heavens. And the guy grits his teeth and shoots. Fairies of the frozen cloud? Drooling, the messenger shoots. Since you came to me today, tonight you will also be mine. What a beautiful woman. The subordinate slaps him and shouts, Idiot! She belongs to one of the most powerful forces within the Blue Wind Empire, the Frozen Cloud. And her position is only inferior to the sect leader. Not even your father would dare to bother her. If you want to die so badly, then die alone. Don't take me with you. Qing Yue greets, Master. And someone replies, Actually, Xiaqing Yue belongs to Asgard's Frozen Cloud. And the master, with a dark look, inquires, Moments ago, you wanted to destroy my disciple's marriage certificate. And the messenger begs, No, I don't dare. It was just a joke. And gritting his teeth, he thinks, Damn it. It seems I have no more hope with Xiaqing Yue. He makes a sound of disgust and looks at the little aunt. And with a dark look and a smile, he thinks, Fortunately, I still have Xiaoling Qi. Since I have no chance with Xiaqing Yue, tonight I'll leave you finished. The master speaks. Qing Yue, do you still remember our agreement? It's been a month since your marriage, and according to the agreement, it's time to return to the Cloud Fairy Palace. And she completes, Master. While the Xiao clan messenger watches, he thinks, So this damn woman wants to go back with Xiaoqing Yue? Go ahead. Even if I only have Xiaoling Qi, it will be enough to play with for a long time. And Qing Yue asks, Master, before leaving, my husband, he asked me to protect his grandfather and his little aunt, and I accepted his request. The guy gets irritated, and the master, with a serious look, says, This matter has nothing to do with the fairy palace. The reason your master appeared was solely because of you. And the messenger clenches his fist with a smile on his face, thinking, Of course Asgard's frozen cloud doesn't offer charity. There's no reason for you to get involved in this, old witch. Take your disciple away from here. Qing Yu lowers her head and asks, I beg you, master. After returning to Asgard, this disciple will cultivate at full steam as retribution for master's graces. And the master replies, By the Asgard cultivation method, you must have a cold heart. He's just your nominal husband, so you don't need to worry about it, much less ask me about it. And she exclaims, I beg you, master. And the master says, Well, since you insist on it, your master... And Yulong exclaims, Fairy, please wait. Xiaolingxi has committed the crime of theft, so this is a family matter, and a matter of my Xiao clan. The frozen cloud of Asgard is strong, but it cannot interfere in the family matters of other people. Fairy, you will do more damage to your reputation if you interfere. I ask that you reconsider. And the old man yells, Xiao Yulong, if you know this is a family matter, why do you have to say it in front of a stranger? Do you still consider yourself someone from the Xiao clan? And Yulong exclaims, Justice is right in people's hearts. And with a smile, he thinks, I don't care about being shameless, as long as I can enter the Xiao sect. I don't give a damn about Xiaoling Shi. The messenger, upon hearing this, laughs in his thoughts. Blessed Xiao Yulong. Of course, family matters need to be resolved within the family. Outsiders will not have the right to interfere. And the master declares, where did so much nonsense come from? This matter has bothered me, and I want to interfere. Can't I? The scene shifts to the city. The protagonist is shown walking. Some people watching him comment, look, isn't that Xiao Qi, that useless guy? Why is he here? Another says, did someone intimidate him? I suppose he was rejected by his wife and kicked out of the house. Another laughs and says, after all, she's a flower next to a piece of shit. And the protagonist thinks, Xiao Yulong, you poisoned me to death. You motivated Zhao Kuangyun to mess with my little aunt. You forced me to dissolve my marriage, you expelled me from the Xiao clan, and you even made Grandpa suffer public humiliation. With a dark look, the protagonist exclaims, today I, Xiao Che. He takes out the plant he got and, gritting his teeth, exclaims, I will make you live a life worse than death. The scene shifts back to the Xiao clan. A guard says, today was really a day of many incidents. Fortunately, the thief was eventually captured. Another asks, did you really believe that Xiao Lingxi was the thief? The other raises a finger, stating, wasn't it clear that Zhao Kuangyun was acting and Zhao Qi exposed him? Besides, I'm not blind. The other retorts, so what if he exposed him? In a situation like this, of course everyone would try to please the Xiao sect. And the other concludes, true, who would care about Zhao Lingxi's life? Although the fairy of the frozen cloud of Asgard made them spare her, imprisonment as punishment was inevitable. The protagonist, approaching with a serious expression, thinks, the effect of consuming the star concealment herb allows me perfect invisibility for only 2 periods. Whether it's the body, the sound, the aura, or the objects on the body, everything becomes completely hidden. He walks past the guards and further ahead thinks, Xiao Qingyue really didn't disappoint me. At least my little aunt didn't fall into Zhao Kuangyun's hands. Although punishment was inevitable, according to the clan rules, my little aunt must be locked up in the ravine of reflection. I suppose Grandpa is taking care of her there. For now, I don't need to worry about him. Further on is Xiao Yulong's room. The scene shows Xiao Bai carrying Xiao Yulong saying, older brother, after you enter the Xiao sect, don't forget about this younger brother. And Yulong replies, of course, even though the plan resulted in failure, I did a great job and Xiao Kuangyun saw my effort. Bai comments, older brother has a refined mind, you are an example. And Yulong laughs and says, come, older brother. First, you have to go back to your room and rest. The scene shifts back to Yulong's room, who says, frozen cloud of Asgard can only protect Xiao Lingxi for a while, not forever. Bai asks, do you have another plan in mind, brother? Lying in bed, Yulong gives a smile and states, but of course otherwise, Zhao Kuangyun wouldn't choose me. A year later, I will bring him back to the Xiao clan again, and then Xiao Lingxi will no longer be able to escape. Bai exclaims, older brother, you are truly amazing. We'll talk in more detail tomorrow. Sleep first. Bai leaves, and Yulong, almost asleep, laughs and says, when tomorrow comes, I will be able to enter the Xiao sect. He starts to sleep, dreaming of the Xiao sect. The protagonist appears beside him thinking, you still want to enter the Xiao sect and gain a prosperous future? Planning to lay your hands on my little aunt after a year? He prepares to strike, stating, it's a shame you won't make it to that day. Blood spurts and a scream echoes. The clan master, upon hearing the scream, exclaims, that voice is Yulong's. He enters the room completely terrified and sees Yulong unconscious. He yells Yulong's name, and the bald elder exclaims, clan leader, calm down. Although the wounds are deep, the vital parts were not harmed. I'll go to the medicine chamber right now and bring the vital restorative powder. The clan leader exclaims, please, great elder. And the young man asks, what happened? It hurts so much. His father replies, nothing happened, just a small wound. As long as you take the vital restorative powder, you will recover. A fire breaks out in the clan and someone yells, this is not good. The medicine chamber is on fire. Hurry! Someone put out the fire. What a strong smell. Many medicines have already been burned. Great elder, this fire is very intense. It will be dangerous. And his son says, medicine. The vital restorative powder. And the clan leader yells, don't worry, Yulong. Father will go get the medicine right now. He's left alone, murmuring, Father! The door closes and he exclaims, what happened? How did the door close by itself? And the protagonist says, idiot, of course someone closed it. And he, frightened, exclaims, who's there? Show yourself. The protagonist appears, stating, Cousin Yulong can't even recognize me. And he gets scared, saying, Xiaoche, how did you get in? Guards. The protagonist wields the knife, saying, there's a big commotion going on outside. Even if you scream, no one will come to save you. He hits the bed, yelling, what are you doing? Don't come near me. The protagonist, with the knife in his hand and a dark look, says, don't waste your energy. The knife from before has temporarily incapacitated you. And as for the reason I came here, he exclaims, don't do it. Don't do it. The protagonist stabs him, saying, obviously it was to collect the debt. He hits his arm. A sound echoes and Yulong yells, I don't want to die. Please spare me. And the protagonist says, spare you? No, I'm just getting started. I want you to know the consequences of harming my loved ones. With this cut, I want your eyes to never see again. He makes a cut, and the guy screams in pain. The protagonist makes another cut, exclaiming, with this cut, I want your mouth to never speak again. With this cut, you will lose your descendants. Completely insane, the protagonist yells. A despicable person like you is not worthy of having heirs. The scene shifts back to the cave. The ant asks, Father, it's best you go back. It's very humid here, you might get sick. And the old man says, just thinking that you will be locked up here for 15 years. How can I not be worried? And she retorts, at least I'm still in the Shi clan, but little Shi doesn't even have a place to stay. I don't even know where he is now. Did he eat? The old man adds, Chet. He is startled and yells, who's there? The protagonist replies, Grandpa, little ant. She runs, grabbing the protagonist, and exclaims, little Shi! I'm not dreaming, am I? Little Shi is back! And the old man questions, was it the clan leader who let you come back? And the protagonist reveals, how could that scum let me come back? I infiltrated discreetly, and also, I gave them a great gift. The clan leader, all messed up, exclaims, Yulong, Daddy got the vital restorative powder. Very soon, you will. Upon seeing, he is completely dumbfounded, saying, Yulong. Another laments, oh my, how cruel, this is terrible. And the bald old man comes closer, analyzing. All 4 limbs crippled, his deep veins are ruined, all 5 of his senses have been destroyed, including his lower part. He's still alive, but his condition is worse than being dead. And the clan leader, breaking the container, yells, who was it? Who did this? Who was it that committed such a cruel act? An aura explodes from his body, and the people ask, who was it? What? Clan leader, there are some words written on that wall. The crazed leader looks at what is written, and it says, Old Shi clan, to congratulate you on your dog son entering the Shi sect, I offer you this great gift. Please accept it kindly. The clan leader punches the wall, yelling, who was it? Show yourself right now, you damn bastard. The old man stares at the protagonist, who has spoken a smirk and endures the somber stare. He shoots. By the way, little ant, even if you haven't seen me for half the day, I don't think you're missing me that much. You've been like this for half an hour. And she completes, don't worry, I don't get tired. And the protagonist reflects, Auntie, I would normally let you stay like this, but we are in front of Grandpa now. This is actually a bit... And the protagonist argues, but I'm tired. And she, all careful, affirms, I don't care. Who told you to leave without my permission? And the protagonist looks at the old man, gesturing. Little ant, Grandpa is watching us. And she pushes the protagonist quickly, yelling and saying, that dad, don't get me wrong. I'm just a little hot-headed and unintentionally forgot you were here. And the old man questions, you mean you usually do this when I'm not around? And she exclaims, no, I just have a normal relationship with little Chi. We're not very close. And the protagonist, putting his hand on his face, thinks, my goodness, what kind of explanation is that? And the old man comments, well, I'm not blind either. I noticed that some time ago. I won't stop you because Zur is not blood-related to us. And the protagonist inquires, blood-related? Grandpa, so my biological parents. And the old man lowers his head, confessing, I thought this secret would remain in my heart for my whole life. But now that the clan can no longer tolerate you, it's time to acknowledge your ancestors and return to your clan. Your biological father has the surname Yun. And the protagonist ponders, Yun? In the Blue Cloud continent? The surname my master gave me was also Yun. What a mysterious coincidence. And the old man reports, I only know he had the surname Yun. I don't know what his name was or where he came from. And he was strong, very strong. Back then, my son Xiaoying was attacked while traveling through the Blue Wind continent. But he was saved by your father. Afterwards, the two began to travel together. At that time, they realized they had a lot of affinity. And at the time of their farewell, they became sworn brothers. This farewell was long, and when they met again, their parents were seriously injured. My son Xiaoying stopped them from leaving and wanted to take them to a place to hide and heal their wounds, but he was rejected. This is because the enemies who were chasing this couple were too strong, and the couple didn't want to involve Xiaoying. Ying-er knew that the enemy, whom even his parents couldn't face, must be invincible throughout the floating cloud city. So he used the excuse of wanting to pick you up and discreetly swapped you with his own son, who is my grandson, in your blanket. And the aunt murmurs, "My brother, he..." And the old man continues, "After your parents left, Xiaoying came to me and knelt before me. He yelled, 'I'm still young. Even if I lose my son, I can still have many more. But if this baby dies, my sworn brother will completely lose his only root.' Faced with a son who values compassion and justice so much, how could I blame him?" The protagonist clenches his fist. "My life. Given by Grandpa's grandson, his life." And the old man exclaims, "It didn't end there." After half a month, Xiaoying was murdered. The person who murdered him was the same one who was chasing your father. His purpose was to force Xiaoying to reveal the whereabouts of his parents. The aunt is startled, and the protagonist narrows his eyes. No wonder Grandpa has white hair, despite still being in his middle age. And the main culprit of all this is me. If I hadn't traded Xiao Ti's life for mine, Uncle Xiao wouldn't have been murdered. Uncle Xiao's wife wouldn't have followed him to her death. Grandma wouldn't have died of depression. If it weren't for my fault, how could Grandpa, the one who is in the profound spirit realm, look so old at this age? Even knowing that my profound veins are damaged, he didn't abandon me. On the contrary, he treated me as if I were his own grandson. The protagonist kneels with a loud thud on the floor. He lowers his head, lamenting, "Grandpa, I..." And the old man interrupts him. "Little Chi, don't overthink it. Everything that happened wasn't your fault. And even when Ying-er was on the verge of death, he left smiling. At least he kept you safe. And when they tortured him, it was with questions. It meant that your parents were probably still alive." The protagonist questions, "My biological parents could still be alive?" And the old man replies, "It's very likely. That was one of the things Xiaoying told me before he died. He also told me the reason why your parents were being persecuted. It was because they had obtained a profound celestial treasure." The protagonist, upon hearing this, reflects. Profound celestial treasure? What would that be? I've lived 2 lives, but I've never heard of it. And the old man somberly completes, "I don't know either. I only know it was a terrifying taboo. Remember not to say it in front of strangers." And the protagonist, with a serious look, affirms, "Profound celestial treasure. Well, I'll remember." And the old man continues, "This afternoon you should leave. If you are found by people from the Xiao clan, another problem will arise." The aunt is terrified. "Huh? You're leaving already?" And the protagonist, smiling at her, replies, "I have to go. However, don't worry. I'll be back in 3 years. And then I will make the entire Xiao clan kneel before you, begging to leave the Reflection Gorge." And she retorts, "I don't want you to do that. I just want you to be okay. You just have to stay safe." And the protagonist, esbocando a smile, affirms, "Of course I'll stay safe. After all, I still have a promise to keep." And she whispers, "Promise?" And all blushing, she puts her hand in front of her face, remembering the protagonist's marriage proposal. The scene shifts to the Xia mansion. It shows Xia Qingyue, her master, inquiring, "Have you said everything you should?" And she replies, "Yes, I'm ready to say goodbye to my father and brother." And the master adds, "Tomorrow, I will guide you using the profound floating technique. But first, you need to get used to the flow of my profound strength." And she confirms, "All right, master." The master begins to use the profound strength, guiding. Relax your breathing, calm your heart, and move your profound strength. Upon checking her profound strength, she is startled, saying, This? It can't be, this is impossible." And Qingyu asks, "Master, what happened?" And the master requests, "Tell your master what you really went through during this time." And Qingyu is confused, and the master explains, "A person's profound vein has a total of 54 profound entrances. The more profound entrances you have open, the more talent you possess. With 10 profound entrances open, it is considered ordinary talent, while 15 is considered high talent." Qingyu argues, "I remember being born with 21 profound entrances open, and that was already considered extraordinary talent. Is something wrong?" The master closes her eyes, replying, "No, now it's no longer 21 profound entrances open." Qingyu questions, "Huh? So the number of my profound entrances are?" And the master exclaims, "Now your profound veins have grown and become the divine veins of celestial spirits." All 54 of your profound entrances have been opened. And she exclaims, how is this possible? But isn't this the talent that only a god could possess, according to legends? And the master asks, Qingyu, you encountered something abnormal recently, didn't you? Tell me now. And she replies, no. And she is startled, thinking, wait, that time when Xiao Xie helped me with some adjustments, could it have been him? And the master speaks, Qingyu, from your expression, did you remember something? And Qingyu admits, Master, I once met a divine doctor by chance. He was the one who did this to me. Shortly after he left, I don't know anything about his name or where he went. And she thinks, this kind of ability is too terrifying. I absolutely must not reveal it to Xiao Ti, otherwise he will be persecuted forever. And the master agrees. Indeed, there are many sages who avoid matters of the human world. You can go rest. And she thanks, thank you. While the master leaves, she thinks, Xiao Che, the reason you gave me this huge grace was so that I wouldn't forget you. After you were expelled from the Xiao clan, where must you be now? The protagonist is shown in front of the Xiao clan thinking, Grandma, little aunt, I would also like to stay, but the Xiao clan would not accept me. However, don't worry, I will definitely be back within 3 years. From now on, my name will be Yunche. Another location is shown in an inn in the middle of nowhere. A staff is shown laughing, and the messenger from the Xiao sect says, how far is it to the Xiao sect? When can we return? And a subordinate says, almost 1,000 miles. There is still a lot to travel. The messenger exclaims, this place is a pigsty. I really want to get out of here as soon as possible. And this rotten wine, is this what they serve for consumption? The subordinate says, young master, this was the only inn that was around here. Please bear with me for a bit. Someone kicks in the door. An old man is shown entering, exclaiming, I'm dying of thirst. Bring your best wine. I want to get drunk. A guy watches this and says, these people belong to the Silver Dragon mercenary group. Another grits his teeth, saying, that evil mercenary group. Another says, lower your voice. If you don't want to die, don't provoke them. A subordinate extends his hand, saying, boss, look. That boy has fine skin and soft flesh. I can tell just by looking that he is a traveler from some rich family. The crazy old man says, ah, not bad. Look at those clothes. I'm sure they're worth a lot of money. And the subordinate laughs and says, how about we... Before he finishes the sentence, the messenger's servant watches them with a look of disgust. And the messenger exclaims, even kittens and dogs would dare to meow and bark. This bothered my will to drink. Xiaoba, eliminate them. Xiaoba says irritably, as ordered, young master. The scene cuts back to the protagonist. He, all sweaty, says, this weather is too hot. How could my little body endure this? Grandpa told me to take this and look for a Sikong Yihan in New Moon City. Putting the pendant away, the protagonist continues. But where is this New Moon City? And this pendant, I heard from Grandpa that I had it when Uncle Xiao brought me to the Xiao clan. If I meet my parents, I could use this as proof. But in the situation I'm in now, I might die of thirst before I can even find them. The protagonist exclaims upon seeing, that's an inn. He starts laughing, walking towards it and saying, heaven doesn't want me extinguished. Inside the inn, someone says, these guys are too cruel. Don't make a sound. I'm sure if we don't offend this guy. And the subordinate says, young master, it's done. And the messenger says, not bad. It's finally quieter. The protagonist kicks the door open, yelling, waiter, bring this young master your best drink. This young master today. He stammers, soberly observing the pile of dead bodies and the young master of the Zhao clan. The protagonist swallows dry and looking at them says, hello, long time no see? And the messenger replies, yes, I haven't seen you for a whole day. And it's been a while. The protagonist says soberly, since that's the case then. He closes the door and yells, goodbye. The messenger retorts, that trash humiliated me that day and he still dares to run away? Xiaoba, don't let him die so easily. Xiaoba replies soberly, yes, young master. The protagonist runs away exclaiming, damn it. Why did I have to run into those guys? I showed off too much that day. They definitely won't let me go. The protagonist feels something and thinks, what do I do? I exhausted the poisonous power of the sky poison pearl in my past life. Now there's not much use for it other than refining medicinal plants and storing items. Ah yes, refine. Inside the sky poison pearl, there is still a storage of medicinal herbs that I brought from home. Among them, some can be combined into a toxic powder. With the pearl's ability, it will only take 4 breaths to... Although it can't kill an expert, it can slow them down. The protagonist is startled by the guy who says, "By order of the young master, I will make you meet the judge of hell." The protagonist, sweating and with a smile on his face, argues, "I think there must be some misunderstanding between us," and thinks, "There's still time for 3 breaths." The guy lunges at him with a demonic look, exclaiming, "Although the young master wanted me to torture you?" The protagonist extends his hand, exclaiming, "Wait, I beg for torture," and thinks, 2 breaths, and exclaims, "You must torture me cruelly without showing mercy." And the guy replies soberly, "Too bad you're not qualified for that." He attacks, and the protagonist thinks, "You messed up, too late." A light emerges from the pearl in the protagonist's hand, blood spurts and the girl is shown. With his arm ripped off, the guy exclaims, "Impossible! It's just a little girl." She is shown with the guy's arm in her hands. She drops the guy's arm, and the protagonist watches thoughtfully. "This little girl, as I recall, seems like I took her in with the sky poison pearl. How powerful, monstrously powerful." And the shadowy subordinate laughs and exclaims, "How is this possible? Why a little girl? I was hurt by a little girl." And she yells, "Shut up, you're too noisy." Several cuts appear and the guy is shocked. His head falls off and more parts of his body are cut off. The protagonist watches this with his mouth open, thinking, "I can't believe it." With just one scream, she left him in that state. My God, did I take in a little ancestor? Wait, when she entered the pearl, I had seen everything about her. This little girl is very dangerous. It's best not to get involved with her. But the little girl starts to feel something, and with a dark look she thinks, "This detestable absolute god-killing poison. How could this princess have only used this much power and received such a level of side effect?" The protagonist watches her and approaches, asking, "Little girl, are you okay?" And she turns to the protagonist, retorting, "Weren't you leaving? Did you change your mind?" And the protagonist smiles, justifying, "I just turned around to see the scenery. Tell me, from what I see, your poisoning is very serious." And she exclaims, "So what if I was poisoned? What does that have to do with you? I didn't expect the sky poison pearl to choose an ordinary person like you as its owner. Don't tell me that the spiritual will of this profound heavenly treasure is distorted?" And the protagonist thinks, "Profound heavenly treasure? Is there more than one profound heavenly treasure? So the reason why my parents were persecuted was because of the pearl? No. The sky poison pearl came with me from my previous life. It can't be related to my parents." The scene cuts back to the inn, and the messenger yells, "The dishes are already served and Xiaoba hasn't returned yet." It's impossible that it takes him so long to take care of trash. He looks at the other, deducing, he must have gotten lost in this strange place. "Xiaoju, go see what happened." Xiaoju confirms, "Yes, young master." An explanation appears. The sky poison pearl is the 5th ranked of the 7 profound heavenly treasures. Inside it, there is an infinite space where all poisons can be created or neutralized, and all the ingredients in the world can be refined. 1.300 years ago, it rebelled against the world and caused great turbulence. Since then, it disappeared without a trace. She exclaims, "I didn't expect it to merge with a useless person like you. How ridiculous." The protagonist gives a thumbs up, winking and thinking, maybe the sky poison pearl is female and likes handsome guys. Is being handsome also a sin? The protagonist is startled, and the girl grabs him quickly while his neck is held, announcing, "This princess has no time to waste with your fallacy. I'll give you 2 options, enter the sky poison pearl, or die now." The protagonist, with a smile on his face, retorts, "You can kill me now, but only if you can. If you really wanted me dead, you wouldn't have risked taking so much collateral damage from the poison to save me." She rebuts, "So what?" The protagonist argues, "So what that you can't kill me? Or better yet, if I die, you'll die too. The reason you were able to enter the sky poison pearl was to suppress the poison. It's because that day you forcibly sucked my blood, making the sky poison pearl resonate with you. Thanks to that, you can enter and exit the pearl at will, and even improve, despite the state you were in. In other words, the sky poison pearl recognized me as its owner, not you. Now my life is your life too. If you die, I won't be affected at all, but if I die, you'll die as well. So if I were to give you the sky poison pearl, it'd be like asking for my own death." She releases the protagonist, confessing, "I didn't expect you to be this smart." The protagonist, rubbing his neck, complains, "You didn't have to use so much force. This Chalbades has been around for a long time. Soon someone will come looking for him, and then I'll leave it to you." She turns around, questioning, "Who cares?" The protagonist, blushing with a wide grin, suggests, "Come on, you could say I saved you." You slept for so long inside the sky poison pearl, and I didn't even ask for rent, right? It wouldn't be too much to ask for you to be my bodyguard? She makes a noise of disgust, and the protagonist affirms, I'll take that as a yes, right? What's your name? He thinks, this girl is really childish, and she responds, Jasmine. The protagonist comments, the jasmine flower is cute, small, white, pure, and flawless. This name suits you perfectly. Jasmine, somewhat crazy, laughs and shoots back, white, pure, and flawless? I didn't expect someone as useless as you to be blind. The protagonist inquires, did I say something wrong? And she, with a mischievous grin on her face, orders, take a good look and tell me how exactly I look. She releases an aura over the protagonist, who exclaims, is this killing intent? No, this is dark energy. My God, what terrifying dark energy. Just how many people has she killed? And Jasmine asks, do you still think I'm white, pure, and flawless? The protagonist grits his teeth and responds, a jasmine stained with blood. A man approaches and the protagonist stares at him. Who's there? The man blushes and the protagonist exclaims, Xiaoji? Did Zhao Guangyu really send someone? Wait, he seems a bit off. And the man, acting crazy, says, what a beautiful little girl. Such a fascinating beauty. Does the young master have the qualifications to sully her? She observes this thoughtfully. And the man extends his hand toward her, saying, this kind of girl should be put beneath you and violated. She's all mine. The protagonist clenches his fist, thinking, you dare to declare your dark intentions so openly? I respect you as a brave man, now rest in peace. She extends her arm, shouting, want to die? An attack goes toward the man, who begins to fall apart. The protagonist observes this darkly, thinking, her attack is still cruel. She collapses to the ground, and the protagonist exclaims, it seems your soul is infected by the poison. Just by using deep force, the poison manifests. And she exclaims, that's none of your business. The protagonist, touching her back, shoots back. If you want me to use the sky poison pearl to help you, just say so. Don't be stubborn. And she, sweating heavily, grits her teeth, saying, this princess would never ask for help from a mere man like you. The protagonist, with a smile, inquires, really? So, I can leave you alone? She becomes dark at that, and, grabbing the protagonist's hand, she bites it and exclaims, that's not for you to decide. The protagonist groans, ouch, it hurts. Suck slowly. Hours later, she licks her lips, sighing, and the protagonist, lying on the ground all worn out, shoots back. Are you a dog? Can we do this another way without biting? It feels like my body's been drained. She observes him with half-closed eyes and says, it's because you're useless. If you were capable of protecting yourself, do you think I would risk taking collateral damage to help you? The protagonist exclaims, I'm useless? If it weren't for me, you would have died twice already. You better understand the current situation. The protagonist stares at her and sighs, saying, forget it. I'll find a way to restore my deep veins so you won't have to try so hard. And she retorts, I examined your deep veins and discovered they were damaged a long time ago. Even if you manage to restore them, you'll just be a little less useless. The protagonist asks, what? So do you intend to protect me forever? And she, with a dark look, shoots back. Of course not. But this princess can give you new deep veins with the power of a god. The protagonist exclaims incredulously, new deep veins with God's power. What you said is true. And she half closes her eyes, affirming, this princess gains nothing by lying to you. However, you have to promise me 3 conditions. The protagonist reflects, it's true she gains nothing by lying to me. Her strength is monstrous, and I've never heard of this poison in her body. Maybe she really has a way. And the protagonist responds, I accept. Tell me your condition. And she orders, help this princess find 3 items. An Udambara flower of the netherworld, 3 deep beast cores from the tyrant profound realm, and 35 kilograms of divine vein purple crystal. The protagonist exclaims incredulously, are you kidding me? 3 deep beast cores from the tyrant profound realm? In the entire Blue Wind Empire, who would dare provoke a tyrant profound beast? And you ask me to get 3 of them? 35 kilograms of divine vein purple crystals? Even if I sold the Blue Wind Empire, it wouldn't come close to buying that much. And as for the Udambara flower of the netherworld, which is extremely vile and malignant in nature, just getting close to it would corrode me. Are you trying to kill me? And she, half closing her eyes, rebuts, that's none of my concern. Just tell me if you'll accept or not. The protagonist clenches his fist, shouting, of course I accept. If it means not being trash for the rest of my life, I'll do whatever it takes. And she proposes. Well, the second condition is to reach the sovereign profound realm within 30 years. The protagonist asks, Sovereign profound realm? He ponders, is this the profound realm that can rule the world? And he adds, I can accept that condition, but I want to know the reason. And she extends her hand, justifying. A human's longevity is related to their profound strength, longevity, vitality, life force. Right now, I only have a semi-physical body. She grabs the protagonist's heart, completing, I need enough vitality to rebuild my body. The protagonist grits his teeth and observes this, thinking, the sovereign profound realm is already one of the most powerful existences in this world, but would that alone be enough to help her rebuild her body? Is her profound strength even beyond that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must have misinterpreted. And she questions, were you that scared just by this? That's why I said you're a common man. As for the last condition, she points downward, ordering, you must kneel and worship this princess as your master. The protagonist is a bit confused by this, asking, huh? And she puts her hand on her waist, questioning, what? Are you unwilling? The protagonist retorts, with all due respect, how old are you? And she responds, 13 years old. And then she floats, becoming taller than the protagonist. The protagonist exclaims, indignant, how could I possibly venerate a brat like you as my master? And she affirms, in this world, strength implies respect. Judging strength by age is the most foolish act. The protagonist shakes his head, agreeing, all right, I can venerate you, but don't expect me to kneel before you. And she questions, for what reason? And the protagonist exclaims, I can kneel before my elders, before a benefactor, even before my wife, but kneel before you, a brat? My dignity doesn't allow it. And she, upon hearing this, starts laughing, and placing her hand on the protagonist's back, forces him to his knees, stating, that's not for you to decide. Feeling her strength, the protagonist grits his teeth and thinks, such strength, I can't break free. And she solemnly orders, revere and kneel immediately, and this princess will officially become your master. I will not only replace your profound veins, but also guide you on the right path of profound cultivation. The protagonist exclaims, give up on this idea. Even if I don't give up on the profound veins, I would never ever bow to a little girl like you. And she, with an evil smirk, provokes, oh really? Then, with her foot, she delivers a blow, causing him to hit his head on the ground, and she snaps, you think you're so proud, so brave, don't be naive. Without power, you can only bow before me. But even if I were to trample you to death, you can only blame yourself for being too weak. In this world, power is everything. And the protagonist somberly reflects, true, without power, what right do I have to protect my dignity or protect my loved ones? And she continues, from now on, this princess will be your master. Any more questions? The protagonist is startled, observing her, and inquires, I wanted to ask you something. Has your fur not grown in yet? Or are you a white tiger from birth? And she is taken aback, questioning, huh? Turning completely red, she yells, jumping back. The protagonist gets up laughing and says, I suppose this is what they call the disciple's bonus. And she exclaims, forget absolutely everything you just saw. If my life wasn't tied to yours, this princess would have definitely made you die without a place to be buried. And the protagonist, a little flushed, confesses, actually my eyesight isn't very good. Just now, I absolutely didn't see anything, Baldy. And she asks, really? The protagonist is startled, observing her irritated, and she declares, it seems you still haven't understood. Not being able to kill you doesn't mean I can't beat you up. The sound of a beating ensues, and she, with a little smile, sighs, stating, honestly, beating is more enjoyable than killing. Although controlling power is a bit boring, it would be bad if I accidentally killed you. The protagonist, all bruised, questions, do you really need to be so cruel? But on the other hand, just give me the new profound veins already. And she raises a finger, pondering, don't be hasty, I was just about to do that. A power surges at the tip of her finger, a drop of blood. The protagonist observes and comments, that seems to be a spherical drop of blood. The scene shifts back to the Scarlet Dragon mountain range, and Jasmine adds, according to an ancient book, in the ancestral era, the gods fell, and the last true god who fell was known as the evil god. After the fall of the evil god, a drop of immortal blood was left behind, which contained his divine power. If you could infuse this drop of immortal blood into your body, your profound veins would be able to generate the power of the evil god. A month ago, someone found the place where the evil god fell, To obtain the evil god's blood, countless people converged on the same location, fought, and killed each other for its possession. With a small drop of blood on her fingertip and a little smile on her face, she reveals, and in the end, it fell into the hands of this princess. The protagonist, with a serious expression, questions, was the reason you were injured and poisoned because of the dispute over this immortal blood? Something so incredible? Are you really going to give it to me? She replies, actually, it's not as incredible as the records say. However, as for the reason, you'll find out once you try it. She adds the drop to the protagonist's heart, who watches this, frightened. The blood starts to course through his body, and he yells. She observes, stating, this drop of immortal blood devours all profound veins, and then it will generate the evil god's profound veins. I would never erase all my cultivation for it, but using it on you would be quite appropriate. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, continues to make pained noises, and she, with a smile, comments, the pain of your profound veins being devoured is immeasurable. If you scream, I can help alleviate the pain, although the effect will be reduced. The protagonist retorts, it won't be necessary. Raising her hand, she inquires, what did you say? The tone was too low. I couldn't hear you well. Hurry up, beg me by screaming out loud. And she thinks, who told you to look at me? This was to pay you back. The protagonist tries to say something and exclaims, it won't be necessary. As long as I can become stronger, this pain is nothing. And then, clenching his fist with a smile on his face, he exclaims, I can already feel the power within my body. She stares at him, mouth agape, thinking, this guy? He can still smile through such agonizing pain? He's obviously just an ordinary man. How can he have such willpower? The protagonist, using the pill, exclaims, these new profound veins, this alone isn't enough. I don't just want to possess profound veins with the strength of a god. I also want to possess talent comparable to a god's. She observes the needles in the protagonist's hand and asks, what are you doing? The protagonist inserts the needles into his own body, making a noise of discomfort, and exclaims, profound entrances, open. Power begins to surge from his body and he starts screaming even louder. He continues to open the entrances and she thinks, what a lie. Is he really forcing open his profound entrances? The greater the number of profound entrances opened, the stronger the talent will be. I originally planned to spend more than 10 years helping him open them. I didn't expect him to be able to do it on his own. And this speed is insane. A boom echoes, a power emerges, and she watches, murmuring, in just 1 hour, 54 entrances completely opened. Could this be another ability of the Heaven's Poison Pearl? The protagonist, now calm, wiping away his sweat, argues, the Heaven's Poison Pearl only accelerated the process, but I already knew how to open the profound entrances myself. Did I forget to tell you that I'm a divine doctor? And she says, what a strange guy. And the protagonist, feeling something, comments, I feel like something has appeared inside my body. What are these things? And she reveals, these are the 7 realms of the evil god, the 7 gates. They are used to attain the secret arts of the evil god. They appeared along with your profound veins, changing the attribute of your original profound veins. By cultivating the profound arts of ice, you can transform the attribute of your profound veins into an ice attribute, while the profound arts of fire can transform it into a fire attribute. She points, explaining, with the veins you possess, your attribute is Berserker. And the protagonist observes the power, questioning, Berserker? You mean, what is that? And how do you use these 7 gates? And she explains, in the memory trace of that drop of immortal blood, only the first 5 realms were recorded. Perhaps because the evil god believed that opening 5 realms would be the limit for a human body. These 5 realms are Evil Soul, Burning Heart, Purgatory, Heaven's Resounding, and Hades. Every time you open a gate, your strength will increase tremendously. As for the method to open them, you just need to use your imagination. And the protagonist says, that's very convenient. Let me try first. And she warns him, even if you can open the first gate with your current body, you will explode and die. I advise you not to do that. And the protagonist narrows his eyes, murmuring, oh, how scary. And she, yawning, declares, this princess isn't in good condition at the moment. I need to return to the inside of the Heaven's Poison Pearl to rest. She enters the pearl and from inside exclaims, you do not have permission to disturb this princess for the next 3 days. And the protagonist yells, wait! Up until now, you've always proclaimed yourself a princess. Could you really be the princess of an empire? He tries to talk to her, but she doesn't respond, and clenches his fist determinedly. Well, either way, I know what I have to do now. This being the case, my path of profound cultivation in this life will begin in this Scarlet Dragon mountain range. 7 days later, inside the Pearl, Jasmine is shown. She yawns and comments, I didn't expect to sleep for 7 days. What's that boy doing? The scene shows the protagonist at a waterfall. He makes some noise and bathes under the water. She exclaims, Do you want to die? Did you really believe that being at the first level of the profound elemental realm, this waterfall couldn't kill you? You're an idiot. I'll get you out of the water now. The protagonist retorts, You don't need to help me. She follows him and asks, Have you been doing this for the past few days? Training in such a dangerous way? The protagonist sits down, slightly out of breath, and replies, More or less. And she continues, Don't you think? There could be a rock in the waterfall. If a rock were half mixed in there, your body could have been split in two. Why are you so desperate? And the protagonist argues, Because I need to have more power. Otherwise, how will I be able to protect my loved ones? Before, I was just a cripple, a person unqualified to seek strength. Now that I'm qualified, thanks to you, I can't be lazy. And she retorts, Since you want to be so desperate, this princess won't stop you anymore. But before continuing, she exclaims, Go immediately and buy a new set of dresses for your princess, underwear, coats, shoes, and hair ties. And the protagonist questions, Is it really necessary? I thought your clothes were very pretty and very natural. She gets irritated, blushing, and retorts, Huh? What's good about that? Be clear with your princess. There's nothing natural about it. And the protagonist gives in, Okay, I'll go as soon as I finish recovering my profound strength. By the way, Jasmine, where do you really come from? Which imperial house are you from? And she explains, Naturally, I'm a princess, but not the type from imperial families. As for where I came from, it's a place you wouldn't know even if I told you. And the protagonist inquires, So, why did you come to the floating cloud city? Were you forced to flee from there? Because of the people who were chasing you? And she reveals, Those who were chasing this princess have all been killed. But this princess didn't expect there to be a forbidden poison. So, this princess was caught off guard. This princess came to this place to find traces of the evil god's blood, containing his memories, so that I can reach the 5 secret lands of the evil god. The approximate location of one of them is east of the Blue Wind Empire. The protagonist is surprised. 5 secret bases of the evil god? And she confirms. His memories also mention that this profound sky continent was created by him back then. And the protagonist exclaims, The profound sky continent was created by the evil god? And she replies, He's an ancient god after all. Naturally, he has the power to do so. On this continent, he had 5 places of refuge. Before his fall, he spread 5 seeds, 1 for each location, and made it very clear that only the inheritors of his power could find them. And the protagonist, with a smile on his face, exclaims, Does that mean only we will be able to find them? What exactly are these 5 seeds? How do we find them? And Jasmine adds, The power surrounding these areas is extremely high. Your current power is far inferior. It's best you wait a little longer before going back and thinking about it. The protagonist agrees with a right. And then, the scene shifts back to his training. She, sketching a smile, observes the protagonist saying, This time, you stayed in the waterfall for 23 seconds, a little better than last time. The protagonist, getting dressed, states, I've wasted a lot of time, I have to try harder. And she exclaims, Right, when are you going to take this princess shopping for clothes? The protagonist, with a pitiful look, questions, What? I'm sorry, but it took me a few days just to find a village near the mountains, and in the end, the scene shows the protagonist with a smile on his face and a dress in his hand, asking, Jasmine, how about this dress? It looks very pretty. And she retorts, I don't want it. This princess never wears purple clothes. The protagonist shows another dress, asking, How about this one? And she, irritated, yells, How can the dresses in this place be of such low quality? This princess would never wear something like that. And the protagonist, with a look of disgust, argues, This is just a remote little town. This shop is the most luxurious one here. Make a little effort to wear it, and it will look luxurious too. And she turns around, crossing her arms, and rants. The princess has already decided that she won't wear it, especially such coarse dresses. The princess doesn't want any dress. And the protagonist is surprised and asks, By the way, why don't you try on the panties first? They're definitely very cool. And she, irritated, snaps, Are you looking for death? Do you think this princess can't kill you right now? And going back to the present moment, the protagonist suggests, if you don't want the clothes from the town, wait until we go to the New Moon City to buy them there. And Jasmine, with her arms crossed, makes a noise of disgust and orders, make sure you buy the best ones. She is startled by something and narrows her eyes, alerting. Someone is coming. And the protagonist questions, what? Where? I didn't feel any presence. Some black dots appear in the sky, and the protagonist exclaims, coming from up there? And she, narrowing her eyes, confirms, that's right. And they're quite strong, a total of 5 people, and 4 of them are at the border of the profound sky realm. And there's one more, halfway to the profound emperor realm. The protagonist dashes off, and Jasmine inquires, why are you chasing them? Don't tell me you want to beg them to accept you as a disciple? The protagonist retorts, I already have Jasmine as my master. How could I look for someone else? They probably came here because of the sudden appearance of a mystical beast. Most likely it's a high-level mystical beast. If we cooperate in killing it, we can get a big reward. She argues, at the end of the day, what could you do? With this power difference, you wouldn't even be enough as cannon fodder. The protagonist retorts, if they succeed, I can still try to take something, can't I? Mystical core, eye, claw, tooth. They'll certainly take them, but skin and flesh always remain a little. Jasmine states, you're not promising at all. So, I'm going back to the Sky Poison Pearl. The protagonist arrives at the Scarlet Dragon's territory. He sees a warning on a stone and reads, those below the 5th level of the nascent profound realm, leave immediately. The protagonist moves forward, and the guys in the sky, one of them comments, the fire dragon's nest must be ahead. The old man says, are you sure you analyzed this dragon's power accurately? And the young man affirms, a 10th level celestial beast? Without a doubt, with the great sage by our side, we'll certainly take care of it. And the old man completes, after obtaining its fire mystical core, the young master's burning sky execution technique will surely reach a new level. Without further unforeseen events, I'm certain we'll put the heavenly sect under pressure, or even Asgard's frozen cloud. The protagonist observes thinking, execution of the burning heaven. Are these 5 people part of the 4 great sects of the Blue Wind Empire? The Burning Heaven sect? One of them notices, it seems like someone else is following us. It's just a brat from the mystic elemental realm. He must want to take advantage of the situation. If he wants to take the risk so badly, then I can guarantee that he'll die now. The old man ponders, bothered by a mere brat. Prioritize deforming our formation. The protagonist grits his teeth thinking, despite all my care, I still didn't expect to be discovered. I can't put my life at risk for some scraps. It's better to go back. The protagonist feels something and exclaims, I feel as if there's something calling me. Jasmine, inside the pearl, questions, what's wrong with you? The protagonist responds, something coming from the south is calling me. Not only my mind is reacting, but also my deepest veins. I can't go back. I have to go see. And eating the last herb, he thinks, it's very dangerous here. At any moment, a beast could appear and finish me off. I can only use the last herb, stellar concealment. What a shame. This is very precious. The scene shows the cave and the guys up high observing. One of them comments, the information was correct. A mystical fire beast dwells inside. Another one warns, don't hesitate. Besides traps, there could be other unpredictable mysteries. The guy takes out a sword and exclaims, then watch how I make it come out. He attacks, exclaiming, burning heaven blade. A fire dragon emerges, causing a large explosion. After this large explosion, a glow emerges from within the cave, and an extremely loud roar echoes. The protagonist covers his ears, wondering, what a powerful roar. I didn't expect to be involved, despite being hidden so far away. The old man yells, the beast is coming out! Get out of the way! It's attacking with an extremely large fire! The beast comes out yelling, audacious humans! How dare you violate this king's territory? The old man, with a smile, responds, I didn't expect this remote and nameless place to still be inhabited by a dragon. If you provide your profound core, we can consider leaving you whole. What do you think? And the dragon exclaims, greedy humans will pay a high price for their arrogance and greed. This king will burn you to ashes. The guys split up and the dragon attacks with several fireballs. One of the guys exclaims, it's too strong. The old man makes gestures with his hand saying, burning heaven blade, fire sword. He prepares to attack the dragon, launching several sword strikes and yelling, attack at the same time. Let's finish this beast. The group agrees, shouting, yes! The attacks emerge, and one of them exclaims, "Burning Heaven Sword, Dragon of Flames!" Another one exclaims, "Burning Heaven Sword, Thousand Rising Suns!" Another one exclaims, "Burning Heaven Sword, Cloud Burned by the Burning Sun!" And another one also exclaims, "Burning Heaven Sword, Burning Field Strike." Several explosions occur. A power resonates across the battlefield, and the protagonist comments, "So hot." Due to its power, the temperature of the entire Scarlet Dragon's territory has increased. It seems like sooner or later, the dragon will be captured by them. Jasmine, inside the stone, observes, "So, you seriously underestimated dragons. Although it's a mere low-level dragon, it's a true dragon. It's not the same as fake dragons like the Flood Dragon and the Reptile Dragon. True dragons have a very high lineage. They can even hide their true strength. These people think they only encountered a beast in the profound sky, so they only brought a person who is only halfway to entering the Emperor Profound Realm. But unfortunately, this beast is in the Emperor Profound Realm." The protagonist exclaims, "So, is it just playing with its opponents, waiting for the chance to kill them? This dragon is so sinister and cunning?" The protagonist is startled by something and questions, "Wait, that feeling calling me again?" The protagonist observes the cave and concludes, "The source is here." They continue to fight, and the guy gets a little out of breath. The scene cuts back to the protagonist, getting close to the cave and sweating from the heat. Jasmine warns, "Do you want to die? There's no safe place in this battle. If you get hit, even a little, you could die in an instant." The protagonist responds, "Don't worry. The effect of the stellar concealment grass. Even the Emperor Profound Realm won't be able to find me. The dragon's nest is right in front of me. There might be many treasures there." She inquires, "As far as I know, no matter what concealment you have, you'll become visible if you're touched by an attack. Aren't you afraid of getting hit?" The protagonist, observing the cave, says, "Obviously it doesn't want to damage its habitat, so it's safer to be here. I just realized that the Scarlet Dragon isn't just pushing them away, but also deliberately controlling the direction of the attacks." And she raises a finger, questioning, "Seriously? What if one of its attacks hits a stone and it falls on you?" The protagonist waves his hand, contesting, "How could there be such a coincidence?" An attack emerges, and a stone flies towards the protagonist, who is startled and jumps, yelling, "Oh my God!" Fallen on the ground, the protagonist observes and comments, "By a hair's breadth, almost just like you said. Luckily, I dodged." The protagonist smells something and exclaims, "Wait, it smells like some cloth is burning." And observing his own clothes burning, the protagonist yells, "I'm burning!" And Jasmine exclaims, "Some fire from the stone is burning your clothes. Put them out and go hide quickly." The protagonist puts them out, yelling, "Damn it!" He looks around, saying, "There's nothing nearby to hide behind. And now that the effect of the grass is gone, I'll be easily discovered. Damn it." And he sets off with everything, saying, "There's no turning back now." Luckily, the distance to the cave is only a few dozen meters, and the Scarlet Dragon is still fighting intensely. I can run with all my might before being discovered. He heads inside, and the dragon observes and becomes pensive. The old man exclaims, "Damned beast. How dare you get distracted? Are you afraid that your death won't be quick enough?" And the dragon thinks, "It was a deception. It seems like there was something over there." Entering the cave, the protagonist exclaims, "So hot, humans wouldn't be able to stand being in such a place." And Jasmine adds, "Of course this isn't a place where humans are supposed to be. It's the lair of the fire dragon, you genius." The protagonist is surprised, observing the place, and murmurs, "Fire herbs." Fire herbs are scarce. They grow in places with high temperatures of fire energy. When used, they benefit the user with the elemental power of fire. These herbs can take decades to grow, in addition to being very expensive. For fire magic users, it's a great help. Amidst the herbs, the protagonist, smiling, exclaims, "There are 1, 2, or 300. How could I imagine that I would find such a treasure? I'm rich." He starts storing them in the pearl and says, "I'll store this in the sky poison pearl without any problems." But then, a roar echoes. Reckless and greedy humans, prepare to receive your punishment. This scares the protagonist, and someone exclaims, "Ah, what's happening? How did our balance of power suddenly change? This fire dragon is clearly a king among mystical beasts. It was holding back its power to lure us in, where it wanted to corner us." And Jasmine, inside the pearl, warns, "The battle has reached its most intense moment. Run while you still have time. Quickly, get out of here now." The protagonist continues while she exclaims, "Yunche, what are you going to do? To that side? Aren't you afraid that the dragon will come back and turn you to ashes?" The protagonist continues forward and she pleads, "Get out quickly!" The protagonist observes something, thinking, "That feeling again. Could this stone be calling me?" And he decides, this time it's very close. He reaches out his hand, confessing, "It seems like it's this stone." Upon touching the stone, an energy emerges. The protagonist extends his hand, pensive, and Jasmine scolds him, "Don't touch that." There's a fire spell sealed by the dragon. The protagonist takes it, and observing, questions, "What is this? I have a feeling that I should have this at any cost. I feel like it's a part of me. No human should possess this except me." And Jasmine admits, "I don't know what that is, but the princess knows one thing. You're dead." And the protagonist runs off, yelling, "The battle outside might not be over yet. Maybe I still have time to escape." But then, the protagonist is startled, and the dragon appears imposingly, reprimanding him. "Presumptuous human! You dare touch this king's treasure?" And the protagonist extends his hand, arguing, "No problem. I can return this sphere to you." And the dragon bellows, "Receive the king's wrath." And Jasmine unleashes her power, and the dragon is startled, confused, thinking, "How? How can this be? Why am I suddenly sensing so much power? Who is it?" Jasmine appears, and completely somber, she proposes, "If you don't want to die, just give up." The scene shifts to the outside. The old man, holding his own arm, questions, "What happened in the end?" The other observes the cave thoughtfully and asks, "Why did he leave us and come back?" Another reveals, "I saw him coming from inside the cave, a commotion about a very valuable treasure," and the old man deduces, "It seems someone took advantage of our battle and snuck in there. In the end, it doesn't matter. We're lucky enough to get rid of that monster. Let's withdraw." They leave with everything, and the scene shifts back to inside the cave, and the dragon asks, "Who are you?" And she, with a dark look, replies, "You are not qualified to know this princess's name. We want this cave. If you don't want to die, run away immediately." The dragon becomes pensive, and the protagonist thinks, "What power? Only by demonstrating its power can it intimidate the king of the mystical beasts." And the dragon exclaims, "You brat! Despite demonstrating an impressive killer intent, it's just a bluff and nothing more." Completing his reasoning, he states, "If you were that powerful, you wouldn't have entered hidden like a little mouse." And she, irritated, asks, "Do you want to die?" And the dragon roars, presumptuous, and prepares to attack, yelling, "Stealing the king's treasure and still speaking with such rudeness?" The protagonist protects his own face while the dragon yells, "It's you who want to die." But she appears behind the protagonist, who is startled. She throws the protagonist to the side. The power comes towards her. A huge explosion happens, and she, all badass, defends herself. And the dragon thinks, "Impossible, a child releasing so much power." And she exclaims, "Since you want to die, the princess will grant your wish." And the protagonist watches this, yelling, "Jasmine, don't attack him. Have you forgotten the poison inside your body?" And she, irritated, yells, "This is all your fault. If you die, I die too." She makes a sound of disgust and says, "There's no need to argue now." She attacks the dragon, exclaiming, "Die!" And the protagonist exclaims, "Stop!" The power hits the dragon, who, being cut, says, "Impossible." She starts to fall unconscious, and the protagonist runs towards her, yelling, "Jasmine!" The protagonist quickly starts using the pearl to purify. She groans, "It's useless. The purification speed is too slow compared to the poison distribution speed. This time I will really die." The protagonist exclaims, "Jasmine, open your eyes quickly. Don't lose consciousness. We had a deal. I haven't given you a body yet. Open your eyes. I don't want to die." She begs, "I haven't had my revenge. I haven't avenged my mother and brother. I haven't killed them all. I don't want to die." And she loses consciousness, watching the protagonist yell, "Jasmine, open your eyes. We had a deal. I haven't given you your body yet." The protagonist is startled and exclaims, "This princess's body is disappearing. Idiot, I'm useless. Yunche, what were you doing? Why didn't you take care of yourself? Your life is not just yours, it's also Jasmine's." The protagonist observes the blood, murmuring, "Blood. That's right, my blood," and reflects, "The 2 times Jasmine was in danger, my blood was used to suppress the poison." The protagonist makes a cut on his arm, thinking, "This time it will work too. You won't die. You definitely won't." The blood starts to drip into her mouth. She thinks, "The blood is coming out?" Jasmine is unconscious. She can't swallow by herself. The blood must be transferred mouth to mouth. And then, carefully guided by Chi, he sucks some blood from his arm, thinking, "Jasmine, as long as you wake up, no matter the punishment that comes to me, I will accept it." He starts to transfer the blood, thinking, "You have to wake up." After that, he exclaims, "Her body is no longer translucent like before. My blood really worked." He cuts his arm again, thinking, "I have to wake her up again. You have to wake up." He continues to cut his arm and transfer blood, thinking, "You have to wake up." Half an hour later, the protagonist gets dizzy, saying, "You have to wake up," and then faints beside her. The scene shifts to a dream in the azure cloud continent. Someone says, "Big brother Yunche?" It's a girl, and she continues, "Big brother, are you awake? Seriously? Big brother?" She takes some medicine and applies it, saying, "Did you get hurt again?" "Big brother Yunche, I made a lot of delicious food today." Big brother Yunche, wait a moment, I'm almost done making the bed. She blushes, watching the boy, and says, "Big brother Yunche, this sister, every wound on your body is a wound in my heart. If there is a girl willing to stay by your side in the future, then she must be an angel sent to you by the heavens. Don't let her get hurt, okay?" The protagonist opens his eyes startled, exclaiming, "Jasmine, have you regained consciousness?" And she replies, "Don't move. You've lost a lot of blood. You're very weak. Why did you save me? Wouldn't it be better for you if I died? You wouldn't have to keep the promises between us. You wouldn't help me rebuild my body, and you wouldn't have to fear me killing you later." The protagonist, with a little smile, extends a finger, justifying, "Because Jasmine used her life to save me, and she's also my master." And she, all blushing, exclaims, "I did it to save my own life. If I want to be reborn with a new body, then I must make it as strong as possible in the shortest possible time. Do you really think I'm doing this for you?" And the protagonist, getting up, retorts, "I know all that, but Jasmine is a very beautiful girl, as beautiful as an angel. Despite Jasmine being generally cold and sometimes extremely scary, I don't want you to leave my side, ever." And she starts to cry, venting, "That kind of reason. You don't know what I did. On my 16th birthday, I killed over 1.3 million people, and my body was stained with red blood. Even my name was given by them, Jasmine the Bloody, and yells, 'I am full of sins. Everyone is afraid of me. They all tried to kill me. I am a fearsome demon.'" The protagonist extends his hand, comforting her. "I believe Jasmine has always been a kind girl, with a good heart. The reason you became a demon was entirely because of the important people in your heart. For such a person, it's impossible for them to become demons." She starts to cry, and the protagonist continues, encouraging her. "What does it matter if you are full of sins? I will bear those sins with you. Who made me your disciple?" She blushes, crying, and the protagonist continues, "You can cry too? That looks more like a little girl." And the protagonist is startled by her crying a lot and yelling, "I am your master. When you were trying to save me, you stealthily kissed me so many times, and now you even made me cry. You can't play with your master like that." The protagonist observes her thoughtfully and, trembling, ponders, "Indeed, you and I, we both committed many sins," and reiterates, Right, and reflects, "If you were a demon, what does that make me? To avenge my master, I killed 7.7 million people in one day." He goes towards her, comforting her, "Don't cry," and admits, "I am the true demon." She coughs a little and comments, "Although you are no longer in danger for the next 3 months, I wouldn't be able to use any of my power. If there are next times, even if you used all the blood inside your body, you still wouldn't be able to save me." And the protagonist replies, "I know. I'll be careful from now on." And she adds, "The poison pearl you took must be one of the evil god's seeds I told you about before. You should consume it immediately." And the protagonist says, "Uh-huh." And she winks an eye, saying, "Besides, next time, don't touch me without my permission." And the protagonist scratches his hair, laughing, and entering the pearl of poison, she completes, "In that case, I will go back to rest." And the protagonist asks, "What's the rush? It looks like you're running away." And she, inside the pearl, thinks, "I didn't expect to be kissed by him. I even cried in front of him. What a shame. I will endure these sins of yours." She remembers, "Besides my mother and my brother, I never thought there would be someone who would be so kind to me." The protagonist observes the pill and thinks, "The seed of the evil god." He swallows the pill and is startled by the fire that arises in his body. Jasmine comments, "Surely it is one of the seeds left by the evil god, and he was able to find it. One could say he is very lucky, or it was the influence of the evil god's energies." The energy continues to flow in the protagonist's body, and he observes the fire, saying, "First level of the nascent profound realm. Why has my strength increased so much? Where are these flames coming from?" And Jasmine explains, "It was the seed of the evil god that transformed your power into the fire attribute." And about the increase in your strength, that's just a bonus. In ancient legends, it is said that the evil god possesses the most formidable elemental power within the primordial chaos dimension. The 5 seeds left by the evil god are said to be the origin of his formidable power over the elements. Obtaining these origins will not only give you control over the corresponding elements, but will also provide you with absolute immunity from said element. The protagonist observes the fire in his own hand, saying, "In other words, with this seed of fire, I am able to control the element of fire and have total immunity against it?" Jasmine affirms, "That's right. The temptations to control different types of elements and have absolute immunity against them. Even the princess cannot resist. If it weren't for my life being connected to yours, this princess would like to kill you and take that power from you." The protagonist, incredulous, says, "Don't say something so scary." And she retorts, "This princess is definitely not trying to scare you. The secrets within your body cannot be exposed. There are many people who would try to take your power. After all, in the current present, where all the gods have fallen, the ability you possess is truly..." The protagonist becomes all-powerful with power surrounding his body, and after that he says, "Absolute immunity? Strength to be the sunset to the heavens?" And she completes, "Don't get so excited. First, go take care of what's left of the fire dragon. In a little while, the princess will help you. It's a treasure for you." The protagonist observes the dragon thoughtfully and says, "This is a true dragon. Skin, flesh, blood, bones, internal organs, all are precious treasures. However, I don't think I'm able to cut through its skin." And the Jasmine argues, "That's why I said I'll help you. The inside of the heavenly poison pearl is enough to store the dragon's corpse. Although you have the power to be the sunset to the heavens, your current one is still very weak. If you don't want to die, you'll have to increase your strength quickly. For the next month, I will teach you a profound skill." And the protagonist exclaims, "Great! What profound skill?" And thinks, "A profound skill from Jasmine will definitely not be common." And she finishes, "It's called Shadow Split of the Star God." The scene shows the city of New Moon. The protagonist enters the city using a technique. A guy observes the protagonist with his mouth open, exclaiming, "What is that? Am I seeing things?" And the other replies, "Is that one person or two? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Is there a ghost following behind him?" "I think it looks more like his soul," he replies. And the Jasmine affirms, "Stop practicing. You might want to pay attention to your surroundings." The protagonist is startled and asks, "Jasmine, what's the problem? Didn't you tell me to keep practicing the shadow split of the star god to increase my proficiency with it?" Jasmine sighs and says, "I didn't tell you to practice everywhere. Take a look around. Everyone seems to believe they saw a ghost." The protagonist looks around and comments, "I was so focused on practicing that I didn't realize I had already entered the city." And she raises a finger, saying, "I didn't expect it would only take you a month to complete the first stage of the shadow split of the star god. You truly have good comprehension for skills." And the protagonist replies, "But of course, having such a powerful teacher." And she says, "Ah, a great truth." The scene shows the protagonist with a boulder on his back, and she questions him, "During the past month, you carried 360 kilograms of pig iron on your back, walking a total of 3,652 meters, all the while practicing the shadow split of the star god. Now, your body's physical constitution is much better than in the past. You should be able to open the first limit." And the protagonist is startled, asking, "Can it be opened now?" And she, with her arms crossed, comments, "Just a little is better. If it's opened as a last resort anyway, it's better that you don't use it, as it's likely to cause permanent damage." The protagonist affirms, "Right." A little further on, in a secluded place, he comments, "There are a few people around here." He takes something and starts giving himself a massage. She questions, "What are you doing?" The protagonist rubs it on his face and says, "Please avoid talking to me if it's not important." And he managed to change his face easily. And she comments, "You made it so easy? Even your voice changed." The protagonist replies, "It's nothing for a miracle doctor. Currently, we are poor and have no money. We have to sell some things." The protagonist arrives at the Black Moon Merchant Guild. The largest chamber of commerce on the profound sky continent, New Moon Branch, comments. The protagonist observes the entrance and says, "My grandfather once told me that there was a branch of the Black Moon Merchant Guild in New Moon City. There must be pretty clothes for girls. Shall we take a look?" And Jasmine comments, "It's not admirable that you disguised yourself. It's unlikely for a young man to possess such treasures at this age." The protagonist enters the Merchant Guild, observing and saying, Wow, anything imaginable can be bought here. I have to find a place to sell. He arrives in front of a guy who says, buying or selling. And the protagonist takes out 3 small balls saying, 3 blazing spirit orbs, make an offer. The guy is startled, questioning, blazing spirit orb? He takes it in his hand and says, 10th grade, and thinks, to refine one into a medicinal orb, there is meticulous harvesting of ingredients and proper storage of materials. Selecting the correct refining tools, fire control, and crucial refining technique. It is normal for the potency of the medicinal power to decrease throughout the process, especially during the refining process. Even for a high-level alchemist, it is practically impossible to avoid any loss of potency of the medicinal power throughout the entire process. Therefore, a 6th grade pill is already considered quite high, and 7th and 8th grade pills are considered rare and of the highest quality. A high-level alchemist belonging to one of the major sects might be able to produce a 9th grade pill, and that would be considered a masterpiece. But this is a 9th grade pill and not just one. In fact, it is a 10th grade blazing spirit orb. This man is not just anyone. The protagonist replies, stop stalling, make your offer already. The guy extending his hand says, these 3 blazing spirit pills are the best of the best. What do you think of 300 purple coins for all of them? The protagonist observes him gloomily and the guy thinks, this is the end. He has a cold look and doesn't say anything. The price I offered him was too low. And the protagonist thinks, wow, 300 purple coins. That's equivalent to 3 million gold coins. That's equivalent to a century's worth of income for a middle-class family. The protagonist replies, that price. And the guy extends his hand saying, customer, if you are not satisfied with the price, then we can... And the protagonist interrupts, deal. The guy hands out a small golden card saying, please, this is your check for the agreed-upon amount. And he thinks, spending only 300 purple coins, we'll be able to resell it for 3 times the price. And the protagonist thinks, how long would it take to spend all this money? If Auntie were here, she'd be shocked. Both of them think, I came out on top. And the protagonist watches the seller thinking, maybe he made more money than me. He keeps pushing his luck. He takes out another one, a mystic core. Make an offer. The seller exclaims, wow, it shines so brightly it's almost blinding. Someone observes, saying, what treasure could that be? It's not appropriate to peek at the seller. He might get irritated. And the seller exclaims, this is a dragon core. It's a Mystic King dragon core. And Jasmine exclaims, what are you doing? You want to sell it? Are you crazy? And the protagonist replies, relax, it's just to impress them so I can steer the negotiations in my favor. And he continues, stop making noise. Make an offer quickly. The seller narrows his eyes saying, dear customer, please wait a moment. For such an important matter, this little man doesn't have the authority to make such decisions. Pulao, come quickly. This is an important matter. There's a mystic core. And the old man appears saying, an important matter? You need to control yourself. How could you let a mystic core make you so anxious? Look at you. People will think our Black Moon Merchant Guild is in need. The moment he sees the core, he's startled and shouts, Mystic King Dragon Core. And the seller comments, just a moment ago you were reprimanding me, but you shouted even louder than I did. And the protagonist darkly quips, oh, a measly Emperor Dragon Core made you cause such a commotion? The Black Moon Merchant Guild is getting better every day, isn't it? And the old man is surprised and says, esteemed customer, I don't know. I don't know if it would be possible for you to share your honored name with us. And the protagonist darkly retorts, since when do you handle business transactions? How can you ask such things? The protagonist releases a dark aura, and the old man is startled, thinking, such a terrifying killing intent. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people. How many people has he killed? And he stammers, no, Pumu, I definitely didn't mean that. I just meant that you can kill a Dragon King, showing how unstoppable you are. This Pumu couldn't contain his admiration and let his tongue slip. The protagonist makes a sound of disgust, and the old man continues. Emperor cores are extremely valuable within the entire Blue Wing Empire. Only one is supposed to appear every 100 years. Why would our esteemed customer sell such a treasure? And the protagonist interrupts, I don't need this. And the old man extends his hand saying, esteemed customer, this Emperor Dragon Core is very expensive. Even if I gave you everything inside this branch of the guild, it wouldn't be enough. And he thinks, not even an Emperor Core is worth much to him. What level is this person at exactly? The protagonist puts it away saying, so there's no way. Oh, by the way, what kind of person is this Kong Yihan? And the old man is surprised, saying, There's only one person I know with that name in New Moon City, and he's the great elder of the New Moon Mystic House. He's a righteous individual with high influence in New Moon City. Could the esteemed customer have some kind of relationship with him? The protagonist makes a sound of disgust and turns around quickly. The seller says, "Esteemed customer, you are always welcome to come back." And the protagonist thinks, "I got everything I wanted. I should move on." And the old man thinks, "Truly an important person. They have such an imposing manner." And Jasmine says, "Don't leave. This princess wants the red dress. You promised." And the protagonist replies, "You should have said that earlier. I've already finished my business. If I go back now, I'll lose face." And she exclaims, "Whatever, I want it." The protagonist turns around and points, shouting, "This dress, how much does it cost?" And the old man extends his hand, saying, "Esteemed customer, this Liushang Rubro dress was made for girls around 14 years old. It has a small and exquisite style. It just might not fit your wife." And the protagonist replies, "It's for my daughter." And Jasmine exclaims angrily. The old man continues his explanation. The Liushang Rubro dress is embroidered from the most divine silk gauzes. Not only does it have a beautiful style, but it also has 81 blood rubro crystals. The protagonist thinks, has Jasmine gone crazy? Blood rubro crystals to decorate a dress and 81 of them on top of that? This damn Black Moon Chamber of Commerce sells these things like they're toys. I just got rich, but even this dress is a bad start. This is a ripoff. Should I ask for a discount? No, don't even think about it. I might lose my master's dignity. The old man is surprised and pulls the dress towards his hand, saying, "The arrival of the esteemed customer, bearer of a mystic king dragon core, is a privilege to this small shop. This Liushang Rubro already belongs to the noble customer in the name of our friendship." And he thinks, he will forever have the preference of this great man, then purple coins will be nothing. And the protagonist exclaims with a gesture, "This one." He snatches the dress from the old man's hand, shouting, "I will never forget." The seller asks the old man, "Mr. Pooh, New Moon City has never heard of this person." The moment he entered, I analyzed his power. It seems he's barely entered the nascent profound realm. And the old man replies, "Then, apparently, it just shows that you are inexperienced. For someone with the ability to hunt a genuine mystic king dragon, containing their power is easy. And besides, you still have limited intuition to sense his terrifying killing spirit." He points and adds, "You need to have killed at least millions of people to have an aura like that, one that cannot be hidden." The seller, upon hearing this, thinks, "How scary." Outside, Jasmine, irritated, exclaims, "You, out of nowhere, dared to call the princess your daughter? Unacceptable." And the protagonist raises a finger, arguing, "My mistress, don't be mad at me. I can't say that I bought children's clothes for my mistress." And she, irritated, retorts, "Considering that the dress you gave me isn't bad, I won't fight with you. But you exposed the dragon core at the guild. Aren't you worried about being ambushed and robbed?" And the protagonist ponders, "You don't understand? The more I show that I don't take the core seriously, the less they'll dare to try anything." And she counters, "That old man is not so easily intimidated. He was afraid of your killing aura. What's with that aura around you?" For a moment, it was so intense that it rivaled mine. And the protagonist questions, "Killing aura?" And he remembers the past, adding, "If I told you, you certainly wouldn't believe it, but I guarantee you that we are the same." The scene shifts back to the New Moon Deep Palace, and the protagonist states, "Grandpa said that Sikong Yihan should be around here." Someone exclaims, "Brother-in-law?" And the protagonist is surprised, questioning, "Wait, that familiar voice could be..." Yuamba is shown shouting, "It's you!" The protagonist is startled, stammering, "Brother, no, no." Yuamba grabs the protagonist, and the protagonist almost loses his soul, muttering, "Brother Yuamba is squeezing too hard." And Yuamba, with a big smile, comments, "Your sister is going to end up a widow. It's been a long time since I've seen my brother-in-law. I'm very excited. 6 months ago, I heard that my brother-in-law left home. I looked for you for a long time. I see you're doing very well." The protagonist shakes his hand, all bruised, saying, "Don't worry, I have 7 lives. We've known each other for over a decade, and you still haven't realized how lucky I am. Right, Yuamba? How did you get here?" And Yuamba pats his own chest, feeling proud, and replies, "I arrived here 6 months ago. I also joined the first class of the New Moon Deep Palace. But those who are in the first class are only those who are talented enough." The protagonist, with a smirk and pointing a finger, provokes, "I didn't quite understand your talent. Maybe it's going through the back door, isn't it?" And Yuanba laughs and confesses, I was caught by my brother-in-law. Right, brother-in-law. What did you come to do? And the protagonist points to himself, stating, honestly, I'm also going through the back door. Jasmine, hearing this, questions, he's coming through the back door and still speaks pompously? He and his friend. How old is he? The protagonist thinks. He's my best friend. He's 15 and a half years old. Is something wrong? Then Jasmine deduces, 15 and a half years old? This person really possesses the profound veins of the tyrannical emperor. Yuanba extends his hand, inviting. To think that brother-in-law and I are in the same boat, I'll show you the way. And the protagonist narrows his eyes, thinking, divine veins of the tyrannical emperor? He only heard Yuanba's name and made a connection, and she explains, his profound veins are very specific. Their structure is twice as extensive as that of a normal person. To transcend each level, a normal person would have to work 10 times harder. Where I come from, the people who have these profound veins dominate a region and are named emperors. But it so happens that in this poor land, perhaps he will spend the rest of his life without being able to reach the limits of his profound veins. The protagonist becomes pensive and the scene shifts to the inside. A guy is shown, the great elder of the New Moon Profound Palace, Sikong Han. He inquires, Yuanba said you were looking for me. And the protagonist greets him, speaking, I am Yun Che from Floating Cloud City. Elder Sikong, do you still remember an old acquaintance named Xiao Li? Sikong exclaims, Xiao Li? You said Xiao Li? Where? Don't tell me he's in New Moon. And the protagonist affirms, Grandpa is still in Floating Cloud City. He extends the token, declaring, he was the one who sent me in search of you. And the old man, observing the token, murmurs, it's like it was yesterday, 7 years ago. If good Xiao hadn't saved my son, the Sikong clan would have died with me. Old Xiao's grandson is already so big. And Yuanba questions, brother-in-law, but isn't your name Xiao Che? Why did you change it to Yun Che? And the protagonist justifies, I no longer have any connection with the Xiao family, so I changed it to Yun. When I have time, I'll explain it better. Sikong comments, I heard about the incident in Floating Cloud City. The Xiao family must be blind. Have you already entered the first level of the nascent profound realm? I can't believe they disowned a boy like you with such high potential. And Yuanba exclaims, what? Elder Sikong, how can that be right? My brother-in-law has had damaged profound veins since he was a baby. How could he be in the nascent profound realm? And the protagonist, looking at Yuanba, confirms, it's a long story, but I really am in the nascent profound realm. He greets the elder, asking, I wonder if that's enough to enter the New Moon Profound Palace? Sikong scratches his beard, laughs, and suggests, let me test your meridian and your potential. He touches the protagonist's wrist and exclaims, this is 16 years old, first level of the nascent profound realm with 16 open entrances? And the protagonist greets him, thanking him. Thank you for your compliment, Elder Sikong. And he thinks, with only 16 open entrances, he's already scared? He probably would have died of fright if I hadn't hidden the other 38. The elder pats the protagonist on the shoulders, inquiring, are you sure you want to join the New Moon Palace? With your talent, I can exempt you from all exams and still let you join the first class without any problems. And the protagonist retorts, that would be very cool. The old man quickly disappears and grabs a token. Appearing quickly in front of the protagonist and patting him on the shoulder, he announces, this is the proof of your identity here. From now on, you are a disciple of the New Moon Profound Palace. The token sticks to the protagonist's shoulder, who, seeing the old man leave, asks, what? No admission ceremony? And the old man, already far away, waves his arm, arguing, that ceremony is a waste of time, let's skip it. There will be a banquet later if you are interested. Please come. I'm leaving. The protagonist, narrowing his eyes, thinks, why did he leave in such a hurry? Am I not going to regret this? Why does it feel like he's taking advantage of me? And Yuanba, with a little smile, argues, generally students of your caliber would be taken by larger sects. The New Moon Profound Palace doesn't stand a chance against them. No wonder Elder Sikong is so happy about this. And the protagonist, incredulous, mutters, it seems he really took advantage. And Jasmine asks, how long do you plan to stay here? And the protagonist thinks, let's wait and see. This seems like a good place to train. And Yuanba points, commenting, brother-in-law, you can obviously count on your strength, yet you deceive me by saying that you were going to enter through the back. And the protagonist confesses, well, I didn't know it would be so easy to join. By the way, what banquet is this that he was talking about? And Yuanba clenches his fist, explaining, It's a welcome dinner for the new leaders of our sect. Several other sects will send representatives to join, but the New Moon Profound Palace always ends up in disgrace. At such banquets, the disciples of the invited sects will come with the aim of challenging us. At the last banquet, there were 10 challenges. We lost them all, humiliating the former head of the palace. And the protagonist, incredulous, comments, "It's obvious that the other sects will try to embarrass us to remind everyone who the true masters of New Moon City are. But losing all 10 matches?" And Yuanba explains, "Brother-in-law, don't get me wrong. It's not because we are weak. It's because they are too strong. Our sect may have been founded by the imperial family. These other sects have a long history. They have resources and information that surpass those of our sect. Our sect was founded to attract talent to join the imperial family." And the protagonist inquires, "But disciples with high potential are usually proud and arrogant. Their strong desire to join large sects far exceeds that of joining the imperial family, doesn't it?" And Yuanba, open-mouthed, confirms, "Yes, besides that, the main reason is that there are 2 sects that the imperial family doesn't dare to offend. They are the branches of the Zhao clan and the Burning Heaven sect. These stories of subsects seem interesting. They are like outer disciples who are not up to the level of the main sect. They are considered disposable by the members of the main sects. In fact, the Xiao branch is comparable to a subsect. It's like they are younger brothers of the main clans." Irritated, the protagonist thinks, "If even the subsects are so influential in New Moon City, the main sects of these 2 subsects must be very strong." And Yuanba, smiling, says, "But the New Moon Mystic House is not to be underestimated either. This year's banquet will not end like the one 5 years ago." He hugs the protagonist, who comments, "From your description, it seems that only the younger generation should show up at this dinner. Are there also geniuses in the New Moon Mystic House?" And Yuanba exclaims, "Of course, brother-in-law. Look over there. Look at that veteran." A bald, armored man is shown, and Yuanba continues, "His name is Li Yuwu. He's only 17 years old, but he's already at the 3rd-class mystic level. Look at those muscles. They're full of power, and it's so cool." The protagonist, incredulous, thinks, "He doesn't look as big and strong as you." And Yuanba exclaims, "Brother-in-law, look at that one dressed in white. He's even stronger. His name is Shua Han. He's only 18 years old, but he's already entered the 5th class of the mystic level." In the protagonist's ear, Yuanba speaks softly, "It's not just that. He also has a graceful and elegant style. He overflows with talent, a role model to follow." The protagonist thinks, "Talented my ass. The little rascal is reading a dirty book." And Yuanba continues, "But I must say that the greatest geniuses of the New Moon Mystic House, the veterans Murong and Shui Ruo, especially Shui Ruo. She's only 18 years old, but she's already in the 8th class. She's number 1 in our sect. And Shui Ruo is friendly to anyone who approaches her. She's the beautiful goddess Shui Ruo." The protagonist, with his hand on his chin, questions, "You describe that guy reading a vulgar book as talented? I wonder if your definition of goddess perhaps has the same accuracy." Someone exclaims, "Freshman Suxia, less." The scene shows Lance and Rue. She blushes, and the main character, scratching his head, thinks, "Geez, so that thing about the goddess Shui Ru was actually true?" And Yuan Ba exclaims, "Seniors Murong, Shui Ru, what are you doing here?" And she replies, "We're going to the herb hall to get some medicines." "So is this guy?" The main character greets him, "Seniors, my name is Yun Che. Please be patient with this freshman." And Yuan Ba pats the main character's chest. "He's my brother-in-law. He'll be joining our sect and is in the same class as us." Shui Ru, with a little smile, says, "I didn't expect such a cute freshman to join our class. The pretty girls in our class must be so excited. Wait, did Xia just call you brother-in-law? Are you married?" And the main character gives a little smile. "Well," and Yuan Ba exclaims, "You're right. My brother-in-law may only be 16 years old, but he married my older sister 6 months ago." Shui Ru, with her hand in front of her mouth, says, "Oh, so you're only 16 years old and you're already married at such a young age? Your wife must be very beautiful." And Yuan Ba smiles, and the main character scratches his head. Changing the subject, "Let me guess, Shui Ru, you're not from here, am I right?" And she, wide-eyed, says, "Oh, how did you know?" And the main character continues, "The atmosphere of New Moon City is rotten and the weather is hot. It wouldn't be able to create a kind and beautiful girl like Senior Shui Ru." She, with a little smile, says, "Our freshman is not only handsome and talented, he's also talkative, very sweet." What a shame, freshman Shu Yun is already married. Otherwise I could... She giggles, and the main character with a serious expression says, "It's okay. My wife said she doesn't mind if I look for a few more." Shuaru says, "What an interesting classmate. I still have something to do, so I'll go first. We'll talk later." The main character waves his hand. Bye. And he thinks, this girl is elegant but not arrogant. She exudes a gentle and docile feeling. It's hard to resist her. Someone taps the main character on the shoulder. "Freshman Yun, it doesn't seem like you know your place here yet. You're not up to talking to some people yet." The main character turns around, questioning. "I haven't even exchanged 2 sentences with Senior Shoru, and I don't know my place already?" And the guy retorts, "See that our freshman still doesn't understand his place." The main character gets irritated. "What do you mean by that? She didn't even look at you when she left. She doesn't even care about you, but you're getting jealous. You're the one who's mistaken about your own status." And the guy, irritated, shoots. "I'll remember you well. Stay away from Shueru. We have a sharp-tongued brat here." He turns around and snarls, "I have no shortage of ways to get rid of you." And Yuen Ba, irritated, thinks out loud, "This guy's too cocky, just because his dad is the mayor of the city. Brother-in-law, be careful. He can be quite ignorant." And the main character somberly mutters, "Son of the mayor, huh? Makes sense. Let's forget about this guy for now." The main character pats Yuen Ba on the shoulder, stating, "I have something important to take care of with you." And Yuen Ba is startled. "What?" And the main character somberly looks at him, sentencing, "From now on, stop calling me brother-in-law. It seems there are several pretty girls in our class. If you keep calling me brother-in-law, how will I go out with other girls?" And Yuen Ba asks, perplexed, "What? But you have my sister. If you go out with other girls, it doesn't seem very cool." The main character waves his hand, arguing, "But your sister told me she doesn't mind if I look for more wives. Besides, it's not yet clear if I'll be able to see your sister again. All men have 2 dreams in their lives, to dominate the world and to dominate women. World domination is just to show how ambitious he is, while dominating women was to create fond memories to look back on. If I wasn't at least going to dominate the women I want, wouldn't world domination be nothing more than standing on top of the world with loneliness? And you? Don't you think that's true?" And Yuen Ba, incredulous at the speech, confesses, "I didn't understand what you said, but it sounds amazing. So, if I can't call you brother-in-law, what could I call you from now on?" And the main character suggests, "You can call me boss, brother, or brother one, anything but brother-in-law." And Yuen Ba excitedly replies, "Okay, I'll call you boss from now on, brother-in-law." The main character yells, "Stop calling me brother-in-law." And Yuen Ba blurts out, "Slipped out, brother-in-law. Let's get to the dorm." The main character gets irritated, cursing, and the scene cuts back to the mystical palace in the main hall. The main character observes the place. Everyone here is quite strong, and Yuen Ba agrees. Of course, everyone here is the elite of their sex. An elder approaches. "Yunche, Yuen Ba, over here. I save seats for you two. If there are any matches later, watch closely and learn what you can from it. You two are still new. No one will challenge you." The main character thanks him. "Thank you, Elder Sikong." Someone observes the main character and comments, "That guy named Yunche, I've never seen him before. Is he new?" Another replies, "I suppose so. Elder Sikong seems to have taken a liking to him." And a girl near them asks, "Are you the freshman? I've never seen you before." And the main character, with a smile, introduces himself. "Hello, senior. I'm Yunche. I just joined the sect today." She blushes upon hearing this and puts her hand in front of her face, saying, "Wow, you look so young to have reached the mystical level. No wonder you're allowed to attend the banquet today, and you're quite cute." And Yuen Ba laughs and comments, "Of course, that's mandatory for my brother-in-law." And the girl asks, surprised, "What? Brother-in-law? Are you married?" And the main character, incredulous, confirms, "Yes, you must be married too, since you're so beautiful, right?" She becomes thoughtful and replies, "I won't get married so young. By the way, I'm Hong Yi Mai. I'm 17 years old. I'll take care of you in the future." And the main character thanks her. "Huh? Thank you, senior." And Yuen Ba exclaims, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. It just slipped out of my mouth." Some guys appear on the scene, smiling and exclaiming, "I, Ti Jiankang, from the Iron Spear sect, brought my son Tai Heng Jun to congratulate the new leader of the New Moon Mystic House." The leader greets them with a smile. "Welcome, Iron Spear sect." The guy greets, saying, "Host Chin, I'm sure you've been well. We barely met 2 weeks ago, and I was speechless in the face of such elegance." I decided to bring my humble son. I hope he doesn't bother you. The master extends his hand, saying, How would he bother me? The master of the Iron Gate comes personally to pay me great honor. The young man has an impressive gift and has an extraordinary presence. Come, please sit down. And Yuan Ba, observing, comments, Brother-in-law, besides the Xiao and Burning Sky subsects, there are 5 other sects that are stronger than our mystic house. The Iron Spear sect is one of them. The main character, with his hand on his chin, mutters, These two are getting along well, too well. I see no sign of rivalry. And Yuan Ba completes, The members of the Iron Spear always know how to behave. They have a good relationship with the mystic house. As for the others, well, an old man enters, and someone exclaims, Master representative of the Cloudy Sun sect presents himself. We congratulate Host Qin on his recent promotion. The people continue to exclaim and announce their entrances. A guy greets, saying, Junior Xiao Luo Sheng presents himself. Greetings, Host Qin. The people exclaim, It's Xiao Luo Sheng, the young master of the Xiao subsect. And Yuan Ba affirms, the acclaimed number 1 junior of New Moon City. I can't believe he's here. And the main character asks, Number 1? And Yuan Ba replies, Yes, in terms of talent, he's the undisputed number 1. He's only 16 years old, but he's already entered the 10th class profound level. In other words, confidence is scarce. The main character thinks, 16 years old, 10th class profound level. No wonder Ru seems troubled. As the number 1 of the Mystic House, a truth is hard to swallow, and the master of the Mystic House extends a cup, saying, Thank you for taking the time to attend my ascension as the new leader of the Mystic House of the New Moon. It is an honor to have you all here. This first toast is to thank you all. Someone laughs, saying, Leader Tim, you're being too polite. A guy asks, Veteran, who will you choose later? The other replies, What difference does it make? No one my age is a match for me. The banquet is shown, and someone exclaims, In the arena, I will show no mercy. I'll make sure they're at least crippled. Ru, completely gloomy, thinks, oh dear, these guys were meticulously chosen by their sex. The best of the best have come to show all they have. Even if I can defeat an opponent in my age group, I won't be able to turn the tables alone. It seems like the tragedy from 5 years ago will repeat itself tonight. Jasmine, observing the scene, states, The atmosphere is quite subtle. The princess will see a good show today. And the protagonist, eating an apple, observes, The disciples of our sect seem so nervous. What could be the problem? And Jasmine, extending a finger, explains, In the same age group, the disciples of the Mystic House of the New Moon are 2 to 3 levels weaker than those from the other subsects present here. And the protagonist questions, That much? He bites the apple again, saying, Half a grade above, you can still fight. A full grade above, there's no chance. And Jasmine, wide-eyed, thinks, The disciples of the Blazing Sky sect and the Xiao clan are, on average, 4 to 5 levels stronger. Basically, there's no way. But if they're only 2 to 3 levels... A guy raises his hand, shouting, So far, we're only eating and drinking. I think we're missing a little bit of fun. Host King, what's this way of treating your guests? Would you allow me to say a few words? The leader was going to say something, but the old bearded man intervenes, saying, Let the wise mystic speak his mind. By the look on our host's face, I guess he also thinks something is missing from our banquet. And the guy exclaims, As the new leader of the Mystic House of the New Moon, Host King must not be familiar with the power of his disciples. Why don't we let our young disciples test their strength? Wouldn't that make things more exciting? It would not only give you a chance to check the strength of your disciples, but it would also be a good chance for your disciples to gain some reputation in this city. We'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The leader stumbles. It's not clear yet. It seems like I have to think about it. And the guy continues. Indeed, 2 birds with 1 stone. What a splendid surprise. Looking at Host King's expression, it seems like you're confident about this. In that case, let's begin. Since I was the one who brought it up, the Mystic Heart sect will be the first to start. Xuan Yu, he exclaims, Me. And the protagonist, throwing the apple away, thinks, These old geezers only want one thing. Host King doesn't even have a chance to reject this idea. Xuan Yu is shown, and he says, I am Xuan Yu of the Mystic Heart sect, 16 years old. Can the dear host point out my opponent? The guy with a smirk on his face exclaims, But does no one here have the guts to face me? Elder Sikong observes, thinking, This young man may only be 16 years old, but he has entered the 2nd class profound level. In my sect, those of the same age as him are only at the 1st level. And the other guy laughs and says, Don't blame me if I don't hold back. A disciple greets, saying, "Mystic House of the New Moon, first class." Li Rao presents himself, and the opponent, with a mocking smile. "Oh, what a chatterbox. I'll give you a real performance." The guy with fire in his hand prepares the attack, throwing a punch, and the opponent with a dark expression. The elder is surprised. The two attacks clash, and the guy backs off, thinking, "Oh no, my fist was dislocated. I'm no match in physical combat, I need distance." But the other one rushes in quickly, saying, "Little friend, don't go. I haven't even used much strength yet." He prepares a punch, hitting the guy's abdomen, sending him flying away. He falls to the ground, and the others arrive, saying, "Buddy, Li Rao." They help him up, and the girl says, "Buddy, follow me to get treated." And a guy exclaims, "Li Rao is only one level below Xuan Yu, but he didn't even last long." Another asks, "How are we going to continue? Are we going to lose 10 matches again like last time?" Xuan Yu asks, "And who would be the next friend from the Mystic House of the New Moon to present himself?" The others laugh, and one of them comments, "That kid is getting arrogant after one victory." Another says, "I see that these ducks are not interesting at all. They're only good for playing around a little." One of the New Moon disciples argues, "There's no way we can let an 18-year-old fight." Another says, "Li Rao is the strongest among all the 16-year-olds. There's no point in sending someone else to fight him." Another says, "We can't. Besides it not being honorable to win like that, I don't even want to imagine what would happen if we lose like this." Xuan Yu opens his arms with a provocative smile. "How come no one has come yet? So it's true that the comrades from the Mystic House of the New Moon are cowards? In that case, I'll have to choose someone to come here and fight." The others exclaim, "If he chooses a 16-year-old by mistake and still wins, it'll be great. Just choose anyone. Come on, choose someone who looks strong. It'll be so funny if we defeat him." And he points at Yuamba, saying, "That's true. In that case, that big guy over there, veteran. You look big and strong. Your punches must be powerful. Please accept my challenge." And Yuamba, frightened, points at himself, stammering, "Me? Mr. Big Guy, are you pointing at me?" Xuan Yu says, "Of course, how could you refuse a challenge?" And the other, drinking a little, exclaims, "Such a big school, and there's not a single one with the slightest courage to battle? Isn't that young man a disciple of your sect?" And Elder Sikong says, "Indeed, Xia Yuamba is a member of our sect. Despite his large body, he is only 15 years old. He's one of our youngest members." And the guy spits out what he was drinking when he hears this. Yuamba scratches his head while Elder Sikong states, "Junior Xia, there's another little junior who wants to learn from you. It seems like I've become the senior now. This way, he's the little brother of the whole school." Elder Sikong declares, "Yuamba, it seems like this disciple from the Mystic Heart sect wants to practice with you. As a senior, you can face him without worry, can't you? Losing to a junior a year older than you wouldn't cost much." Yuamba says, "Of course, Senior Sikong." And Xuan Yu argues, "Just you wait, kid." The protagonist exclaims, "Be careful, don't get hurt." And Yuamba says, "Relax. My profound technique isn't anything special, but I have a resistant body. My name is Xia Yuamba, first class. I'm 15 years old. I won't claim to be a senior. You can just call me Yuamba." The other says, "This Xia Yuamba's power is only at the 6th basic level. He's nothing but trash. If Xuan Yu doesn't defeat him in 3 blows, he'll lose face." And Yuamba charges forward, shouting, "Please be patient with this disciple, the Mountain Destroyer." And Xuan Yu asks, "As if a trash with basic profound power?" Without finishing his sentence, he grabs Xia Yuamba's arms and throws him to the ground, exclaiming, "Are you worthy of fighting me?" Yuamba falls hard to the ground, and the guy comes with power in his hand. While on the ground, Yuamba murmurs, "So strong, I give up." The guy chuckles, and the protagonist exclaims, "Stop!" and thinks, "Oh no, he's going all out and helping Yuamba, who's trembling all over on the ground." The protagonist exclaims, "This is just a friendly fight. You should have stopped when it was clear you had won." He already admitted defeat. "Why did you keep attacking him?" Xuan Yu exclaims, "Well, since he was out of breath, I didn't hear him say he gave up. What can I do? Why didn't he shout louder, faster? Don't blame me for that." And a guy smiling from the audience exclaims, "That's right. Did anyone hear him say, 'I give up'? No one. It's a friendly fight, but accidents happen. Everyone knows that accidents can happen at any moment during a fight, but it's because you're too weak. Just one move and your bones were broken, and he's vomiting blood." The protagonist helps Yuamba, saying, "Senior Shueru, can you help me take care of Yuamba?" She agrees, holding him, and the protagonist says, Just because he couldn't say he was giving up doesn't mean he wasn't already surrendering. Remember this. I will be your next opponent. Yunche, first class, 16 years old. Watching the protagonist, someone comments, "Who is this young man? At only 16 years old, he's already entered the primary profound level? It seems that the density of his energy is superior to Li Hao's. How could I have not seen this before?" Another replies, "Don't think too much. He is indeed one of our disciples. He just joined us this morning. He's the grandson of an old friend." And the old man thinks, Li Hao against Xuan Yu was a disaster, but the power of Yunche and Li Hao is incomparable. And if Yunche makes any mistake, it will be a disgrace to Shaolin. Yuanbai exclaims, "Careful, brother-in-law, he's strong." Xuan Yu, with a smirk, laughs and says, "So you and this trash already knew each other? You just entered the primary profound level and are in no condition to fight me. I only need 5 moves to leave you like your brother-in-law." His group exclaims, "Junior Xuan Yu, you're waiting too long. 5 moves? 3 moves are enough. Make sure he leaves here carried." The guy turns his back and says, "Don't just stand there like a statue. If you want to start, you can attack me now. If I do it first, you may not have a chance." Suddenly, he is startled by the protagonist quickly slapping him in the face. The guy falls to the ground and the protagonist says, "First hit!" The group is stunned by the scene. Someone asks, "Was that a mystical body technique?" Elder Sikong, "Did you see his movements clearly?" And Elder Sikong replies, "Absolutely not. I've never heard of another technique so well executed." With a swollen cheek, the guy says, "Well, very well. I let you hit me on purpose to let you lose with some dignity." The protagonist replies, "Idiot!" The guy, releasing a purple aura, exclaims, "You will die!" He lunges at the protagonist throwing a punch, but is startled, thinking, "Where is he?" The protagonist lands another slap on his face, saying, "Second hit!" The crowd, seeing this, exclaims, "What the hell? What a great fight! What an incredible blow! My goodness, that was powerful. Finish this idiot." Another says, "Yunche, you fight very well. Look at Xuan Yu's face. The first slap made the callus on his face look like a monkey's ass. If that wasn't enough, with the second hit, it looks like another ass on the monkey." Irritated, Xuan Yu thinks, "He was in front of me, but suddenly he appeared to my left. Is it some kind of body movement technique? How could there be such a powerful technique?" The protagonist says, "Just a moment ago, didn't you say you'd finish me off in 5 moves?" The protagonist grabs his collar, saying, "So far it's only been 2. Xuan Yu yells, "Yunche, you're the first to humiliate me so much. So I'm going to kill you very slowly. Very slowly." The protagonist lands another slap, exclaiming, "Third hit." Xuan Yu, irritated, mutters to himself, "You damn imbecile, I'll kill you for sure." The protagonist then delivers another blow, shouting, "Fourth hit." With purple power in his fist, Xuan Yu shouts, "Damn you! I'll kill you!" He then launches 1,000 spectral fists of the violent sun. Shuaru exclaims, "1,000 spectral fists of the violent sun. Definitely one of the most powerful blows of the mystical heart sect. Yunche, be careful." The protagonist observes the fists, reflecting, "This violet sun technique uses 3 chi points: Violet Sun, Central Palace, and Celestial Lake. This way, he can consolidate the energy while using the Violet Sun point as a pivot. If the artery of the Violet Sun point is interrupted, the other points will lose stability, and all the profound energy in his body will be temporarily disordered, possibly even paralyzing him." The protagonist punches Xuan Yu's elbow, who yells, "My Violet Sun has been blocked." With a smile, the protagonist taunts, "Dear senior student Xuan Yu, do you still want to stay and trade punches?" Irritated, Xuan Yu tries to give up. "I give up." But the protagonist quickly kicks him in the mouth, throwing him away. The audience exclaims, "Xuan Yu?" Another comments, "The outcome of the fight was already clear. He had already surrendered. You are so cruel. Are you even human?" With a smile, the protagonist says, "Just a moment ago, someone said that to give up you had to speak loud and clear. Did you hear him say he gave up?" And exclaims, "I didn't know the disciples of the mystical heart sect were so soft. Just 5 hits and they start spitting blood. Your sect deals with such useless disciples and you're going to blame me?" One of the spectators says, "Let me at him, I'll cut him to pieces." Another holds him back, warning, "Brother, don't be so impulsive. You're 20 years old. It would be a shame to ask someone younger to be your opponent." Another exclaims, "Younger brother, you did very well. That coward Xuan Yu got his comeuppance. Good riddance." With a smile on his face, another affirms, "That guy deserved his merciless beating." Looking at the leader, a guy exclaims, "Host Chi, today is the day of your investiture. We, from the Mystical Heart Sect, have come here to congratulate you sincerely. Our disciples are here only to exchange experiences with yours. However, your disciples were so cruel and even humiliated our Mystical Heart Sect. Is this how you treat your guests in our mystical new moon house? The protagonist, with a smile, replies, Xuan Yu didn't stop hurting the members of the mystical new moon house. Pointing, he exclaims, only a blind person can't see that besides hurting us. They also said humiliating things to us. Do only you have the right to make fools of us and we can't react? The leader, with a smile, thinks, youngster, it's not that simple. A shadowy figure comments, as the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Another adds, he's quite ambitious, matching his talent, but unfortunately, he's very stupid. He dares to offend the Mystical Heart Sect like this. Does he really think the Mystical Moon House has the means to protect him? Another says, Zhuan Yu's defeat by Yun Che has given the Mystical New Moon House plenty of breath to talk nonsense. And he continues, even after he yielded, he himself didn't let Zhuan Yu leave the arena? The protagonist exclaims, only the dishonorable humiliate others. If the 7 great sects still haven't understood, I ask that they come to the arena, because I will continue fighting. A guy, hearing this with a smile, says, he's a complete idiot. This Yunche not only talks too much, but he's also provoking the great sects. He's pretending to be more than he appears. Astonished, Elder Sikong comments, this is too much, and thinks, Yunche has already crossed the line. From here, I can't stop him. Laughing, a guy says, trash like you who just entered the first profound level, dares to be so arrogant? Let me teach you a lesson. The guy goes to the arena and upon arriving announces, Yang Ming of the Cloudy Sun Sect, 16 years old. Remember this name well. The protagonist, with a smile, thinks, fire technique? Trying to play with fire in my presence? Someone comments, he's from the Cloudy Sun Sect, Yang Ming. They say his talent is among the top 5 of the new generation of the Cloudy Sun Sect. At only 16 years old, he's already at the 3rd profound limit and has even mastered a bit of the Burning Sun art. The protagonist, with his arms crossed, shoots back. If you behave yourself and go back quietly, we won't need to fight. The guy exclaims, Yang Ming, Cloudy Sun Sect, 16 years and 7 months old. Remember this uncle's name because he is about to teach you how to behave. And the protagonist retorts, you're the one who's going to learn how to behave. And the guy, releasing power through his arm, warns, it seems you're all talk. You'd better use that profound technique of yours from before like never before. Otherwise... The power surges near the protagonist and he roars, you won't get another chance. A girl watches, astonished, commenting, that's the Cloudy Sun Sect's registered technique, Cloudy Sun Chain. Such a skill is complex even for users of profound techniques at the 6th level. It's good to keep your distance. And the elder thinks, Yang Ming just entered the 3rd level and can already use it. The protagonist goes all out, extending his hand to grab the chain. The crowd watches, exclaiming, impossible, he just grabbed it with his bare hands. Does he want to lose them? That was terrifying. And the opponent, with a smirk, yells, you're actually going to use your hands to grab my chains? By grabbing this chain with your bare hands, you've brought about your own death. The protagonist grabs the chain with a serious expression. A guy observes, yelling, how? And the protagonist, holding the chain, asks, is this temperature still high or hot enough? How could it possibly hurt my hand? He stretches the chain with a squeeze, stating, this is just cheap pyrotechnics. And with a small smile, he thinks, it seems he's completely immune to the fire element, and I even broke that chain. The guy trembles all over, thinking, how is this possible? And the crowd in the stands exclaims, this is the absolute technique of our sect. Despite the other fire chain techniques, this one is still the hottest. With Yunche, they seem so fragile. Another one exclaims, stop crying. In the end, Yang Ming just entered the 3rd level. Mastering this chain requires more training. Occasional mistakes are possible. And the protagonist retorts, your circus tricks are kinda cool. Not taking them to the streets to show them off would be a huge waste. And the guy exclaims, I was just testing my power a little. I was just giving you a preview of the real power. Stop being arrogant. He attacks Cloudy Sun Chain, and the protagonist defends himself easily again. The boy speaks, Master, our Cloudy Sun Chain was broken again. And the master, sweating, argues, no, it doesn't matter. There must be many flaws in Yang Ming's flame chain. The opponent thinks, impossible. How can my Cloudy Sun Chain be broken? I did nothing wrong on that 2nd strike, and yet it was nullified. And the protagonist affirms, I came here to practice, not to be entertained by tricks. He turns around saying, If you had forfeited earlier, you wouldn't have wasted my time. And the guy charges at the protagonist with everything he's got, ranting, "You bastard! You still dare to mock me?" And the protagonist turns, delivering a powerful kick to the guy's face, sending him flying. The guy falls to the ground, and his master grimly observes, "It seems the burning fist technique also failed." And he stands up raging. "What a disgrace, right in front of me. Get back here immediately." The boy tries to say something to the elder, who enraged yells, "Your technique failed 3 times in a row. 3 times. What have you been practicing these past few years? With dogs?" The elder turns and says, "Return to our sex wing immediately." And the protagonist's opponent, enraged, thinks, "There's no way I made a mistake because my technique was blocked. What in the world happened? I always had the impression that there was something strange about his strength." And the protagonist points, saying, "Just 2 isn't enough. Who will be the third?" Some people in the background comment, "This kid is lucky. He got to fight that idiot who misused his techniques." Another says, "How arrogant." And another exclaims, "Doesn't he realize he only won because of Young Ming's mistakes? He already thinks he's something?" A guy appears enraged, shouting, "Mystic Stormhouse, 16 years old, Feng Guang. At first, I didn't want to fight, since you're not yet at my level, but you're too cocky. Do you really think you're that strong just because you defeated those 2 losers?" The protagonist cleans his ear, asking, "You're the first to say that. Come on, let's finish this quickly so you can leave just like those other 2. And the opponent, enraged, roars, "If I don't kick you out in 10 moves, my name isn't Feng Guang." Someone exclaims, "Guang, use your 9-form storm and finish this guy." Another exclaims, "Feng Rui easily reached level 4. He definitely won't lose." And the guy with a smirk using the storm says, "Yunche, remember this well. You will witness this technique. Witness the power of this art." The wind starts pulling the protagonist, and the guy continues speaking. "The special technique of my sect. 9-form storm." The guy starts attacking with the fierce wind form, and the protagonist, gritting his teeth, thinks, "There are too many attacks. I won't be able to dodge them all. I can only confront them with brute force." Energy begins to emerge from the protagonist's body. Blood appears on his lip, and he thinks, "Facing someone head-on who's past the 3rd level will obviously be a futile effort, as my power is still at the 1st level." Several after-images of the guy appear, and he exclaims, "9-form storm! Wind clone form!" And the protagonist is startled, thinking, "This is all just an illusion. His real body is hidden somewhere. In this situation, my back would be my weak point. If my intuition is correct, his real body can only be here." The guy's body appears attacking, and the protagonist cracks a smile, thinking, "Oh, you dare to attack me directly. If you're not incapacitated after this, you'll be seriously injured." The protagonist faces the attack head-on, and someone exclaims, "What? Is he crazy? He actually dares to face Feng Guang head-on?" Even using all his strength to defend himself, he would still take a lot of damage. Facing him directly, calculating the damage is simply impossible. The protagonist opens the 7th gate of the evil god, evil spirit. After opening the gate, a power surges, and the protagonist hits the guy's stomach, making him spit blood and fly away with a large explosion. The guy falls to the ground, trembling all over, and the protagonist shoots, "Am I arrogant? A powerful arrogant. And you're a weak arrogant. What a shame." The crowd watches, and the protagonist continues, "Who's next?" A Shu'er exclaims, "Yi Huanba, your brother-in-law did much better than I expected. Is it true that you came from the east, from Floating Cloud City?" And Huanba stutters, thinking, "Brother-in-law has always been very strong." One of the elders comments, "Master Si Kong, this new disciple isn't bad at all, huh? This time you've brought a true genius to our humble sect." Elder Si Kong laughs and retorts, "Oh, that? The important thing is that he wasn't hurt." The protagonist gives a dark look to the others. One of the guys comments, "What are you going to do? Continue this embarrassing show?" Another one snaps, "This guy is too arrogant." And another grimly affirms, "As long as Yunche flies lower than the phoenix, don't worry. Although he's not stronger than Sha Luo Shen, he's right below him. Surely this fool knows nothing about him." A guy appears, and the protagonist quickly turns around. The guy introduces himself. "Tai Heng Jun, Iron Spear Sect, 16 years old. I was quite impressed, so I'd like to test my strength against you. Are you still interested?" The crowd exclaims, "Whoa, it's the young master of the Iron Spear Sect. I heard that 3 months ago he entered the 4th profound level. Legend has it that his skills with a long spear are more than divine." He addresses the protagonist. "This humble student comes to you to practice, but I see you've just faced several opponents in a row. And Huanba, seeing this, thinks, the Iron Spear sect didn't have a good relationship with us until now. Why pick a fight? A Shu-er observes, I sense a good atmosphere with pure intentions. He speaks his mind. It even makes my hands tremble. The protagonist, with a dark look, thinks, I didn't imagine that among the sects there would be someone with such a consistent thirst for battle. It seems my previous fights had some impact on him. With a big smile, the protagonist clenches his fists, responding, Young Master Tai Heng-jun, if you believe this humble student is worthy to practice with you, it truly makes me feel honored. Shall we begin? Heng-jun states, Well, I'm older than you. Besides, those 3 fights must have worn you down. For a fair fight, I'll use 3/10 of my strength. And the protagonist, with a smile, thanks him. Thank you for the consideration, but facing the young master with your full power would be more interesting. Heng-jun takes out his spear and prepares to attack. Brother Yun-che seemed quite arrogant at first. Good. This fight will certainly be very entertaining. You better be careful. My cloud-piercing spear has never been defeated by anyone younger than me. And the protagonist says, Brother Tai also needs to be careful. He uses the evil spirit. A power emerges. The guy attacks and the protagonist throws a punch at the spear. The protagonist dodges the attacks, thinking, too fast. After defending against an attack and retreating, the protagonist thinks, I can't dodge. The attacks hit the protagonist and he confesses, You have a very powerful spear technique. And the guy attacks again, saying, Again. The onlookers comment, By the heavens, the fight between them is just leveling up. Normally, when T and Rung-jun level up in fights, it's to win. And upon reaching a new level, Yun-che manages to adapt to it. Impressive. The attacks continue, and an explosion occurs. Rung-jun argues, I see that for T, fighting Yun-che was more than the right choice. And the protagonist, with sweat on his face, comments, We've already exchanged dozens of blows, and despite being the older one, it's clear that I lost. Although I judged that I won, I still haven't made you give your best. Each of us has had victories and defeats in the midst of this fight. Don't worry. Rung-jun admits, I didn't expect Brother Yun to be so considerate. And I'm already admitting how the fight went. If you want to end it like this, you'll see my strongest attack. See if you can take it. And the protagonist prepares himself, saying, All right, let's decide the victory with one blow. Rung-jun prepares to attack, exclaiming, Receive this spear. He attacks, exclaiming, Rising Sun Dragon. The protagonist prepares to defend with a smirk on his face, while the crowd says, Oh my God, he's gone mad. He's going to take it head on. Get out of there. There's no way to withstand this blow. And the protagonist continues to stand still, waiting for the blow to land. A huge explosion occurs, and the protagonist retreats a little, saying, It seems I've won? And he thinks, I didn't expect to be so strong under the state of the evil spirit. Rung-jun acknowledges, Brother Yun, I lost, and I accept defeat with satisfaction. If possible, I'd really like to have you as a friend. And the protagonist greets him, saying, With those words, we're already friends. Rung-jun laments, Father, I lost. Despite having to concede, I'm very happy. And his father affirms, It was a great fight, despite losing. It definitely wasn't because you were weak. But that boy named Yun-che, in the future, he will be a true dragon among the clouds. He observes the protagonist and remarks, As if it were nothing, he provoked almost all the great sects in New Moon City at once. You must be aware of the trouble you're getting yourself into. Are you still willing to become his friend? He replies, Yes. His father grabs his neck, stating, Good, that's a real man. My son. Chi-ja-kang. Shu'er, with her hand in front of her face, exclaims in astonishment, What a surprise! He has defeated Ti Heng-jun? Is he really only at the first profound level? Terrifying. And Yuen Bai exclaims, By the heavens, I must be dreaming. And he thinks, Brother-in-law, are you really my brother-in-law? The guy with the fan in his hands thinks, Damn it, this guy is only at the first level, and he's already become the center of attention? He observes Cher and thinks, And now it seems that Lan Shuer only has eyes for him. You damned boy, just you wait. From today onwards, you'll understand who is truly the greatest in the New Moon Mystic House. The protagonist asks, Are we on the 4th, and who's next? The crowd laughs, commenting, How strong and arrogant he is. Those in the 16-year-old range seem to be no match for you. Darkly, the guy gestures with his finger, inquiring, Why don't you dare let the 17 and 18-year-olds from the Mystic House come and practice a little? The crowd exclaims, That's right. Are you just going to keep winning against the other 16-year-old students? Let your seniors practice too. Let's finish you off. and the protagonist retorts with a smirk. Want to fight with people over 16? Try to at least get past me. You, the talkative guy over there, I see you're about 18 years old, aren't you? And he points, exclaiming, Why don't you come and practice a little? And the guy with a slight smile retorts, Are you thinking of fighting me? And the protagonist says with a smirk, No, you're the one who wants to fight me. And the guy, laughing, affirms, I've lost count of how many geniuses I've already crushed, and it seems like today is just another one of those days. The crowd exclaims, Lu Jiannan, yes, it's him, it's cold-blooded Lu from the Seven Deadly Swords sect, and Yunche wants to fight him? 2 people together still aren't enough? Does he really not value his life? Jer exclaims, Junior Yun, this will be my fight. He's almost 2 years older than you. It's not appropriate to practice. The protagonist, with a little smile, looks at her and affirms, Leave it to me. There's no need for Senior Lan to exert herself. I'm enough. And she retorts, Don't act on impulse. This person has already entered the 7th level and has a cruel heart. He's not someone you can handle. Let me go. And the protagonist, with a smile, declares, I thank Senior Lan for her concern, but rest assured, I won't tarnish the reputation of the New Moon Mystic House. She observes this thoughtfully and turns around saying, You wouldn't tarnish it even if you lost this fight. Sweetly, she says, No matter what happens, take care. If you realize you can't win, give up. Don't be proud. Another, watching the swordsman furiously, thinks that Yunche is done for now. This Lu Jiannan seems to be really furious now. I just wanted to trample and humiliate that wretch. But now he deserves more. And the swordsman bursts out, No more talk. Your arrogance has awakened in me a desire to slice you to pieces, while your body is quartered. With a dark look, he roars, I will make you savor every moment. He launches himself with full force at the protagonist. The tip of the sword gets very close. At the last second, the protagonist dodges, and the guy thinks, It's just an afterimage. The protagonist appears behind his opponent, pondering, What a fast sword. It's a good thing I have the Star God's broken shadow along with my battle experience from my past life. Otherwise, I should be worried. The guy launches another attack, and the protagonist dodges. The ground is cut, and someone exclaims, Lu Jiannan's 2 sword strikes were aiming for fatal blows. He's already acting with murderous intent. He dares to kill someone right in the New Moon Mystic House? Is this really what Lu Jiannan is showing? The master exclaims, Yunche, be careful. And he thinks, defeating Ti Hung Jun and still managing to keep up with Lu Jiannan? This Yunche is no joke. And the strange thing is that his attitude with Ti Hung Jun was different than with the others. He was very arrogant with the others, while with Ti Hung Jun he sought fair treatment. If my hunch is correct, he is deliberately provoking the 7 great sects, entering the New Moon Mystic House, creating friction with the 7 great sects. What is his ultimate goal? Elder Si Kong observes while the crowd exclaims, So far, Lu Jiannan has already made about 100 attacks, and Yunche has dodged every single one of them. He's getting calmer with each dodge. He's adapting to Lu Jiannan's rhythm. Si Kong thinks he's sensing the flow of qi to dodge the attacks. To master such a skill requires 10 years of battle experience. Suddenly, we have such a young person who has mastered it. Xiao Li, what was your method for raising such an extraordinary grandson? Irritated, Jasmine exclaims, Stop wasting time and finish this quickly. This is the first time you've activated the evil spirit and fought for this long. You're getting weaker. The evil spirit state can only be maintained for up to 30 seconds. After that time, your profound arteries will suffer serious damage. And the protagonist replies, Understood. The guy attacks, yelling, You wretch, all you do is dodge. I still have one more strike. The attack clashes, blood spills, and the protagonist is shown with a cut on his arm, while his opponent thinks, Impossible. That blow only drew a little blood. The protagonist hits the guy's abdomen with a powerful punch, making him spit blood and fly away, and says, I've let you attack enough. The irritated opponent yells, Damn you, you're going to die. A power surges around him, and the protagonist, with a dark look, asks, Do you also want to use your strongest little move before you lose? What a pity. He closes his hand, causing the guy to explode, and with a dark look he sentences, I won't give you that right. The crowd watches the scene and exclaims, It's the burning, deep fire of the fire element. He can even use the profound art of the fire element. My heavens, his profound power ignited to execute such a high-level profound art of the fire element. So that's why Yunche wasn't defeated for making beginner's mistakes. It's because Yunche's control over the fire element is obviously far superior. It was all a game. The battered man looks at the protagonist who exclaims, You still haven't managed to kill me? Someone shouts, Lu Dianen. He's surprisingly lost. How terrifying. What is Lu Dianen's strength? Even he was defeated by Yunche. The protagonist thinks, this Lu Dianen had murderous intent towards me. If it weren't for the people watching, I really wanted to put an end to him. A man, observing, states, I didn't expect the New Moon Profound Palace to now have someone with such talent. I wonder if the morale of everyone in the sect will now be raised because of him. And Yuanba, incredulous, asks, is he really my brother-in-law? Shueru ponders. Xiao Yunche and Yunche. They are both from a small town to the east. In such a simple place, there would be few opportunities for Yunche to reach such high levels. If he were in the city, in a large sect, he would certainly have even more impressive power. Could he be the person they've been looking for all this time? The protagonist sweats a little, and Shueru approaches, declaring, Junior Yun! She looks at the protagonist's injury and asks, your arm is injured. How serious is the wound? And the protagonist reports, it's all right. It only grazed the skin. Didn't hit any bones. Besides, it's already stopped bleeding. And she comments, don't be stubborn. Let Senior take a look, she observes, and the protagonist punches his chest and states, Senior, now believe me. My body is strong and made of iron. I can take considerable injuries. With a smirk, she says, with such white and soft skin, how is it strong and made of iron? You still have a pure little face? And she thinks, although the cut looks very serious, it seems it really was just a scratch. And that by Lu Dianen's sword. The protagonist retorts, pure little face? A man supported by beauty can be called pure-faced, but I don't have beauty to support me. He points to himself and declares, how about Senior supports me a little? And she makes a noise and declares, pure-faced but daring. I'm still your senior. Be careful, or I'll tell everyone about your current marriage. You won't be able to fool anyone anymore. The other man, observing this, reflects, that damn kid. Another claps his hands and exclaims, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I didn't expect to see a new star rise here so soon. The crowd exclaims, Xiao Luo Cheng, the young master of the Xiaohu sect. The man approaches the protagonist and declares, I'm really interested in your abilities. And the crowd exclaims, by the heavens, is he going to fight? Xiao Luo Cheng is going to the arena. He wants to test his strength against Yunche. Another exclaims, impossible! Their power levels are definitely on different planes. Facing Yunche is putting his own reputation at risk. What does he want to do after all? The protagonist comments saying, I'm nothing more than a mere apprentice, far from being a star. In New Moon City, someone called a star could only be the young master of the Xiaohu sect. And the young master affirms, I'm certain that after this fight, Yunche's name will echo throughout New Moon City. The protagonist comments saying, the young master really makes me sick, even though I don't deserve to be in your presence. And the man comments, Brother Yun is very modest. And the protagonist darkly comments, I believe young Master Xiaohu is hoping to give some advice. And he thinks, what is this guy getting at? And young Master Xiaohu comments, Brother Yun doesn't need to be so modest. You've already taken down 5 high-level members of the 7 sects. Are you still willing, Brother Yun? The crowd exclaims, did I hear that right? Xiao Luo Cheng intends to fight Yunche? That's impossible. Even though Yunche is very powerful, he and Xiao Luo Cheng are simply not on the same level. Another comments, after the beating the sects took, does Xiao Luo Cheng want to regain some of his reputation? The other comments, maybe he wants Yunche on his knees, making him acknowledge the power of a genius. The protagonist, with a dark look, thinks, beneath that smile hides a certain coldness. This Xiao Luo Cheng wants me destroyed. Probably what I did ended up attracting attention. Maybe he believes I've become an obstacle. And since that's the case, the protagonist comments saying, would the young master like to fight me? The power gap between me and the young master is very large. I feel a little intimidated, but fighting young Master Xiaohu will be very interesting. How could I refuse? Xiao claps his hands saying, great. In that case, let's try to keep things fair. Brother Yun has already been through 5 fights. You can go rest for a bit. We'll return to the fight shortly. The protagonist shakes his head in refusal, saying, it's not necessary. Although I've exerted myself quite a bit, I still have some strength left. And he exclaims, I believe I'm still in condition to fight young Master Xiaohu. Someone watching comments, wow, what's with this Yunche? He has a little strength left to fight Xiao Luo Cheng? Is the strength he has left enough for a fight against him? Who does he think he is? Who does he think Xiao Luo Cheng is? He dared to be arrogant in front of Xiao Luo Cheng? He doesn't know who he's messing with. Shueru pulls the protagonist's sleeve, saying, Yunche, even though you and Xiao Luocheng are the same age, the last people you fought are nothing compared to him. You definitely won't win. The protagonist grabs her hand, saying, Calm down, senior. Xiao Luocheng and I are just going to practice a little. There's no way anything will go wrong. Young Master Xiaohu. So, shall we fight now? How about it? Young Master Xiaohu, with a dark smile, comments, Dear Brother Yun, since you insist on not resting, I respect your decision. But your current state is a little worrisome. I fear that if you receive my attack, it's very likely you'll take a lot of damage. You might even end up in pieces. And the protagonist, with a serious expression, comments, It's normal for there to be considerable damage during a fight. But what worries me is if, just by chance, I miscalculate and hurt young Master Xiaohu, perhaps breaking a few bones, etc. Xiao laughs like crazy and turns around, saying, Everyone here in the arena will be witnesses. If I, Xiao Luocheng, am injured by Brother Yun, it will be because I haven't trained enough. Don't blame Yunche. He turns back to the protagonist and the crowd exclaims, Rest assured, both of you, there will be no shortage of witnesses here today. No matter who gets hurt, we won't blame the other side. Anyone who blames someone is merely a dishonorable scoundrel. I will be a witness to this. Another exclaims, I will too. And young Master Xiaohu comments, I didn't play any games with you. I didn't hide my intention, did I? And the protagonist thinks, I didn't bother you. I didn't provoke you. He has a super dark look, thinking, Yet you scheme to destroy me. So I will finish you. The protagonist exclaims, That's enough. And Jasmine, irritated, declares, The usage time of the evil god spirit is 10 to 20 seconds. 10 to 20 seconds. Young Master Xiaohu thinks, This guy just passed the first profound level and still managed to defeat Luo Cheng, who had passed the 7th. His ability to utilize the fire element has reached unimaginable levels. Even though I didn't do so well when I passed the first level, his posture before the 7 great sects. And he exclaims, Brother Yun, come please! The protagonist charges forward while his opponent ponders, It will be better to destroy him. One genius around here is enough. The protagonist lands a punch on the guy's chest, who retaliates with a blow to the protagonist's head. After this, the protagonist gloomily declares, It's no wonder Xiao Luocheng's profound energy suddenly gained density. The adversary, with a smile, reveals, Brother Yi Yun's energy density is also incomparable. If I said I only used 30% of my power, would you believe me? The protagonist affirms, Taking my attack head-on could seriously injure you. Young Master Xia really knows how to play, but in the next blow, I recommend Master Xia be a little more careful. Young Master Xia comments, Please, Brother Yi Yun, what will be, will be. If I am seriously injured, I won't blame you in any way. Someone laughing exclaims, You barely withstood 30% of Xiao Lucheng's power and you still want to cause him great harm? That's the worst joke in the universe. Young Master Xia reflects, You still don't understand the distance between our powers. Perhaps you really are a fool. While concentrating for the attack, the protagonist thinks, With these displays of weakness, I still spoke some nonsense. I'm sure Xiao Luocheng thinks I'm an idiot. He charges forward, yelling, Young Master, take this blow. Seeing the protagonist coming at him, he ponders. Right now, he seems to be giving his all. And the protagonist thinks, This seems like the best opportunity to kill him. And the adversary ponders, The fool really dares to come at me? Then let's go up to 70% of my power. He extends his hand, stating, Die. Their powers clash, and the scene flashes back to an earlier time. The protagonist, with a smile, says, Master Jasmine, it seems I have now mastered the fragmented shadows of the star god, but I feel like something is missing. And she asks, What do you mean? And the protagonist, with a smile, says, Master is very strong, but you only taught me profound speed techniques. It's so I can run away if I see I'm going to get beaten. Since I'm your apprentice, I believe this could harm your reputation. And she asks, So, what do you want to do? And the protagonist, with a greedy look, declares, Why don't you teach me an ultra-powerful technique? Something very strong and unfair. I'm talking about one that can pulverize even dragons. I promise to dedicate myself. And she, bored, declares, You haven't even opened the gate of the evil spirit yet and you already want to learn my star god execution? Are you afraid of death or what? Besides, I don't need to teach you that. You already have that kind of attack technique, and it's hidden. She taps the protagonist's chest with her foot, saying, It's hidden deep within your profound veins. She explains, In total, the evil god has 7 gates. They don't require you to train to open them. This is because these gates are already engraved in your profound veins. Every time you open and close a gate, the evil god refines itself for the next gate. During this refinement, you will simultaneously memorize an even more powerful technique. And the protagonist inquires, "So you're saying that this profound and offensive technique is already in my veins?" And she replies, "Yes." And soon after opening and closing a few times instinctively, you'll realize you have it. And the technique awakened by the gate of the evil soul is called... An explosion occurs, and the protagonist exclaims, "The evil god's evil art, lunar comet." After this attack, blood trickles from the protagonist's mouth, and he observes, the young master of the Xia clan falls to his knees. The crowd watches this with their mouths agape, and the protagonist, with a smirk, thinks, "It's a little terrifying that you resisted even a fraction of this technique for a bit. If you hadn't underestimated me, perhaps even with the lunar comet, you could have defeated me. What a shame. You didn't take me seriously, and in the end, you didn't use all your strength. This is the price for your arrogance." A man exclaims, "Young master." A man checks his pulse and says, "This?" He attacks, yelling, "You freak, I'll kill you." The leader quickly intervenes with a dark look and says, "How dare you raise your hands against a disciple of the mystic house? You've crossed the line." A man roars, "Crossed the line? You said I crossed the line? Until the last moment, it was a normal fight. And this freak decided to seriously injure our young master. His right arm is shattered, he has severe bruises all over his body, and even his profound veins have been damaged." Someone exclaims, "What? Xiaoluo Cheng has been crippled. Crippled by just one blow from Yi Yunche?" Gloomily, the protagonist exclaims, "Before we faced each other, we made a mutual agreement. No matter how serious the injuries were, we wouldn't blame the other side. Now you want to retaliate? You Xia sect people don't know how to keep your word?" The irritated man roars, "Shut up! Not even 100 times your life is worth more than the thumb of a young master of the family. If I, Xia Zairin, don't kill you today, I will dishonor my family." The leader looks at him with a serious expression and says, "Xia Zairin, if you continue to threaten and attack my disciple, I cannot be so courteous." The man releases an aura, shouting, "Host Qin, to protect a mere disciple? Do you really want to risk it with the Xia sect?" Leader Qin releases an aura, roaring, "Indeed, the Xia sect dominates New Moon City, but even the mystic house of New Moon City will not submit to your whims. If you persist, I, Qin, will make sure that every member of your sect present here will not leave this place alive." The man observes this with a serious look. The two continue to stare each other down. The man grits his teeth and growls, "Fine, so be it. Xia Zairin will not forget what happened today." They carry away the young master's body, shouting, "What has been done, the Xia sect will return 100-fold. The leader states, "Regarding the fight between Yi Yunche and Xiao Luocheng, you all served as witnesses. If the Xia sect returns seeking retaliation, I hope those present here can speak up and deliver justice. If I'm not mistaken, one of the first to offer himself as a witness was Elder Ye. At an opportune moment, I must ask you to take a stand and give your judgment." The man looks incredulous, says, "Oh, that," and leaves quickly, exclaiming, "Wow, looks like I have some business back at the sect to attend to." Another affirms, "Host Qin will be more than welcome, except sun on a cloudy day." Another announces, "I also have something to do, so I'll have to go." Another one replies, "Host Qin, your visit will be welcome." A man approaches the protagonist and says, "Brother Yi Yun, this is our profound recovery pill, a specialty of the Iron Spear sect. It will allow you to recover very quickly." The protagonist takes it, thanking him. "Thank you, Brother T." T adds, "Brother Yi Yun, Xiao Luocheng was seen in this branch of the sect as a great prospect, which was only destroyed by you. The Xia sect will not forget this. Although it is only one branch among many others of the Xia sect, their influence is greater than Brother Yi Yun imagines. They are definitely not someone Brother Yi Yun can fight. I would tell you to leave New Moon City as soon as possible. If that will save your life, there's no way to be frank." The protagonist thanks him. "Thank you for the warning, Brother T." Someone shouts, "Brother Yi Yun! Brother Yi Yun! This is medicine for wounds from our sect. You can take it without worry." Another yells, "Brother Yi Yun, you are very, very powerful." People crowd around the protagonist shouting, "My idol, Brother Yi Yun, are you really married?" Yuanba grabs the protagonist asking, "Brother-in-law, you've become so powerful. Before I idolized my sister, now you are my new idol." Shueru comments, "Junior Yi Yun, now that you've destroyed Xiao Luocheng, the Xia sect will certainly have their revenge. What do you plan to do?" The protagonist, with a smile, replies, "Sir, you don't need to worry. I already know how I'm going to deal with them." The other man, observing, thinks, "Funny, the way you ruined Xiao Luocheng. I already know how you're going to die." She worriedly asks, "Brother Yi Yun, you'd better be a little more careful." Another agrees, "That's right, it's better to be smart." And the leader looks at the protagonist, saying, "As for what happened with the Xia sect, you don't need to be so worried. As the leader of this sect, I will protect my disciples. Some elders have also returned home with their disciples. Yi Yunche, stay for a bit. I want to talk to you." The place empties, and the leader inquires, I never imagined that I, Qin Wu Yue, with all my authority, would be made to reflect by a child like you." And the protagonist greets him, replying, "This disciple does not know how to behave and has become a joke to Leader Qin." The leader makes a noise of disgust and argues, "In an affront to the 7 great sects, you imposed yourself as a member of this house. What leader would hesitate to protect the life of such a loyal disciple? During the battles, you, without fear, reiterated to him your identity as a disciple of the mystic house. To me, it's a little obvious that—" And the protagonist interrupts him, claiming, "It's impossible for this disciple to hide his intention from our leader." Gloomily, the leader makes a noise of disgust and retorts, "From the beginning, you weren't thinking of hiding anything from me. Now that you have my attention, tell me, what is your objective here after all?" And the protagonist raises 3 fingers, stating, "I need 3 items." And the leader questions, "3 items?" And the protagonist lists, "First, I need someone, a place that allows me to cultivate profound energy as quickly as possible. Second, enough pressure and enemies so that I can train a lot. Third, someone who gives me the conditions to face those of the second item, and naturally, who can provide me with the person of the first item." And the leader observes, "I fear your objective doesn't end there." And he thinks, from the beginning, he'll be after support for his own schemes. And the protagonist blurts out, "Within 3 years, I will reach the earthly profound realm." And the leader is startled and questions, 3 years? Earthly profound realm? Are you kidding me? Do you know that even I only managed to reach the earthly profound realm around the age of 40? And throughout the Blue Wind Empire, I was considered a genius. I haven't heard of anyone who has done it in just 3 years. The protagonist shakes his head and, spreading his arms, challenges, "Just because others haven't succeeded doesn't mean I can't. Everyone there thought I was going to lose, and then I go and crush Xiao Luocheng." The leader, upon hearing this, narrows his eyes, pondering, how good it is to be young. "Well, in light of what happened today, I will provide you with protection. After all, you are a member of the sect." He turns and leaves, assuring, "As for the Xiao sect coming sneakily seeking revenge, I hope I can help you in time." The protagonist leaves the hall observing, and Jasmine says, "You seem a little disappointed." The protagonist, somewhat dejected, confesses, "I thought that by declaring my great objectives, adding to what I demonstrated today, he would be interested in accepting me as his personal disciple. After everything, the mystic house of the new moon doesn't believe I'm worth it. So that's it. In the end, I expected too much." Jasmine raises a finger, arguing, "It's the first time they've seen you, and your intentions aren't entirely clear to them. It won't be as simple as you want. And not to mention your fight with the Zhao sect, they won't leave you in peace." And the protagonist cracks a smile, assuring, "If the Xiao sect dares to come after me, I have several ways to make them run like dogs." The scene shifts to the inside of the hall. Leader Qin, sighing, says, "That boy offended the Xiao sect so much that it will be difficult to resolve this problem." A shadow appears and he is startled. Cher approaches, saying, "Master Qin, regarding Yunche. Yunche's gift is an inspiration to me. If he had been born in one of the great sects, he would have achieved power beyond comprehension. That's what I think. But he brought us a problem. The Xiao sect will soon hunt him down. Until that happens, I ask that Leader Qin spare no effort to protect him." The leader is astonished and says, "Don't tell me, Your Highness. Have you already chosen him?" And she sighs, saying, "I have wandered through the 7 houses in recent years without finding anyone suitable. However, this Yunche impressed me greatly." Leader Qin, extending his hand, says, "At the moment, we are 2 years away from that great event. I don't deny that Yunche's gift is exceptional, but with those demons, there's still a long way to go." And she completes, "Being at the first level of the nascent profound realm, he managed to fight against people close to the true profound realm. This is something that even other geniuses haven't achieved. In the coming days, I will have a lot of contact with him." She turns, concluding, As for this Xiao sect matter, it will be Leader Qin's job. The leader, sighing with a small smile, replies, Don't worry, Your Highness. I've passed through the main branch of the Xiao sect dozens of times. This little Xiao branch here is nothing compared to that. The scene shifts to the Xiao sect branch. Someone exclaims, Get out of the way! A man is shown carrying the young master's body in his arms, ordering, Leave immediately. The young master of the sect is gravely injured. Hurry and inform the sect master and the other healers quickly. The scene shifts to a kneeling man, trembling. The master observes and the subordinate exclaims, Sect master, hurry! Save the young master! Hurry! He suffered severe injuries. Even his meridians and profound veins are damaged. The sect master grabs him by the collar, asking, Who was it? Who did this? Who did? And the subordinate answers, It was the mystic house of the new moon. Our young master and a disciple of the mystic house were practicing. He was injured by him. The leader throws the man away, raging, Damn it, get out! In the midst of all that traffic of disciples from the mystic house of the new moon, someone is going to show up to injure Xiao Luocheng. Another one pleads, Master, calm down first. It seems that our young master's situation is serious. We need to send him to the infirmary. And the leader exclaims, Half of Xiao Luocheng's meridians are practically ruptured, profound veins shattered, basically crippled. How do you want me to calm down? A subordinate inquires, What? And the leader orders, Zaire, you will tell me absolutely everything. What the hell happened? Zaire begins to speak, and the scene shifts to the protagonist cultivating. He comments with a smile, Phew. Finally, my injuries have recovered a bit, but it's still difficult to dispel the pain. Jasmine notes, It's the side effect of the evil soul. Your meridians are still a little fragmented. The protagonist puts on his clothes, commenting, This evil soul is truly terrifying. It allowed me to defeat opponents who were already at the 7th level of the nascent profound realm. Jasmine, slightly blushing, affirms, Of course, and that was just the first gate. Just wait until you reach the true profound realm, and maybe you can already open the burning heart gate. It will be even more terrifying. A thud occurs, and Jasmine drops the small ball in her hand, confused. Someone yells, Yunche, surrender! Otherwise we will demolish the entire mystic house of the new moon. Jasmine, upon hearing this, narrows her eyes darkly, pointing at the protagonist, saying, It's for you. Another noise occurs and a yell echoes. Yunche emerges, and Yuanba arrives, saying, Brother-in-law, hurry! Run! It's the Zhao sect. These guys didn't honor their promise and they want to get their hands on you. Try to go through the back doors. The protagonist adjusts his hair, declaring, For them to dare launch an attack on the main gate, they must already be watching the back exit and the side exits. I'll go to the main gate and see how things are. The Zhao clan leader declares, Who dares? I demand that you explain yourself. And the leader of the mystic house, with a dark look, declares, Explain myself. For no reason at all, you show up here in the middle of the night and break down my gate. You're the one who owes explanations. And the man exclaims, Your disciple, without scruples, seriously injured my son and even ruptured his deep veins. In other words, even if I cut your Yunche into 1,000 pieces, my spirit will still not have peace. Upon hearing this, the mystic house leader says with a smile, Before starting the fight, the severity of the injuries doesn't matter. After the fight, there would be no consequences. Don't you have any shame? And the Zhao clan leader exclaims, For the purpose of crippling my son, an enemy's promise is worthless. Give me that wretch now. Otherwise, I'll destroy the mystic house of the new moon. And the mystic house leader declares, Since the sect master no longer has honor, I won't argue anymore. If you want to be so energetic, come on. An aura explosion occurs, and the Zhao clan leader exclaims, I just want to see how far you'll go to protect your disciple. And the mystic house leader makes a noise, and an attack comes. The Zhao clan leader, seeing that it had no effect, thinks, Earth realm, final stage, and exclaims, With your power, the place doesn't matter. You would be a sect master, and you come here to lead the infamous mystic house of the new moon. And the leader, with a dark look, declares, It doesn't matter if it's the imperial house. Whatever it takes, with deep dedication, I will do. And today, I must protect my disciple. Master of the Xiao sect, I ask you to return. With a smile, the sect master laughs and declares, I underestimated your power. Today it seems it won't be possible to have my revenge, but tomorrow, your mystic house will be demolished. He releases a powerful aura and declares, Demolish the mystic house of the new moon? What audacity! The mystic house was established by the imperial house. Is this also a revolt? And the man from the Zhao sect declares, indeed, I wouldn't dare. But listen carefully. One of the reasons my son was so formidable is because he consumed the precious Tianlin pill, a gift from an elder of the main branch of the Xiao sect. The leader of the mystic house is shocked by this, and the man continues, exclaiming, as soon as you crippled him, this was the beginning of your end. My son is not only the young master of my branch, he's also the fiancé of the granddaughter of an elder of the Xiao sect. And the princess thinks, fiancé of an elder's granddaughter. And the man continues, exclaiming, it's the end for you. You ruined the young master of the sect branch. He's also the fiancé of the granddaughter of an elder of the main sect. And mind you, these are two different concepts. One is a calamity, the other is an affront to the heavens. And the princess thinks, it really is very serious. The Zhao clan leader makes a noise of disgust and inquires, I've already spoken with Zhao Wuji, elder of the medical division, about what happened. And the mystic house leader adds, what you say is true. And thinks, I didn't expect, right now, to face the main sect. In other words, even with the emperor still, and the sect branch master, hand over Yunche. Otherwise, after 10 days, we'll raise the mystic house of the new moon. Another adds, Leader Qin, we simply can't afford to offend the main Xiao sect, and Yunche truly is a prodigy. But we're putting ourselves in a very serious situation. We have no way to protect ourselves anymore. The consequences could be unimaginable. The protagonist is incredulous with this, and Shuaru argues, we won't. The Xiao sect master says, even for Leader Qin, it will be impossible to risk the entire mystic house for one disciple. Any objections? And the leader, sweating, states, 10 days. The Xiao sect master gave me 10 days, right? Within 10 days, I'll remove Yunche from the mystic house, and upon ceasing to be our disciple, whether he's alive or dead won't matter anymore. And the Xiao clan master decides, in that case, I'll hold you to your word and give Yunche his last 10 days of life. Let's go. A man speaks, leader, and the leader makes a noise of disgust, ordering, Qin Wuyue is quite strong, and tonight, I only brought normal disciples. Advancing now could be a problem. If all the members of the Mystic House came, not to mention Yunche, this Mystic House of the New Moon would bring us a bitter defeat. We'll leave some people to watch their movements. If Yunche dares to escape, he'll die on the spot. And the protagonist observes, thinking, Qin Wuyue didn't hand me over immediately. That's very strange. The protagonist walks up, adjusting his hair, and is startled by a yell. It's Shuaru who questions him. So you were around here? I was looking for you everywhere. And the protagonist, with a smile, confesses, I didn't expect Senior to worry so much about me. I'm very flattered. And she explains, I'm your senior. It's my duty to worry. And warns, those who want to take your life were around here. The protagonist retorts, if I died now to the Xiao sect, just being in the memories of the beautiful senior would already be a privilege. And she, all cute, asks, don't be so pessimistic. Maybe I can find a way to save your life. My hometown is in the imperial city of Blue Wind. In 10 days, some relatives will come to take me home. When that day arrives, we'll use a high-level profound aerial technique. We can take you to safety. The protagonist is surprised, and she asks, what's that face? And the protagonist approaches, confessing, you're so kind to me. And she retorts, just to see me, huh? And the protagonist explains, don't worry about the fact that I'm a married man. And she gets irritated, flicking his forehead, protesting, worry about your head. I have no interest in juniors. And the protagonist, downcast, argues, by helping me, you'll also be picking a fight with the Zhao sect. And she, with her hand on the protagonist's face, consoles him. At least you have the conscience to worry about your senior. And the protagonist confesses, I don't want to cause you trouble. And she, with a little smile, reassures him, don't worry. It'll be very stealthy. If we're not discovered, everything will be fine. And the protagonist, with a smile, guarantees, when the time comes, I'll be in your hands. Afterwards, I will certainly repay Senior for saving my life. And she, all happy, says, I imagine, I'll protect you as if you were my most precious possession. After she leaves, Jasmine asks, and how long have you known each other? She wants to compromise herself with the Zhao sect just to help you. There's definitely something going on there. And the protagonist, with a serious expression, says, if my intuition is correct, she probably wants to win me over so that I'll be useful to her in some way. It's just a shame that it hasn't been decided yet who will end up being used. I'm very tired today, and I've only recovered half of my profound strength. With a lascivious smirk, the protagonist comments, "Now come here, I have a matter to attend to." The scene inside the Pearl shows Jasmine sleeping. The protagonist approaches her and exclaims, "The more I look at little Jasmine, the more beautiful she becomes. I could do this forever. It doesn't matter if she's sleeping or awake, she's always beautiful." She murmurs, "Brother," and the protagonist is startled, thinking, "Brother? Is she dreaming of her deceased older brother?" She begins to cry, saying, "Brother, brother, you're with me again in my dreams." She reaches out, wanting to hug, and states, "Did you come to visit Jasmine?" She hugs the protagonist, saying, "Brother." And the protagonist, with a smile, affirms, "Little Jasmine." And she is startled by this, and a crashing sound echoes, and the scene shows the protagonist face down on the floor, and she, with her foot on top of him, questions, "What are you doing here?" And the protagonist says, "I just came to see how you were. While you were sleeping, you seemed a little uncomfortable." He shows the card, saying, "If you need it, I can buy you a nice bed." And she darkly asks, "What the hell do you want? Don't tell me you simply decided to buy me a bed." And the protagonist says, "Oh yeah? There's something else too. You know the Xiao sect wants to get close to me, right? What are you planning to do? If you could take me to the Mystic House Pharmacy and get a deep core?" With this dragon core, since that's the case, it would be a bit rude not to return the favor. So I'm going to return to them a great gift, adding the pearl of the celestial poison. The scene shifts to the Black Moon Commerce Chamber. The old man comments, "Honorable customer, how may I help you? So late at night?" And the protagonist takes something from his cloak, saying, "I need you to do me a favor." He places the pearl on the table and says, "I want you to buy this dragon core from me." The old man's expression darkens, and he exclaims, "Esteemed customer, are you joking? It's not that I don't want to buy it, but this is something that this Commerce Chamber franchise simply doesn't have sufficient resources for." The protagonist interrupts him, asking, "I only want 50,000 purple coins." And the old man exclaims darkly, "What? Only 50,000 purple coins?" And he thinks, 50,000 purple coins? That's practically charity. And the protagonist affirms, "But that's exactly what you heard. 50,000. Are you going to buy it or not?" And the old man consents. "Ah, would the esteemed customer like to request anything else?" And the protagonist declares darkly, "After you buy the dragon core, before inventorying it, sell it to the Xiao sect branch here in New Moon City. Take from them whatever profit you can get." And the old man ponders, "The profit margin will probably be several times our annual income. What would be the esteemed customer's intention with this final sale?" And the protagonist soberly argues, "Previously you generously gave me a red Wenchun dress. I feel indebted. Anyway, this is to return your generous act. That way I feel we're even." And the old man retorts, "Certainly, it is a great privilege for this servant to be able to sell to the esteemed customer. As for the selling price, does the esteemed customer have any requirements?" And the protagonist turns, stating, "The price is up to you, as long as the Xiao sect can afford to buy it. And if you dare to cheat me, you won't like our next meeting." With his soul practically leaving his body, the protagonist thinks, "Holy crap, that's the dragon core. I'm almost having a heart attack." And the protagonist is startled, saying, "Oh, right." He returns with a dark aura and asks, "Would you happen to have a bed for my daughter?" And the old man replies, "Ah, yes. Yes, we do." He quickly pulls out a bed, saying, "We have a royal white jade bed. Is it to the esteemed customer's liking?" The protagonist observes, thinking, "My goodness, the frame made of Yuanshuan white jade, decorated with brilliant jade powder. All this just to make a bed. Jasmine, do you want this bed or not? It must be very comfortable to sleep in." And she crosses her arms, saying, "That's your problem, the princess doesn't care." And the protagonist affirms, 50,000 purple stones. Deduct the price of the bed." And the old man declares, "What a blessed young lady to have such a caring and attentive father." Jasmine lies down on the bed, turning from side to side, and the scene cuts back to the protagonist disguised with a sign that reads, "Genius doctor who renews all. If I don't cure you, I'll cut your balls off." Someone observes, saying, "And what is he trying to sell? He comes with this active posture, but he seems like a..." Another says, "Nowadays there seem to be more and more charlatans, even betting castration. It's likely he doesn't have anything left down there." Someone exclaims, "Hey, what does cutting off the balls mean anyway?" And the protagonist narrows his eyes, saying, "You've asked me that about 8 times now. It's nothing special. It's just to complete the rhyme." And she, irritated, retorts, The princess doesn't believe that. Tell me what cutting the balls off means. And the protagonist raises a finger saying, if you don't believe it, just connect the phrases. Genius doctor who renews all. If I don't cure you, I'll cut your balls off. If it were cut off your fists, throat, or meridian, it would sound very strange when read. And she confirms, that's true. I still feel like there's something wrong with this. A group of injured men is shown, and one of them asks, we've already invited the most renowned doctors in the city. No one has been able to solve it. Should we look again? Another says, we can only go back if we find one. I reckon the two of us might come back tonight. One of them points, exclaiming, by the heavens, a genius doctor. They look at each other, and one exclaims, a traveling doctor who insists on calling himself a genius. You can tell just by looking at him that he's a con man. The other hits him on the head and states, he's all we have right now. So what if he might be a fraud? They approach the protagonist and inform him, genius doctor, the young master of our sect suffered a serious injury yesterday and urgently needs a doctor for treatment. Since you're claiming to be a genius doctor who can renew anything, then you can treat the young master's injury. Please, accompany us back to our sect. The protagonist observes this thoughtfully, and with a smile affirms, saving lives is one of the principles of medicine. This old man will accompany you. Excuse the question, but which sect are you from? The protagonist thinks, a young master of a sect seriously injured. Could it be a coincidence? And the man states, you'll be startled when you hear. And the other declares, we are none other than a branch of the #1 sect in New Moon City, the Celestial Sect. If you can heal our young master's injuries, our sect will surely hold you in high esteem. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, thinks, wow, I was hoping to have at least 3 days to become a little more notorious, so that eventually the Celestial Sect would be interested in inviting me. I had no idea that the Celestial Sect itself would be going door to door looking for someone. And the protagonist states, this old man has been healing for many years, and I have yet to encounter an injury that I can't possibly heal. Let's go. Take this old man to your sect. The scene shows a purple crystal. The Celestial Sect Master observes thoughtfully, I fear that Luo Cheng's injuries can now only be treated with this celestial purple vein crystal. But this is a very precious object, and even at the size of a fingernail, it holds immeasurable value. Ordinary doctors haven't even been able to see it, let alone... And a man exclaims, Sect Master, we have another doctor. The protagonist enters laughing and says, what a nice place. A man observes and states, genius doctor. And the clan master declares, from what hole did these con men crawl out of? How dare they come to the Zhao sect and try to deceive us? Teach him a lesson and throw him out. And the protagonist states, calm down, Master Zhao. Wouldn't you happen to have a celestial purple vein crystal in your possession? I didn't expect to see such an object in such a small city like New Moon City. It's just a shame that the purity isn't of the highest quality. And the clan master turns, exclaiming, you can identify celestial purple vein crystals? And he thinks, just by looking, he's already estimated the purity? He approaches the protagonist, laughing, and the protagonist affirms, of course, not only do I recognize it, but I also know how to use it. But even the injuries of the esteemed sect's young master might be too much for this crystal. And a man stomps his foot, exclaiming, what a load of nonsense! You have no idea the extent of our young master's injuries. There's no better option than this crystal. Master, this old man claims to have practiced medicine in New Moon City for several years. A healer who already knows everything without having examined anything, completely against medical principles. Another exclaims, it's best to get this liar out of here to avoid getting caught up in his tricks. The protagonist, scratching his beard, states, I'm already somewhat familiar with the young master's case after a brief glance. Almost half of the meridians ruptured, deep veins destroyed. Last night, his body was invaded by the cold, infecting his wounds. Since then, he hasn't regained consciousness. And the man points, exclaiming, rumors of the young master's pain are already circulating throughout the city. Since your healing abilities are so good, how about taking a look at my ailment? And the man thinks, how can such a boastful quack still persist in our presence? The protagonist exclaims, to view your illness under the gaze of such audacity, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? And the man exclaims, what's inappropriate about it? I'm certain you won't be able to guess anyway. How could you possibly treat the young master? The protagonist states, you're always deficient in yin energy in your kidneys. Lay off the girls for a while. The man coughs up blood and the protagonist looks at him stating, and you, it seems you have something serious. Has it been a year since you felt pain in your legs? At midday, the symptoms become more severe. Despite trying to alleviate it for a year, your condition has only worsened. And the man shouts, "How do you know this?" The protagonist raises a finger, revealing Azure Jade-Eyed Field Serpent. 2 years ago, you were bitten by a long, thin, red snake. That snake is called the Azure Jade-Eyed Field Serpent. It shouldn't be confused with the common red snake, as this one carries a latent venom that affects your yang energy, and therefore only has a specific antidote. This snake venom remains asymptomatic for a year, but it will reach your intestines in the 3rd year. It's astonishing that you still don't know. You only have 1 year to live. The man coughs up blood and kneels, confessing, You're right. Everything you said is right. I was indeed bitten by what I believe to be a red snake." He grabs the protagonist's leg, crying and exclaiming, "Genius doctor! A genius doctor! Genius doctor, save me!" And the other observes in disbelief, pondering. This old man is among the 3 most renowned genius doctors in New Moon City. His skills are even above Sun Hong's. If even Kong Sushuo is on his knees, this man could truly be one. He is astonished and murmurs, "Genius doctor?" He bows and asks, "Might I know the name of the esteemed genius doctor and where he hails from?" The protagonist comments, "My surname is Huangfu, from the Divine Phoenix Empire." Everyone is stunned, pondering, Divine Phoenix Empire? Could it be that, coming from the Divine Phoenix Empire, he is the saint-eccentric divine hand, Huangfu Rei? Everyone's eyes gleam and the protagonist ponders, Huangfu Rei? Eccentric divine hand? I just picked a random name. Was there really someone called that? With a smile, the protagonist declares, "I didn't expect people from New Moon City to know my title. But that's right, I am Huangfu Rei, the one behind the moniker Eccentric Divine Hand." And the people exclaim, "So the Grandmaster before us was none other than a Grandmaster. An inexperienced junior like me was blind and sought to offend you. I feel ashamed. It's no wonder you possess such skill. We were in the presence of a world-renowned gentleman, the Grandmaster Huangfu." The other exclaims, "The phrase you wrote on the sign rhymes very well. Are you also a master of literature?" The intentionally crooked writing demonstrates the intentionality of an extraordinary martial arts technique. I'm breathless. And the protagonist ponders, I have to admit, all this commotion is a bit much, even for me. Another, approaching the master, declares, "Our Xiao sect has been blessed by the heavens. This time, the young master has salvation. It's clear that the esteemed Huangfu Rei is a renowned genius doctor. The young master is certainly safe and sound." With a somber look, the clan master asks, "Eccentric divine hand? Is this eccentric divine hand truly such a good genius doctor?" And the man, with a smile, raises a finger, revealing, "Not just a genius doctor. Grandmaster Huangfu isn't just any genius doctor. He is among the 5 greatest genius doctors of the profound Sky Continent. They say that Grandmaster Huangfu appears to be only 45 years old. His hair and beard show no signs of gray, yet he doesn't cultivate profound energy. Based on his medical arts, it can be presumed he has lived for 5 centuries. But the eccentric divine hand is almost a legend. He's been seen by few. Could he be a fake?" The sect master states, "To know if he's truly a fake, we can investigate." The man declares, "If Huangfu Rei is still in the Divine Phoenix Empire, it can only be, a farce." Immediately, the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce requests information about Huangfu Rei's situation in the Empire. The clan master comments, "Even if his medical technique isn't a farce, he may not be Huangfu Rei. Perhaps his technique isn't yet inferior to Huangfu Rei's. This is an extraordinary situation. Even if the price for this information in the Divine Phoenix Empire isn't cheap, I still need to know." The subordinate informs, "Understood." A rumor surrounding Master Huangfu Rei's nickname is that he can be a bit arbitrary, and only treats someone well if he's in a good mood. You must treat him with utmost courtesy. The young master's future may be in this person's hands. The clan master reflects, "Indeed, although these are somewhat suspicious hands, I have no other choice but to rely on him for now." He greets, saying, "Master Huangfu Rei, please, ensure you save my son. He is this junior's only son. You can save him. No matter the sacrifice, this junior will fulfill it." The protagonist instructs, 250 grams of warming jade, 3 purple lotus heart leaves, dragon blood ginseng stem, 50 drops of morning dew, 3 pounds of deep-sea mud, and bring them quickly. And I don't like to be disturbed by others during the treatment process. The clan master assures, "Very well." After a while, the clan master is shown pacing, thinking. It's been 4 hours and there's no news on how the treatment is going. A subordinate announces, Sect master, I'm back." The sect master grabs the man's face, saying, Speak softly. Let's talk outside. Outside, the subordinate reveals Huang Fu Rei, eccentric divine hand, left the Divine Phoenix Empire a year ago. During the last year, no one has witnessed his presence. They say he may have traveled to various countries. This person can only be Huang Fu Rei. Someone exclaims, "Perfect! So that means Luo Zheng is in good hands." Someone calls out, "Enter!" The man inquires, "Master, what about my son's injuries?" The protagonist affirms, "The young master is awake. You can go see the injuries yourself. His body is quite weak, but don't give him anything to eat without my permission. I'll rest a bit first." He approaches his son, asking, "Luo Zheng, how are you feeling? Is there any improvement?" Luo Zheng reports, "Father, my left arm hurts a lot." His father exclaims, "He can feel pain! This can only mean that the damage to the nerves and meridians has been repaired. The operation must have been successful. This is truly worthy of being the work of eccentric divine hand." Luo Zheng's broken bones have also been repaired. The ruptured meridians are also showing vitality. This is certainly the result of a medical technique comparable to a god's. Luo Zheng asks, "Eccentric divine hand?" The clan master clarifies, "He is a renowned genius doctor, the very one who saved your life. When you see him, you must respectfully address him as Master Huang Fu Rei. Given the success of the treatment, he must be in excellent spirits, and that is a great blessing. Your future is now limitless. Don't forget to thank that Yunche, otherwise you wouldn't have had this opportunity." His son states, "Yunche?" With a dark look, he speaks, "Ah, yes. I will use the cruelest method I can find to thank him for this opportunity." The scene shifts to Jasmine, who questions, "Generally, the transformation technique requires you to vaporize your profound energy in order to alter your form. If you were unlucky enough to encounter someone stronger, you would have been immediately discovered. Despite this, you fooled an entire sect. Where did you learn this technique?" The protagonist, feeling smug, replies, "This particular technique has no relation to profound energy. If you don't possess medical arts superior to mine, no matter how strong your profound energy is, you won't be able to discover me. It's all based on what my last master taught me." The protagonist concludes ominously, "Xiao Tianen, Xiao Luocheng, I'll let you have a few days of joy, but in the end, you will end in despair." The scene shifts to the following day, and the clan master speaks. "Luo Cheng, esteemed senior who saved your life, Senior Huang Fu of the Divine Phoenix Empire." Luo Cheng replies, "I am Junior Xiao Luo Cheng. I thank the genius doctor for giving me a new lease on life." The protagonist approaches, stating, "Saving lives is my mission. Let me see how your deep arteries are." The protagonist looks serious, and the clan master asks, "Senior, your face has become so pale. What could it be?" And the protagonist declares, "I made it very clear to you that you shouldn't give him anything to eat without my permission. Did what I said go in one ear and out the other?" And the frightened man justifies, "It's just a mother's concern for her son. So she prepared him some chicken soup with lots of love." And the protagonist exclaims, "Love, my foot! What a disgrace! You want to kill the boy? I spent the whole morning preparing medicine for him. That blessed chicken soup you made can nullify the effects of the medicine. It can now cause his recovering meridians to contract second-degree illnesses. Repairing them in this state can be up to 10 times more difficult." Incredulous, the clan master observes this, and the irritated protagonist continues to complain, "This is absurd! Simply absurd! Enough! I won't treat this anymore. You people like to waste time looking for any healer you can find." And the clan master pleads, "Senior, please calm down. Due to my ignorance, I failed to instruct my wife. I am willing to accept any punishment." The man clings to the protagonist's leg, imploring, "A mother's gesture cannot be a crime." The young master was helpless. "I beg the senior to calm down and save the young master's life." Luo Cheng intervenes, "Senior!" And the protagonist narrows his eyes and turns to him, saying, "This boy and a certain grandson of mine bear many resemblances. My grandson's name ended with Cheng. His name was Huang Fu Cheng. It's a shame that even with my renowned medical techniques, I couldn't save my little grandson. Generally speaking, he was also a genius like you. It's a pity that the heavens envy our young geniuses." And the clan master is astonished by this and comments, "It seems the master misses his grandson. What if you let Luo Cheng acknowledge you as his grandfather? How about that?" And the protagonist, with a tear in his eye, asks, "Would that truly be possible?" And he thinks, "But this Shaoshin is quite the schemer. He doesn't miss an opportunity to take advantage. All he needs is an opening, a good lie." Luo Cheng calls out, "Grandpa!" And the protagonist exclaims, "What did you call me?" and Luo Cheng, with a happy little face, affirms, "Grandpa, if Grandpa doesn't mind, from now on, I will be your grandson." And the protagonist hugs Luo Cheng, patting him on the back and exclaiming, "Good, good grandson, my little grandson. Don't worry, your injuries. Grandpa will definitely heal you." And the subordinate congratulates, "Congratulations, sect master. Congratulations, Master Huang Fu. Congratulations on your new grandson. Indeed, we are witnessing a grand occasion." And the clan master exclaims, "When Luo Cheng's injuries improve, the entire sect will celebrate for 3 whole days." Luo Cheng puts his foot on the ground, saying, "Grandpa, your grandson wants to pay his respects." And the protagonist ponders, "Good grandson, your injuries are still a bit serious. Don't overexert yourself. After I treat your injuries, you can kneel." And Luo Cheng affirms, "Don't worry, Grandpa. Your grandson, despite being very hurt, your grandson Luo Cheng will revere Senior." He bows his head to the ground, paying his respects, and the protagonist embraces him, saying, "Good grandson, truly my good grandson." The protagonist observes Luo Cheng in bed and says, "After all we've done to hinder things, continuing with the recovery will be a bit complicated. I need to go back to manipulating the medicines." And the subordinate adds, "Master, I am the head of the medicine division, Zhao Baikan. There are no ingredients stored in this sect that I am not already familiar with. We are at your command." And the protagonist replies, "Flowers, 40-year-old purple heart, 150 grams. A portion of 36-year-old ruby sunflower essence. 3 12-year-old flaming orchids. Try to bring everything at once. Remember that the age of the ingredients is important." The subordinate is startled, sweat dripping down his face, and argues, "Of course we can get all these ingredients, but we need to know the exact age of each ingredient. It could be a problem." And the clan master intervenes. "Well, a decade or 2 of age, more or less, shouldn't make much of a difference." And the protagonist, with a serious look, questions, "Didn't you claim to be the chief elder of the medicinal division? How can you have difficulties even with such a basic concept of medicine?" And the subordinate justifies, "The master's medical trajectory is incomparable. In your eyes, there's no way common medicine wouldn't appear as something merely basic. I can recognize the difference between decades, but needing precision down to a few years is beyond my capabilities." And the protagonist concludes, "Well, I'll go myself then." The protagonist turns and orders, "Never mind. It's not appropriate for an outsider like me to enter the medicine department, which must be one of the most important places in the sect." And the clan master exclaims, "And how could you be considered an outsider? You recently became Luo Cheng's grandfather. There's no problem with a member of our family having access to our treasures. Go ahead, don't worry." And the protagonist, releasing an aura, exclaims, "Fool! How can you let someone you just acknowledged on the same day go wherever they please? Don't let your guard down, not even for a second. Do I have to teach you even this?" He points, saying, "Baikal, we'll go together. You will closely monitor the entire process." And the master consents. "You are of invaluable character and integrity. A role model for everyone. Baikal, take the master to our treasure hall and make him feel at home." The protagonist follows the servant who points, saying, "Master Huang Fu, come whenever you like." The protagonist wears a dark smile and arrives in front of the medicine courtyard. The man inserts a token into a pearl, and the door opens. The protagonist, sweating, thinks, "This place is no joke. Just the sound of the door can practically alert half the sect at once." And the subordinate, with a smile, requests, "Master Huang Fu, please." The protagonist makes a noise and asks, "Make sure to keep an eye on me to prevent people from saying I did something." The subordinate retorts, "With your reputation, why would you need to take anything from here?" And he thinks, even if he wanted to steal, the master, who doesn't have a spatial ring, basically couldn't take anything from here. He extends his arm, explaining, "These black wooden shelves are used to store medicinal ingredients. And that's not all, as we need to preserve almost a millennium's worth of accumulated spiritual pills, exotic treasures, weapons, everything you can think of." The protagonist affirms, "Oh, really?" And with a smirk, he thinks, "Although between heaven and earth, there's almost nothing in medicinal refinement that I don't know. It's painful not having materials to work with. But now I do." Jasmine, inside the pearl, comments, "The look on your face makes it seem like these are your family treasures." And the protagonist licks his lips, replying, "Just saying, you wouldn't believe it. But in the next few days, they will be." And she thinks, "Oh, really? I'd like to see that." The protagonist is startled and thinks, "What must be stored in there is enough to make one's eyes pop out." The protagonist asks, "That light, Where is it coming from? And the subordinate replies, I'll show you. He reveals the sword, and the protagonist is amazed, and the man states, this is the Tiger Soul Sword. This is the #1 treasure that the main sect has granted us over the years. It is also the only profound earth artifact within this New Moon City. Its name is Tiger Soul. The sect master considers this item the sect's greatest treasure. He's only waiting for the young master to get married to gift it to him. And the protagonist, stroking his beard, affirms, it's indeed a good sword, not bad at all. The scene cuts to 3 days later. The protagonist removes Luo Cheng's bandages, who exclaims, am I dreaming? 3 days? In just 3 days, my meridians are connected again. The clan master, with a smile, replies, thank your grandfather. Luo Cheng throws himself to his knees, exclaiming, Grandfather, you are incredible. Thank you, grandfather, for giving me a new chance at life. The protagonist comments, you are my grandson. Of course I would do anything to save you. The meridians are almost there. Now we need to see the deep veins. Restoring your deep veins is easy. This means that Luo Cheng could return to cultivating. I know a method that would allow Luo Cheng, at the same time that he recovers his deep veins, to go directly to the Earth Profound Realm. They are astonished, and Luo Cheng speaks. Earth Profound Realm? Grandfather, is there really a way? And the clan master exclaims, how is that possible? In the Blue Wind Empire, no one has ever heard of someone, only at 17 years old, reaching the Earth Profound Realm. Not even the Blue Wind Emperor, and not even the entire Profound Sky continent. Senior Huang Fu, he travels across the continent, have given him experience beyond what we can imagine. In this world, is there a 16-year-old genius in the Earth Profound Realm walking among us? Seated, and with a smile on his face, the protagonist declares, incredible, isn't it? I have also been waiting to see someone like this. And I know that the pretender to reach such a degree of power only needs a dragon core. And the sect master, crestfallen, questions, how are we going to get a dragon core? And Luo Cheng, also crestfallen, adds, even the weakest dragons are of a level equivalent to the Sky Profound Realm. And the protagonist reveals, 4 days ago, when I passed by the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce, I felt the presence of a dragon core. The protagonist points, saying, as for how to buy it, that's up to you now. The master, astonished, suggests, to guarantee Luo Cheng's future, whatever the price, it's still worth it. Bai Cao, let's go to the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce. Bai Cao exclaims, but the Dragon King's core, the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce will never sell it to us. I'm sure we can't afford to buy it. Extending the card, the protagonist argues, I had the opportunity to save the life of the owner of the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce. As a thank you, he gave me this card with credit in purple coins. You can use it. The clan master lowers his head, saying, the protagonist's blessing will be remembered. I'll go to the Chamber of Commerce now. He runs off, exclaiming, we will surely have the dragon core in our hands. And the protagonist extends his hand, saying, wait. Acquiring a dragon core is not a simple matter. It may take a long time between finishing negotiations and completing the transaction. What would I do if in the meantime I needed to go to the treasure hall to get some medicine for Luo Cheng? The two look at each other, and the protagonist asks, could you leave the key to the treasure hall with someone you trust? And the sect master takes the key and justifies, the key to the treasure hall has always been with me or with the senior sect leader. If I were to leave it with a third person, that person would be Master Huang Fu He. And the protagonist exclaims, that's absurd. How can such an important thing be left in the hands of an outsider? After so many years of experience, how can you be so amateurish? And the subordinate adds, in the last 3 days, the senior has frequently entered and exited the treasure hall. He never took more than necessary. With such a noble spirit, we have no suspicion of his character. Under the current circumstances, the senior is also Luo Cheng's grandfather. How could he be an outsider? And the clan master exclaims, Master Huang Fu, hey, please keep the key. The protagonist takes it, saying, all right. And he turns around saying, don't waste time so you can come back sooner. He watches them leave with a big smile on his face. The scene shifts to the treasure pavilion. The protagonist enters, thinking, almost a millennium's worth of accumulated sect treasures. There are many good things kept here. I'll be quick. He starts pulling everything into the pearl, exclaiming, now it will change owners. Of so many people to provoke, they came to provoke me. I will empty this entire sect today and leave them completely broke. How would taking just the ingredients be enough? The weapons will also be a great acquisition. The protagonist picks up the sword and mutters, this sword, little grandson, Grandpa will take it before you. The protagonist is surprised by something and asks, is there a box underneath? He opens the box and thinks, what are these things? They have a somewhat exotic shape. They look like they are quite precious. The protagonist observes, stating, does this stick shoot poison or fire? There seems to be a trigger here underneath. It must be something to pull. The protagonist pulls the trigger and a shot hits the wall, and the protagonist says, a hidden weapon? And thinks, wow, what terrifying power! Judging by the smell, the launched object contains a poison that can enter the bloodstream. The scene shifts to 4 hours later, with everything empty, and the protagonist observes, without much commotion, I finally swept the entire hall, but it seems like there's still something missing. He picks up a sword and declares, we have to leave something at least. He starts laughing and the scene shifts to Luo Cheng. The protagonist arrives, telling him, grandson, time to take your medicine. Grandpa has already prepared more medicine. Luo Cheng takes the medicine jar, saying, Grandpa, hasn't my father returned yet? And the protagonist reassures him, they should be back any minute now. Wait a little while, you should be sleeping by then. With his hand on his head, Luo Cheng questions, Grandfather, what did you say? And the protagonist, with a dark look, sentences, when you wake up, your deep veins will be completely destroyed, in such a way that not even 10 Huangfu together would dream of helping you. Luo Cheng retorts, are you playing with me? The protagonist takes off his mask, revealing, well, I am your grandfather, aren't I? I'm being very serious. The protagonist looks at him and suggests, well, grandson, guess who your grandpa is? Luo Cheng points shakily, saying, Yunche? Luo Cheng exclaims, impossible. How can that be? And the protagonist says, well, grandson, are you suddenly addressing me so rudely? Do you dare shout your grandfather's name out loud? Luo Cheng asks, impossible. How can this be? Somebody, hurry, I need someone. He falls to the floor shouting, somebody, help. The protagonist, with a smirk, comments, but this is your treatment room. How could your father let other people in here as they please? Kicking and screaming won't do you any good, but don't worry, even a cruel tiger doesn't eat its cub. The protagonist grabs him by the neck, saying, in the end, I am your grandfather, aren't I? From now on, you will only have to make a little effort to call me daddy. So stay put in bed for the rest of your life. The protagonist throws him on the bed, and changing his face back to the previous one, he states, blame yourself for trying to kill me from the beginning. The protagonist has a little smile, and as he leaves, he paces back and forth and decrees, leaving the Shao sect without anyone to guide you is impossible. I'll have to wait for those two to come back and call someone to escort me. A guy arrives informing, Master, Master, you were right. The Black Moon Chamber of Commerce did in fact have the Dragon Core. The important thing is that we managed to buy it and bring it back. And the protagonist asks, and how much did they charge? 600,000 purple coins. It seems that without that purple coin card, it would have been 6 million, and it wouldn't have been possible to buy it. And the protagonist, with a smile, thinks, I sold it to them for 50,000. They sold it back for 600,000. Sons of bitches. And the sect master says, Master, this dragon core is truly very precious, so we don't waste another long night. Let's give this to Luo Cheng right away. And the protagonist retorts, to recover the deep veins, I'll still need some more precious ingredients. I will personally choose the materials. Can you get someone to escort me to the Black Moon Chamber of Commerce? The clan master replies, I'll send Zai He to accompany you. The scene shifts to the Mystic House. Yuanba and Shui Yu are shown pacing back and forth. She exclaims, Yuanba, where is your brother-in-law after all? And Yuanba confesses, I don't know either. He just left a note telling me not to worry. I'll go look for him again. She reveals, I've been searching all over the city for the past few days, but no one has seen him. And the leader assumes, I fear he has already fallen into the hands of the Zhao sect. That would be terrible. And she, with a somber look, declares, we will have him dead or alive. As long as he's alive, we'll think of a way to rescue him. And the leader, frightened, questions, Your Highness, why are you going so far for Yunche? Feng Juecheng from the Blue Wind Mystic House would be more suitable for you. And she, crestfallen, explains, At first, I considered Feng Juecheng. Although he deserted the Burning Heaven sect, he is the sect master's son. So, the imperial family would be criticized if he joined us. Because he has the arrogance and pride of a wolf, even accepted by the Burning Heaven clan, he deserted. How could he willingly swear his loyalty and devotion to the imperial family? In this world, there simply isn't a single person who can truly control him. Although Yunche cannot be compared to Feng Shui, Zhao Luocheng was crippled by Yunche, even though he was a realm more advanced. Have you ever seen anyone like that? Since I was a child, I have cultivated the secret art of the regent's heart, which allows me to see a person's nature and destiny. Despite being promising, I still haven't fully seen it. And the leader opens his hands, agreeing, Your Highness is right. I only fear that this type of person might be even more difficult to control than Feng Shuer. And she, with a little smile, says, I don't need to control him, but rather do him a good deed. She blushes as she speaks, so that at the right moment, he can help me in the name of the imperial family. That being the case, I would already be satisfied. And the leader, with a smile, inquires, So this means that you and I want him, don't we? And she affirms, Me alone is enough, even if I have to reveal my true identity. The scene shifts to the treasure hall. The clanmaster speaks, Baikal, open this door quickly. Let's get this inside as fast as possible. Upon entering, the leader exclaims, With this, there will be no force comparable to my son's. Baikal, completely trembling, is startled and points, saying, Sectmaster, this is serious, very serious. The sectmaster asks, What? He is astonished to see everything empty and exclaims, The treasure hall has been emptied. He looks around and says, What happened? How the devil did this happen? Where are the things? The sect's millennial stockpile is gone. And releasing an aura, he yells, Where did everything go? Where? The subordinate is startled, and the sectmaster exclaims, Sectmaster, look over there. There seems to be something written on the wall. The sectmaster looks, and there it is written, Xiao Tianan, you old man, I will accept the gifts that you and my little grandson kept for me. In the name of the 2 days you took me in, I will also tell you 2 secrets. First, my grandson is truly crippled this time. Not even the real Huang Fu he could dream of saving him. Second, that Dragon King's core is fake. The sectmaster faints while the subordinate exclaims, Sectmaster! Even if this Huang Fu he is Yunche in disguise, it's certain that he hasn't had enough time to go far. Right now, Xander must still be with him. We need to notify him immediately. As soon as we get there and Yunche, we can bring everything back. The protagonist takes a breath and then points, saying, You don't need to lead me all the way. Now wait right here and I'll be right back. The guy says, But the sectmaster ordered, and the protagonist interrupts him. I still have a personal matter to resolve. You can stay here. And the protagonist thinks, I have butterflies in my stomach. Do I have a bad feeling about this? It seems like something really bad is going to happen. The subordinate hears a yell, Spare no effort to capture Huang Fu He. He is Yun Che in disguise. The treasure hall was emptied by him. Capture him immediately. Stop thief. The protagonist observes this and takes off, while the guy exclaims, Yun Che, you monster, give me your life. And the protagonist thinks, Damn it, Xiao Tianan, you bastard. You and Baikal were supposed to be studying the dragon sphere first, not going straight to the treasure hall. The protagonist asks, Master, what level is this guy at? And she, raising a finger, replies, First level of the profound spiritual realm. Without my help, you will die. If I fight, although I will kill him, I will also die with him. Do you know what happened that day? This time, not even all the blood in your body will be able to save me. The guy, following the protagonist, exclaims, You monster! I know where you're running! And the protagonist takes a ball and throws it at him. An explosion occurs. Someone exclaims, That way! And the guy is startled, looking at the hole and thinking, Bomb? Heaven-shaking bomb? The subordinate observes, reasoning, That bastard stole everything we had in the hall. If he hadn't been fast enough, he would have been destroyed by the heaven-shaking bomb. The protagonist roars, Die, you bastard! He throws another small ball. Another explosion occurs. The guy looks at the other hole and thinks with relief, Finally, he missed me. By a hair. I just wanted to buy more time. The protagonist jumps, warning him, Careful! If you keep chasing me, I'll end up hitting you. The subordinate pursues the protagonist, shouting, We only had 6 of those bombs. When you finish using them, it will be your grave. The protagonist reflects, These 6 bombs won't give me much more than 2 minutes. In my past life, I relied on the sky poison pearl to deal with this situation, but it's not as powerful as it used to be. What am I going to do? Shueru is shown. She exclaims, Yunche, I finally found you. The protagonist wonders, What is she doing here? She speaks hurriedly, Yunche, come with me, quickly. The subordinate, observing, inquires, Where are you running to? Stop right there. She shouts, Little Snow, come. A white bird appears, and the two depart while the subordinate watches, perplexed. A profound beast contract? The protagonist speaks with admiration. Senior Shueru, that's what I call helping. By the way, Were you on your way to the Xiao sect? She questions. You've been missing for 3 days. Yanba and I searched for you all over the city without success. Since you could only have been captured by the Xiao sect, I was on my way to look for you. I didn't expect to find you like this. The protagonist comments, Senior Sueru, we've barely known each other for a few days, and you're going to such lengths for me? Why? She comes close to him and retorts, I already told you because I'm your senior. The protagonist thinks, surprised, it can't just be that. Was it love at first sight, turned into passion at second? She asks, so, where have you been all these days? Were you kidnapped by the Xiao sect? Also, you're wearing strange clothes. The protagonist explains, oh, that. Actually, I took the initiative to go to the Xiao sect, but putting that aside, I didn't expect Senior to have a contract with a profound beast. She clarifies, her name is Little Snow, and she is in fact a profound beast, a giant snow eagle. My ancestor raised her and gave her to me once she matured. She raises a little finger, adding, although Little Snow may seem very large and heavy, her aerial abilities are truly formidable, and she can fly extremely fast. An eagle is shown following them. The guy above them yells, you bastard! Where do you think you're going? She exclaims, this is the highest level beast ever raised by the Xiao sect, the fierce Tempest Falcon. The chase continues, and the eagle tries to catch the bird, which dodges. She observes and speaks. This is Jiahu Tianan, and exclaims, Little Snow, fast! I'll go faster! The people on the ground watch the chase and comment, look, is that? And the princess observes the bird following her and questions, what the hell did you do to the Jiahu sect for them to come after you with the fierce Stormhawk? As far as I know, this fierce Stormhawk was captured a few years ago by the Xiahao sect, but it hasn't been fully tamed yet. This means it's not a contract with a profound beast, so there's a risk of it escaping if it's released. She bends down, and the protagonist watches as she continues. And so, unless it was for a very important matter, he would never dare release this fierce Stormhawk. She looks back, inquiring, Junior Yoon, what exactly happened between you and the Jiahu sect? The protagonist turns his face, his nose bleeding, and looking back at her, he responds, well, it might be hard for you to believe, but I crippled Jiahu Lucheng irreversibly and made him waste 600,000 purple coins in vain. She is incredulous at this, and the protagonist continues, oh yeah, I also took everything I could from the sect's treasure haul. The eagle attacks, and they exclaim, watch out! She observes the pursuing eagle and reflects, nascent profound realm. Yunche was able to cause so much damage to the strongest sect in New Moon City, he provoked in them a kind of hatred that would last for several generations, even eras. Assuming my identity now would be useless against such hatred. And the protagonist speaks, Senior Shouru, I've caused you so much trouble, haven't I? I'm sorry. And, blushing, she responds, I chose to be a part of this. Besides, it's nothing more than the senior's duty to protect such a cute junior brother. Even though we're in a very difficult situation, we can't give up. And she exclaims, fly a little faster, Little Snow. And the protagonist observes, thinking, I hate being indebted to someone else, but everything she did, Jasmine exclaims, look out, behind you. The Jiahu clan master exclaims, you bastard! You made me chase you for so long, so go to hell. And he shoots, exclaiming, poison pistol! He misses the target, heading towards the princess, and the protagonist exclaims, Senior, watch out! He puts himself in front, taking the shot, and murmurs, Senior! She is left with tears in her eyes, astonished, exclaiming, Junior Yun! She holds the protagonist, crying, and he extends his hand, saying, that ammunition is highly poisonous. If hit, it's certain death. Hug me and jump. We might die, but if we don't jump from here, we'll die without a doubt. And she observes the eagle and says, very well, let's jump. Little Snow, you worked hard. Go back and rest well. She releases Little Snow, who fights with the eagle. And the Jiaho clan master exclaims, that damned beast. And with a smile on his face, he exclaims, they really jumped from several thousand meters in the air. Even if it were me, I would be shattered into 1,000 pieces as soon as I hit the ground. The protagonist gives him a thumbs up, and the clan master, irritated, exclaims, so what? Chase him to your dreams. Even if this brat is reduced to pulp, I still need to make sure he doesn't leave alive. The two fall, and he pursues, but is startled by something and exclaims, damn it! Why are so many flying beasts from the earthly profound realm coming from there? Hurry, turn around! He returns, and Jasmine, from inside the pearl, exclaims, Are you crazy? You'll be smashed to death from that height. The protagonist takes out a pill thinking, fortunately, I was able to take a good number of herbs from the treasure hall. Now, I just need to refine them with the heavenly poison pearl. Jasmine, don't move a muscle to help me. Lend me a fraction of your power so I can use the profound floating technique. That's enough. And she exclaims, the profound floating technique is a skill of the sky profound realm. How could your body in this state possibly withstand it? After activating it, your profound veins could rupture. And the protagonist exclaims, don't forget, my current profound veins are the profound veins of a god. I don't believe they can be destroyed so easily. Quick, Jasmine. And she sends the power to the protagonist, exclaiming, don't bother me, I know. The protagonist feels this power and grits his teeth, yelling. They fall, and an explosion occurs. Shueru wakes up and is startled, observing that she has fallen on top of the protagonist. She begins to cry, questioning herself. How is this possible? What did he do to? How did I end up with someone risking their life to protect mine? Besides, this is the second time he's done this. Why would he do that? Shueru continues weeping. We've only met a few times, and to think that this is the junior I've been searching for. Why? The protagonist extends his hand, placing it on her face. Shueru hits his hand, exclaiming, Junior? You're still alive? The protagonist, trembling all over, responds, the fall wasn't a problem, but if you don't get up, then I'll really die. The scene shifts to a time later, with her helping the protagonist, and she thinks, he seems to have been unconscious. His injuries haven't worsened either. We were very lucky to survive a fall from that height. She touches the protagonist's nose, thanking him, thank you. At that moment, someone points and exclaims, look over there, there's a girl over there, she observes, and one of the guys comments, heavens, to think there's a girl like that around here. Another individual adds, what a beauty. She's 100 times more beautiful than the goddess of my dreams. Another, with ulterior motives, says, if we capture her and take her back to the boss, he'll reward us very well. One of the guys slaps the other, ranting, are you stupid? Can't you see how beautiful this girl is? To be able to enjoy a woman? He starts drooling. A captive little girl alerts Shueru. Miss, run away fast. They're not good people. They'll hurt you. The guy kicks the little girl, shouting, you damned brat. Haven't you had enough yet? Do you really think I don't have the guts to kill you? And Shueru, observing this, exclaims, don't come any closer. Release the child and get out of here. And the guy observes this thoughtfully and starts laughing, exclaiming, a brat from the 8th level of the nascent profound realm thinks she can defeat us? Impossible to win 3 against 1. And she removes the necklace, stating, I never said we were on the same level. And the guy is startled and completely grim. He inquires, in the true profound realm? The scene shifts to another location. Someone announces, Bai Xuan, the children are back. She is shown carrying the protagonist, and someone exclaims, they brought 2 strangers with them. And the child speaks, sister, come this way. And the little child extends her hand, saying, Mommy, we're back. Her mother hugs her, stating, thank heavens you were able to return. Welcome back, my children. And the man introduces himself, saying, my name is Feng Bai Xuan, and I'm the leader of this clan around here. Miss, thank you for saving my 2 children. I truly don't know how to thank you. And she, with a smile, reassures him, don't worry about it. We're just passing through. And she thinks, this man is the clan leader? Why is he only at the 10th level of the elementary profound realm? There are many people here who are at the same level as him. In fact, there's no one here who has a cultivation higher than this level. All the people in this village also have a flame mark on their foreheads. And the man comments, this little brother here, apparently, isn't in good condition. He must have been seriously injured. Let me help you carry him to a place where we can treat him, miss. And the protagonist thanks him. Thank you for your consideration, Clanmaster. However, I prefer the feeling of being on Senior Shueru's back than on Senior Brother's. And blushing, she questions, you're awake? And the protagonist, with a smile, replies, I woke up when older sister put me on her back. And she observes, and you let her carry you on her back for so long? And the protagonist argues, well, not only is Senior's body very fragrant, it's also comfortable. And the guy suggests, our friend still seems quite unwell. Let's bring him inside first. And the protagonist, entering the place, observes and thinks, strange. Why is everyone here at the 10th level of the elementary profound realm? It's almost as if this is their absolute limit. And Jasmine confirms, it is. Besides, I can also sense the essence of the phoenix in this place. And the protagonist is startled, thinking, Phoenix? Someone asks, is this the primordial divine beast? And Jasmine adds, although it's very weak, it's undoubtedly the essence of the phoenix. It's really strange. Could it have come from the heavens to this lower realm? Moreover, the flame mark on its forehead is the mark of the descendants of the phoenix lineage. However, the colors are quite different from the marks the princess has seen before. The mark of the phoenix lineage is not commonly visible. When using the flame of the phoenix, the energy used will expose it. Yet everyone here has the phoenix mark, and it seems they can't hide it. Very strange. The man extends his hand, inviting. The two guests can stay here and rest. And the protagonist responds, Master of the Feng clan, are your people the guardians of the phoenix ruins of the Guardian clan? The princess is astonished, thinking, Phoenix? Isn't that the divine beast worshipped by the divine Phoenix Empire? Why did he bring that up? The man trembles and murmurs, Guardian clan? He begins to cry and puts his hand on his face, confessing, We are not worthy of such a title. We are but a humble clan, isolated from the world, carrying the curse of their sins. Since you know of our connection to the Phoenix, are you another one of those who have come here to lay your hands on our treasure? And the protagonist exclaims, No, you misunderstood. I was just curious, since the mark on your forehead is similar to those who belong to the Phoenix lineage. Furthermore, it seems that everyone in your village is limited to the elementary profound realm. For you to have such a low level of strength and be able to live in this area full of profound beasts, I fear you can only do so by relying on the deterrent force of something like the Phoenix. The man lowers his guard, agreeing, You are right. Our clan has existed for a long time, and we were even prosperous for a period. However, after provoking the wrath of heaven, we quickly declined and had no choice but to live isolated from the world. To tell the truth, the Phoenix ruins that we have guarded for generations are just behind this area, and it is in that place that the essence of the Phoenix resides, left behind, and inhibits the beasts from approaching. With a smirk, the protagonist thinks, So, this place really does have Phoenix ruins? Being a place where a primordial divine beast once resided, it will definitely have good things inside. The man bids farewell, recommending, It's best you rest well for now. If you need anything, just call. Shueruo, call Yunche. Are your injuries better? After all, we fell from quite a height. And the protagonist, with a smile, reassures, I'm a genius doctor. These scratches are nothing to someone like me. And she ponders, Even so, you can't risk your life like that. If you had died in that fall, you wouldn't have a life anymore. She seems confused, and the protagonist quickly puts his hand on her face, justifying, It was quite clear that I was responsible for putting your life at risk. However, Senior keeps blaming herself. Anyway, Yuanba was right. Senior is truly very kind. She takes the protagonist's hand, with tears in her eyes, asking, Junior Yun, I always carry various tools with me to protect myself from adverse situations. Therefore, next time, avoid risking your life for me, all right? And the protagonist disagrees. Wrong. I once disappointed a girl who gave her best for me. But in the end, because of me, she died in my arms. I will not forget the pain of that moment, not even in the next life. Since then, I swore to myself that I would not allow good girls like that to suffer. Never again. She becomes pensive and turns, commenting, At only 16, you not only got married, but also had a girl sacrifice herself for you? You're a young man with a frantic passion, aren't you? The protagonist lowers his head, changing the subject. Passion? I'm a little distressed. It's best to get some rest. The scene shifts to the next day. Someone demands, Remove the seal from the mountain right now. Otherwise, I will eradicate your entire clan. And someone exclaims, No, we can't. The scene shifts outside, where the clan leader declares, It's true. We are nothing more than a small clan from a common remote village. We don't have any treasure. I beg you, leave us in peace. A man from the Black Demon mercenary group appears. One of his subordinates exclaims, Leave in peace my foot. He kicks the leader, and a child cries out, Daddy! The subordinate yells, What kind of common village is this that can live near a mountain surrounded by beasts? They must be hiding some big secret around here, right? Obviously the leader of a decaying clan. I'm the boss of this pigsty now. I'm Black Demon of the mercenary group that bears my name. We see no need to kill a handful of trash. We'll leave quickly. Just hand over the treasure. If not, the boss here might consider killing at least 100. The clan leader is astonished and shouts, But there really is nothing. We don't even know what this seal is. You'd still be clueless even if you killed everyone. The subordinate suggests, Captain, it looks like there really is no treasure. Well, we can still take that beautiful girl. The group leader agrees, That's what it seems. I heard about a beauty who fled to your village. Since there's no treasure, how about handing her over to us? The clan leader asks, What beauty? And the mercenary darkly responds, You're not going to lie, are you? He uses a power to pull the leader's daughters, and toying with one of them, threatens, Look here, I'm going to gouge out your daughter's eyes one by one. We'll see if you continue to know nothing. A shout echoes, Stop! A power comes towards the leader, who stops it with his hand. Shiru appears, saying, You've gone too far. The subordinate points at her, exclaiming, Captain, it's her, it's her. Didn't I tell you? Isn't she a hottie? The leader, drooling, says, Worse than that to think that in this world there's such a beautiful woman. Compared to her, the others Daddy played with. So, Princess, are we going to cuddle tonight? She, with a dark expression, removes the pendant, replying, Keep dreaming. An aura emerges, and a man laughs, commenting, She's young, but her profound energy is no joke. Her power suddenly increased. The protagonist, observing, reflects, Senior Shiru has reached the true profound realm. Jasmine, observing, comments, Apparently, the necklace is a treasure that partially suppresses her profound energy. These mercenaries, even if they were on the same level, only possess mediocre profound techniques, but this isn't a fight for her. The protagonist notices, There's still the aura of 3 more people. It seems they are only a little weaker than Black Demon. This isn't good. The two face each other, and she attacks with everything. The man is surprised, dodging, and she says, Is that all you've got? And the man exclaims, Damn you! He launches an attack called Mountain Breaker. A hole appears in the ground and she retreats. The protagonist thinks, Despite being the captain, it seems he only has rudimentary profound techniques. Senior should be able to defeat him easily. She energizes, pausing for an attack, and yells. The opponent is taken aback. The attack hits his club, causing a crack and throwing him away. An explosion occurs and the man gets up, saying, You wretch! And the protagonist thinks, Not good. Cruel people like this should be killed on the first attack. Wounding him will only strengthen his ferocious nature. And the opponent exclaims, Go and capture that girl. As for the rest, kill them all. The men energize, saying, All right. Another laughs, saying, Here we go. She faces them, thinking, There are still 3 more of them in the true profound realm. A small ball appears, and a tremendously large explosion occurs. The protagonist exclaims, Senior, quickly, let's gather everyone and run behind the area with the seal. He pulls her, exclaiming, Run! And the group leader asks, What the hell was that? And the subordinate, all messed up, responds, I heard that the Zhao sect keeps some pretty terrible weapons, like things that turn enemies to ash upon impact. And the leader ponders, Zhao sect, and exclaims, Listen up. Except for the women, kill everyone. Don't let them escape under any circumstances. If we let them escape alive, we're finished. And the clan leader questions, Why are we going behind the mountain? And the protagonist explains, We need to cross the seal. They won't be able to catch us there. And the leader argues, But if we do that, we'll incur the wrath of the divine phoenix spirit. And the protagonist exclaims, We're all going to die anyway. What are you afraid of? Or do you want to end your clan here once and for all? They arrive near a palace and someone exclaims, We've arrived at the seal! We've arrived! The protagonist observes the place and is astonished. Someone inquires, Leader, do we really have to go in? Our ancestors made it clear that this could bring the wrath of the phoenix's spirit. The leader, with a serious expression, replies, I'm sorry, but we have no other choice. There's nothing more to be done. He goes with his hand near the pearl and the subordinate points, exclaiming, Captain! They opened the seal! They're all going in. And the captain yells, Kill them and bring me their heads. He throws his club, yelling, Brat, die! The club goes towards the protagonist and he is startled, but before it hits him, the door closes, and the guy exclaims, Captain, it's over. In the end, they really knew how to remove the seal. They denied it from the start, so the so-called treasure can only be in there. What are we going to do now? And the irritated captain says, We'll wait here. There shouldn't be any food or water in there. I highly doubt they'll resist hunger and thirst. They'll have to come out. The protagonist observes the place, astonished. One of them speaks. This place is our clan's legacy. The protagonist asks, Senior? And extends his hand to her, inquiring, How long until that giant snow tree awakens? She replies, After all that, the little snow is quite exhausted. It may take more than a month to awaken. It should be able to carry about 10 people at a time, but 2. And the clan leader comments, I never imagined I'd have to hide in this place. There's no food here. We might not last a few days. And the protagonist speaks. I have some food and water here. The protagonist pulls it out from inside the pearl, saying, it should be enough for 10 or 15 days. Leader Feng, you mentioned a curse that plagues your clan. What is it, after all? You are clearly from a clan of the Phoenix lineage, far more prestigious than the immortal lineage. And the princess, observing the supplies, thinks, it can only be from the Zhao sect. And the leader, dejected, confesses, it's all a punishment. And he explains, the Phoenix is a primordial divine beast that once descended upon the profound sky continent to leave us the trial grounds. Those who passed the trial would inherit its bloodline, and this lineage would be passed down to their successors. And so, the Phoenix clan was born. The Phoenix left behind 2 trial grounds in the profound sky continent. One of them was in the remote divine Phoenix Empire, while the other was right here. Over time, the one in the divine Phoenix Empire prospered greatly, becoming the fearsome divine Phoenix sect. The one here in the Azure Wind Empire was discovered much later. Despite that, it managed to cultivate a powerful clan. The protagonist inquires, so what you're saying is that this place is part of one of these trial grounds? No treasures then? And the leader, dejected, replies, yes. In the past, my ancestors underwent the trial. Back then, the divine Phoenix sect already held unparalleled prestige. Their empire even changed its name to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Being in a position of advantage, they would never tolerate other peoples with the Phoenix bloodline. My ancestors knew this very well, so our clan sought to never draw too much attention. And the protagonist extends his hand, commenting, even so, your clan should have been quite powerful. How did you fall into decline? And the leader, with tears in his eyes, replies, a simple accident was all it took to provoke the wrath of the Phoenix. He explains, back then, one of my ancestors fought someone using the power of the Phoenix, and monstrous flames accidentally spread to a small town. The fire ended up consuming all 32,000 innocent lives in that small town. This fatal mistake incited the fury of the Phoenix's spirit, and an impetuous punishment fell upon our clan. Everyone from that generation onward was marked with the seal of the curse in their Phoenix bloodline. This curse suppressed the profound energy of everyone in the clan up to the 10th level of the elemental profound realm, preventing them from progressing further. Moreover, the Phoenix mark turned dark red and could no longer be hidden. With their strength suppressed, my ancestors had no choice but to go into seclusion. Our forefathers sought countless ways to resolve the curse carried by the Phoenix mark on their foreheads. But alas, it was something left behind by the Phoenix's spirit. How could it be easily tampered with? And so 1,000 years passed, and the curse still afflicts our lineage to this day, with no intention of disappearing. Thus, our clan could only hide within the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, taking care of ourselves and praying daily to atone for the sins of our ancestors, begging for forgiveness from the divine spirit of the Phoenix. With tears in his eyes, he concludes, to this day, our clan has declined to the point where we are now, where even a small group of mercenaries can corner us to such a point of despair. The protagonist observes thoughtfully and turns, inquiring, Clan leader Feng, were the trial grounds left behind by the Phoenix behind this seal? And the leader affirms, that's right. Behind this seal lies the trial grounds. The protagonist questions, despite the situation, could you open this seal for me? I'd like to enter and experience it. The leader exclaims, distressed, absolutely not. You are only at the first level of the nascent profound realm. The weakest who tried were at the spiritual profound realm. It's too dangerous. And the protagonist ponders, so this is the Phoenix's trial? It must be mainly a trial of fire. You could say it was made for me. And the guy exclaims, the fire of the Phoenix is very different from ordinary fire. Even if you possess a high-level profound fire attribute, profound arts. And the protagonist cuts him off, stating, it's all right, I won't overexert myself. As long as I can get a little stronger, everyone's chances increase. Please, let me enter. And the clan leader, saddened, confesses, when you were talking to me, you looked at the seal at least 3 times. You've already made up your mind. There's no stopping you. The protagonist continues walking and thinks, is this the trial grounds? He is startled to see 2 eyes watching him, and a voice resonates. Human, welcome to the trial. And the protagonist, sweating, thinks, is that the Phoenix's spirit? And the spirit reveals, I am a spirit eternally burning here, left behind by the Phoenix. Yet I am aware of my own existence. Human, are you ready to enter the first stage of the trial? And the protagonist, with a smile, affirms, I'm ready. Let's begin. And the spirit announces, the trial begins. First stage, Purgatory Flame Demon. The protagonist is astonished to see a lot of lava around him. He thinks, nothing less than a true phoenix trial. With this raging magma, this hot, scalding air is simply so refreshing. He releases a fire aura and extends a finger, challenging, so who wants to die? He looks around and says, so the first stage must be related to this so-called Purgatory Flame Demon? Where is it? Are you afraid of me? Jasmine speaks, idiot! Right behind you! The protagonist is startled by the demon and soberly thinks, this one is huge. Jasmine, yawning, says, it's a true profound realm beast. In this kind of fiery arena, not only can it quickly recover its vitality and profound energy, but the firepower it manifests is also amplified to the spiritual profound realm. The protagonist is astonished, and the monster roars. A fireball comes towards the protagonist, and a huge explosion occurs. The protagonist grits his teeth, and Jasmine says, stop screaming, see if anything happened to you in the end. The protagonist observes his own body, exclaiming, indeed, I didn't even get a single burn. That's crazy. And Jasmine, narrowing her eyes, says, there shouldn't be a way for someone in the nascent profound realm to go against someone in the true profound realm. However, since the opponent is a pure fire beast, that's no longer a certainty. And the protagonist charges forward, exclaiming, evil soul. He lands a punch in the demon's face and exclaims, it truly is a beast of the true profound realm. I was unable to harm it even after activating the evil soul. Jasmine replies, yeah, with a little pat like that, you won't defeat it even in 2 years. The protagonist exclaims, since fists in the nascent profound realm are mere pats to him. The protagonist draws his sword and attacks, exclaiming, sword of the earth's profound realm. I have no doubt this will do some damage to it. The protagonist lands a blow, slashing at it, and the beast roars, charging towards him. The protagonist exclaims, it's worse. The tiger sword worked. The beast throws a punch, and the protagonist dodges. He observes it, and Jasmine speaks, quick, attack the gold mark on its head. That's where its profound aura is weakest. The protagonist attacks, exclaiming, die. He cuts off the beast's head, and the phoenix spirit says, passed. Second stage of flame arrows. Arrows fly towards the protagonist, and he's startled. He exclaims, geez, at least let me rest a bit. Several explosions occur, and Shueruo, looking at the leader, inquires, shouldn't he have come out already? The leader responds, don't worry, the phoenix spirit is kind at heart. If someone can't take it anymore, they can choose to leave the trial at any moment. Brother Yoon isn't the type of person who doesn't know his limits. Calm down. The scene shows the protagonist dodging the attacks and exclaiming, is this never going to end? It's been hundreds of arrows already. Since you can't roast me to death, are you trying to tire me out? The spirit declares, I didn't expect you to possess a body immune to the fire element. If I'm not mistaken, the aura of the primordial evil god resides within your body. The protagonist grits his teeth, thinking, this guy knows about the evil god? Jasmine intervenes. The phoenix and the evil god are part of the primordial gods. It's normal for them to know each other. The spirit continues, the evil god doesn't align with any element, as he is truly the enemy of all of them. You passed the previous 2 stages thanks to your special physique. Although this could be considered cheating, what's done is done. I don't have the authority to deny it. However, the third trial, Corruption of the Heart's Flame, is a trial of the heart, where flames are not used. In these countless years, the number of challengers who have passed the first 2 trials is 329, but only 7 passed the third trial. The protagonist is astonished, thinking, 7? The spirit continues. Despite this, you don't need to be nervous. This trial involves only the choices within your heart. If your heart is firm enough in the pursuit of power, there's a chance you can pass easily. On the other hand, spending your life in the mundane world is also an option, since power isn't everything in life. The protagonist closes his eyes thinking, trial of the heart? Something in this world that can truly break my mental state? Has it existed here for so long? He stands up startled, looks at himself and murmurs, such pain. I'm injured. This familiar medicinal scent. This place. Is it? He reaches out to grab a knife when suddenly a girl enters and he observes, questioning, who is it? Tears well up in the protagonist's eyes. The girl says, Brother Yoon, are you awake? The protagonist exclaims, linger? She smiles and asks, Brother Yoon, are you awake? Does your body still hurt? Do you feel any discomfort? With tears in his eyes, the protagonist murmurs, linger you? He extends his hand towards her and the scene changes, showing her defending him. He exclaims, no! The scene returns to them, and the protagonist asks, "This is a dream, right?" She reassures him, "Older brother Yun? What? Is something wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" The protagonist grabs her, exclaiming, "My linger!" She closes her eyes, embracing him, and whispers, "Don't think about revenge anymore, okay? Your master soul in the heavens wouldn't want to see you like this. As long as you stop seeking revenge, no matter what happens, I will see you. You stay with me, I stay with you, forever. For you, I will be the kindest wife in the world, and I will never leave you." She picks up the knife, stating, "Right?" Then she stabs the protagonist, declaring, "I accept." The scene shifts back to the trial, and the protagonist reveals, "At first, I expected to have more than enough mental fortitude to pass this third trial, but I overestimated myself. I failed." The spirit observes, "I read in your soul that you knew this was just an illusion from the beginning, and that you saw the dagger beside you, on the bed. You also knew that if you picked up the dagger and stabbed her, the girl would have easily passed." The protagonist admits, "But I couldn't. Even if it meant failing the trial, even if it meant giving up the Phoenix lineage, I would never dare to hurt her. Even though I failed, this trial allowed me to see her and hold her again. Thank you." The spirit comments, "It seems this girl truly holds great importance to you, but don't feel regret. Due to your reincarnation cycle, with a heavenly profound treasure, the laws of cause and effect in this world have been altered. Because of the butterfly effect, consequently, you may have a chance to mend the regret in your heart." Astonished, the protagonist thinks, "Reincarnation cycle? Heavenly profound treasure? Does he really know I've lived 2 lives?" He asks, "What do you mean by that?" He thinks, "The abilities of the heavenly poison pearl are poison, medicine, refinement, space, and detection. Where would the ability to reincarnate come from?" The spirit states, "The secrets of the heavens must not be divulged. You will understand everything one day. In any case, I would like to congratulate you, human bearer of the evil god's legacy. In these countless years, you are the 8th practitioner who chose to give up his strength to preserve the memories he has of his beloved. As such, you have earned the right to inherit the Phoenix's legacy. Congratulations." When I stated that only those with sufficient ambition to acquire strength can pass the 3rd stage, it was actually a deliberate hint in the wrong direction. The Phoenix is a kind creature. It was never its desire to have its power inherited by those who are evil and heartless. Those who would hurt even their dearest loved ones go against the Phoenix's motivations in leaving the trial grounds. Of the 7 who passed, even though they didn't retaliate, they tried to resist. You are the only one who willingly allowed your most beloved to stab you to death, so you could have a few more moments to embrace her. You are the only one who passed the trial perfectly, and now, the Phoenix's legacy will flow through your veins." The protagonist observes the flame and murmurs, "Is this?" The blood enters the protagonist's body, and he starts screaming like a madman. Fire erupts around him, and the Phoenix declares, "A single drop of the Phoenix's blood would be the most that a normal person could sometimes endure. However, you carry the strength of the evil god. You already possess your divine fire. Therefore, your veins should be able to integrate with 3 drops of the Phoenix's blood." The protagonist screams louder and louder, and the aura around him grows stronger, and the Phoenix concludes, "It seems you have successfully fused with the Phoenix's blood. I have already sensed the changes within you. The 3 drops of Phoenix blood have increased your life expectancy to at least 300 years. Now, I will give this to you." A container and another object appear, and she explains, "This divine Phoenix pill can greatly increase your profound strength." Meanwhile, inscribed on this jade stone is a fragment of the Phoenix lyrical world. Phoenix lyrical world, spiritual consolation of the crimson bird, burning record of the golden bird. In the primordial era, these were known as the 3 great burning books of heaven. Each possesses tremendous power, capable of burning the heavens. At that time, the Phoenix left behind the first 6 stages of the Phoenix lyrical world. Observing, the protagonist thinks, "This is incredible, even if it's just a fragment. These are all flame techniques that came from the Phoenix. Moreover, it's even known as one of the burning heavenly books of the world." The protagonist observes and exclaims, "What the hell? Why are only the 5th and 6th stages here? What about the first 4? Without them, how am I supposed to train in the 5th and 6th stages?" And the Phoenix replies, "This truly saddens me greatly, but there's nothing I can do about it. It all happened a long time ago. The trial grounds in the Divine Phoenix Empire were discovered first, and with this discovery, the Divine Phoenix sect was created. Greed, betrayal, barbarity, and war, faces of humanity. It nurtured a certain nation that shouldn't have existed, which ultimately betrayed the will of the Phoenix. After achieving their reprehensible determination, they sought to destroy me and these trial grounds, so they could dominate this continent. After that fierce battle, they destroyed my jade copy that contained the lyrical world of the Phoenix. As I was no match for the sect, I had no choice but to create a false illusion of dissipating into flames. Only then did I leave. The protagonist thinks incredulously, "Why do I feel like I left with nothing in the end?" The Phoenix continues, "Here, you'll have 1 month to absorb the teachings. Whether or not you can comprehend them will be a matter of luck. Finally, I'll leave you with a warning. The Divine Phoenix sect is still after the remaining teachings. Be very careful about what lies ahead. I wish you good luck." The protagonist, with the jade stone in hand, murmurs, "Right, I should start studying this fragment right now." After a while, the protagonist observes the fragment, thinking, what a shame that these are just fragments. Without the first 4 stages of the technique, how am I supposed to practice? When my master studied the Celestial Medicine Manual, he also faced this problem. He relied on a mere fragment to cultivate unparalleled medical skills. He once said that my comprehension ability was superior to his. "Master, I will master the lyrical world of the Phoenix and do justice to your words." The protagonist grabs the bottle, exclaiming, "Master, look closely." He takes one of the pills. An enormous power emerges, an aura boom echoes, and the Phoenix asks, "Did you manage to use your profound energy and your affinity with flames to forcibly comprehend the Empyrean dance of the Phoenix wings and the burning star demon lotus of the lyrical world of the Phoenix? Human, you've truly shocked me this time. Your surprising comprehension skills are enough to crown you as the best in the current world. As the end of your stay in the trial grounds approaches, perhaps I should give you a special gift before you leave. This is a special power that I can only use once in my entire life. Now, I give it to you. As for the type of power, when the time comes, you will naturally know." Outside the trial grounds, the princess is shown, and the leader says, "Girl." Alarmed, he exclaims, "A month has already passed, and Yunche still hasn't come out. Our supplies are all exhausted. The children are fainting from hunger, while the adults can barely stand. Is this the outcome the heavens wanted for my clan?" And she reflects, "I have an idea. I hope it works." The group exclaims, "Time to eat." A guy laughs and comments, "I bet they all starved to death already." The bald man questions, "How can these guys go so long without eating or drinking?" And the guy with a skewer in his hand is startled by her sudden attack. She observes and thinks, "The supplies are over there." A small fireball appears and an explosion occurs. The leader states, "You had to go out looking for food. We waited quite a while for you." The princess is left stranded, covered in jewels on the ground, and the leader exclaims to her, "But this woman is incredibly beautiful." Mouth-watering. "Dear, it's best not to run. Be a good girl. Come with us without resisting." She observes this, thinking, they were already prepared. And the leader points, exclaiming, "What a stubborn girl. This way my brothers might lose their composure." "Really? And where is that young man who was with you? Did he already ditch you?" And she narrows her eyes, thinking, Yunche isn't that kind of person. But this fight will be between us. A power surges, hitting the subordinates. The bald man cries out, "Brother!" And she is surprised, watching. And the leader yells, "Who? Get out of here, coward!" The protagonist arrives, saying, "It seems someone was calling me. You wanted to see me so badly, you wanted to know the flames of the Phoenix. Since that's the case, how long do you want to be roasted?" The princess, upon seeing the protagonist, exclaims, "Yunche!" The protagonist approaches her and says, "Senior, I'm all yours now," and turns around saying, "As for you," a power surges within the protagonist, and he exclaims, "You will know hell." He points his finger upwards with a dark look. The phoenix appears in the sky, and the group exclaims, "Run! What is that?" A lot of fire emerges, several explosions occur, and the leader, trying to withstand the power, thinks, "What a terrifying power." Seeing everyone being burned, he asks, "What?" The protagonist smirks and holds the princess in his arms. She says, "It seems you've improved quite a bit." And the protagonist replies, "I'm sorry for making you wait." He smiles and places a pill in her mouth, saying, "Senior, take this pill and rest well." And she, upon taking the pill, is astonished, thinking, "Return to paradise pill? A medicinal treasure?" She is speechless, and the protagonist leaves, saying, "Now leave these little shits to me." The protagonist faces them, and one of the subordinates exclaims, "Captain, he must have used a hand bomb like last time. We don't need to be afraid." and the captain points his staff, exclaiming, "Let's teach this brat a lesson." The group charges forward, yelling, "Kill him! Avenge our brothers!" And the crazed protagonist yells, come on, and thinks, now that I'm at the 10th level of the nascent profound realm, you're finished. The protagonist unleashes a powerful force, finishing off the men. A man appears behind the protagonist, exclaiming, "Hey there, hot stuff! Take this!" The attack passes right through the protagonist, and the man is startled, asking, "Where is he?" The protagonist appears above him and launches an attack, causing a large explosion. The group watches this, exclaiming, "Brother, this monster, finish him off until nothing remains." Another explosion happens, and the protagonist, with a smile, extends his hand, saying, "What did you say?" The enraged opponent exclaims, "Black Spirit! Black Tiger! You killed my brothers! I will never forgive you!" He charges forward and attacks the protagonist, who defends himself. This continues, him attacking and the protagonist defending. The opponent retreats, pondering, "How is this possible? Your profound strength." And the protagonist exclaims, "Oh, don't tell me that's all." And the man mutters, "Damn it," and points his staff, shouting, "I was just going easy on you. Everyone, get him. Whoever kills the brat gets the vice captain position." The group exclaims in unison, "Yes, kill him. Brothers, advancing is only one." And the worried princess reaches out, saying the protagonist's name. The protagonist turns, declaring, "Senior, don't be afraid. I'm with you." The protagonist charges forward with a smile and starts fighting against the men. One of them screams, "I'm burning. What happened?" And the protagonist, smiling, observes them, pondering, "Sorry, but my senior sister can't accompany you as you'd like. How about I go in your place?" And the leader grits his teeth, thinking, could this brat have inherited the Phoenix legacy? Shit, I'm screwed. The protagonist jumps with all his might, going very high, and the leader exclaims, "What is he going to do?" A phoenix appears, and the protagonist shouts, "Empyrean Dance of the Phoenix Wings." The protagonist smirks, and a huge explosion occurs. After this, the scene shows the sword embedded in the leader, and he declares, "Mercy, I don't want to die." The protagonist approaches him and states, "Your existence only impoverishes this world. The same cannot be said about this spatial ring." The scene shifts to a few days later, in the Blue Wind Empire. The princess is shown sleeping, and someone exclaims, "Senior sister, your breathing is unsteady. Are you still not asleep?" She blushes slightly, pondering, "This is all your fault. How can I calmly sleep when it's my first time in bed with a man? If we weren't in such a hurry, we could have chosen one of the inns with more than one vacant room." And the protagonist exclaims, "Senior, are you distressed about what happened last time?" And she blushes and sits up, declaring, "Junior, about that." And the protagonist gets very close to her, stating, "Senior, is there something you want to tell me?" The protagonist approaches, and she places her hand over his mouth as she stands, stating, "Yunche, I've been reflecting these past few days, ever since you killed the black demon." The scene flashes back a few days outside the seal. Someone exclaims, "The captain is dead." With tears in her eyes, she says, "Yunche, you and the others cry out, 'He's dead, the captain's dead, run for your lives.'" The protagonist retorts, "Run! It won't be that easy." He leaps high as the princess exclaims, "Yunche, no!" The protagonist unleashes an extremely powerful aura, and a massive explosion occurs. He utilizes the Burning Star Demon Lotus. Observing this, she cries, thinking, "Junior Yun, you just killed everyone. Almost 100 lives are gone." The protagonist approaches her, saying, "Senior, after this, you must be thinking I have no heart." The protagonist collapses onto her and admits, "I used more profound strength than I should have. Senior Lan, please, take care of those who remain. This is necessary to ensure the Guardian clan remains at peace. The mercenary group practically no longer exists. After all this, they mustn't harm anyone else. We can't let them live." Someone shouts, "The brats have already exhausted their energy. Finish them off." Another yells, "Let's finish these two and the clan while we can. Then the treasures will finally be ours." The protagonist questions, "Did you hear that? Do you still want to give these monsters a chance?" And she replies, "Junior Yun, I understand." The protagonist thinks, "In any case, I've already planted fire seeds within their bodies to activate if Senior didn't have the courage." The men advance on her, shouting, "Die!" She quickly eliminates them, stating, "Junior Yun, you're right. Irredeemable people need to die to save many other lives. I've learned to accept that sometimes we have no choice but to kill. Junior Yun, thank you very much." The protagonist stands, saying, The feeling after killing can be very agonizing. We need to prepare ourselves for that pain. The protagonist grabs her shoulders and she asks, "Brother Junior, what are you doing?" The protagonist tries to embrace her, saying, "It seems that you finally understand me. That's very good." He hugs her, affirming, "In the future, whenever I'm by your side, I'll do everything so you don't feel any pain." She thinks, Brother Junior's body is so warm. How could I allow myself to hug him for so long? Blushing and sweating, she pulls away from the protagonist, saying, "You were in a fierce battle and even used the Phoenix Flame to rid the Guardian clan of the curse they had. You must be exhausted now. It's important that we rest, as we need to leave for the Imperial City soon." The protagonist lies down, saying, "All right, Senior, let's hurry and sleep together then." He pats the bed and she lies down thinking, "Junior Yun, you were the person I was looking for. I was so reluctant to leave your body. Will he be able to handle the situation with the Blue Wind Nation in the upcoming event?" The scene shifts to the Blue Wind Mystic House, in the Blue Wind Empire. The protagonist observes, "So this is the Blue Wind Mystic House?" As expected of the #1 mystic house in the Empire, a sumptuous palace. She adds, "Naturally, this place is maintained by the Imperial House. There's no shortage of funds. I've already called someone to guide us. Junior Yun, please wait a moment." Someone exclaims, "Shue Ru and Yun Che. I see you're both well. That's wonderful. He is Leader Chin." The protagonist inquires, "What are you doing here?" and thinks, "Is there some kind of alliance between him and Senior Lan?" Sheru, still confused, asks, "What kind of person is Senior, really?" Leader Chin reveals, "You disappeared for so many days. Sheru went looking for you, and I haven't heard from either of you since. I'm so glad you both made it back. Otherwise, I would have been in a lot of trouble." She throws herself at the protagonist, thanking him, "Master Chin, thank you for keeping this secret from my father. I can't wait to see him again soon." Someone stomps heavily, cracking the floor and exclaiming, "Oh, right, I brought Uwamba." Uwamba cries out, "Brother-in-law." Then a huge explosion occurs and Uwamba exclaims, "Brother-in-law! I thought I'd never see you again, brother-in-law." Another person approaches, commenting, "Sheru, we finally meet again. When we lost contact with you, I was so scared and worried. Now that I see you're all right, I'm so relieved." And he thinks, "Yun Che, damn it, he should have died." She replies, "I'm grateful for your concern. Now, leader, Professor Chin, I'll trouble you to make arrangements for Yun Che to enter the Blue Wind Mystic House." Leader Chin agrees. "No problem at all. And what about you?" She confesses, "I'm worried about my father. I need to see him first." The protagonist tries to say something, and she bids farewell. "Junior Yun, we'll see each other again as soon as I resolve some family matters." The protagonist disappears, reappearing in front of her and asking, "But you're going back alone? Let me accompany you." She reassures him with a smile. "Don't worry, I know this city very well. I won't have any problems." The protagonist stares at the other man, who becomes irritated. Then the protagonist quickly approaches her, saying, "I have a few things to give you." The other man becomes completely irritated, and the protagonist instructs, "Take this poison pistol and this beast-repellent incense. While I'm not around, I want you to protect yourself well." She blushes and argues, "It's not like I'm going into a life-or-death battle." The protagonist reminds her, "Hey, we've slept together once already. You don't need to be so reserved." The other man is incredulous, thinking, they slept together. Damn Junior. He roars, "You! Repeat what you just said." The protagonist punches him in the face, sending him flying, and scolds, "This is a grown-up conversation. Children shouldn't interfere." The irritated man raises his arm threateningly. "Yunche, just you wait. I'll call my cousin to teach you a lesson." Leader Chin observes the scene, informing, "Murong Ye's older cousin is Murong Yi. He's an inner disciple of the Blue Wind Mystic House. His profound strength is no joke if he decides to fight." The protagonist retorts, "Look, I'm not afraid of anyone, but I'd like to know what this inner disciple business is all about." The scene changes to the Emperor's residence. She approaches her father, greeting him. "Father, your inconsiderate daughter hasn't visited you in a long time." The ailing man replies, "The important thing is that you returned safely, because despite everything, what grieves me are your other siblings." One of her brothers arrives, needling her. "I heard that my majestic sister has returned. Not even to bring a consort to try and usurp the throne? Or were you just taking a break? See this, father? You'd better make me your heir after all. He is Kang Lin." Her father bellows, "And who called you here? Get out." He turns, mockingly saying, "Since my majestic father doesn't want to see me here, I'll leave. I just wanted to make sure father was safe. Try not to die in that bed, okay? She, with tears in her eyes, laments, Father, they're all crazy. Spare yourself from dealing with them. Your health is what matters most. Her father places his hand on her face, confessing, It's a shame you're a woman, or I would have already abdicated the throne for you. Despite being in this position for so many years, I haven't fulfilled some of my wishes. It truly is a great pity. She comforts him. Your daughter has already found someone who can represent us in the Blue Wind Order tournament, Majestic Father. Your daughter believes he will definitely be able to fulfill your wish and bring honor back to the Imperial House. She blushes slightly, thinking, Yunche, I believe in you. The scene shows the protagonist and Yuwamba eating like madmen. He comments, Brother-in-law, you've given me a great opportunity to enjoy the Blue Wind Mystic House. Do you think you can pass the exam here? The protagonist looks at him, stating, Men can't show signs of uncertainty, can they? So you already know my answer. Don't worry about training in the outer house. I won't let anyone bother you. Yuwamba, with tears in his eyes, declares upon hearing this, Brother-in-law, you're the best brother-in-law. And the protagonist thinks, As for the inner house, after talking to Qin Wuyu, I should seek more information on how to gain a position there. Senior is making me increasingly curious about her true identity. The scene shifts back to the examination grounds. Someone exclaims, The first stage is an assessment of profound strength. Quick, look. This is the most prestigious talent of the first stage of this profound strength examination. Yi Yuntian, at only 16 years old, he is already at the 10th level of the nascent profound realm. The entry requirements are quite high. Only 29 people will pass the first stage. Someone exclaims, Brother Yi Yuntian is so incredible. The protagonist comments, Nonsense, you are exaggerating. Someone observes the protagonist with a dark look and mutters, Where did this guy come from to divert so much attention to himself? Just wait. You'll see how I teach you a lesson in the second stage of the exam. One of the assessors exclaims, Congratulations to all of you for passing the first stage. The second stage is a combat assessment. This is where the real exam begins. The combat assessment is very simple. Each of you will have to exchange 7 blows with Feng Yu of the intermediate house. Feng Yu is shown and he states, I will not go easy. However, you don't need to worry. And the people exclaim, Master Feng Yu. I heard he has heavy hands, so strong. At only 19 years old, he has reached the 3rd level of the true profound realm. Intermediate house. We're finished. Feng Yu, observing the group, comments, Although none of you can win, it is only through actual combat that Instructor Qi can assess whether you are qualified. The scene shows the sound of blows, and the guys are shown all messed up on the ground, and he states, Too soft. Next, you. And the guy, with a smile on his face, clenches his fist while the people exclaim, It's the turn of the proud Ao Yulan, the heir to a prestigious family from the great city of the Western Desert. Trying to reach the 9th level of the nascent profound realm at 17 years old, he is also considered a genius. And the boy states, My opponent is my cousin. This means I will certainly pass. And he exclaims, Senior, let's practice. He launches himself at the blonde with a lightning-fast fist attack. A huge explosion occurs, and a hole is made in the ground. His opponent comments, Excellent. Instructor Qi, this is a 1 in 10,000 genius. And the instructor comments, Great. And the boy greets saying, The senior brother praised me highly. And approaching, he says, Cousin, help me deal with Yuntian. His cousin, with a dark look, affirms, Just like that Yuntian. Yun Xiaofan? The protagonist places his hand on a guy's shoulder, saying, This Feng Yu doesn't seem like a good person. Be careful. And the protagonist mutters, It must be destiny that we have the same last name. I hope nothing bad happens to him. The guy steps into the arena and greets, saying, I am Yun Xiaofan. I am 15 years old, 2nd level of the nascent profound realm, senior brother. Shall we begin? The blonde laughs and comments, 15 years old? What a shame. And the protagonist exclaims, Be careful. The blonde attacks him, making him spit blood. The protagonist quickly grabs the guy and exclaims, Why were you so harsh with him? And the other replies, I didn't think Yun Xiaofan's profound strength was so weak. I miscalculated. However, it is very common for someone to get hurt while exchanging pointers. If he can't handle this small amount of suffering, he doesn't have the right to join the sect. The protagonist jumps into the arena exclaiming, As you said, it's very common for someone to get hurt while practicing. So allow me to practice with you a little? The blonde laughs and states, So you would be the number 1 in this group? Yi Yuntian? Very well. I will stand here without moving and let you attack me with 3 blows. If you don't injure me in 3 blows, you'd better drop out. If you are able to injure me in these 3 moves, I will no longer look you in the eye. Someone exclaims, Feng Yu, in this 3-move agreement, do you plan to use that defensive profound art of your family? Junior Yuntian, don't fall for his traps. The protagonist observes who spoke, and the guy continues. If he focuses on defense, even those in the same realm as him won't be able to injure him. He is a disciple of the inner house, Sikong Du. And the protagonist greets, saying, Thank you, Brother Sikong, for the tip. And mutters, This person seems to be Elder Sikong's son. And says, However, Feng Yu has already proposed this 3-move pact. If I back down, I will be seen by others as a coward. And so I naturally accepted the pact. The crowd exclaims, Has Yi Yuntian gone mad? Even if he is at the 10th level of the nascent profound realm, how could he defeat Feng Yu? Feng Yu laughs and exclaims, Do you really want to die? Attack whenever you want. Good that you can prepare a little more. And the protagonist cracks a smile, saying, We'll see which one of us truly desires death. Protagonist with a smile says, Evil soul, activate. He disappears, and Feng Yu is startled, asking, Where did he go? The protagonist appears behind him, exclaiming, First blow! A huge explosion occurs, and a cocoon is shown being cracked, and Feng Yu exclaims, What? My profound earth barrier? Impossible! You really broke it? It seems I didn't take you seriously enough. However, I can build 3 layers of this barrier. Let's see how you break this. And the protagonist says, Oh, really? And attacks, shouting, Then pay close attention, because here comes my 2nd blow. The guy grits his teeth, thinking, Oh no, he's going all out. He reinforces the barrier, and the protagonist attacks, while the opponent, with blood dripping from his mouth, thinks, Where did this little monster come from? The barrier breaks, and the punch hits his face, throwing him away. And the protagonist after that says, Not bad, your head is hard too. Now it's time for my 3rd blow. The protagonist disappears again, and the opponent is startled to see him high above and grits his teeth, thinking, This way, I'll have to use that forbidden profound art. And he exclaims, Profound blood barrier! The barrier begins to defend him, and he, with a smile on his face, exclaims, I sacrificed a part of my lifespan and profound strength to condense this profound blood barrier. There's no way you can break it. And the protagonist, with a big smile on his face, exclaims, Really? And attacks with Fallen Moon, Star Collapse. A huge explosion occurs, and the guy who previously helped the protagonist observes, thinking, This Yuntian. The protagonist stands powerfully amidst the flames, and someone thinks, What a monster only he can still be. And the protagonist turns around powerfully, saying, Finally, 3 blows, and as you can see, I won. And a guy with purple hair exclaims, You won. And completes, Even if you are the victor, for having attacked with so much force, you are not even fit to be a disciple of the Azure Wind Mystic House. The protagonist, with a serious look, retorts, Don't you always say that it's normal for people to get hurt after practicing? And you didn't say anything when Feng Yu went hard on Yun Xiaofan. Besides, my profound strength is inferior to Feng Yu's, so how could I have foreseen this? Do you still blame me? And Elder Sikong's son laughs and intervenes. Instructor Qi Yi Yuntian won in the combat assessment and in the 3-blow agreement. I believe that you, being honest and just, could not oppose this, right? And the guy exclaims, Yi Yuntian defeated Feng Yu of the Intermediate House. As such, he should indeed have the right to go directly to the Intermediate House. And the people watching comment, Yuntian is so strong, he is so incredible. Another shouts, and straight to the Intermediate House, how epic! And someone yells, Yi Yuntian, you damn bastard! Come here, you damn worm! Were you the one who hit my cousin Murongye? Is this guy the inner disciple Murongye? And the protagonist confirms, That's right, I was the one who slapped him. Murongye snarls, Great! With a thud on the ground, he jumps, attacking the protagonist and ranting, Here it is! Here's your payback! Die! A huge explosion occurs. The protagonist is shown sweating, and someone in front of him warns, Murongye, this is the examination arena for our disciples. This isn't a place where you can act recklessly. Murong questions, Sikong Du, what's your deal? The protagonist observes, thinking, They are indeed worthy of being in the inner house. Murongye accuses, Yunche hurt my cousin. Am I not authorized to teach him a lesson? The protagonist, observing their auras, thinks, The energy emanating from their profound strengths is truly terrifying. Sikong Du, with an angry expression, retorts, If it weren't for Yunche's grandfather, I wouldn't be alive. Those who seek to harm him will have to go through me first. The onlookers exclaim, Heavens! Yunche really has such powerful backing. A disciple of the inner house, who would dare touch Yunche now? The protagonist observes and says, Brother Sikong, thank you. However, and exclaims, since it was something I caused, then only I can resolve it. Murong Yi, if you really want to teach me a lesson, I'll give you a chance. Murong Yi exclaims, You giving me a chance? Who the hell do you think you are? The protagonist raises 3 fingers, exclaiming, Do you have the courage to give me 3 months? After 3 months, I will challenge you myself. If you win, even if you kill me, your victory cannot be disputed. Murong Yi agrees. As you wish then. We'll decide this after 3 months. If you lose, I'll take care of you. Someone laughs and the protagonist is startled. A guy appears saying, We are all witnesses to this agreement. He is the vice leader Qin Wusheng. Someone exclaims, Heavens, it's none other than the vice head of the Azure Cloud Mystic House, Qin Wusheng. Why has Qin Wusheng come here? With a smile on his face, Qin says, Yunche, your behavior is rather curious. To ensure a fair fight within these 3 months, I will give Yunche the qualifications to enter and train in the inner house. After that, you will finally have your duel. Murong Yi is surprised by this and exclaims, Whatever. I also accept these conditions. Fewer chances for complaints when I win. Qin looks at the protagonist and says, Yunche, if you win, you will assume Murong Yi's position in the inner house. But if you lose, you will never again be considered a candidate for the inner house. Any objections? The protagonist, with a smile, replies, No, and greets him, thinking, Qin Wusheng must be related to Professor Qin. Could this special treatment they have for me be influenced by Senior Shueru? Who is she really? Senior, what are you doing now? They arrive at the Profound Gathering Pagoda in the inner house of the Azure Cloud Mystic House. Sikong exclaims, Junior brother Yun, this is the Profound Gathering Pagoda. Junior brother, feel this. This pagoda gathers rich and profound energy, allowing one's cultivation speed to increase while inside. This is what allows the inner disciples of the house to advance rapidly. He hugs the protagonist, adding, In these 3 months, seize every minute as if it were your last for cultivation. Let's first go to the Heavenly Military Pavilion for you to choose a weapon. Finally, we will choose your 2 profound arts. The protagonist replies, Senior Sikong, thank you for all this effort. And thinks, these so-called profound arts here must be below my level, but it doesn't hurt to take a look. Entering the pavilion, the protagonist observes the weapons. Sikong comments, The lowest grade weapons that can be found are of the true profound level. Most of the equipment are spiritual profound weapons. There is sort of an earth profound weapon here, but no one is interested in taking it. The protagonist is surprised. Senior, what is that? Sikong explains, That is the earth profound weapon I was talking about. It is called the Overlord's Colossal Sword. Unfortunately, due to its enormous size and incredible weight, it is not suitable for profound art users. Junior Yun, come, I want to show you others. The protagonist is energized and Sikong is startled, exclaiming, Yunche, what are you doing? The protagonist tries to lift the sword, struggling greatly, and exclaims, It's so heavy. He unlocks the evil god's power and then wields the sword, badass. With a smile on his face, the protagonist affirms, It's quite interesting. I'll take this sword. Sikong decides, All right, now go get some rest, Junior Yun. See you soon, my dear. The protagonist greets him, exclaiming, Senior Sikong, I am truly grateful for your overlord's colossal sword and the profound arts. I will certainly practice with great dedication. Sikong turns away, thinking, choosing an earth-profound weapon and 2 useless profound arts? He's gone crazy, hasn't he? And the protagonist thinks, Right, I'm finally alone. He exclaims, I'm going to play with the Overlord's colossal sword again. He activates the evil god's power and starts wielding the sword. After a large explosion, the protagonist sits amidst the debris, affirming, The day will come when the 2,000 kilograms Overlord's colossal sword will be wielded by me. Jasmine appears above the sword, questioning, Why did you choose this heavy sword? Is it because of its high grade? The protagonist replies, No. It's because when I'm near it, I feel that we are compatible. This is a sword used to protect others, and I will use it to protect everyone who is important to me. Jasmine reveals, The reason you selected this heavy sword is the same reason my older brother had. My brother wielded a heavy sword to protect my family and me. With tears in her eyes, she thinks, He practiced the great way of the Buddha, and the heavenly wolf's divine condemnation scripture. Yunche, and you. And she exclaims, "Will you really continue using this heavy sword from now on, Yunche?" The protagonist exclaims, "Of course. I will never change my mind about this because I know I won't regret it." And Jasmine, floating, says, "Very well. From today onwards I will teach you a new forbidden profound art, the great way of the Buddha." The protagonist is astonished, and Jasmine explains. The great way of the Buddha consists of 12 stages, and it can only be cultivated with the profound veins of a true primordial god. Otherwise, your body would explode. You possess the profound veins of the heretic god. My brother, who carried the legacy of the heavenly wolf, was able to cultivate the profound art up to the 6th stage. If you manage to activate the first stage of the great way of the Buddha, your arm strength will increase by 1,500 kilograms, allowing you to wield the Overlord's colossal sword easily. The great way of the Buddha allows the body to become much stronger, and with this comes an extreme power of self-regeneration. At some point, you will even be able to regenerate limbs, Yunche. I only ask that you never abandon the heavy sword. Don't forget that. Shueru arrives, observing the protagonist training, and speaks. Junior Yun, I heard about your provisional entry into the inner palace and the duel you committed to. Within these 3 months, you will have to work very hard. The protagonist replies, Yes, but senior, it seems you have something else worrying you. With tears in her eyes, she says, My father hasn't been well, and in such a short time, I have to seek a doctor again. She turns away, saying, Yunche, good cultivation. As soon as I resolve this family matter, I'll come check on you. The protagonist, with a serious expression, observes thoughtfully. The senior's gaze carries a lot of anxiety and sadness. What could be so serious with her family? The scene shows outside the profound gathering pagoda. The protagonist speaks. 73rd place, Murong Yi, 20 years old, 9th level of the true profound realm. 33rd place, Sikong Du, 20 years old, 10th level of the true profound realm. 3rd place, Feng Feilong, 20 years old, 1st level of the spiritual profound realm. The protagonist is astonished, exclaiming, 1st place, Feng Juishan, 17 years old, 2nd level of the spiritual profound realm, and thinks, someone from the Burning Heaven clan? Why would they be in the Azure Cloud Mystic House? A smiling guy speaks. And this new kid here, little brother, just arrived? Murong Yi exclaims, Look who it is, the brat who challenged me to a duel. And the blonde comments, So this is that fool Yunche who doesn't know his place? Sikong appears, exclaiming, Feng Baiyi, watch your words. The protagonist thinks, Feng Baiyi. He occupies 36th place. His position is very close to Sikong Du's. Feng laughs and says, Junior brother Sikong protects this brat very well. Whatever, we're just passing through. Sikong looks at the protagonist and says, Don't get distracted by these guys. Every second of cultivation is precious. The protagonist replies, I won't let this get in my way. By the way, brother Sikong, this Feng Jucheng, is he from the Burning Heaven sect? Sikong confirms, You are right. He is the son of the sect master himself. He came at the invitation of the 3rd prince of the Blue Wind Empire, Kang Shuo. Amidst power struggles within the Kang Lin imperial house, the crown prince sought an alliance with the Xiao sect to suppress Kang Shuo. Kang Shuo, in turn, allied himself with the Burning Heaven sect. Sikong places his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, saying, If you truly manage to enter the inner sect, you too will be involved in this dispute. There will come a time when you yourself will have to choose a side. The protagonist smiles and replies, For now, I'll just cultivate, and thinks, Blue Wind Imperial House. The scene shifts to the cultivation room inside the pagoda. The protagonist, feeling the power, exclaims, Not bad. With all this profound energy here and completely isolated from the outside world, I can't think of a better place to cultivate. Jasmine, lying on the bed, comments, Nice little place. If you can stay here and cultivate for 3 months to refine your profound energy and still successfully reach the 1st stage of the Great Buddha Path, that Murongyi won't stand a chance. I'll engrave the 1st stage of the Great Buddha Path into your mind. The time it will take you to learn will simply be a function of your comprehension ability. Later, the protagonist energizes, and a voice echoes in his mind. Young man, do you truly desire to comprehend the Great Buddha Path? What is your understanding of the Great Path? The protagonist replies, I thirst for unparalleled power. Only then can I protect everything and everyone I hold dear. And the voice exclaims, Then what would the Great Path be? And what would Buddha be? The protagonist thinks, Upon being born, I can say that I began the path. Upon dying, does it mean that would be my journey along the great path? Everything in this world is at my service. Between heaven and earth, all that exists is for me. Tired, the protagonist speaks. I am the great path. Observing this, Jasmine is astonished, and a power surges, moving towards the protagonist. A symbol appears above his head, and Jasmine, completely stunned, thinks, he truly comprehended the great Buddha path in just 3 days? Even my brother took 33 days to understand everything. With a smile, the protagonist thinks, my world, I rule. Everything in it exists because of me. Jasmine observes the protagonist and says, not bad. In 23 days, you were able to reach the first level of the true profound realm, as well as comprehend the first stage of the great Buddha path. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, picks up a dagger and exclaims, how about I test how much stronger my body has become with the great Buddha path? Upon striking the dagger against his own hand, it bends completely, and the protagonist, astonished, exclaims, my skin didn't even suffer a single scratch. With such power, it's no wonder it's a forbidden profound technique. Jasmine narrows her eyes and decrees, it's best to give cultivation a break for today. Your profound energy has just reached a new level. You need to let your body adapt a little. And the protagonist is surprised. All right, I'll go look for Yuanba then. As he leaves, a red-haired guy walks past the protagonist, and the protagonist is taken aback, wondering, what an arrogant display of profound energy. He's Feng Zhucheng, the third son of the Burning Heavens sect master. The protagonist observes him and retorts, aren't you a bit arrogant? The first chance I get, I'll take care of you. Further ahead, the protagonist thinks, Yuanba should be in the outer house now, right? A guy observes the protagonist and shouts, quick, look, it's Yunche. He's the idiot who took the initiative to challenge Murong Yi. What a clever face. Another one says, was that sarcasm? He chose that heavy sword junk and a handful of useless techniques. He's a madman. The protagonist waves his hand, calling, Yuanba! Yuanba approaches, questioning, brother-in-law, shouldn't you be in the inner house? What are you doing here? And the protagonist replies, I'm exhausted from cultivating. I wanted to see how you are doing. Yuanba, with a smile, picks up a small box, recounting, the Blue Wind Mystic House is truly incredible. They even gave us some medicinal pills, and I'm cultivating like a charm. And the protagonist thinks, Yuanba's profound energy seems to have progressed quite well. And he utters, work hard. I'm sure you won't disappoint anyone. The protagonist slaps his arm, and Yuanba complains, ouch, that hurts. And the protagonist quickly removes the splint from his arm, asking, what? What happened to your arm? How did you get hurt? Yuanba, somewhat sadly, deflects. It's nothing. I was just training with the senior brothers. It's normal to get hurt a little. With a serious look, the protagonist decrees, I see. All right. If anyone bullies you, you must tell me. Yuanba turns, saying, of course, brother-in-law. I'll go back to my cultivation room now. You should too. The protagonist, with a serious expression, thinks, I won't let this go. It's best to follow him. The protagonist follows him, and someone yells, hey, big guy, carry my pills, will you? He hits Yuanba and orders, be obedient and hand them over. Yuanba, with blood dripping from his mouth, pleads, could you perhaps let me keep a couple this time? And the guy rants, what nonsense? It's not like you have a choice. Yuanba requests, senior brother Kui Yang. Kui Yang takes the small box and makes a sound of disgust. With a grim look, he says, it seems you're not being entirely honest. Where's the rest? Yuanba, with tears in his eyes, implores, senior brother Kui Yang. Kui Yang starts to beat him and decrees, next time you behave like this, I'll beat you to pieces. And the protagonist exclaims, these rats, by threatening Yuanba, do you want to die early? Return all the pills, break your own arm, and apologize. And the guy points, ranting, who does this brat think he is to barge in here so boldly? And the protagonist, gritting his teeth, rants, since that's the case, die. The protagonist's aura grows stronger, and the guy, laughing, inquires, so it was just that idiot Yun Che? If you apologize on your knees, we might even let you go. Another one adds, unless you also enjoy getting beaten up. And the protagonist affirms, understood. Then your choice is to die. And striking the guy, he throws him far away among the others who are startled. One of them exclaims, senior brother Kui Yang, how dare you attack stealthily? We'll cut him to pieces. A guy pulls out a weapon and attacks. The protagonist makes a sound of disgust, dodging. Another one attacks, and the protagonist dodges as well, then hits him, breaking his weapon and says, you think too highly of yourself. The other observes and tries to run. The protagonist, with a serious look, questions, "Who said you could run?" And the blue-haired guy argues, "What are you gonna do? Listen well, my uncle is a tutor. He'll make you pay for this." And the protagonist, preparing to stomp him, retorts, "As I said, even when kicking Yuamba, it was his right leg, right?" The guy screams with the protagonist's kick, while the protagonist bellows, "You trash." The others watch this grimly, and the protagonist turns to them saying, "Hey, as for you." The guys lower themselves and exclaim, "Yunche, we were wrong. Please spare us. Don't kill us. We'll never dare to do something like this again." The other one adds, "We'll even give you all our pills." And Yuamba is surprised and questions, "Brother-in-law?" The protagonist helps him, saying, "Let's go." He looks back, saying, "By the way, you know what to say about what happened here, right?" And the two exclaim, "Yes, of course. We got hurt fighting each other." And the protagonist affirms, "In the end, whatever. Leader Chin allowed me to go straight to the inner house. We're good friends. It doesn't matter what you try to spread around, just know that it will come back to you." As they leave, Yuanba justifies, "Brother-in-law, it's not that I wanted to hide the truth. I just didn't want you to worry while preparing for the battle. It wasn't anything against you. I hope you understand. What the eyes don't see, the heart doesn't grieve over." And the protagonist, irritated, exclaims, "Since the other people were bullying you, why didn't you give up?" Yuenba requests, "I hope you can continue to work hard on your cultivation and become stronger than everyone. Let me see your profound veins." The protagonist observes his profound veins and is startled, thinking, "These..." He puts his hand on his chin and thinks, "Yuanba's profound veins are really very strange. Could these be the divine profound veins of that tyrant emperor, Ba Huang, that Jasmine mentioned? To awaken such divine profound veins, the heart of a tyrant and the ambition of a ruler are required. As long as they are not awakened, they will never go beyond the nascent profound realm. However, if he succeeds, in a single night his profound strength would reach the emperor profound realm, perhaps even the tyrant profound realm. This is a matter that needs its time, and everything depends on Yuanba himself. Anyway, it's time to focus on my problems for now." The protagonist heads to the Black Moon Merchant Guild. Upon arriving there, he reflects, "The Black Moon Merchant Guild of the Imperial City is truly much more magnificent than the one in New Moon City." A clerk approaches him. "Dear customer, allow me to ask what you desire." The protagonist raises 3 fingers, declaring, "I need 3 cyan profound crystals." She lowers her head, responding, "Dear customer, please follow me to the 2nd floor." Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she announces, "Elder Kial, this customer would like 3 cyan profound crystals. Each crystal the elder informs is 3 purple profound coins, a total of 9 coins." The clerk adds, "Dear customer, is there anything else I can help you with?" The protagonist is surprised and points, exclaiming, "What is the price of that blazing demon blood crystal over there? If it's acceptable, I'll buy it." The vendor is startled, and with sweat on his face exclaims, "Blazing demon blood crystals are rare in this world? How did you know that this jade box contained one?" The protagonist gives a smile, confessing, "I've encountered one in the past. I never thought a young man would be so intelligent," the vendor admits. "You don't seem to be a fire profound energy user, so I wonder what you need it for. In any case, it's 600 purple coins." The protagonist pulls out a gold card and retorts, "And do you really need to know what I'm going to do with the things you're selling?" He leaves the store with the crystal in hand and thinks, "Now that I have the phoenix flame in my body, this crystal will be very useful to me. Furthermore, this object can nullify various types of ice-related poisons. It can help me deal with various kinds of situations." The protagonist is startled, and Shou Shin, leader of the 7 immortals of the 9 Icy, is shown. The protagonist comments, "What a beautiful girl." Jasmine makes a sound of disgust and states, "This tiny blue-wind imperial city is like a crouching tiger, yet like a hidden dragon." Raising her little finger, she explains, "The difference in power between her and you is the same as between heaven and earth. Peak of the 10th level of the Sky Profound Realm. She's half a step away from the Emperor Profound Realm." "I'm sorry," the vendor apologizes, "but the only blazing demon blood crystal available was just purchased by that young man. Dear customer, I apologize. There's nothing I can do about it." She looks back and turns. The vendor comments, "An unfathomable, profound strength, easily among the 10 strongest in the Blue Wind Empire. I wonder what such an expert is looking for a blazing demon blood crystal for." The protagonist walks casually with his hands behind his head, deducing, I bet that little fairy will come looking for me immediately. Jasmine, you'd better wait and watch carefully. She appears, and the protagonist observes, such a cold aura. Sell me your blazing demon blood crystal, she demands. I'll pay double. The protagonist, with a serious expression, advises, although I'm very willing to do so, I advise you not to try to buy this. The ice poison that's in your body isn't something that can be cured by this crystal. If I'm right, you must have fought a powerful ice attribute profound beast a few days ago. It must have faced its imminent death and infected you with its poison as a last resort. Who are you? She asks, perplexed. The protagonist, with a smile, introduces himself. I am Yun-che. I'm just an ordinary disciple of the Blue Wind Mystic House. Besides, I'm also a genius doctor. The protagonist looks at her and says, with your incredible profound strength, the poison will eventually dissolve on its own. During that time, your profound strength won't develop, and you'll only be able to use 1/3 of your total profound strength. Since you cultivate an ice attribute profound art with a high-grade fire attribute crystal, upon absorbing it, there's a good chance your profound veins will suffer permanent damage. I've said all that needs to be said, so you can think it over. I won't sell you this blazing demon blood crystal. If you're still determined to buy one, you'll have to look elsewhere. The protagonist leaves, thinking, so that's it, fairy. There's no way you're not interested in me. And she exclaims, wait! The protagonist thinks, there it is! And she continues, after analyzing my illness, and since you consider yourself a genius doctor, wouldn't you know a way to treat the poison faster? The protagonist gives a thumbs up, saying, of course, my fairy. Do you want me to cure the poison? I'll wait for you at the Blue Wind Inner House, residence number 101. And she replies, I'll need to trouble you a bit to help me cure the poison. Once it's cured, I'll be greatly indebted to you. And the protagonist argues, your profound strength is immense, while I'm a disciple of the Mystic House and just a humble being. Why do you trust me even so? And she retorts, your eyes are pure. You don't seem like a bad person. I'll see you at your residence. After a while, at the protagonist's residence, he arrives saying, so, you've arrived? And he thinks, despite the inner house being full of profound art masters, she simply walked in as if it were nothing. She inquires, when will you begin the detoxification? The protagonist closes the door and looks at her, saying, we can start right now. However, you need to understand that this poison is difficult to deal with, and since we don't know each other well, you need to agree to 3 conditions. But rest assured, these conditions won't be too much. She affirms, all right. And the protagonist extends his hand, saying, come, give me your hand, please. And she replies, I won't let any man touch my body. And the protagonist retorts, it's all right, I'm a genius doctor. I can take a person's pulse without touching them. The protagonist uses profound energy and, astonished, thinks, what a terrifyingly potent poison. It seems that Fairy, at the very least, killed a sky-profound beast. This is harboring the profound energy of a venomous spirit. And he speaks, immortal, you must have sensed it too. A venomous spirit has developed within your body. She is startled, and the protagonist continues, before I can deal with the poison, I must first deal with this venomous ice attribute spirit. The protagonist starts to use the flames and exclaims, I'll use my flame energy to sever the connection between you and the spirit and then force it out. We can't let it become more entrenched, otherwise it would be dangerous now. Don't move. She's startled, exclaiming, Phoenix Flame? Do you belong to the Divine Phoenix sect? The protagonist extends his hand towards her and says, this is indeed the Phoenix Flame, but I don't work with them. And he exclaims, good, I have control over the venomous spirit, now get out of her. The protagonist presses on her chest, and trembling he says, this, please, don't be impossible. I was just... He receives an attack from her and thinks, I violated an immortal. I'm definitely dead. She arrives in front of the protagonist, and he loses consciousness, thinking, is she worried about me? Then it seems it was worth it. When the protagonist opens his eyes, he thinks, looks like I didn't die. Could it be because of the Great Buddha path? And she says, you're awake. After colliding with my aura, I didn't expect you to be unconscious for only 3 days. And she thinks, it seems this Yunche has many more secrets than I thought. And the protagonist says, Fairy, I'm truly sorry. I only wanted to extract the poisonous spirit. She makes a sound of disgust and retorts, I know that very well, or I wouldn't be alive talking to you right now. The protagonist, with a serious expression, affirms, then let's get back to work. We have one last step to eliminate the poison. A power surges in the pearl, and the protagonist thinks, Heaven's poison pearl, help me. He begins to remove the poison and comments, It should be fine now. The poison must be completely gone. I would like you to protect me 2 months from now for a while. It wouldn't be for long either, about 3 months. And she replies, as you wish. I have no more reason to stay here. And the protagonist thinks, she really is dying to get out of here, but that feeling of touching the little fairy was really good. And she says goodbye. We'll see each other again in 2 months. I'll keep an eye on you for 3 months, as agreed. The protagonist declares, how cold of you to leave like that. Speaking of cold, it must be someone from the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. I don't know how my wife, Qingyu, is doing over there. Jasmine appears, sitting on the protagonist's stomach, and asks, remembered you have a wife? What a shame. Now you have more immediate matters. She crosses her arms, ordering, go back to cultivating as soon as your new injuries heal. And the protagonist, with blood dripping from his mouth, replies, understood, and he thinks, the Great Buddha Path is truly incredible. I wonder how strong I will be after mastering it. The scene shows the protagonist 10 days later inside the profound pagoda. An energy surges around the protagonist, and Jasmine observes, pondering. From his aura, it seems Yunche will reach a new level again. The protagonist clenches his fist and exclaims, in 2 months, I managed to master the first stage of the Buddha Path. Everyone is speechless. He stretches and declares, it's as if there was nothing in this world I should worry about. It must be time to practice again with the Overlord's colossal sword. He exclaims, come, Overlord's colossal sword. It comes, the protagonist grabs and swings it, hitting the ground with a thud. He makes a noise and starts swinging it from side to side, and laughs, exclaiming, this is so cool! Again! He slams it on the ground, causing a great commotion. Tired, the protagonist states, the profound energy barriers in this cultivation room are truly formidable. That was very good. Jasmine observes the protagonist and approaches, saying, now that you've truly entered the first stage of the Great Buddha Path, you are capable of wielding this heavy sword. However, you still don't have complete control over it. In the next month, I want you to train with it and familiarize yourself with how to control it. You must train with it until you are completely exhausted. And the protagonist says, all right, when the time comes, I'll shock everyone. Whether it's the Overlord's colossal sword or the 2 profound techniques I chose, it was just so Murong-yi wouldn't take me seriously. Jasmine gets close to the protagonist, startling him, and warns, anyway, next month, there's still something important for you to deal with. She touches the protagonist's forehead and reveals, the Heavenly Wolf Divine Star left behind the most powerful heavy sword technique this world has ever seen. I'll leave a part of it in you. This technique will allow you to properly control the heavy sword, and its name is Heavenly Wolf's Prison God's Seal. For now, I can only transmit a general concept and the Heavenly Wolf slash. Despite being the first technique, it has impressive power. My brother was the last user of the Heavenly Wolf's Prison God's Seal. After he died, the art went with him. That is, the last inheritor of the technique now can be you. The protagonist puts his hand on her head and says, Jasmine, I will practice the Heavenly Wolf slash with great dedication. She gives a look of disgust, hitting his hand with hers, and retorts, you better. It's still not certain whether you'll master it or not. The scene shifts to a month later. The protagonist unleashes a blow, exclaiming, Heavenly Wolf slash. A large explosion occurs, cutting through the room. The protagonist looks at Jasmine and asks, Jasmine, did you see that? I finally mastered the Heavenly Wolf slash. And she, with tears in her eyes, replies, Yunche, you are indeed following in the first steps taken by my brother. However, this will never bring him back. The protagonist falls to the ground, exhausted, and whispers, I'm dead. I can't even lift a finger. A voice echoes, Junior Yun. The protagonist looks at the stone and murmurs, Transmission stone. It's Senior Shueru's voice. She continues, tomorrow is finally the day of your big encounter with Murong Yi. Rest well today. We'll talk tomorrow morning. And the protagonist, with a smile on his face, says, time flies so fast, Senior. I'll wait for you tomorrow then. And he thinks, my training is over. Murong Yi, just wait and see. The next day, Shueruo is shown knocking on the protagonist's door and calling, Junior Yun, are you awake yet? The protagonist opens the door and says, Senior sister, you're here? You even brought breakfast? It smells so good. The protagonist starts eating, blushing, and exclaims, this is delicious. Made by Senior sister? And she, blushing, replies, yes, it's good to get used to it, but when you're eating, you look like a child. And the protagonist, with a smile, retorts, it's a good thing I'm not. Won't Senior consider having a younger married man by her side? She turns her face and speaks in a threatening tone. If you provoke me again, I won't make any more food. Turning back to the protagonist, she continues, This is the training uniform I made for you some time ago, so it should fit very well. Wear it in your duel with Murong-yi later. She turns and suggests, How about trying it on now? The protagonist, changing his clothes, thanks her. Thank you very much, senior. I owe you one. And she, blushing, provokes him. So, how will you repay me? The protagonist gets close to her and asks, Can you close your eyes? She closes her eyes, and the protagonist grabs her, kissing her. She is startled and, moving away from the protagonist, curses him, You scoundrel! And thinks, Why did he have to do that to me out of nowhere? The protagonist grabs her arm and pleads, Senior sister, wait, calm down, I'll win for you today. The two leave together, and the scene returns to the central plaza. Someone exclaims, It's the day of the scheduled battle, and Yunche isn't very scared, is he? Another exclaims, He should be, since it's the same as committing suicide. Someone is shown sipping tea, and someone else exclaims, Leader Chin came in person. However, even with everyone here, we would know how this battle will end. Doesn't he have anything more important to do? Murong-yi exclaims, It seems that little rat didn't dare to come, and the protagonist appears and says, I'd like to know who said that. Murong-yi, with a smile on his face, exclaims, Oh, you really came, and he thinks, That brat in 3 months already reached the second level of the true profound realm? Whatever, it was a useless effort. In the end, he'll die. He jumps into the arena and exclaims, Come, I'll make you remember this day for the rest of your life. The protagonist appears behind him and retorts, I say the same to you. Someone watching the two asks, How many moves do you think it will take for Murong-yi to defeat Yunche? Another says, I imagine about 3. Another comments, What an insult to the inner house, kid. 1 single blow, and that's it. Another observing says, Wu Yu, it's time. You will be the judge of this match to ensure it proceeds fairly. Another waves his hand and says, So Yunche dared to come after all? He overestimates his own strength. Professor Chin arrives at the arena saying, You two can begin immediately. However, don't forget that you are training. In short, you cannot kill your opponent, otherwise you will be severely punished. Someone observing thinks, It seems Yunche's body is discreetly emitting a mysterious and interesting aura. Murong-yi clenches his fist and says, Yunche, have you decided how you're going to kneel and beg for forgiveness? The protagonist, clasping his hands in front of him, asks, I ask you the same. Prepare your weapon. And Murong-yi exclaims, I need a weapon to deal with you. And the protagonist, with a smile, retorts, Since that's the case, I don't need to draw my weapon either. We'll see if you'll still be so confident soon. Murong-yi points a finger, exclaiming, Brat, come on, I'll make you understand the distance between our powers. And the protagonist attacks, saying, I may not be so courteous. Murong-yi defends himself, cursing, Idiot. The protagonist's fist gets past his defense. Murong-yi is startled, and the protagonist asks, Is that all you've got? Murong-yi raises his arm defensively, and a huge thud is heard. After defending himself, Murong-yi asks, How is this possible? Someone at the second level of the true profound realm comparable to me? This isn't possible? He makes a noise, preparing a punch. The protagonist withstands his punch. Murong-yi exclaims, Impossible! The protagonist launches a counterattack, hitting him and throwing him far away. Irritated, Murong-yi says, This can't be. How can you be so calm? The protagonist laughs and says, Stopped being so full of yourself now, have you? Murong-yi exclaims, Stop being so arrogant. Shueru speaks, Junior Yun, be careful. Another girl exclaims, Heavens, Murong-yi invoked his weapon outside of what was agreed upon. How despicable. Murong-yi exclaims, I'm the son of the Marshal of the Northern Fields, you brat. You'll never taste the flavor of my defeat. And he thinks, Whatever it takes, I won't lose. He attacks, exclaiming, Die! Blue dragon that moves the sea. The protagonist, sweating, defends himself. A huge explosion occurs, and Shikong exclaims, Outrageous! Shueru is startled, and the protagonist says, Seems you have no honor, so you'll be treated as you deserve. The protagonist raises his hand, and the sword appears with a thud. A startled guy exclaims, The Overlord's colossal sword? Can he even wield it? Someone exclaims, What a huge sword! Really? The sword weighs tons. So this is the heavy sword that Yunche chose in the Heavenly Military Pavilion? Murong-yi observes this and says, You really are a bit stronger than I thought, but you're still no match for me. He jumps, exclaiming, "Can you really use that sword? Take my best shot, Purgatory Shadow Dragon." The attack comes toward the protagonist, and the protagonist faces it with a serious expression and swings the sword, delivering a slash. Murong-yi is startled by this, receiving the slash and flying backward. His weapon is broken in half, and observing it stupefied, he utters, "My weapon, the silver dragon spear, is broken." And furious, he roars, "Yunche, I'll kill you. There's no holding back anymore." And the protagonist, with a smile on his face, says, "Let me accompany you." The fight continues with the protagonist attacking successively, throwing him to the ground, leaving him completely wrecked. After that, the protagonist lands and asks, "Do you still want to fight? After all, you're at the 9th level of the true profound realm in the inner house. You must really feel like you haven't shown your full strength yet." Professor Chin, with a smile, intervenes. "That's enough, Yunche. Although you've shown mercy, Murong-yi can't continue fighting anymore." And he declares, "This battle, Yunche wins with a landslide victory." Someone shouts, "What a badass sword. That dude's weapon is awesome. He's too incredible. I was even mocking him before, but how could a mere rat like me perceive a mountain?" The other boy applauds and comments, "A rare kind of genius to see." And he thinks, he truly is worthy of being chosen by Princess Kang Yue. Despite being simple, he's very cunning and insightful. The guy points and yells, "Yunche defeated the inner house disciple, Murong-yi, and even controlled the Overlord's colossal sword. After a century, finally a genius from the Blue Wind Mystic House capable of such a feat. From today onward, Yunche will replace Murong-yi's position, reaching 73rd place in the inner house. In addition, he will have the right to enter the Supreme Profound Hall at any time and will be awarded a Golden Scale Dragon Transformation Pill." The blonde guy appears, ranting, "Yunche, don't get too happy. Your arrogance will still cost you dearly." The protagonist, cleaning his ear, retorts, "As far as I know, it only cost those who threaten me like that dearly. They're either dead or crippled. Honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing someone make me pay for my actions." He raises 2 fingers, saying, "Peace." The princess, blushing, thinks, Yunche is becoming more and more incredible. However, after this battle, he will certainly be dragged into the conflict within the imperial family. Back at the protagonist's residence, Lan Shuiru takes care of him, murmuring, "Junior brother Yun, seeing all these injuries makes me so worried." The protagonist pats his own chest, reassuring her, "Miss, you don't need to worry. I'll heal very quickly." And he thinks, with the great Buddha path, these injuries are nothing. He observes her robe and comments, "However, it's a shame that the new clothes you made for me were torn." And she, with a smile on her face, replies, "It's okay. I can still make more. The most important thing is that you're all right." The protagonist takes her hand and says, "That's truly the kind of promise a young woman would make to her own husband. Miss, are you finally willing to stay with me?" And she retorts, "You're already married. How can you say something so imprudent? I still haven't forgiven you for stealing that kiss before. That was already crossing the line." The protagonist grabs her, exclaiming, "If I can't steal a kiss, then how about if I ask nicely?" He gets very close to her to kiss her, and Professor Chin opens the door, shouting, "Yunche, you rascal, your performance today was simply incredible. I personally brought you this Golden Scale Dragon Transformation Pill." Seeing the protagonist, he notices, "Oops," and he drops the small box. The princess, hearing this, covers her face in embarrassment, and the protagonist, sweating, thinks, "What a grand entrance." The princess runs away, and the protagonist extends his arm, asking, "Instructor Chin, please sit down." The instructor looks at the protagonist, questioning, "You and Lan Shuiru?" The protagonist affirms, "We like each other. What's the problem?" Instructor Chin sighs and asks, "But then do you know Shuiru's true identity and origin?" The protagonist is surprised and confesses, "I don't know, but judging by her temperament, she must be of noble origin. I intend to wait for her to tell me herself when she thinks it's the right time to do so." Master Chin, a little distressed, reveals, "You don't know who she is, but you dare to touch her? So be it. Now you'll find out." Lan Shuiru's real name is Kang Yue. She is the emperor's only daughter, princess of the Blue Wind Empire. She received the title of Blue Moon Princess. The protagonist is shocked and exclaims, "So she's actually the princess of the Blue Wind Empire? Why did she go to New Moon City?" Instructor Chin explains, "Are you aware of the current situation of the imperial family? 3 years ago, the emperor suddenly fell ill. The genius doctor concluded that his vital vein had been damaged, making his situation irreversible. Even with proper care, The emperor could only live for 5 more years at most. That's when the crown prince, Kang Lin, and the third prince, Qi Kang Shuo, began to fight for the throne. Each of them started building their camps and brought the Xiao sect and the Burning Heaven sect into the dispute. During this time, the only person who truly cared for the emperor was the princess. She tried to contain her brother's ambitions, but failed. So, to try to ease the emperor's regret, she left the imperial city and entered various branches of mystic houses under the identity of Lan Shueru, searching for someone to help her father, the emperor, fulfill his wish. The protagonist points to himself, questioning, and that person would be me, and extends his hand asking, "What is your father's wish after all, and why me?" Sighing, Instructor Chin reveals, "The Blue Wind Ranking Tournament." He stands up and continues, "The tournament has been held 99 times, but no one sent by the imperial family has ever entered the top 100. The emperor's greatest wish is to finally have someone representing the imperial family among the top 100 so he can rest in peace. The princess used the monarch heart secret art to foresee your destiny and luck. That, along with your impressive fights, made her finally choose you. Personally, for the princess, one of the reasons for leaving the imperial city was even more important, to distance herself from a very complicated person. The one who placed fourth in the last Blue Wind ranking tournament, the Burning Heaven sect's young master, Feng Weiken. Later that night, the protagonist looks at the sky, murmuring, "I really didn't expect Senior to actually be the princess of the Blue Wind Empire." She had state affairs, as well as matters of her own family, to resolve, placing her under great pressure, a heavy burden to bear. Instructor Chin is right. If I don't have enough power, I'll never be able to help her. He clenches his fist with a serious expression, and she appears with a small smile, commenting, "Junior brother, Yunche. So you're here? I went to your residence a little while ago, only to find you weren't there. Admiring the moon like this, I wonder what problems you're thinking about." And the protagonist responds, "It may be nothing, but it's a decision that could change my life." The protagonist turns to her and continues, "After the duel, I received invitations from the crown prince and the third prince at the same time." She is surprised, and the protagonist, with his hand on his chin, continues, "Senior, which invitation do you think I should accept?" She turns her face away sadly, and the protagonist raises a finger asking, "One is the crown prince, while the other is the third prince. Neither of them will accept a no." And she declares, "I want to hear what you think. This matter of yours, I believe I don't have the right to decide." And the protagonist takes her hand, whispering, "I heard that the emperor is very ill, while the imperial palace is in turmoil. Senior, I want to know, do you want me to get involved in this imperial family feud?" She squeezes the protagonist's hand, looking cute, and confesses, "Absolutely not, Junior Yunche. I know you're not the type of person who thirsts for power. You really wouldn't do such a thing, right?" The protagonist pulls his hand away from hers and asks, "But what if I do anyway?" And she exclaims in surprise, "Why? You don't know what goes on behind the scenes of the imperial family. If you fall into their schemes, there's no turning back." And the protagonist, with his back to her, retorts, "Senior is right. I have no interest in power or authority, but there are many things in this world that I can't ignore just because I'm not interested in something." He looks at her and states, "Senior sister, should I call you Sister Shuahu or Princess Kangyue?" She is startled and puts her hand in front of her face, asking, "You knew? Did Instructor Chin tell you? I wasn't trying to deceive you. I just..." And the protagonist interrupts her, declaring, "I've been attracted to you since the first time I saw you. You even risked your life to save and care for me. Because you had done so much for me, I ended up thinking it was because you liked me. Until yesterday, at least, when Instructor Chin revealed your game. So, you did all of this so that I would represent the imperial family in the Blue Wind ranking tournament? In the end, what I had was a mere fantasy." And she says dejectedly, "That's not it. I was afraid that one day we would have a conversation like this. That's why I was waiting for the right time to tell you. I..." And the protagonist interrupts her, saying, "Senior, it's all right. Now I just want to be alone." The protagonist leaves and she exclaims, "Junior brother Yunche." She chases after the protagonist, saying, "Yunche." With tears in her eyes and blushing slightly, she argues, "It's not what you think. I wasn't hiding it from you on purpose. I never wanted to use you." The protagonist's reflection in her eyes says, "Senior sister, your tears are too precious. So precious that I would trade a life for one of them." He grabs her as she exclaims, "Yunche, don't do this, don't leave me." And the protagonist says, "Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't want it to come to this. Senior is a princess while I am a subject. I ended up getting a little disturbed to the point that you cried for me. And she says, you don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. I won't leave you. I don't want the title of princess. I want to be by your side. I always want to be able to see you. The protagonist, with a small smile on his face, comments, then we believe in the same thing. For you, I will participate in the Blue Wind ranking tournament. This imperial family feud, and whatever comes along the way, this is my choice. Senior, give me some time, and I can become strong enough to protect you from the storm. Even if I can't prevent it, I will take you far away and find a place just for the two of us. He points to himself, adding, so tomorrow, I'll take a look at your father. All right? Your man here is a genius doctor. She rests her head on the protagonist's chest, making a sound of agreement. The scene shows them going to the Blue Wind Imperial Palace, to the Emperor's chambers. She comments, Junior Yunche, these are the chambers where my father lives. An old man appears, and she speaks. Master Gu, is my father all right? And the old man responds, the Emperor is resting. If the princess wishes to see him, please, I ask that it be brief. Excuse me, Your Highness. She looks at the protagonist and explains, this is the genius doctor, Gu Chu Hong, who has been taking care of my father. He holds the title of Sacred Doctor. The protagonist looks sideways, thinking, Sacred Doctor? Only true masters can be called Sacred Doctors. Just by looking at his face, I can tell he's not trustworthy. The Emperor asks, Ma Yue, you came, and who would this be accompanying you? The protagonist bows, introducing himself. Yunche of the Blue Wind Profound Mansion Inner Division. I pay my respects to Your Majesty, the Emperor. The old man comments, despite being bedridden here for so long, I did hear news of a young man who not only defeated opponents of higher cultivation levels, but also wielded the Overlord's colossal sword. Yue, could this be the individual I've spent 2 years searching for? She confirms. Father, yes. However, the reason I brought junior brother Yunche here today was because of his vast medical experience and because he considers himself a genius doctor. The protagonist affirms, I will do my best to diagnose your illness. The protagonist takes his pulse, and the old man observes, it's rare to see a young man with such understanding, and he also has Mayue's trust. Go ahead. The protagonist adds profound energy to the pulse and advises, Your Majesty, I will use profound energy to assess your internal organs. Please do not resist. After assessing, the protagonist states, Your Majesty, there is a rather long scar in the area of your chest. If there is, it was left there about 3 years ago. And the old man reacts in surprise. That's right. How did you know I have a scar on my chest? And Kang Yue asks worriedly, Junior brother Yunche, what is my father's condition? Did you discover anything? And the protagonist reveals, Your Majesty is not sick, much less poisoned. And it also has nothing to do with the so-called damaged veins that Gu Chu Hong mentioned. Instead, Your Majesty has been invaded by a parasite called the life force devouring worm. This parasite invades the body and consumes the blood in the host's heart to mature. After maturing, it lives in the blood vessels, consuming your life force. And the Emperor questions, if what you say is true, such a dangerous parasite exists in my body, so how did Gu Chu Hong not discover it? Are you certain of this diagnosis? The protagonist extends his hand, arguing, just because of that, I know it's difficult for Your Majesty to believe, but give me an opportunity to prove what I say. Please, allow me to make an incision in your chest and reveal the parasite before Your Majesty's eyes. Kang Yue, looking somewhat sad, intervenes. Father, I believe Yunche's words, and I believe in his character even more. He would never try to hurt you. Please let him try. The protagonist comes closer, makes an incision, and announces, it's coming out! A small worm emerges, and Kang Yue is startled. The old man stares, dumbfounded, and the protagonist requests, don't move. He adds profound energy to the wound, and Kang Yue, approaching, exclaims, why didn't you remove that cursed parasite? Instead, you put it back into my father's body. And the protagonist explains, this parasite's life is linked to Your Majesty's. If it dies, the Emperor would also die. And the Emperor exclaims, who dared to implant such a malicious parasite inside my body? And the protagonist raises a finger, deducing, Your Majesty probably already knows the answer. The person who made this incision on you 3 years ago was certainly the one who implanted the parasite. And Kang Yue exclaims, that can't be. Master Gu had made that incision to help my father release the cold blood he had accumulated. Why would he do such a thing? And the old man laments, I understand. If it was him who put that thing in me, Conveniently, he wouldn't know anything. Gu Chu Hong. So it was the person who did this to me, and all that assistance over the years was just a facade? The princess asks incredulously, why would he have done so much harm? Was he involved in the internal intrigues of the imperial family? And the old man surmises, Yunche, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would be thanking my own assassin before I died. He probably feared retaliation from the Heavenly Sword Village. That must be why they tried to kill me without leaving any traces. The protagonist is startled and exclaims, Heavenly Sword Village? The #1 sect in the entire empire? The old man winces and explains, indeed, the Heavenly Sword Village is one of the most powerful sects intrinsically linked to the 4 sacred lands, allies of the imperial family. That must be why they want to harm me without drawing their attention. The protagonist thinks, so the Heavenly Sword Village is of this caliber? Someone arrives, announcing, Your Majesty, the young master of the Heavenly Sword Village, Ling Yun, requests an audience. And the emperor comments, it seems the time has come. It can only be to bring us the invitation. My Yu Wei, please go and receive him in my name. The protagonist greets, and the old man continues, Yun Che. If you're interested in the Heavenly Sword Village, it's best to go with Yu Wei. As for the story of Gu Chu Hong and this parasite, for now, don't talk about it with anyone. They go to the Cloud Hall, and Ling Yun, the young master of the Sword Village, and Ling Jie, the youngest son of the Sword Village leader, are shown. Ling Yun greets him, saying, Greetings to Princess Kang Yu Wei. Ling Yun of the Lixiao Sword Village presents himself. The protagonist observes them greeting each other and thinks, this Ling Yun has quite a noble status and doesn't lack good manners. He seems to be a true gentleman. And the princess says, Big brother Ling Yun, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to come in person. Ling Yun, with a smile on his face, says, to have the opportunity to come to the imperial palace and be received by the noble Princess Kang Yu Wei is a great blessing. And the younger one exclaims, so you're the legendary Princess Kang Yu Wei? Wow. She's even more beautiful than you described. Ling Yun becomes somber and grabs him, saying, Little Ji, have some manners. Your Highness This is my younger brother, Ling Ji. He's only 15.5 years old and hasn't yet learned good manners. Please forgive him. And the boy angrily exclaims, Hey bro, I'm almost 16. Why are you treating me like a child? This princess sister is really pretty. I didn't say anything wrong. Kang Yu Wei, blushing, says, Little brother Ling Jie, you're so cute. When you grow up, many girls will seek to know you to marry. And he, all blushing, says, Princess, how about marrying me, now that you know me? Ling Yun, upon hearing this, exclaims, Ling Ji, stop being cheeky. He grabs his younger brother's head, saying, Your Highness, he still only talks nonsense. Don't be offended, please. The protagonist arrives, taking the princess's hand and saying, Brother Ling Jie, you'd better leave that be. Our princess is already taken. Ling Jie, irritated, exclaims, You dare to take the princess away from me? Find another. This deserves a duel. I'll have her back. The protagonist, with a smile, puts his hand on his chin, saying, Duel? And why would I care about a brat like you? Bring it on. And the princess, sketching a smile, says, Are you sure about this? Although he's younger than you, he's already at the 3rd level of the profound realm, and from the aura he's emitting, he should be able to compete with those above his level. If you use your best tricks, maybe you'll last 4 or 5 of his blows. By fighting him, you risk being embarrassed. Ling Jie, irritated, exclaims, You asked for it, and now you'll get it. I'll beat you until your face looks like a pig's. He reveals his weapon. His brother says, Little G, this is the Imperial Palace Hall, not an arena. And the protagonist, looking at him, says, Indeed, it's an important place in the Imperial Palace, so let's avoid making a mess. Since we both use swords, we can practice with 3 attacks using all our strength. Are you up for it? And the boy exclaims, Let's do it. You'll be on your knees after the first attack. The protagonist points 3 fingers at him, saying, How about we make a bet too? If I can't withstand 3 of your attacks, I won't stop your romance with the princess. But if I completely block all 3 attacks, you'll become my younger brother. And the boy exclaims, To lose to a mere true profound practitioner like you? I deserve to be even your little dog, he exclaims, attacking. Very well, I'll show you what it means to be a true genius. Take this. And the protagonist thinks, What a terrible impulse. It seems he's really going to use all his strength. The protagonist defends himself, activating the evil spirit. A huge explosion occurs and both recoil. The boy exclaims, You're a bit stronger than I expected, but you certainly can't block this next attack. Heavenly Sword Formation. Elegant agitation. The protagonist defends himself with an attack. Falling moon. Star collapse. The boy recoils again and exclaims, "How is this possible? How can you be so strong?" And the protagonist says, "Only one blow left now," and exclaims, "Look here, if you don't land this one, you'll have to call me boss from now on." And the boy says, "Me? Lose? I didn't even use all my strength." And he throws his sword, yelling, "I want to see what you'll do to block this. Heavenly sword formation. Profound sun. Take this." The protagonist defends himself completely, startled, and the boy exclaims, "So, do you now realize how incredible I am?" The protagonist yells, throwing his sword against him, using the celestial wolf. Mangle. A huge explosion happens. The scene turns to an annex hall. The protagonist cultivates and, touching his chest, affirms, "All right, my body is intact." And she compliments, "Junior Yun. Is that really true?" Despite winning against Lingjie, those 3 blows were pretty strong. The scene goes back to a moment ago. Lingjie's broken sword is shown, and he exclaims, "How is this possible? Not only were you able to block my final blow, but you also broke my sword?" The tired protagonist replies, "Little brother, the 3 attacks were blocked. You lost." And the boy with shining eyes retorts, "You're only at the true profound realm, yet you were able to block my attacks. That's amazing. No wonder my princess liked you. You seem a good match." He greets saying, "I, Lingjie, accept defeat. With this, I now recognize you as my boss. Boss, I hope you can teach me some tricks soon." Ling Yun puts his hand on his brother's shoulder and argues, "Honestly, I'm also convinced of our brother Yun's power. But our objective was only to deliver the invitation to the imperial family. So, it's time to leave. In half a year, the Heavenly Sword Village awaits the esteemed guests." The scene returns to the present moment, and the protagonist states, "Lingjie's sword was dominating the fight, but I still won in the end. Even though I got hurt, the senior sister doesn't need to worry. It's nothing serious. By the way, that invitation they sent you is for the Blue Wind ranking tournament, right?" And she confirms, "That's right, but don't worry. You'll only participate in the tournament after this one. You won't lack time to train." And the protagonist, with his hand on his chin, retorts, "Or after this one. All right, senior. You must be worried about your father. There's no need to stay here. I'll return to my residence to rest a little." And she bids farewell. "Junior Yun, then I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just contact me." On the outside, the protagonist walks thinking, "Why doesn't the senior want me to participate in this upcoming tournament?" He makes a noise of disgust, observing and orders, "Appear." A guy soberly intervenes. "Well, if we were looking for a suitable place to get it." He is Shui Lang, 7th place in the inner house, and Feng Bai, 36th place in the inner house. Feng Bai scoffs. "Despite never knowing your place, who would have thought you'd find a good place for your grave?" The protagonist jumps up, exclaiming, "I know you two are Murong Yi's colleagues. You finally come for your revenge. So be it. Let's go." He flies high into the sky, his wings making him float, and thinks, "I'm still a little injured, so this has to end quickly." He utilizes the empirical dance of the phoenix wings. A huge explosion occurs and the guy is defeated. The other, astonished, thinks, "What? Someone as powerful as Shui Lang died with a single blow?" The protagonist exclaims, "Feng Bai, now it's your turn." The protagonist attacks him, exclaiming, "Die!" And Feng Bai pleads, "Uncle Feng, help!" An old man appears, exclaiming, "Junior, don't you dare touch the young master of the family." The protagonist is startled and retreats, thinking, "What? Such dense, profound energy." And Feng Bai exclaims, "Uncle Fang, quickly, finish him, or I'm the one who dies." Uncle Fang extends his hand towards the protagonist, but he is hit by an ice crystal. His hand freezes, and his body too. He is shattered. And the protagonist questions, "Fairy, was that you? Show yourself. I know it's you." The charred bodies are shown on the ground, and the protagonist observes them, murmuring, "So be it. If the little fairy isn't willing, there's a way to make her come out. First, let's get rid of these corpses. After that, it will be Murong Yi's turn, along with all the problems that might come from him in the future." The protagonist makes a noise of disgust and continues, "All those who decided to become an obstacle won't be around to tell the tale. General of the northern fields, general of the western plains, wait and see how I make your 2 families fall out." The scene shifts to the next day. Someone observing the protagonist exclaims, "Did you hear? Murong Yi was killed by Feng Bai in his house last night. After that, no trace of Feng Bai was found. It seems the generals of the northern fields and western plains will end their ties and go to battle. The protagonist, inside his own room, murmurs, "Even dead, these idiots won't guess that I was the one who caused them to hate each other so much." He laughs and, placing the ingredients inside the pearl, says, "I can finally start refining the dragon blood pill." And he thinks, it's not possible that the aura of this Emperor Dragon Blood isn't capable of attracting the fairy. After finishing the pill, he observes it, saying, 100% purity, perfect. The scene shows the fairy picking up the pill and saying, "What is this medicinal pill? Why does it emit an aura of the Emperor Profound Realm?" And the protagonist sits down, replying, "Fairy, so you finally appeared." This medicinal pill was refined from the blood of the Emperor Dragon. Not only can it increase a person's profound strength, but it can also strengthen the physique. She is astonished by this, and placing the pill on the table says, "I never thought a mere disciple of this mystic house would be able to refine a pill without any help. There's really no reason for you to be restricted to such a small place." And the protagonist, with a smile, replies, "My dream is to have total freedom." And he thinks, as well as absolute strength and control, and completes aloud, "Fairy, aren't you part of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace?" She looks pensive, and the protagonist continues, "I'll take that as a yes. So do you know a person named Jia Qingyu? She must be a disciple of the same palace." And she asks, "You know Jia Qingyu?" And the protagonist nods, affirming, "We met some time ago in Floating Cloud City. Later I learned that she abandoned her marriage, you know?" And the fairy adds, "She is indeed a disciple of the palace. But how she has been is none of your concern. If you represent the Northern Imperial Palace of the Blue Wind Orders this year, perhaps there will be an opportunity to see her." And the protagonist exclaims, "We'll both be 17 soon. Isn't that too much for her to participate?" And the fairy replies, "Too much for anyone, not for Qingyu. Even if she faced Ling Yun, who was ranked in the First Order, she wouldn't lose." And the protagonist thinks, Qingyu has become so powerful already? Someone from outside speaks, "Young Yun, are you there?" It's Kang Yue. She enters, saying, "Yun Che, I'm not disturbing you, am I?" They sit down, and the protagonist says, "Senior, I want to participate in the next Blue Wind ranking tournament." And she replies, "Of course if you're willing." But the Imperial Palace can only send 3 names to participate. She raises her little finger, adding, "These 3 people will be selected in a fair competition. If you truly wish to participate in this tournament, within the next 6 months, you'll have to rank among the top 3 of the inner house." The protagonist takes her hand, which was getting close, and affirms, "I'll strive to be able to participate in the tournament then. Senior, let me leave for a while." And she inquires, "Why? Where are you going?" And the protagonist embraces her, replying, "Right now, I'm not strong enough to protect you from the conflict between the princes. Therefore, my only choice is to leave and work hard to increase my strength." Crying, the princess says, "Half a year isn't a long time, so I'll wait for you and be patient. But don't pressure yourself too much. One day, I'll give up my title as princess. All I want is to have you by my side." The protagonist says, "I will continue to be a disciple of the Blue Wind Mystic House. Please let Leader Qin and Yuanba know about what we just discussed." And he thinks, "Senior sister, I certainly won't disappoint you," and speaks aloud, "After 6 months, we'll see each other again." He wipes the tears from her eyes, saying, "I'm sorry." With a serious look, the protagonist leaves and opens the door, saying, "So as not to draw too much attention, I'll go right now." The scene returns to the outside, and the fairy appears, asking, "Why did you decide to leave so suddenly? Where are you going?" The protagonist stops, points, and says, "The place where profound beasts roam free, the wastelands of death." The scene shifts to several days later, in the wastelands of death. The protagonist uses the heavenly wolf slash technique to cut a wolf in half. After that, tired, he says, "There really is a good concentration of profound beasts here. I wonder if, in the heart of this wasteland, there is a divine beast aura similar to that of the phoenix." Despite having taken several medicinal pills that help me get through many complicated situations around here, even with all the progress I've made dealing with profound spiritual beasts, this is my limit. The cry of a bird echoes. The protagonist observes, exclaiming, "Fierce tempest hawk!" The hawk, irritated, dives down with all its might, and the protagonist energizes himself, defending against it. The hawk's claw hits the protagonist and snatches his necklace. Upon realizing this, the protagonist exclaims, "No! It broke my pendant! It's the only thing that can reunite me with my blood parents. Fairy, I beg you, help me chase that hawk." After I resolve this, I'll help you open 5 of your sealed gates. If I fail, you can kill me with a single blow. And she appears saying, all right, I'll help you. She starts chasing the hawk, and the protagonist exclaims, faster, we have to catch it. And she retorts, the fierce Tempest Hawk is the king of the skies. Even at half a step to the Emperor Profound Realm, I'm already almost at my maximum speed. And the protagonist exclaims, Fairy, please, this pendant is extremely important to me. She affirms, I've reached my limit, but don't worry so much. The hawk will tire along the way, we just need to keep it in sight. A few hours later, in the heart of the wastelands of death, she states, it's weakening. Get closer to capture it. But she is startled by an attack. A dragon is shown, and Jasmine exclaims, it's a pair of flood dragons at the peak of the profound spiritual realm. You are no match for them. Let her distract the 2 dragons and take the chance to get out of here, otherwise you'll both die. The protagonist thinks, how could I leave the fairy alone in such a situation? The dragon attacks, exclaiming, another foolish human trying to desecrate the dragon god's treasure. Die. She pushes the protagonist, reiterating, hurry, leave. The farther you go, the better. And the protagonist, falling, exclaims, Fairy! The protagonist falls to the ground, startled, observing, and says, the fierce storm falcon. The pendant glows, and the protagonist takes it. Jasmine exclaims, you have already found what you came for, so leave immediately. Are you going to stay here and wait for your death? The fight continues intensely in the sky, and the protagonist exclaims, she's risking her own life to protect me. How could I just leave her? I'm going to help her. The dragon, facing her, exclaims, so, it's a human half a step from the profound Emperor realm. No wonder you came to desecrate this dragon's treasures, but unfortunately for you, your body will not leave this place alive. And she retorts, I was just passing through. I have no knowledge of the treasures. I did not seek to offend you. And the dragon, accumulating energy in its mouth, roars, silence! You humans are despicable and wicked creatures. Die. And she, accumulating power, retorts, since that's the case, domain of the icy clouds. The protagonist observes and murmurs, a domain technique generally requires a person to be at least at the profound Emperor realm to be executed. Legend has it that once inside the domain, everything within it transforms into the element over which its user has the most control. So the fairy already had the power to execute this profound technique. She creates an ice sword and attacks. The attack hits the dragon, tearing off one of its scales. The dragon roars, attacking her. She defends herself and thinks, unfortunately, there are 2 flood dragons. Winning is not an option. I wouldn't even be able to escape. The protagonist, observing, alarms. Her domain is dissipating. She won't be able to maintain it for much longer. Jasmine, how much strength are you capable of using currently? And she responds, don't even think about it. Killing those 2 flood dragons would be as easy as turning my hand, but doing so would cause the poison I suppressed to reappear. I'm not kind enough to waste a year of progress inside the celestial poison pearl just to save this woman I have nothing to do with. The dragon, enraged, roars, human, it seems you're finally at your limit. So a human close to the profound realm is this mediocre? The other dragon provokes her. Insignificant human, you are not capable of facing us. Accept your fate and die. She, with a serious look, retorts, I have nothing against you, but you still want to kill me anyway? Since you want to give me this fate, I'll make sure it costs you dearly too. Before I fall, you're coming with me. Profound technique of the icy clouds, morbid essence. The attack penetrates the dragon, who exclaims, a very strong aura. Her aura diminishes, and the dragon mocks. Did you really believe you would be able to injure the body of a flood dragon like that? His body begins to freeze, and he complains, for us, this kind of injury isn't even worth mentioning. One of the dragons is completely frozen, and the other dragon roars, you killed my wife, you wicked human. I'll make you die in pain from the poison that inhabits your body. And she retorts, I was just passing through, but you forced me to use my last resort. Live with it. My death is nothing. Jasmine thinks, 1 dragon down, but now it's her turn. Using that forbidden technique, at least she was able to punish the dragons, but now death is certain. Her veins are ruptured, and the protagonist exclaims, what? It can't be. She protected me. I can't just let her die. Jasmine, please, kill the flood dragon. I'm begging you. The protagonist jumps and pleads, Jasmine, for heaven's sake, please help me. If you don't help, I'll accept death alongside her under the dragon's claws. I certainly won't let you down from now on, Jasmine. The protagonist grabs the fairy, and Jasmine appears, saying, "Forcing the princess to exert herself? I never get any rest." The dragon attacks, and she waves her hand, dissipating the attack, saying, "A little dragon coming out? Beast, die!" She attacks, cutting the dragon in half. Before dying, the dragon asks, "How can this be? Who are you?" The protagonist looks at Jasmine and says, "Jasmine, are you all right?" Irritated, she turns her face away, making a sound of disgust, and enters the pearl. Inside, she hugs her own legs in annoyance and speaks. "It seems I owed you a lot in my past life to throw away a whole year of work. If you want to save that woman so badly, then hurry up. Also, don't even think about asking me to intervene for the next 3 months." And the protagonist, with a smile, adds, "Jasmine, thank you." He turns quickly and speaks, "Fairy!" And she shouts, "Don't touch me." And the protagonist adds, "All right, I won't touch you. I just want to see what your current condition is." And he thinks, Jasmine was right. Her whole body is damaged, and she won't be able to cultivate with her profound veins now that they've been destroyed. Unless, it seems I can completely reconstruct her profound veins, but such a tortuous procedure might be something she doesn't even want for herself. The fairy turns her face away and murmurs, "Profound veins destroyed. This is my end. Just go. I don't blame you." Jasmine, with a serious look, says, "You don't need to try to persuade her. Falling from half a step away from the profound Emperor realm to being crippled probably made her wish for death. Even if your medical skills truly surpass all others, she has lost the will to live, and that's something you cannot cure." And the protagonist exclaims, "Little fairy, I'm a genius doctor. I will definitely heal you. I won't let you die, so you better not give up." He observes a cave and argues, "Look, your body is in my arms now. If you want to punish me for this, you'll have to survive. When you're well, you can punish me as much as you like." They enter the cave, and the protagonist sits down, beginning to concentrate. A voice echoes in the protagonist's mind. "Phoenix fire. It seems your body harbors a bit of phoenix blood." And the protagonist exclaims, "Who said that?" "It's shown. A spirit speaks. Young man, don't be nervous. I am a mere remnant of the soul of a primordial azure celestial dragon who watches over this trial ground. I won't hurt you." And the protagonist, astonished, exclaims, "Are you talking about the dragon that reigned over the divine beasts in the primordial era? The primordial azure celestial dragon?" He thinks, trial ground. Residual soul? Like the Phoenix trial, a place where the power of this divine dragon is passed down to future generations? The dragon observes the protagonist and adds, "This place is the ground where the power of the dragon gods is inherited. But due to the aura of the dragon god that nourished the profound beasts in the vicinity, you are the first human to come here in the last millennia. This could be considered destiny. So if you are able to pass the trial, I can grant you 3 drops of azure celestial dragon blood and allow you to possess the dragon lineage. Are you willing?" The protagonist exclaims, "Primordial azure celestial dragon, you are the strongest dragon god of immemorial times. You must have a way to save the person beside me and help her regain her original strength. If you can do this, I'm willing to give you anything in return. I'd be willing to pay, whatever the cost." And the spirit responds, "I know a way to save her, and it would not only save her life, but perhaps also help her reach the profound Emperor realm. However, it is only when you pass my trial and obtain my lineage and legacy that I will tell you about this method to save her. Now, you may choose to accept the trial if you wish. However, I must warn you, once you accept, failure means death." The protagonist observes and thinks, "For the fairy, I have to go through the trial." With a serious look, he says, "I accept your challenge." And the spirit speaks, "Although you have passed the phoenix's trial, the phoenix's nature is one of benevolence, and it likely pose no threat to your life. The dragon god is the sovereign of all beasts. His lineage would never be granted to any common person. Choose carefully. If you give up now, you will live while she dies. However, upon entering the trial, either both of you live or both of you die." The protagonist inquires, "Dragon god, may I take her with me to the trial grounds? I'm a little worried about leaving her here." And the dragon replies, "You may, but if you bring her, the difficulty of the trial will increase. You will not only have to worry about progressing through the trial, but also protect her constantly." The fairy regains consciousness and says, "Don't worry about me. Don't take me. I don't need a man's protection." And the protagonist carries her and speaks, "You have your reasons for rejecting men, but I, as a man, know the responsibilities I must bear. I only want you to live well, no matter what happens. When I pass the trial and restore your strength, whether you hit me or curse me, so be it. But for now, your fate will be decided by me. The scene shifts to inside the trial grounds. The fairy shouts, "Put me down!" And the protagonist argues, "Don't worry, unless it's necessary, I won't touch you." He sets her down and affirms, "Now our fates are completely connected. With that said, I hope you trust me and give me strength and have hope for the full recovery of your profound veins and ascension to the profound emperor realm." The spirit speaks. Welcome to the Dragon God's trial grounds. In this trial, there will be a total of 3 stages. Where you are at this moment is where the first stage will take place. Defeat all the enemies in this place, and the entrance to the second stage will open afterward. A large creature appears, and the protagonist exclaims, "Come!" He prepares to attack and yells, "All right, let's begin." Several days later in the Dragon God's trial grounds, the protagonist, with a serious look, questions, "How many waves of stone dragon warriors have there been? Since their numbers double each time, this wave should have 64 of them. It seems I have no respite." He launches an attack, destroying one of them, and reflects, "I should be glad I chose the heavy sword. It allows me to push back this sea of enemies surrounding me with minimal effort." He observes the fairy and comments, "Without a doubt, the sword designed to protect others from pain is the heavy sword." After destroying several more, he tiredly states, "But one wave must have more than 100 enemies. Could the end of this wave be near? If it wasn't enough to overcome wave after wave of enemies, the next ones come with even more of them. This Dragon God's trial is truly cruel." The protagonist attacks, exclaiming, "It doesn't matter. I won't accept defeat." After a while, the protagonist slams his sword into the ground and sits beside the fairy, inquiring, "It seems it's over now, isn't it? My heavy sword allowed me to sweep away enemies from all directions. I'm exhausted. If there's another wave, I don't know what to do." More of them appear, and the protagonist exclaims, "Another one?" He notices a weapon in the creature's hand and asks, "Is that a meteor flail?" He looks at the fairy, saying, "Fairy, the situation is a bit complicated now. I'll have to carry you for a while." He picks her up and affirms, "I will protect you, and we will get out of here alive." Several attacks occur, and the protagonist thinks, "I can't dodge like this. I have no way to attack." He grits his teeth. Several attacks come, and he exclaims, "Not this! The attacks come from all directions. There's no time." He protects her, and gritting his teeth in irritation, exclaims, "Since things have come to this, I have no choice but to unleash all my trump cards." He utilizes the Burning Star Devil Lotus. After that, the protagonist asks, "Fairy, are you all right? Unless I'm dead, I will never abandon you." This first stage, have we finally passed? The spirit speaks, "Young human, this is the penultimate wave of this stage of the trial. If you are able to pass, you will face the final wave." And the protagonist affirms, "Dragon God, you will see that I will succeed in this trial." The protagonist observes them and inquires, "Fairy, one way or another, this ends here. Could you at least tell me your name?" And she replies, "Shua Yuachan." And the protagonist, with a smile, says, "Shua Yuachan, the graceful beauty of the moon." Indeed, a beautiful name. But I think I'll continue calling you Fairy, all right? He points his sword, exclaiming, "All our struggles will not be in vain. I will not die here. I will ensure that you continue with me. Please, believe in me and give me strength." The protagonist attacks, shouting, "Come at me. No matter how many, I'll kill them all." Some arrow attacks come. The protagonist is startled and tries to defend himself, but is hit by a few arrows. Observing, he reflects, "I should deal with these stone dragon archers first. Otherwise, we will be shot to death while attacking the other stone dragon warriors." The protagonist, irritated, shouts, "I'll test this." He attacks with a phoenix of fire, causing a large explosion. Jasmine watches, dumbfounded, commenting, "He is fusing the phoenix's lyrical world residual formula with the foundations of the Heavenly Wolf Prison's divine volume to produce a profound art that combines the heavy sword with the phoenix's fire." While in such a situation, he relied on his already limited speed and ignited his willpower. So, he actually managed to fuse 2 profound arts on his first try. What monstrous intuitive ability. The protagonist attacks again, yelling, "I put my life in your name!" Phoenix rupture. An explosion occurs, finishing them all off. The spirit appears, declaring, "Young human, the fact that you have reached this stage is already a miracle. You will have some time to rest before the final wave." An even greater challenge approaches. Your fortune will be decided. Jasmine, irritated, exclaims, "Are you crazy? If you don't want to die, use the great way of the Buddha to treat your wounds now." And the protagonist says, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Fairy, I'll get you out of this place. Wait for me, please." A loud crash occurs, and a monstrous figure appears. He is the Stone Dragon General, 5th level of the spiritual profound realm. Jasmine, observing this, warns, "You are no match for him. He's at the 5th level of the spiritual profound realm. Moreover, that sword in his hands is a sky profound weapon." The protagonist affirms, "It doesn't matter. I can only move forward. At this point, I have no reason to give up. I chose to wield the heavy sword so I could protect everyone by my side. And today, I'm betting my life and my identity on this. If I don't pass this trial, how can I continue wielding the sword?" He exclaims, "Heretical God's profound veins, 2nd gate, burning heart." Jasmine observes this, deducing, "It seems he has activated the 2nd gate of the heretical God's profound veins, a very critical physical state. His body won't hold up. Yunche's character is truly the same as my brother's. To protect those by his side for his pride, even knowing the price, he risks his life without the slightest hesitation." The protagonist attacks, exclaiming, "Phoenix rupture!" A crash resounds. The protagonist leaps high, utilizing the phoenix's Empyrean dance of wings. A massive phoenix appears, and the protagonist attacks it with a boom. He attacks again, throwing his sword, and upon reaching it, he uses the Heavenly Wolf Slash, causing another large explosion. Jasmine is astonished, and the fairy, observing, inquires, "Did it work?" The protagonist closes his eyes, heavily injured, and the fairy watches, saying the protagonist's name. She questions, "How can this be? Yunche used everything he had in that attack. But that Stone Dragon General still hasn't died. How can I help him? Yunche has already done so much. I can't let his efforts be in vain. I can't let him die. This is... My master gave me this frozen soul pearl a long time ago in case my life was in danger. I never thought I would need to use it here." She breaks the pearl, and an energy emerges. The protagonist is surprised, and she states, "The frozen soul barrier should last 10 hours. Practitioners below the sky. Profound realm shouldn't be able to break it. This should be able to protect us for a while." The beast attacks the defense, and the protagonist watches, thinking, "The fairy is saving us again. None other than her. I will not die here, not by any means. Fairy, little aunt, senior sister, they are all waiting for me. Jasmine gave me a new life, and so far, I haven't fulfilled any promises. This absolutely cannot end here. I am the master of everything in this world. Great Buddha path, give me strength. Buddha exists in my heart. Therefore, I am worthy of the great path." The fairy watches, thinking, "Yunche, you always find a miracle. You will certainly find a way to change the situation. You will overcome this." Jasmine watches, dumbfounded, concluding, "The fundamentals of the great Buddha path use the essence of nature to temper one's own body, allowing their strength to become resilient and recover quickly from injuries. Legend has it that cultivating to its later stages will allow one to absorb the original essence of the primordial gods. Yunche seems to have reached the limits of the first stage, but the essence of nature continues to overflow from his body. Could it be?" The protagonist begins to heal, reaching the 2nd stage of the great Buddha path. He then points his sword, exclaiming, "After advancing to the 2nd stage of the great Buddha path, my body's strength now totals 4,000 kilos. Moreover, my body has rid itself of all injuries and has been completely reborn. Now, let's test my power on you." He looks at the fairy, thanking her. "Thank you for the barrier. Stay safe there. We will leave this place shortly." The protagonist jumps and uses the Empyrean dance of the phoenix, and while attacking exclaims, "The sword of the profound sky realm in your hands is a valuable treasure. Here, you are destined to die. I suppose you don't mind if I take it." The protagonist grabs the sword and declares, "Dragon's Blade, a great name for a great sword." The protagonist strikes a blow, exclaiming, "Using this sword I took from you, I will send you to the other world." The protagonist finishes off the beast, and an explosion occurs. A tunnel appears, and the spirit affirms, "Very good, young human. You have passed the 1st stage of the trial. In the 10,000 years I've been here, you are the first to pass this stage. The gate to the 2nd stage of the trial grounds has already been opened. When you are ready, you may enter. I wish you good luck." The protagonist cracks a smile, confessing, "Fairy, I didn't lie to you, right? Anyway, let's take a short break before moving on to the next stage." I wonder how much time has passed in the trial grounds, as well as outside of it. I wonder if the young lady is thinking of me. The scene shifts to the city of the Blue Wind Empire in the Lunar Union Palace. Kang Yue is shown. She observes, Junior brother Yoon has already been in the desolate land of death for 5 months, and there's no news of him. No, absolutely not. I believe he is alive and well. There are only 2 weeks left until the competition for the throne. Junior Yoon, will you be able to return? Someone intervenes. Dear sister, so you were here all along? Kang Shu, the third prince of the Blue Wind Empire, with a smile on his face, observes, Young Master Feng went looking for you as soon as he left. All this dedication makes it seem like sister is a very lucky young woman. Feng Yuesheng greets her. I, from the Burning Heaven sect, pay my respects to the beautiful and elegant Princess Kang Yue. The princess replies, Dear brother, young Master Feng, it's been a while. Feng Yuesheng responds, I heard that your highness is looking for a flower called the Burning Soul Flower. It's something that can be found in the training grounds of the Burning Heaven sect. She thinks, Yun Che asked me to discreetly inquire about the Burning Soul Flower, as it can deal with the parasite that is in my father's body. How did he know I was looking for one? And asks, May I ask if your honorable sect can provide this flower to the imperial family? No matter the price, please tell me. With a smile, Feng says, We consider the Burning Soul Flower a very valuable treasure, your highness. I wouldn't even know how to put a price on it. However, inner sect members who urgently need it, with my personal appeal, can obtain the flower without much difficulty, I believe. And he thinks, Princess Kang Yue, if you wish, you can join us. But we have to. Even disciples wouldn't have this privilege. A good shortcut would be for me to ask for your hand. She shakes her head, replying, Oh, since the Burning Soul Flower is so precious to your honorable sect, I don't want to trouble you so much for me. Goodbye. She turns away and Feng thinks, I just want to see how long you'll continue being stubborn like this. The scene returns to the protagonist in the Dragon God trial grounds. In the second test, a few days later, the protagonist launches an attack and, wiping away his sweat, says, 83,947. This second stage of the trial requires me to kill 99,999 profound beasts in 1 year. The profound beasts have been coordinating. Attacking a single one would cause the entire group to hunt me. Fortunately, I have honed my senses from being hunted by supreme spirits in my past life. The protagonist sighs and comments, The number of profound beasts I have to kill in this stage of the trial is even greater. The young lady is still waiting for me, and it seems like I won't make it in time. If only the sky poison pearl hadn't been lost and its toxic power, I would have been able to kill all the profound beasts here in a single night. He is startled, thinking, Without poison, but I can use fire. Surrounding this valley, there is an endless forest. I can lure the beasts into the forest, and with the phoenix fire, I can set the forest ablaze, along with the beasts. This way, I might finish this faster. The protagonist approaches the fairy and announces, Fairy, I have a little surprise for you. With a small smile on his face, he speaks. Since you're from the frozen cloud immortal palace, I imagine you've only lived surrounded by ice and snow. Today I'm going to show you a very big fire. Make sure to keep your eyes wide open. The protagonist leaps into the air, shouting, You stinky beasts, come with me. He heads towards the forest. A beast roars and the protagonist commands, Are you ready? Follow me. He utilizes the burning star demon lotus, setting everything on fire. He returns to the fairy and asks, See? Quite a spectacle, isn't it? I know your cultivation element makes you reject fire, but now it's here to protect us. Do you still detest fire? The phoenix fire won't stop burning until the wind stops blowing. This way, the beast won't be able to escape the forest. A tornado appears, and the protagonist asks, frightened, What happened? The scene shows him in another location, and the spirit advises, You have already passed the second stage of the trial. When you were going through the first 2 stages, even when you were close to the brink of life and death, you never abandoned that woman by your side, and even protected her the entire time. This shows that you are a genuine man. With all that said, there is no longer a need to carry out the third and final stage of this trial, as you have already passed. Congratulations, young human. You are the only person in this world who has passed the Dragon God's test. Now you have inherited the Dragon God's blood, as well as the means to save the woman you carry. Since you completed this test with double the difficulty on your own, I will grant you 6 drops of the dragon's blood. You will need to absorb all 6 drops to save her. I will give you 7 days to absorb the drops of blood and stabilize the advancements of your profound strength. During this time, I will use my power to protect your vital pathways. After 7 days, I will teach you the method to save her." The protagonist murmurs, "I wanted to share the dragon's blood between us, but because of the dragon god's words." He turns to the fairy. "Little fairy, I'm sorry, please. Wait a little longer. I will definitely cure you." Jasmine appears, commenting, "How unexpected. For a mere residual soul to be able to discover this princess." The spirit retorts, "How could I not recognize the power of the 12 star gods? As one of the 12 star gods, you came to this world carrying the absolute god's killing poison. Something serious must have occurred in the world of the star gods." She turns, exclaiming, "Matters of the star gods' world shouldn't be of interest to a mere residual soul." And the spirit argues, "I didn't want to intrude anyway. I just wanted to know if that sword has been found yet, since residing in it is of great importance to me." And Jasmine speaks, "Many gods died because of that sword. Interesting that you still have memories of it. Since that's the case, this princess will tell you. That sword, as of yet, has not been found. You'd best give up." Several days later, the protagonist is shown energized, exclaiming, "As expected of the dragon god's blood, I've reached the 11th level of the true profound realm, primordial azure dragon. I have completely absorbed the dragon god's blood. Please tell me what I must do to heal this little fairy." And the spirit instructs, "You need to unite your yin and yang energies. Use your dragon god body to reconstruct her profound veins, allowing her to overcome her obstacles and reach an even higher realm. Now it's up to you two." The protagonist is startled, blushing, and thinks, "So that means the fairy and I will—" The protagonist approaches her and asks, "Fairy, be mine. If you accept, I will assume this responsibility for the rest of my life. And even if you do not desire men, we must do this so that you can recover. If you decide to leave me, I will not bother you." He kisses her, and after a few days, the protagonist wakes up. The spirit informs him, "You're awake. The woman who was with you has had her profound veins restored and has broken through to the profound emperor realm. She has already left this place. As for you, if I am correct, you may have acquired the profound energy of the ice attribute that woman possesses, and now it is suppressed by the energy of the phoenix fire. If you wish to use the ice attribute energy, you will have to find the seed of the cursed god's water to prevent the two energies from conflicting within your body." The protagonist asks, "Before she left, did she consider killing me?" And the spirit recounts, "She raised her sword and pointed it at your chest, but sheathed it after much hesitation. As she was leaving, she turned to look back several times. I believe that in her heart, she is conflicted." The protagonist thanks him. "Thank you, primordial god. You truly saved her." And the spirit suggests, "If you are truly grateful for what you have gained, then can you agree to my request?" The protagonist allows, "Speak. Although I cannot guarantee I'll be able to help you if it is within my power, I will certainly do everything I can." The spirit explains, "In the primordial era, the gods resided in a place known as the divine realm. After they fell, that place was gradually occupied by humans. Humans are utilizing the treasures left behind by the gods to build large and powerful sects, territories, and even small worlds. Everyone continues searching and fighting for the inheritance and treasures that the gods left behind. In addition to all of this, the people of the divine realm are especially interested in finding a sword similar to the heaven's poison pearl in your possession. It is one of the 7 profound heavenly treasures. However, it is ranked number 1 among them all. According to legend, even if it fell into the hands of a mortal, this sword would still be capable of easily killing true gods and splitting the heavens. It is called the ancestral heaven-punishing sword. I want you to search for this sword because my daughter is sealed within it. If this sword is not found, my daughter will remain there forever, suffering in endless darkness and loneliness. However, if the person who obtains the sword is to love her, after releasing her from the seal, my daughter, who has the pure lineage of the dragon gods, will become that person's tool. I know that my request is as difficult as scaling the heavens. I only hope that you, whose character has earned the trust of the Phoenix and mine, may one day enter the divine realm and attempt to search for the ancestral heaven-punishing sword." The protagonist sets off with everything, thinking, "I have to hurry and leave the devastated land of death and return to the imperial city of Blue Wind. Senior is still waiting for me to enter the tournament. I promised the dragon god that if I had an opportunity, I would help him in the search for the ancestral sky-punishing sword and save his daughter. I have a commitment to him. For this, I will have to reach the earthly profound realm in 3 years. The protagonist uses the Phoenix Rupture. An explosion occurs, and he thinks, if I return to the trial grounds before the dragon god's residual soul dissipates, he promised to leave me the marrow and soul of the dragon god. The scene shifts to the Blue Wind Mystic House. The princess is shown, and someone speaks. Your Highness, despite your frustration at not knowing Yunche's whereabouts, you still sought to bring disciples to the tournament at the Heavenly Sword Villa. Thank you for your effort. She says. Leader Qin exaggerates. Feng Bufan and Feng Feilong are already here, but if Feng Yuecheng doesn't show up in an hour, we'll leave without him. Sadly, she thinks, Junior Yun, all I hope is that you are well. This tournament doesn't matter. Please, come back safe. The other two observe this, thinking, it's really a shame that a princess like her has to be caught in the middle of the imperial family conflict. Feng Yuecheng is truly domineering. He's been making us wait here for quite some time. A shadow appears in front, and the guy exclaims, Feng Yuecheng! He's come! And the princess is startled, saying, is that you? You're back, Yunche? And the protagonist replies, Senior, Leader Qin, it's been a while. I'm back. The protagonist approaches her, placing his hand on her face and says, don't cry, I've returned safe and sound, without a single hair missing. They hug, and she says, I thought I would never see you again. And the protagonist replies, I would never break my promise to senior sister. No matter where I go, from now on I will always inform you honestly so that you don't worry so much. The protagonist observes and adds, Leader Qin, I apologize for not notifying you in advance, but I can participate in the tournament, right? And Leader Qin thinks, in just 1 year, he broke through to the 8th level successively and reached the peak of the true profound realm. Moreover, his aura seems much more solid. The princess really has a good eye. With a smile, he says, well, the participants were decided through a competition within the Mystic House itself. Besides your 2 senior brothers in front of you, there's still Feng Yuecheng. If you want to participate, I'm afraid you'll have to defeat one of them first. And the protagonist extends his hand, saying, then that's it. I asked the seniors to accompany me in a duel. To save time, how about both of you come together? And the irritated guy says, this brat talks too much. Does he want to die? And the other, irritated, says, arrogant, just like the rumors. The protagonist jumps very high. The two are startled. And the protagonist throws 2 palms, one for each, throwing them away, and says, I'm sorry. It seems I missed a little. Senior brothers, are you all right? The guy is left sprawled on the ground, and someone yells, the state these two are in now clearly requires them to recover for a few months. It seems they won't be able to participate in the tournament. Leader Qin speaks. Feng Bufan, Feng Feilong, you two should hurry to the medical room. Otherwise your arms might be crippled forever. At this very moment, only Yun Che is fit to represent us. The scene shifts to a guy pleading, I'm begging you. I'm looking for someone. Please let me in. And the guard replies, the inner palace is not open to you. Give up. The princess, with a small smile, says, it's Yuanba's voice. He must have heard that you're back and came looking for you. Let him in, please. And Yuanba, crying, runs towards the protagonist, yelling, brother-in-law, it's so good that you're all right. And the protagonist exclaims, I've always been very lucky. How could I die so easily? Everyone is watching. Stop it. And Leader Qin adds, it's almost time. Feng Yuecheng is still not here. And Yuanba volunteers. Go check if Feng Yuecheng is in Profound Chamber number 1, in the Profound Gathering Pagoda. And the protagonist says, you can go. The aura in the Profound Gathering Tower is very special. You might even benefit a little inside. However, if Feng Yuecheng is really there, you should be careful. That guy probably doesn't have a very good temper. The scene shifts to Feng Yuecheng and Yuanba approaching. Feng Yuecheng steps forward and says, shall we? The protagonist observes Yuanba, thinking, why does Yuanba seem to have suffered an injury? And he asks, Yuanba, what happened to your arm? Did you get hurt? And Yuanba, with tears streaming down his face, replies, no, I didn't. I was careless and fell while going down the pagoda steps. And the protagonist exclaims, how's that? How is that possible? Tell me the truth. Who messed with you? I'll make them pay the price for intimidating you. Yuanba replies, seriously, I'm fine. Feng Yuecheng, upon hearing this, says, that useless thing actually dared to walk in front of me a little while ago, so I left him a little souvenir. So, are you going to make me pay? The protagonist gets angry. A fiery aura appears around him and he says, you hurt Yuanba? Then hurry up and apologize. Otherwise I'll make sure you can't compete in tournaments for the rest of your life. Feng Yuecheng retorts, "If I don't go, we'll be without qualified people." And the protagonist prepares a punch, exclaiming, "I already gave you your chance, and you didn't take it. Now get on your knees and bow." Feng Yuecheng becomes grim, and their fists meet. An explosion of aura occurs, and Feng Yuecheng recoils, thinking, "This isn't the strength of someone in the true profound realm at all." And the protagonist exclaims, "This is the power of the first place in the inner house? Seems like that was all there is to it. It can only be pity." Feng draws a sword and exclaims, "Since you made me invoke the secret weapon of the Burning Heaven clan, let's see if you're still so cocky. I will give you a glorious death." He attacks the protagonist, yelling, "Die!" The protagonist extends his hand to stop the sword blow. Yuanba and the others are stunned, and Leader Qin asks, "Is Yunche planning to catch that flaming blade with his bare hands?" The protagonist grabs the blade, and Feng, dumbfounded, exclaims, "The heavenly burning fire has been extinguished." And the protagonist pulls the sword from his hand, throwing it behind him, and prepares a punch, hitting Feng's abdomen, making him spit up and tremble all over. After that, the protagonist places his foot on Feng's back, slamming his head into the ground, and orders, "Yuanba, come here. He wants to bow to you as an apology." After hitting his head on the ground, Feng shouts, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" And the protagonist exclaims, "Don't be stubborn. Everything that happened was your fault. Anyone who humiliates others like that should be dealt with. In my view, your life isn't worth a single hair on Yuanba's head. Why so much arrogance? Did you only come to the Blue Wind Mystic House after suffering a defeat at the hands of your brother? You're just a sore loser who ran with his tail between his legs." The protagonist kicks him, sending him flying. On the ground fallen, Feng rages. "This humiliation today, one day, I will return it 100-fold, no, 1,000-fold. He leaves, and the protagonist watches him go, thinking, "After this, I've gained another enemy, but I don't regret it one bit." The protagonist turns around, fully recovered, realizing, well, it seems Feng Yuecheng won't be able to participate in the tournament. It's already so late, I think I'm the only one who can go to the tournament. The princess is incredulous, and the protagonist slaps Yuanba on the back, calling, "Hey, Yuanba, how about coming with us to watch?" And Yuanba replies, "Of course I want to, but I don't even have the qualifications to enter that kind of place. Brother-in-law, I'll be rooting for you from here. So you better come back with a good ranking." And the protagonist requests, "Leader Qin, I have a somewhat selfish request. Since we have an empty spot for the tournament, can we bring Yuanba with us?" The princess argues, "Leader Qin, you saw Junior Yun's strength. I'm sure he'll get a good ranking. Besides, since his request is reasonable, I see no problem in letting it pass." Leader Qin consents. "If that's what your highness desires, all right. And Yuanba can come with us as a companion. However, Yunche, I have a request I'd like you to fulfill. I expect your individual ranking to be within the top 100. This is even more difficult than placing the royal family among the top 100, but I believe in you." The protagonist, with a serious and confident expression, guarantees, "All right, I guarantee I won't disappoint you." The leader Qing turns around saying, "Well, it's getting late. Yuanba and I will go together on my snow eagle. We'll leave immediately." As they depart, the princess rests her head on the protagonist's chest, commenting, "Junior brother Yun, your relationship with Yuanba is truly wonderful. It's completely different from the one I have with my brothers." The protagonist, with a smile on his face, recalls, "Yuanba and I grew up together. When I was still young and crippled, he always protected me. Besides my grandfather and my little aunt, he's the only family I have." The princess looks at the protagonist and asks, "What do you mean? But isn't his sister your wife?" The protagonist is flustered. "Oops." And with sweat on his face, he explains, "Although she treats me well, she has never seen me as her husband, not even as a relative. By the way, senior sister, have you ever heard of an immortal named Chu Yuechen? He thinks, in front of a girl, it's best not to talk about another girl who has a close relationship with me, especially my wife." The princess, dumbfounded, replies, "Of course I know. And who in this world wouldn't know her? She is one of the leaders of the Frozen Cloud Immortals, one of the famous 7 immortals. She was even publicly recognized as the #1 beauty of the Azure Wind Empire and the strongest expert of her generation." With shining eyes, the princess continues, "For a long time, she has been admired by the 4 corners of the world. Among them were the current master of the Xiao sect, the master of the Heavenly Sword Villa, and even my father." The protagonist is astonished by this and grabs the princess, justifying, "Suddenly it got so cold, I'll stay closer to you." And the princess reveals, "The current master of the Heavenly Sword Villa, Ling Yuefeng, reached the profound emperor realm at 47 years old. In the last 300 years of the Azure Wind Empire, he is the youngest to become an expert in the profound emperor realm. Despite this, he was still deeply in love with Chu Yuechen. The protagonist, incredulous, thinks, "Me and the fairy, it's better to keep this a secret if I want to stay alive." At the Sword Villa, in the outer courtyard, a man is shown. He is the master of the Xiao sect, Xiao Juetian. He says, "Lei, in this qualifying tournament, the responsibility of breaking through the millennium alchemy of the third sun will be given to you. I don't expect you to defeat Ling Yun, but with your innate talent, besides Ling Yun, there's no reason for you to lose to anyone else, including Xiao Zheng." The third son of the Xiao sect master, Guang Yu, bows and replies, "Yes, master. I will not disappoint the sect or you." Another behind him, Xiao Guang Yu adds, "Don't worry, father. Before the start of the elimination stage of the final 8, I will give the earth-shaking sword to Guang Lei." An elder exclaims, "My son, Zheng, this tournament is your chance to become world famous. Back then, during the fight for the position of sect master, I lost to Xiao Juetian. However, my son, you will definitely not lose to his son. Defeat Xiao Juetian's son, Xiao Guangyu, and make your father proud." Xiao Zheng, the elder's son, reassures him, "Father, don't worry. I won't disappoint you." The scene shifts to another man, Xiao Wudi, elder of the medical sect of the Xiao sect. He warns, "Young Nan, being so young, entering the top 10 might be impossible. However, as a disciple of the Xiao sect, we expect you among the top 50. It's best you don't miss this opportunity. This is where you can reap the rewards of all your hard work." The young Xiao Nan, who is the elder's grandson, agrees. "Yes, grandfather." The scene shifts to the mountain gate. The girls led by Chu Yuechan are shown. Someone shouts, "It's the Jade Cloud Palace of the Immortals." Chu Yuechan extends a card to the guard, who exclaims in astonishment, "That was the immortal of frozen beauty. Should I inform the villa master? He'll be very excited to know that Chu Yuechan is here." The other guard remains frightened. "You idiot! The master's wife is also here. Do you want to die?" And Chu Yueli questions, "Sister, is it right to help Qing Yue cultivate the frozen jade heart? You haven't left the palace for almost 10 years. Why did you take the initiative to come to this tournament now?" Chu Yuechan replies, "I've been away from the world for a long time. I want to see with my own eyes whether the new talents are flourishing or declining." Closing her eyes, Chu Yueli retorts, "Sister, there's no one in this world who knows you better than I do. Others might believe that story, but I don't. You suddenly left the palace 6 months ago and only returned last month, and when you returned, you were very impatient, to the point of coming to the Heavenly Sword Villa personally so suddenly." Yuechan, irritated, cuts her off. "Don't question me if you don't know all the facts, Yueli." She approaches Qing Yue, ordering, "Wear this necklace. Stay with it until the very end." And Qing Yue responds, "Yes, master." Yuan Ba exclaims, "Brother-in-law, this Heavenly Sword Villa is truly impressive." And the protagonist agrees. "It is." Yuan Ba continues to be impressed. "Wow, even its outer courtyard is so luxurious. As expected of the Heavenly Sword Villa, even their way of receiving guests is above other sects." A girl extends her hand, saying, "Guests, please, make yourselves comfortable and choose your dormitories. Your meals will be provided later." The protagonist raises his hand, saying, "Senior, I'll stay right next to your room." And she explains, "Junior Yun, I came here once, 3 years ago. It's hard to have this opportunity, so how about we take a walk around the villa?" They start to leave, and she asks, "Do you want to visit the Sword Command Terrace or the Sword Discourse area?" The Discourse area is where the fights will be held. She is interrupted by a shout, "Princess Kang Yue!" The protagonist watches, and the man exclaims, "Who would have thought I would be able to meet your highness, Kang Yue, in this place?" And she, head bowed, replies, "Young Master Feng, what a coincidence. I'm just taking my friends for a stroll around the villa. If you don't need anything else, see you later." And he extends his hand, bidding farewell. "I won't take up any more of your highness's time. We'll see each other again later." Watching her leave, he thinks, "Princess Kang Yue, I will definitely win you over." The other Feng, Dewei, arrives complaining, "Brother, so much patience with her. I wouldn't have been able to do the same if it were me." Feng reprimands him. "Stop complaining. Even though the imperial family isn't in its best days, she is still the emperor's daughter." And the other, licking his lips, says, "Princess Kang Yue." The scene shifts to the protagonist lying on the bed, tossing and turning, muttering, "It's still a little early to sleep." He arrives at the princess's room. and she questions him. Junior brother Yun, tomorrow is the tournament. Why aren't you sleeping in your room? And the protagonist gets very close to her, replying, Guess why? He picks her up, saying, I missed my little princess. They start kissing, and the protagonist thinks, Is anyone there? The young master Feng, with a small flower in his hand, arrives saying, Princess Kang Yue, tonight is a full moon. If your highness is free, I wonder if I could have the honor of taking you to contemplate the moon together. And the protagonist thinks, Feng Yusheng actually dares to invite her to watch the moon? It's a shame that his beautiful thoughts will always remain just thoughts. The princess replies, Young Master Feng, thank you for your kindness. However, I'm too tired to go out and contemplate the moon. Rest well. And he insists, Your Highness, there are some words that Yue Sheng has always wanted to tell you. I hope your Highness will give me this chance. And she dismisses him. I'm already going to bed. We can talk about this tomorrow, all right? The protagonist starts kissing her while Feng Yuesheng apologizes. I deeply apologize for interrupting your Highness's rest. I hope that next time, your Highness will finally allow me to be in your presence so that we can talk. In this world, only I have the right to possess her, my princess. The scene shifts to another day. We see the protagonist, the princess, and Yuanba, along with leader Qing, who states, It's 9 o'clock. It should be about to begin. A power surges in the sword, and an old man appears, declaring, This gentleman is the pavilion elder, christening the Heavenly Sword Villa, Ling Yue Feng. I welcome the young heroes and exceptional youths to our Heavenly Sword Villa. This year's tournament has a very special guest. A blue-haired man is shown, and the elder continues. He comes from one of the 4 great sacred lands of the profound sky continent. Elder Ling Kun, from the domains of the mighty Heavenly Sword. Given Elder Ling Kun's origin and strength, I believe no one would question his authority. Yuanba, jaw agape, inquires, Domains of the mighty Heavenly Sword? What kind of place is that? The protagonist replies, A place many times stronger than the Heavenly Sword Villa. I don't even need to explain what's coming. He thinks to himself, So the Heavenly Sword Villa is really with the domains of the mighty Heavenly Sword? The blue-haired man announces, Third place will receive a purple-striped pill from the dragon's heart, while second place will receive 3 drops of purple medulla flow tempered with veins in the individual rankings, respectively. As for first place, they will receive a profound artifact from the heavens, originating from the domains of the mighty Heavenly Sword, the dragon scale armor. The Zhao clan leader looks at one of them and instructs, There are only 3 profound level armors in the entire Azure Wind Empire. It's like having another life. Young Lei, spare no effort to obtain this dragon scale armor. You must try your best, even if your opponent is Ling Yun. Lei responds, All right. The elder continues, The top 10 will be eligible to witness the celestial vessel of the secret realm and have the opportunity to see the sealing ritual of the sorcerer performed personally by Elder Ling Kun from the Heavenly Sword Power region with their own eyes. The protagonist thinks, Sorcerer? The scene shows a white-haired man announcing, Without further ado, we will conduct a final assessment before starting the tournament. This assessment will test your age and profound strength. You can draw your lots right after the assessment. A line is shown, and someone exclaims, Heavenly Sword Clan. Another exclaims, Thunder Clan. And another exclaims, Lunar Cult Sect. The scene shows the same man from before, and someone announces, Feng Juebi, 20 years old, 8th level of the profound spiritual realm. Feng Yundi, 19 years old, 7th level of the profound spiritual realm. Feng Jin, 20 years old, 9th level of the profound spiritual realm. Another exclaims, Feng Jin is the eldest grandson of the great elder of the Burning Sky sect, Feng Mo Li. He truly is a great talent among the youth. I'm really eager to see if Feng Juebi will become another Feng Jue Sheng. The old man extends his hand and announces, Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace, Chu Yuechan, Wu Shui Xing, and Xiaoqing Yue. Yuanba exclaims, It's older sister. The protagonist interjects, Hey, Yuanba! Try not to call your sister that. It might cause her some trouble. The princess, looking sad, murmurs, Is Xiaoqing Yue your wife? The protagonist is startled and retorts, What I feel for her is more gratitude for protecting me and my grandfather. Honestly, I'm not sure if our bond as husband and wife still exists. Before I left the Shao clan, I gave the marriage certificate to Qing Yue. What happened to it after that, I don't know. Let's focus on the tournament, all right? Someone announces, Chu Yuechen, 20 years old, 9th level of the profound spiritual realm. Shui Wushuang, 20 years old, 9th level of the profound spiritual realm. Xiaqing Yue, 17 years old, 8th level of the profound spiritual realm. The crowd exclaims, 8th level of the profound spiritual realm? Heavens! She's currently at the 8th level of the profound spiritual realm at 17 years old? Who is this girl? The number one expert of the younger generation, Ling Yun, was at the 9th level of the profound spiritual realm when he was 17. The protagonist, sweating, thinks in disbelief, Xiaqing Yue, she's become this powerful already? The scene shifts to other characters. Someone is heard saying, Heavenly Sword Villa. Ling Yun appears, 20 years old, 3rd level of the profound earth realm. Ling Fei Yu, 19 years old, 9th level of the profound earth realm. Ling Di, 16 years old, 6th level of the profound spiritual realm. The protagonist thinks, as expected of the Heavenly Sword Villa, this Ling Yun is simply abnormal. The same goes for Ling Di. He really progressed this much in a few months? Someone exclaims, Azure Wind Imperial Family, Yun Che. The crowd exclaims, what's going on? It's just him? Is his profound strength self-sufficient enough for them to send him alone? Yue Li is shocked, questioning, how could it be him? Yun Che. Xiao Che. It was impossible for his profound veins to be restored, and even more impossible for him to have any connection to the imperial family. It can't be him, but does this world really have two people with such similar appearances? Yue-chan asks, have you seen this person before? Yue Li replies, no. But he looks like someone I knew before. I mean, he looks like the person Qing Yue insisted on marrying that year. That person's name was Xiao Che, while this one is Yun Che. Not only do they look alike, even their names are similar. She gasps and asks, elder sister, is something wrong? Yue-chan, with a dark look, replies, nothing much. The protagonist appears in the middle of the arena and someone exclaims, Yun Che, 16 years old, 10th level of the true profound realm. The crowd exclaims, a true profound realm practitioner just lowered the quality of the tournament. But I guess he's courageous. A true profound realm practitioner has the guts to enter? Ridiculous. The Azure Wind Imperial family is joking this year. They'll certainly be in last place. With a smile, Ling Di declares, he's already at the 10th level of the true profound realm. He's truly incredible. Ling Yun, stunned, comments, look, he actually came. Another, upon hearing this, inquires, do you two know this person? Ling Yun, smiling, replies, he's the person Little D described to you before, half a year ago. His profound strength was only at the 3rd level of the true profound realm, but he was able to block 3 of Little Dai's blows. Half a year has passed, and he's already at the 10th level of the true profound realm. At this rate of progress, he's far surpassed my previous self. The old man strokes his chin and analyzes, if it's as you say, he might have the strength to defeat some who are at a higher level than him. He would undoubtedly be a genius worthy of attention. It's a shame he arrived a bit early. Young Master Feng, arms crossed, observes them, deducing, Yun Che? Could he be the Yun Che the third prince mentioned that Princess Kang Yue pays special attention to? Despite being a mere true profound realm disciple, Princess Kang Yue insists on bringing him. Surely this isn't an official relationship. He is startled, thinking, could that strange sound I heard from Princess Kang Yue's room last night have been? He becomes furious and exclaims, immediately send someone to investigate Yun Che's drawn number. I want each of his opponents to go hard on him when they face him. Destroy his face for me. With a dark look, he thinks, Kang Yue, I thought you were so pure and innocent, so charming and noble. I never would have thought you would actually humiliate me so greatly. The protagonist takes a number and says, number 1505. What does this mean? Leader Qing gives a lengthy explanation. The number determines which arena and in what order you will fight for the first group competition. This means you will be competing in arena number 15, and your first fight will be the 5th in that arena. This first round of group fights will continue for 3 days. Each disciple will participate in 12 complete fights. A total of 300 disciples, who will be the top 10 from each group, will be in the second round of group fights. The second round of group fights will continue in the same format for 3 days, but here each participant will partake in 15 complete fights. The top 100 will be listed, as well as the 32 strongest. The 32 strongest advance to the final eliminations. Yuanba, counting on his hand, comments, if you want to advance to the final eliminations, you'll have to fight 27 complete rounds in 6 days. That's so many. The princess encourages, The atmosphere of this tournament has always been tense. Junior, do your best. Don't forget the goal we set earlier, to be among the top 100. The protagonist affirms, yes, I remember well. With a serious look, the protagonist reflects, but what I really want is to go beyond the mere 100. Feng Webi announces, we've already checked. Yunche is number 1505. His first opponents won't show any mercy. Maybe after the first round he'll already have lost. He should arrive there without an arm or a leg. And young Master Feng decrees, that's great. He watches the protagonist climb into the arena, and someone announces, 15th group of the 5th match. Yunche of the Imperial family of the Blue Wind versus Fu Yinji of the Southern Jade Cloud faction. The guy quickly attacks the protagonist, exclaiming, Yunche, you've already met your end. Bow down and accept your defeat. The protagonist dodges the attack, startled, and the guy attacks again. The protagonist dodges, thinking, he's really trying to ruin my pretty face. Looks like he wants to die, doesn't he? The protagonist lands a punch to the guy's abdomen, leaving him trembling. Someone exclaims, Fu Yinjie is down after 10 seconds. Yunche of the Imperial family of the Blue Wind wins. After another match, someone announces, Yunche of the Imperial family of the Blue Wind versus Fu Yin, Dai of the Southern Jade Cloud faction. Yunche wins again. After another match, the protagonist wins again. And after another match, the protagonist wins yet again. Someone exclaims, how is this Yunche doing this? He's won all his matches. It seems we underestimated him. This kid is just too strange. The princess approaches the protagonist, saying, Junior brother is truly incredible. Surely tomorrow and the day after you will continue winning and winning. Yuanba watches his sister and raises his hand, saying, older sister. He approaches her with a big grin, saying, older sister, I'm watching your match. You're so amazing. If our father could see you, he would be so proud. I came with brother-in-law to watch the tournament. Brother-in-law is also amazing. She inquires, Yuanba, what are you doing here? What? So it really is. And Yuanba asks, you don't recognize him anymore? Who is he? He's brother-in-law. He's barely changed at all. And the protagonist greets them, saying, I am Yunche of the Imperial family of the Blue Wind. It is a pleasure to meet the representatives of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. When I lived in Floating Cloud City, they called me Xiaoche. But now, I am known as Yunche. Qingyu, it's been a while. Weili states, we don't have time, it's time to leave. And she thinks, this Xiao? No, Yunche. He must have gone through a lot to go from being crippled to competing here. However, it's best he doesn't influence Qingyu. She leaves, saying, Yuanba, take good care of our father. Yuanba tries to pursue her, calling out, older sister, I still have so many things I want to tell you. And the protagonist replies, Yuanba, ever since she became a disciple of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace, she can no longer be considered a member of the Xia family. He reflects, Qingyu, after this tournament, will we still have a chance to talk? The scene changes to the last day of the first round of group matches. The protagonist raises his arm as someone exclaims, Yunche of the Imperial family of the Blue Wind, 12 victories, advances to the second round. An observer exclaims, he really won all 12 matches? That's outrageous. At the 10th level of the True Profound Realm, he defeated opponents at the 3rd and 4th levels of the Spirit Profound Realm. Incredible. The protagonist leaps, approaching the princess. She grabs his hand, saying, Junior, this is so wonderful. You've set a new qualification record for the representatives of the Imperial family. My father will be very happy to hear this. Thank you so much. And the protagonist points to himself, suggesting, so miss, how do you intend to reward me? Would you like to give me a kiss? She's shocked, touching one finger to another, murmuring, oh, well, here then? She kisses his cheek. Young Master Feng clenches his fist, snarling, Yunche, I will cut your corpse into 1,000 pieces. He turns and leaves, and the protagonist watches, commenting, oh, looks like I found out who wanted to injure me during the first round of the group matches. The second round of matches begins. Someone announces, Group 7, first match. Yunche of the Imperial family of the Blue Wind versus Lei Genshin of the Thunder Pavilion. Lei Genshin exclaims, I didn't think my first opponent today would be you, brat. Looks like this big underdog is about to become a corpse soon. Show me your weapon. Someone watching exclaims, your opponent is the young master of the Thunder Pavilion. He's already at the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Even if Yunche was even more powerful, this is the end of the line for him. He'll probably lose this match. And the protagonist retorts, I might even reveal it, but that will depend on whether you're good enough to force me to use it. and the guy attacks, exclaiming, "Great! Let's see how long your arrogance lasts." The protagonist blocks the guy's attack with his bare hands, and the guy, startled, exclaims, "How is this possible? Is your body made of iron? These thunderhammers weigh 800 kilograms. There's no way you can withstand their weight." After defeating him, the protagonist taunts, "You can keep trying." But the guy gets up, banging the hammers together. Thunder appears, and the guy roars, "Take this!" The thunder heads towards the protagonist, and the protagonist dodges. He draws his colossal sword, and someone watching asks, "The weapon of a king! It's a heavy sword! It's so big! Can he even wield such a large sword?" And the protagonist bellows, "Now it's my turn!" He attacks, and a huge explosion occurs. The guy is thrown against the wall, and the protagonist is already on him again. The guy is terrified and pleads, "I admit defeat. I don't want to fight anymore." Someone announces, Lei Gentian admits defeat, and Yun Che of the Imperial family of the Blue Wind wins. After another match, it's exclaimed, "Yun Che of the Imperial family of the Blue Wind wins again. Yun Che of the Imperial family of the Blue Wind wins." The protagonist wins match after match, and the princess has tears in her eyes as leader Qing analyzes, "He keeps winning. He must already be among the top 100. If he continues at this pace, he'll be in the top 50 soon." The princess comments excitedly, "Father, are you seeing this? Junior brother Yun is achieving his dream. The shame of our imperial family has been washed away." The scene shifts to the outer courtyard. Someone knocks on the door, calling out, "Brother-in-law, are you asleep?" The protagonist opens the door, inquiring, "Yuanba, what is it?" "Older sister came by earlier. She asked me to give you this. Although she said you don't seem to need it anymore, she still wanted you to have it." The protagonist takes the ring, thinking, "The earth profound beast's core, the heavenly crystal with profound veins, the seven-jeweled profound grass. Are these the things I mentioned to Xia Qingyu back then, the things that could heal my profound veins? Did she really search for them for me?" The protagonist leaves as Yuanba asks, "Brother-in-law, where are you going? Are you going to look for older sister?" The protagonist approaches her, calling out, "Qingyu," and she turns, inquiring, "How may I help you, Mr. Yunche?" The protagonist replies, "Qingyu, my wife, I want to ask you something. Our marriage certificate, the one I gave you back then, do you still have it?" She takes it out, saying, "Back then you didn't have the power to protect this marriage certificate, so you entrusted it to me. Now I believe you have the strength to protect it, so I will return it to you." The protagonist puts the certificate away with a small smile, stating, "I will protect it well. Qingyu, I have one more question. Are you doing well at the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace?" And she confirms, "Yes, I am being treated very well." And the protagonist extends his hand and comments, "That's good. And when we got married, what realm was your profound strength at?" She replies, "The same as yours now, at the peak of the true profound realm." And the protagonist, with a small smile, thinks, "No wonder the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace values her so much. She was actually at the peak of the true profound realm, at 16? And he asks, "Right, one last question. When you lived there, did you ever even occasionally think of me?" And she turns, saying, "It's getting late, and we need to resume the tournament tomorrow. I'll go back now. It would be good for you to rest early as well." And the protagonist concludes, "The day after tomorrow, I'll be entering the top 32 qualification round. If we meet, I hope you won't go easy on me." After that, in the arena, someone exclaims, "It's here! It's here! Round 32 of the qualifiers! This is crazy!" That kid from before actually made it to this stage. Leader King says, "To think that Yun Che could win all those fights and make it to the final qualifiers. He really saved the imperial family from further embarrassment." And the princess adds, "Junior Yun is truly incredible. He made history in the imperial family. When the emperor hears about this, he will be very happy." The old man says, "Let the participants of round 32 come to the arena and pick their numbers. We will soon have the final qualifying matches." The protagonist picks number 1 and thinks, "Not bad, I don't have to wait." Someone announces, "First match, Yun Che of the Blue Wind Imperial family versus Xiaonan of the Xiao sect begin." Xiaonan introduces himself. "I am Xiaonan of the Xiao sect. I look forward to learning from you." And the protagonist says, "Yun Che of the Blue Wind Mystic House. Likewise." Xiaonan attacks, exclaiming, "Take this!" The protagonist receives the attack, defending himself. An explosion occurs, and someone exclaims, "Yun Che was actually able to withstand Xiaonan's attack. Yun Che is in the true profound realm. Even I wouldn't be able to face that attack head-on." The protagonist launches another attack, An explosion happens, and the guy jumps into the air, attacking again and exclaiming, "You won't defend against this next attack." The protagonist is hit, but smiles. The guy is startled, dodging an attack from the protagonist. He retreats, thinking, "I didn't hold back on that blow, and I even pierced his profound energy. So why was my sword unable to pierce Yunche's body? Is his body as hard as 10,000-year profound iron?" The protagonist, with a smile on his face, says, "That was a good hit." And he thinks, "But thankfully, because of the great Buddha path, the most you gave me was a small, superficial wound." The protagonist attacks, exclaiming, "Now it's my turn, take this." The guy receives the attack and retreats, completely exhausted. He says, "You are much stronger than I imagined. I admit defeat." And someone exclaims, "Yunche actually defeated Xiaonan without taking a single step." Someone announces, "Xiaonan surrenders. Yunche of the Blue Wind Imperial family will be in the top 16 round tomorrow." The princess observes the protagonist and says, "Junior brother Yun, is your shoulder all right?" And the protagonist, with a big smile, looks at her and says, "I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound. Let's watch junior brother Ling Di's fight." His opponent, Mu Xiangyi from the Heavenly Spear Fortress of Fire and Thunder, is not bad at all. Their two blows meet, causing a large explosion. The guy prepares to attack, saying, "Taste the flavor of my sex supreme technique, spear soaring to the heavens." Ling Di, with a big smile on his face, exclaims, "All right, I'm tired of playing around, let's end this." He defends against the attack and attacks back, causing a large explosion. The guy, completely slammed into the ground, says, "I admit defeat." And the opponent thinks, "In those hundreds of blows we exchanged, was that kid going easy on me on purpose?" Ling Di says, "You let me win." And someone exclaims, "Ling Di of the Heavenly Sword family wins. He will enter tomorrow's round of 16. The protagonist watches and thinks, "This kid has gotten much stronger." People start to leave, and Leader King observes the protagonist and says, "Your opponent tomorrow is Mu Xiangyan of the Heavenly Spear Fortress of Fire and Thunder. His specialty is completely different from Mu Xiangyi's spear, as he cultivates fire and thunder. Be careful." And the protagonist replies, "Don't worry, Leader King. I won't be injured so easily. Tomorrow I'll still win like before. You'll see." He arrives at a location, and a guy is shown who introduces himself. "I am the current master of the Heavenly Spear Fortress of Fire and Thunder, Mu Shanbeya. I apologize for bothering you, but I have an important matter to discuss with the honored young Master Yun." The protagonist greets him, asking, "What does Master Mu of the fortress have to discuss with this junior?" And the master says, "I witnessed your performance in the tournament, and my heart sighs with admiration. With your natural talent and strength, it's a waste to remain in the Blue Wind Mystic House. How about joining my fortress?" The startled princess thinks, "He wants to take him away from us without any regard for the imperial family?" And the protagonist, with a serious expression, replies, "Master Mu, thank you very much for your consideration, but I already have a commitment to the Blue Wind Mystic House, and for now, I will not leave it. Therefore, I will unfortunately have to decline your generous offer." And the master says, "Young Master Yun, think carefully about this. The Mystic House is nothing without the prestige of the imperial family. It is incomparable to the fortress. If you stay with them, you may end up worse, becoming mediocre like them." Leader King exclaims, "What?" And the princess continues, "The Blue Wind Mystic House has never interfered with the disciples' freedom to participate or stay. Master Mu's words were clear. If Yunche decided to join his fortress, we would not get involved." And the master, with a big smile on his face, says, "Excellent. As expected of the legendary Princess Kang Yue, very courageous. Yunche, did you hear? If you are willing, the Mystic House will not stop you." And the protagonist, with a small smile, replies, "I see that despite being a master, you don't know how to respect other sects. Even if they are stronger, I see your sect as a second-rate place. It's better if I don't go. Since you despise the Blue Wind Mystic House, I feel the same way about the Heavenly Spear Fortress of Fire and Thunder. I even feel that the Blue Wind Mystic House is 1,000 times more pleasant. Master Mu of the fortress, we're done talking. I wouldn't join your sect even if your disciples bowed to me." And the master, with a dark look, says, "You arrogant little brat. I felt sorry for you because of your talent, and I was thinking of having my Yan go easy on you tomorrow, but it seems you want to die early. Let's go." The green-haired man, with a dark look, looks at the protagonist with a small smile, thinking, "Tomorrow, you will be the one bowing." Leader King says, "Yunche, I think you were a bit impulsive regarding tomorrow's fight." And the protagonist interrupts him, saying, Don't worry, Leader King. In this tournament, I only have one true opponent. I will not accept defeat before I meet him. As for Mu Xiongyan, forget it. He's threatening me. He doesn't even have what it takes to make me reveal my true strength. The fortress master snaps, Young Yan, the law is his. The young man with a smile thinks, don't worry, father. I won't even let him think about getting up again. Power surges in his hand, and he faces the protagonist, roaring, Yun Che, prepare to howl in pain under my fire and thunder. I will make you remember the price of insulting the heavenly spear fortress of fire and thunder. And someone announces, Yun Che of the Blue Wind Imperial Family versus Mu Xiongyan of the heavenly spear fortress of fire and thunder. Begin the fight. Mu attacks, ranting, our heavenly spear fortress of fire and thunder is capable of transforming our profound strength into fire and thunder. Try and experience this. The protagonist defends himself, and the guy clenches his fist, shouting, explode! A huge explosion occurs, and he asks, let's see how you'll try to escape this. The guy observes the smoke and questions, was that an afterimage? The protagonist appears quickly near the guy, who throws some small balls. He hits the protagonist, but the protagonist disappears. He thinks, another afterimage? The protagonist appears behind him, using the impeccable phoenix dance, delivering an attack and a huge explosion. The guy flies and thinks, shit, if the firearms in my body came into contact with fire. The protagonist observes, thinking, you brought fire to hurt me, but you were the one who ended up getting burned. His father returns to the arena saying, young Master Yan. The protagonist clenches his fist as someone exclaims, Yun Che of the Blue Wind Imperial Family wins. He advances to tomorrow's quarterfinals. The old man grits his teeth, thinking, Yun Che, you not only displeased my sect, but also hurt my son. The day will come when we will have our revenge. The Master of the Sword sect comments, it seems that in the Blue Wind Empire, there is a guy whose limits I can't even clearly understand. What kind of monster is he? And which supreme being is his master? Feng Juebi, with a smile, states, this Yun Che surprisingly won once again, and he seems to be able to manipulate fire. Bro, were you able to distinguish what kind of flame he's playing with? Young Master Sheng makes a sound of disgust and retorts, it's nothing more than the lowest level of profound flame. By playing with fire in front of our burning heaven sect, he is underestimating us. Feng Juebi, with a dark look, ponders, now, don't get angry, brother. Did you forget? After he wins this fight, his opponent tomorrow will be me. I will bring this so-called genius to his ultimate end. Leader King observes the protagonist and warns, your opponent tomorrow is Feng Juebi. Be very careful. He is relentless, brutal, and enjoys humiliating his opponents. Although his profound strength is the same as Mu Xiongyan's, it can be said that his skills are a few levels above him. The protagonist, with a dark look, thinks, humiliate his opponents? I'm the master of that art too. The following day in the arena, someone asks, do you think Yun Che can beat Feng Shuer? Another replies, no way. Feng Shuer is Feng Duanyu's second son. He's on a completely different level from Mu Xuanyin. If Feng Shuer loses, the Burning Heaven clan will be expelled from the top 4 sects. I admit it would be fun to watch. Feng Shuer arrives in the arena with a big smile on his face, and someone exclaims, look what's in his hands! That's a sky-profound weapon, demonic flame blade! It looks like Feng Shuer isn't going to give Yun Che a chance. The protagonist carries his sword, and someone announces, 8th place, first match, Yun Che of the Blue Wind Imperial Family versus Feng Shuer of the Burning Heaven clan, begin. Feng Shuer, with a smirk, looks at the protagonist, provoking him. It's too late if you wish to surrender now. I'll make sure today is a day you'll never forget. The protagonist stares back and retorts, I never imagined that besides being ugly, you also talked so much nonsense. No wonder the Burning Heaven clan can only stay at the bottom of the 4 main sects, since it's made of piles of trash like you. The guy, enraged and vehement, yells, do you want to die? He attacks, and the protagonist makes a sound of disgust. A huge explosion occurs, and Feng Shuer points his sword at the protagonist, taunting, to have actually taken a blow containing 60% of my strength, it seems you haven't lived solely on luck to reach this point. However, that was just a greeting. I'll let you experience the burning fire of our sect now. He covers himself with a fiery aura, and the princess is startled by this. The crowd watches, somber, and the guy declares, with this blue, profound flame, I guarantee you'll never forget this day. Young Master Feng observes this, saying, they say one needs to be at least in the earth-profound realm to be able to ignite a blue, profound flame. My brother is really giving great importance to this mere Yunche. The opponent attacks the protagonist. Fire surges around him, and then the protagonist defends himself from a blow, and someone exclaims, "It's the Burning Heaven clan's profound movement skill, Burning Phantom Illusion." Young Master Feng, with a smirk, says, "Brother's Burning Phantom Illusion has already reached this level. This is shocking even to me." And an old man behind him comments, "It seems we have nothing to worry about." The protagonist protects himself with a barrier. Feng Shuer, with a smile on his face, declares, "This arena is too small. This cat-and-mouse game has barely begun and is already about to end." He attacks, shouting, "Scream in despair! Burning Heaven slash!" The protagonist observes and states, "Indeed, this fire will end soon." And the protagonist defends himself, exclaiming, "However, you still haven't understood who the mouse is." The protagonist launches an attack, making the fire open a path. The guy is startled and dumbfounded, thinks, "What? My blue profound flames were extinguished?" And he asks, "Yunche, don't get too satisfied," and yells, "Do you think you'll win because of this? Now I'm going all out. Let's see if you can extinguish my Burning Heaven dragon flame. Even if I end up expelled from the tournament for killing Yunche, that's still better than being defeated by him." And the guy looks at the old man, exclaiming, "No way! Prepare to save Yunche! No! Let him die by the dragon's flames." Feng Shuer shouts, "Yunche, die! Burning Heaven clan's forbidden skill! Burning Heaven dragon!" The princess is completely stunned by this, and someone yells, "Feng Shuer is sacrificing his own vital energy to use this move. This will cause his profound strength to drop by at least half a level. With the power of this blow, it's very likely that Yunche will die instantly." The protagonist stares and launches a counterattack, but the dragon comes at him with full force. The protagonist grits his teeth, thinking, "This isn't easy to deal with." He releases his sword, and the dragon comes. The protagonist grabs the dragon by the neck, and the crowd is astonished. "This brat has gone mad? Let go quickly." The protagonist begins to accumulate the dragon's power in his hands, and after that, he says, "Whew! Someone is surprised. How is this possible? He actually absorbed the Burning Heaven flames and came out unscathed? From what sacred place did this Yunche come?" And the protagonist's opponent reacts, "Impossible! Impossible!" The protagonist quickly appears in front of him and, with a sound of disgust, slaps him in the face, throwing him away. Someone announces, "Feng Shuer hasn't gotten off the ground for more than 10 seconds, and Yunche of the Blue Wind Imperial family wins. He advances to tomorrow's semifinals." People watching comment, "The Blue Wind Imperial family has actually reached the semifinals. The Burning Heaven clan has been expelled from the top 4. Yunche can easily help the Blue Wind Imperial family shake the world and regain their former glory. Where did they find this genius?" The protagonist greets and thanks. "Elder Ning, thank you so much for everything." And the elder thinks, "He was still able to divide his attention and sense that I was preparing to save him? Was he still holding back some strength while facing the Burning Heaven dragon?" Feng Shuer, irritated, yells, "I don't accept this! I will kill you!" He throws the sword at the protagonist, shouting, "I will kill you!" The sword almost hits the protagonist, and Feng Shuer thinks, "This tournament is about the honor of the Burning Heaven clan, and being defeated by someone I believed I could kill with a single blow," and exclaims, "I won't accept this, Yunche. I will kill you." The protagonist defends himself and exclaims, "You're courting death." He throws his sword, hitting Feng Shuer and throwing him away. Young Master Feng exclaims, "Share!" And the old man grumbles, "Junior, how dare you?" He gets closer, saying, "Share!" And with a dark look snarls, "Junior, your heart is truly malicious. The duel was already over, yet you still seriously injured the Burning Heaven clanmaster's son." And the protagonist exclaims, "Are you blind? He clearly tried to kill me stealthily first. Should I have just stood there and waited for my death?" The old man attacks the protagonist, shouting, "Your wait is over!" And another shouts, "The Burning Heaven clan's Grand Elder really wants to attack a junior? Isn't he going to end up killing Yunche with his strength nearing the Emperor Profound Realm?" And the old man retorts, "Elder Feng, stop this." The protagonist grimly thinks, this profound strength is even denser than the fairies. The pressure caused by his profound energy is truly terrifying. The protagonist retreats, and the old man misses, thinking, "I missed? How is this possible?" The old man goes crazy. His aura becomes extremely strong, and he charges towards the protagonist, who is startled. The old man yells, "Stop!" And Leader Qing commands, "Stop!" And the fairy appears, protecting him. The protagonist murmurs, "Fairy," and thinks. Fortunately, she came to help. Otherwise, I would have had to borrow Jasmine's strength, but that would expose my last card. And she argues, "As the Grand Elder of the Burning Heaven clan, you attacked a junior without reason. You have no honor." And the old man justifies, "He seriously injured the Sectmaster's son. That is reason enough to kill him. This is a matter of the Burning Heaven clan. This is none of the Frozen Cloud Asgard's business." And she retorts, "I will interfere." The old man points his sword, provoking, "Good. I have long heard that the Frozen Cloud Immortal is already half a step into the Emperor Profound realm. Today, let me test the skill of the strongest of the immortal sex." He attacks, and someone exclaims, "Those at the late stage of the Sky Profound realm are capable of releasing the purple profound flame. Rumors say it is capable of burning anyone of a lower realm instantly. If Shu Huyushan avoids it, Yun Che will die. But if she doesn't avoid it, she will be injured." She defends herself with a barrier and attacks him with ice. The old man quickly breaks the attack and looks at his own hand, startled. She throws a punch at him, and an icy power comes, hitting the old man and crushing him. Watching, the other old man exclaims, "Spatial compression! This is the profound power of an emperor. Heavens! Another throne has truly been born in the Blue Wind Empire, and she should be the youngest of them." There truly is a vast gulf between someone half a step into the Emperor Profound realm and truly being in the Emperor Profound realm. Another throne has truly appeared in the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. This means the Frozen Cloud Asgard has 3 thrones. Even the Burning Heaven clan and the Zhao sect only have 1 throne each. The old man looks at young Master Feng, who greets him, saying, "Village Master Ling, our disciple was seriously injured, and Elder Feng Moli was so anxious that he acted impulsively. Since he didn't cause much damage and has already learned a lesson from the Frozen Cloud Immortal, please spare him. After the tournament, I will personally bring him with me to apologize to Village Master Ling and punish him accordingly." Master Ling concedes, "As an esteemed elder of your sect, Feng Moli acted with utter malice. However, seeing as he has already been taught a lesson, this matter will end here. Nevertheless, if this happens again, your Burning Heaven clan will lose the opportunity to access the Heaven Basin's secret realm, as well as your right to participate in the next tournament." The protagonist passes by the fairy, saying, "Frozen Cloud Immortal, thank you." She disappears, and the protagonist thinks, "Fairy, so I'm still in your heart?" The princess approaches the protagonist and informs him, "Brother Yun, in the confrontation between the 2 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Villa, Ling Feiyu surrendered. So, your opponent tomorrow will be Ling Ji." The protagonist smiles and says, "Shui Wushuang also surrendered in her fight against Ling Yun. The next fight will decide who will participate in the semifinals." He thinks, the fact that Ling Feiyu surrendered probably means that Ling Ji's strength far surpasses his own. It seems like tomorrow's fight will be difficult. Someone exclaims, "Xia Qingyu of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace confronts Xiao Kuanglei of the Xiao sect." The scene shows the master speaking. "Conceal as much of your strength as possible to prevent tomorrow's opponent from studying you." Qingyu confirms, "Yes, all right, master." A young man places his hand on his brother's shoulder, encouraging him. "Brother, good luck." He responds confidently, "Don't worry, I won't lose this fight no matter what. Don't forget, I haven't used the seismic sword yet." The 2 face each other, and the young man points his sword, introducing himself. "I am Xiao Kuanglei. Greetings. I hope that immortal Xia can enrich us with the arts of the Frozen Cloud." An old man extends his arm, announcing, "Final match of the quarterfinals. Xia Qingyu of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace versus Xiao Kuanglei of the Xiao sect. Begin the fight." Their attacks clash, and Xiao Kuanglei, with a determined look, observes, "The arts of the Frozen Cloud truly live up to their reputation. But it's time to get serious." An eagle appears behind him, and he attacks, shouting, "Extreme Wind Sword." The attack heads towards Qingyu, and she defends herself. Someone comments, "This Xia Qingyu is only at the 8th level of the profound spiritual realm, but her Frozen Cloud arts have already reached the 4th stage of the Frozen Lotus realm. With such skill in wielding the Frozen Lotus realm, it seems she must be the disciple with the greatest adaptability that the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace has acquired in the last few decades. It looks like Xia Qingyue is at a disadvantage. All her moves so far have been defensive." Yuanba becomes worried, and the protagonist places a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, your sister won't be defeated so easily." Jasmine intervenes. She won't be defeated so easily. That girl simply has no chance of losing. If she uses her full strength, the person on the other side won't even have a chance to last more than 5 blows. With a serious look, she explains, she not only possesses the profound veins of the celestial gods with all 54 profound entrances open, but she also possesses the glazed heart of ice and snow, which is 10,000 times rarer. Her constitution. Even in the place where I was born, there was only one with the elevated body of 9 mysteries every 10,000 years. The day after tomorrow, it is still unknown whether her opponent will be Ling Yun or not. The protagonist, with a somber expression, thinks, from Jasmine's words, Xia Qingyue's constitution seems to have impressed him. To be capable of doing so many things. Is my wife really that powerful? Xiao Kuanglei attacks, shouting, Immortal, taste my strongest blow, transitory strike. The attack goes towards her, and she skillfully defends herself. Xiao Kuanglei then throws his sword and exclaims, You truly deserve to be in the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. Your power is extraordinary. However, this is a fight I must win no matter what. He uses his ring and thinks, Since I've reached this point, I'll have to use the seismic sword. He draws the sword and warns, If I offend you in any way because of this, after this fight, I will. But then he is startled, as he begins to freeze completely and falls to the ground. The old man approaches him and announces, Xiao Kuanglei has temporarily lost the ability to move. Xia Qingyue of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace wins. She advances to tomorrow's semifinals. The leader looks at Ling Yun, commenting, It seems Xia Qingyue is far from being as simple as she appears. She was able to let so much frozen energy enter her opponent's body without him noticing. Young Yun, if she were the same age as you, she would probably be strong enough to fight you as an equal. Yuanba grabs the protagonist, exclaiming, This is great. Sister and brother-in-law have made it into the top 4. The protagonist, annoyed, asks, Yuanba, let me go. After this, the protagonist observes and confesses, Yes, I didn't expect Xia Qingyue to be so strong. Jasmine, what exactly are the glazed heart of ice and snow and the elevated body of 9 mysteries that you mentioned before? Jasmine, with a raised finger, replies, Since you want to know, then I will tell you. She explains, The glazed heart of ice and snow is a special type of mind. Someone with this type of mind would have unparalleled comprehension ability and soul strength. At her current age, her abilities are only vaguely revealed. She displays an extremely high ability for memory and comprehension. Later, she will be able to sense good and evil, as well as danger, easily see through mysteries, and even see the heart of all living things. According to legends, those who have the glazed heart of ice and snow are blessed by the heavens, and whoever harms them will suffer heavenly punishment. However, as for the elevated body of 9 mysteries that she possesses, it's best that it's not noticed by anyone who knows its concept. Otherwise, she won't have a single day of peace in her entire life. Having an elevated body of 9 mysteries means that there is a mysterious world within her body. This means that she will be able to possess unlimited and infinite power. The power that the flesh cannot control can be stored in this mysterious world. No matter the profound art she cultivates, none of them will be restricted by her level of profound strength and the endurance of her body. Her potential, literally, will have no limits. Those who possess the elevated body of 9 mysteries are the greatest incubators of profound cultivation in this world, especially for someone who seeks to possess her body, while it is still pure. In the act of uniting their bodies, this mysterious world will be produced in the partner who wishes to inherit it. The scene returns to the protagonist walking and thinking. There was a pungent chi from her glazed heart of ice and snow and the elevated body of 9 mysteries, while Yuanba possessed the divine veins of the tyrant emperor Ba Huang. Their father is clearly just an ordinary person, as for who exactly he is and what kind of person their mother is. He arrives at the Frozen Cloud Immortal Pavilion. He greets. Yun Che, disciple of the Blue Wind Profound Palace, requests to see the frozen beauty immortal. I hope to personally thank her for the helping hand she lent me earlier today. A frozen aura emerges. The protagonist closes his eyes, and Qing Yu appears, stating, Master Yun, if you wish to see Master Senior, it's best you leave. Master Senior always enjoys peace and quiet. Your intention, I believe she has already heard. The protagonist, with a smile, comments, Qing Yu, my wife, I'll give you 2 options. First, call me husband, or second, call me by my name. Where in this world can you find a wife calling her husband master? And she replies, All right, then Qing Yu will refer to you as Yun Che from now on. The protagonist closes his eyes, slightly irritated, and says, I preferred you as you were before. But now you're always so serious, as if you've transformed into a completely different person. I should stop there. Anyway, Qingyu, my wife, congratulations on entering the top 4. After this, your name should spread throughout the world. And she retorts, should I be the one to say those words to you? Reaching the realm you've reached in such a short time is the most powerful revenge against those who ridiculed and underestimated you. The protagonist clasps his hands and inquires, Qingyu, my wife, I truly wish to see the frozen beauty immortal. Please, help me pass on the message. She might be willing to see me. And Qingyu rebuts, Master Senior will certainly not agree to this. Please return tomorrow after the tournament. But a voice enters her mind. Qingyu, allow him into my chambers. Qingyu is surprised and complies. Yes, master. Yunche, follow me. The protagonist follows her and thinks, the fairy wants to see me? He enters the room, and she questions, do you know why I accepted you here? And the protagonist, with a big smile on his face, affirms, I know, it's because you want to see me, just as I wish to see you again, after we parted ways. And she, irritated, exclaims, what nonsense! You are here only because I want to tell you personally that we are even since I left the wastelands. After today, our paths are separate, and we are complete strangers. The protagonist looks at her and states, you can deceive me, but can you deceive your own heart? The real reason you came to the Heavenly Sword Villa, or even when you helped me back then, wasn't it truly because you were worried about me and wanted to see me? She grabs her and continues, I know it's impossible for you to leave the palace, and even more so for you to accept your nature. I don't have the right to force you. I only wish that before I gain the power to eliminate our obstacles, you don't forget this. You are not only Chu Yuachan of the Palace of Eternal Frost and the Immortal Clouds, but also my little fairy. An explosion occurs and the protagonist flies out of the room. Qingyue asks, did you anger the master? And the protagonist, with a dark look, retorts, anger her? No. The Immortal of Frozen Beauty showed me the door after accepting my thanks. The protagonist gets up and adds, by the way, Qingyue, my wife, have you ever heard of the vitrified heart of ice and snow and the elevated body of 9 mysteries? Qingyue replies, I've never heard of it. What is it? And the protagonist raises his hand, concluding, ah, nothing much then. See you later. In your fight tomorrow with Ling Di, I hope you win. In that case, in the end, your opponent will be me. She watches the protagonist leave and thinks, in these 2 years, what has been your experience in this world? Meanwhile, in another pavilion, the blue-haired man observes something and exclaims, young master, I hope you are well. I hope you haven't forgotten this old man. I wish to make a trade with you. I heard that the young master of the hall has been looking for a girl who possesses the elevated body of 9 mysteries these past few years. This old man has, by chance, encountered one such person. I wonder if you are interested. From the object, a voice emerges. If it is the true elevated body of 9 mysteries, no matter what Senior Ling desires, it will never be too much. With a dark look, Senior Ling states, the young master is truly direct. This old man only wants 1,500 grams of purple-veined wine crystal. And the young man replies, well, within 2 years, the young master will personally prepare 1,500 grams of purple crystals with divine veins. I hope Senior Ling will not disappoint me when the time comes. And the man puts the object away, adding, the characteristics of that girl's profound aura are exactly the same as the records in the scriptures. The heavens are truly on my side. The scene shifts to the next day, at the Sword Discourse Arena. Someone exclaims, a fight between the lowest profound strength in the entire history of the tournament and the youngest practitioner of all time. It truly is the fight of a generation. Ling Ji, with a smile, comments, boss, good morning. I've been waiting a long time for an opportunity like today. And the protagonist, with his sword on his back, questions, why? Are you dissatisfied? Do you want to defeat me? An object appears in Ling Di's hand, and he adds, in this fight, I will use all my strength to make everyone remember my prowess. For me to continue to consider you my older brother, you must completely defeat me when I use all my strength. If you defeat me, you will still be my boss after this. But if you lose, I will consider the opportunity of you being my younger brother. The protagonist, with a serious expression, replies, all right, if I can't even defeat you, I'm not qualified to be your boss. Therefore, bring your sword and show me your true strength. He opens the small box and takes out the sword, which emits an extremely strong aura, and exclaims, this is one of the divine profound swords of heaven from the Sword Village, the heavenly Yang sword. He extends the sword and shouts, come. The 2 attacks clash, A large explosion occurs, and the man, observing, comments, "It seems that Ling Di truly values this battle with Yun Che." And he thinks, if Ling Ji is defeated by Yun Che, a problem will certainly arise in his heart. I cannot let that happen. Angrily, he turns to Ling Yun and orders, "Ling Yun, if Ling Di for any reason is at a disadvantage, help him with the heavenly yin sword." Ling Ji affirms, "Understood." The attacks clash again, and the old master of the Xiao clan exclaims, at 16 years old, not only has he mastered the heavenly yin sword, but he can also utilize 60% of its total power. Ling Di's future accomplishments will certainly surpass Ling Yun's. After the two retreat a bit, Ling Di attacks swiftly, but the protagonist dodges and then attacks him. He retreats and uses the sword formation of the Heaven's Gate, Chaotic Star Heavens. The attack heads towards the protagonist, and the protagonist uses Falling Moon, Star Collapse. The attacks are neutralized, and someone questions, how is this possible? The Chaotic Star Heavens was blocked so easily. The blue-haired man observes and explains, it's because he wields a heavy sword. In this world, the only thing that can restrict such heavenly power to this extent is a heavy sword. Ling Ji leaps high and, gripping the sword tightly, points it at the protagonist, shouting, "Instantaneous sword technique, extreme thunder light sword." The power strikes the protagonist's chest, and he spits out some blood. Astonished, Ling Di thinks, how is this possible? The sword should have pierced his chest. Why does it feel like the skin I'm trying to pierce is impenetrable profound iron, 10,000 years old? My sword can't even advance a single inch. What profound art is he cultivating? Even a profound heaven weapon is unable to cause him serious harm. The protagonist launches an attack. He defends and retreats. Blood begins to appear on his lip, and his brother exclaims, "Ling Ji, catch this." And Ling Ji catches the sword and observes, saying, "Is this older brother's heavenly yin sword?" He combines the two swords and exclaims, "Now I'm holding two profound heaven swords. In terms of weapons, I have a great advantage, but if I win, there will be no glory. However, if I don't borrow the strength of older brother's heavenly yin sword, there's no way I can defeat you. Because, boss, you are more incredible than I could have imagined." The protagonist, with a serious expression, states, being able to subdue such a weapon is, in itself, a testament to power. If you can use the power of both to make them shine at the same time, then that is also your skill. And he exclaims, "Come, let me see the full extent of your true strength." And Ling Ji throws one of the swords to the protagonist and charges forward, holding the other. The protagonist defends himself and thinks, the power of the swords complements each other. It's difficult even to calculate. Ling Di attacks using the Absolute Heaven's power sword, Moon Rupture. The protagonist is startled and, while defending, says, "As expected of the sword village." His sword cracks, being cut in half. Someone exclaims, "Yun Che's sword broke? It seems we already know the outcome." The heavenly sword village is truly worthy of its reputation. The man observes and adds, "To be able to use Moon Rupture with that kind of strength, it's a pleasant surprise for me." Ling Ying murmurs, to be honest, if he hadn't used the yin and yang combination, Ling Di might not have been a match for him. The princess, with tears in her eyes, cries out, "Junior brother Yun, it's okay. You were amazing. We will receive you with honor." Ling Di observes and argues, "Sorry about that. It wasn't intentional. How about I get you a new sword after the tournament?" The protagonist, looking at the other piece, retorts, "There's no need. You don't need to apologize to me either. It was my lack of attention that caused this. My old friend, rest assured, I won't let you be broken in vain. I will win this battle for you." A power surges in the sword, and the protagonist exclaims, "Is this the spiritual awareness of the sword? If that's the case, I get it." With a serious look, the protagonist affirms, "You are a protective sword, the sword of the sovereign. Even broken, your battle is not yet over. So be it. Let's finish this together." The protagonist leaps high, shouting, "Take this!" Ling Di counterattacks with flowing light slash. The attacks meet and a large explosion occurs. The crowd watches, completely dumbfounded, and one of them exclaims, "Can you believe it? It seems like his power increased so much after being in that condition. 10th level of the true profound realm? By the heavens, is he a genius or a monster?" Ling Di uses the Absolute Heaven's power sword, Moon Rupture, and the protagonist, with a smile, says, "A move doesn't work twice on the same cultivator." And he exclaims, "Don't think that only light swords can create these energy beams. A heavy sword can do the same." The protagonist launches a counterattack, and leader Ling exclaims, "Moon Rupture was truly destroyed by Yun Che." And he thinks, this battle, It seems impossible to prevent Ling Di from winning. The next blow may be Ling Di's last hope. Ling Di exclaims, "Yes, boss, so I'm going to show you a new move. Make sure you don't die. If you can block this blow without regret, I'll be your younger brother." In the sky, energy gathers. An extremely bright light appears, and he uses the Absolute Heaven's Power Sword, final form. A huge sword appears, and the protagonist remembers, could this be remnants of the Overlord's colossal sword soul? The sword comes towards the protagonist, who, with a serious look, says, "Old partner, thank you for granting me such a precious gift in the end. This move shall be called Overlord's Fury." The sword gets closer, and he exclaims, "Yunche, receive this attack." The protagonist, with a serious expression, prepares to counterattack and shouts, "Overlord's Fury." He delivers a sword strike, and a huge explosion occurs. His sword begins to crack and shatter. Leader Ling, dumbfounded, exclaims, "So he used a broken sword to separate the fused yin and yang sword in the middle of the attack." Ling Di looks at the protagonist with a grim expression, drops his swords, falls on his butt, and exclaims, "I surrender. I will never, ever fight a monster like you again." And the elder announces, Ling Di of the Heavenly Sword Villa has surrendered, and Yunche of the Blue Wind Imperial family wins. He advances to tomorrow's grand final. The protagonist approaches Ling Di and asks, "So, are you happy now?" Ling Di, with shining eyes, replies, 100% satisfied, boss. You're too amazing." The audience watches and exclaims, "The elegance of a celestial sword and the prowess of a heavy sword, a sight to behold." Another man appears and says, "Young man, is your name Yunche?" The protagonist looks at him and replies, "Yes, this junior is a disciple of the Blue Wind Mystic House, Yunche." "How may I help you, Mr. Ling?" Mr. Ling says, "Are you interested in joining the Heavenly Sword Power region? The region has a heavy sword department that is idle. If you join and manage to revive this department, you could very well reach the elder level." The protagonist looks at him and replies, "Thank you very much, but I'm not thinking of leaving the Mystic House yet, as I have a lot of unfinished business here. I can only thank Mr. Ling for such consideration." Ling throws a stone to the protagonist, and with a serious expression says, "You are neither arrogant nor impatient. I admire your character. Here is a special transmission stone. If you eventually decide to join the Heavenly Sword Power region, contact me and I will guide you." After this, the protagonist looks at the princess, who, worried, asks, "Junior brother Yun, do you have any serious injuries? Do you have any internal injuries?" And the protagonist replies, "Senior sister, don't worry, they're just minor injuries. After a good night's sleep, I'll be healed." Leader Qing says, "Yunche, you must have a good reason to give up the chance to enter the Heavenly Sword Power region, right?" The protagonist takes the princess's hand and replies, "The Heavenly Sword Power region is indeed very tempting to me, but there are things that are even more important." And the princess, with a smile, thinks, "Yunche, with that phrase, I'm happy for life." And Leader Ling exclaims, "Go!" Ling Yun jumps into the arena. Taking the blue sword, he observes Qing Yue, who greets him. The master says, "Qing Yue, go! If you defeat Ling Yun, we'll secure first place in this tournament earlier than expected." She jumps into the arena, and Ling Yun greets her, saying, "Disciple of the Heavenly Sword Villa, Ling Yun is honored to learn from immortal Xia." The elder announces, second match of the semi-final, Ling Yun of the Heavenly Sword Villa versus Xia Qing Yue of the Immortal Frozen Cloud Palace. Begin the fight. She goes all out against him. He defends himself and begins to cut the ice crystals. Someone exclaims, "It seems like Ling Yun is taking pity on the immortal. He hasn't attempted any decisive blows yet." Ling Yun says, "My dear, I apologize." He attacks with the sky of chaotic stars. She is startled, and the attack cuts her arm. The crowd watches this, blushing, and retorts, "She's a goddess." Ling Yun is frightened by this, and she puts the veil back in front of her face. He blushes, and she states, "Mr. Ling, thank you for your mercy in your previous attack. Qing Yu will go all out now." Someone exclaims, "Her profound strength is increasing. She was hiding her strength. Earth Profound Realm. She's at the third level of the Earth Profound Realm." Ling Yun attacks using the Extreme Thunder Sky Sword. She defends herself, and astonished, the master reveals, "A part of the soul of an ice phoenix is sealed within the winter flower ribbons, and it is extremely difficult to control." Despite this, Qing Yu can already display almost 70% of her strength. Truly a genius. The guy gets sweat on his face and jumps, attacking her. She uses the Ice Lotus Prison. The guy starts cutting the crystals and uses the Absolute Heaven's Power Sword, attacking her. She extends her hand forward and uses the sixth stage of the Frozen Cloud Arts, Realm of the Heavenly Snow Summoning. Extremely heavy snow appears, overwhelming Ling Yun and causing him to fall, and Ling Di quickly throws the sword, exclaiming, "Ling Yun, it's all yours." And he thinks, the Heavenly Sword Villa will not lose no matter what. The sword goes towards Ling Yun, who catches it, closing his eyes. He brings the two together and exclaims, "Sword Spirit Doppelganger!" A clone appears behind him, and someone exclaims, "The doppelganger is formed from Ling Yun's perfect comprehension of sword intent, and will have the same profound energy and ability as him." This skill is very taxing. When the skill ends, he will be very exhausted. But with his sword intent, he should last for around 10 minutes. A voice echoes in Qingyu's mind, stating, "Qingyu, it seems there's no choice. Activate the domain." She activates the Frozen Cloud domain. The blue-haired one observes this and exclaims, "To be able to use a domain, which only those at the Emperor Profound Genius level should be capable of using. The girl truly possesses the elevated body of the 9 mysteries." Ling Yun is astonished. The ice begins to appear, and she attacks him. He defends himself, spitting up some blood, and falling to the ground, extends his hand, saying, "I surrender." The elder announces, "Ling Yun surrenders. Xia Qingyu of the Immortal Frozen Cloud Palace wins." She advances to tomorrow's grand final. The scene shifts to later, and Yuechen comments, "Qingyu, don't underestimate Yun Che. Despite everything in tomorrow's battle, you may still encounter some surprises." She greets her and affirms, "Yes, I will remember Master Senior's advice." Yuchan inquires, "Can you answer a question for me? When I first checked your consciousness, I discovered that you didn't like training, yet you had a very strong desire to obtain greater power. What was your motivation?" Qingyi reveals, "My mother was forced to leave my family for a place called the God Realm. Perhaps when my profound strength reaches a high enough level, I can go to that place and look for her." Yuechin advises, "Right, it's best to rest early." She thinks, "God Realm? I've never heard of that place." The scene changes to the next day, in the sword discourse arena. The two face each other, and the protagonist says, "Qingyue, do you know why I participated in the tournament this year? The first reason is to fulfill senior sister Shuaru's dream. As for the second reason," a huge sword forms, and the protagonist continues, "I'll tell you after I defeat you." Ling Yun exclaims, "Father, doesn't that heavy sword in the sky look like the dragon's lapis?" His father replies, "Indeed, our heavenly sword villa once had a heavy sword department. In order to make a discovery and revive the heavy sword department, the elder of that department left for the desolate land of death. However, he never returned. According to the information I received, Yunche went to the desolate land of death for several months. With that said, there is no doubt that the sword in his hands is the dragon's lapis." Someone announces, "The grand finals, Yunche from the imperial family of the Blue Wind versus Xia Qingyu from the Palace of the Glacial and Immortal Clouds. Begin the fight." The protagonist speaks, "Qingyu, my wife, do you still remember what I told you before?" A fire ignites in the protagonist's eyes, and he exclaims, "In this match, I expect you to give your all and hold nothing back. Activate Burning Heart, Sovereign's Fury." The attack causes a large explosion, and she counterattacks, hitting the protagonist's sword. She launches an attack, and the protagonist stares. He uses the Burning Star Demon Lotus. The ice she launched against him is broken, and she thinks, "Is that the Phoenix Flame?" The protagonist, amidst the smoke, speaks, "I'll say it again, come at me with everything." She replies, "As you wish." She floats, and an aura of ice appears. She uses the 7th realm of the Frozen Cloud, Ice Body, Jade Bone. The Phoenix Flame appears on the protagonist's forehead, and he speaks, "Receive my sword, Phoenix Rupture." The phoenixes go against the ice begins to crack, and the protagonist leaps, using the Empyrean dance of the phoenix wings. A huge explosion occurs. An ice attack comes, hitting the protagonist's chest. He coughs up blood and is frozen. She grabs him and throws him to the ground. Someone exclaims, "This is the end, right?" Even a practitioner at the peak of the spiritual realm wouldn't have been able to withstand that attack. The scene shows the protagonist in the middle of the crater. He opens his eyes and stands up, exclaiming, "This isn't over yet!" He rushes towards her, exclaiming, "Qingyu, my wife, come to me." And he thinks, "With the great way of Buddha and the god dragon's blood refining my body is only slightly inferior to a dragon's." And she thinks, when Yunche is pushed to his limit, that's when he's most terrifying, because at that moment he can draw power from his soul. She says, "Yunche, it's over. If this drags on any longer, I don't know how you'll be able to continue. I will use all my strength to defeat you. An ice phoenix appears, and the princess exclaims, Junior brother Yun, be careful. The protagonist uses Phoenix Rupture, attacking the phoenix. The two attacks meet and a huge explosion occurs. The protagonist's attack is extinguished, and he murmurs, Second godly malignant art. The attack hits the protagonist, and Yueli, observing, says, She finally finished him. I never would have thought this would drag on for so long. Yun-che is so persistent. But she's surprised to see the protagonist still standing and exclaims, Yun-che hasn't fallen yet? The protagonist thinks, Fortunately, this godly malignant art gives me a profound energy defense amplified tenfold. That's what allowed me to withstand the Ice Phoenix attack. The protagonist attacks using Heavenly Wolf Slash. Qingyu defends herself with an ice barrier, but she is hit. Yue-chan, observing this, exclaims, Qingyu, don't waste time. Activate your domain immediately and defeat him. An attack emerges, and she defends with the ice ribbon and activates the domain of frozen clouds. The protagonist is startled and begins to freeze, while she says, I'm sorry. But an energy surges from the protagonist's forehead, and he exclaims, Phoenix blood burned to ashes. And he thinks, after burning the phoenix blood directly, I don't know how long it will take to recover. Until then, I won't be able to use the phoenix flames again either. However, this is the only method I can use to deal with the domain of frozen clouds. An extremely strong fire emerges, and the protagonist is shown amidst the smoke. And someone observes, saying, The domain of frozen clouds is gone. Yun-che used the phoenix fire to dispel the domain. And the protagonist thinks, I may have exposed my phoenix lineage. Furthermore, for the next 3 months it will be impossible for me to ignite the phoenix flame again. But I don't regret anything. The blue-haired man observes, thinking, his phoenix blood can actually separate from his bloodline? And the skills he used are completely different from the Divine Phoenix sect. This young man's aptitude is extraordinary. Even if he reaches the Heavenly Sword Power region, he would still be ranked at the bottom. Anyway, there are people here who can tell the Divine Phoenix sect what happened. What a shame. Fate won't allow him to live to see the day he joins the Heavenly Sword Power region. The two stare at each other, and the protagonist speaks. You really weren't hurt by the phoenix flames just now. That's great. If you had been engulfed by them, you could have been seriously injured. I definitely don't want my wife to be seen in that state by others. He prepares to attack, exclaiming, My remaining strength is only enough for one more attack. If you are able to withstand this attack, then it means you have won. However, I will not lose to you no matter what. Therefore, this sword strike, no matter what you do, will be impossible to block. Prepare to receive my sword, Qingyu. Remember what I said before the fight. Keep the honor of your sect in mind. Give it everything you have. Otherwise, you will be disappointing your sect, disappointing me, and most importantly, disappointing yourself. And she reflects, Yun-che, your current strength makes me feel like I'm not familiar with you. But it's still you, the same you from my memories. Therefore, you will have my best. I will show no mercy in this attack. She uses the final technique of the frozen clouds, Crescent Moon's hatred. The protagonist leaps high and attacks, exclaiming, Sovereign's fury! The attack hits the jade ribbon, and the protagonist thinks, My profound veins and my body need to be able to withstand this. He activates the third gate of the godly malignant, Purgatory, activate. And she, astonished, thinks, a demonic and merciless aura. Is he really trying to overwhelm me? The aura starts to grow stronger and stronger, and she yells. The protagonist uses the third godly malignant art, Heaven destroying obliterate the earth. A huge explosion occurs and an immense crater appears. She arrives in front of the protagonist and speaks. It's finally over. The protagonist, with blood dripping from his mouth, retorts, The second reason I came to this ranking tournament was to prove to you that I am qualified to be your husband, and not just a repayment of gratitude and charity. He collapses in front of her and she becomes pensive. Someone exclaims, Yun-che has fallen. Yun-che has been down for 10 seconds. The winner of the ranking tournament battle is... And she interrupts, Wait, the winner isn't me, it's him. I surrender this fight. Ah, and Yue-chan observes this, asking, Qingyu, what are you doing? Retract what you just said immediately. And she exclaims, Look up! He aimed his last strike at my Ice Phoenix Winter Flower ribbon. If I were his true target, I would probably be dead. He won this fight fair and square. I lost. And the old man announces, Xia Qingyu has admitted defeat. The champion of this ranking tournament is from the Blue Wind family, Yun-che. The princess runs out, exclaiming, Brother Yun! Brother Yun! She reaches him and asks, Yunche, are you all right? Leader Qin arrives, speaking. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Although his injuries appear terrible, most of them are external. He only suffered minor internal injuries. He overloaded his profound veins, and it will take some time for him to recover. She gives a smile, saying, That's wonderful. Qing Yu observes this, pensive, and turns away. And Yuechen observes this, saying, Let's go home. And she thinks, Yunche. The scene shifts to 3 days later. The protagonist is lying in bed, unconscious. Yuechen approaches him, places her hand on his chest, and withdraws. After a while, the protagonist opens his eyes, reflecting. I finally woke up. Although I'm without strength, I can still move a little. It seems my body is slowly returning to its full strength, as expected of the great way of Buddha's recovery power. The protagonist sees the princess and exclaims, Senior sister, Leader Qin. She, overjoyed, replies, Junior brother, you're awake? That's great. She continues, The heavenly vessel of the secret realm will be open the day after tomorrow, but your body... And the protagonist interrupts, I'm fine now, Senior. You don't need to worry. I'll decide whether or not to participate in the exploration depending on my body's condition. Also, please keep the fact that I'm awake a secret. The protagonist takes a pill, and Jasmine, looking at him, comments, Reckless. Aren't you afraid of getting crippled? The protagonist, with a smile, winks at her. The heart wants what it wants. What can I do? As reckless as I may be, it's impossible for me to end up crippled. However, since I'm practically healed after only 3 days, is the second stage of the Great Buddha Path really all you said it was? Jasmine retorts, Did you really think that only the second stage of the Great Buddha Path could heal you like this? In these 3 days, someone came to visit you daily and used a tremendous amount of profound energy to heal your injuries. If it weren't for that, you would have remained unconscious for 2 more days. The protagonist, surprised, questions, Could it be the fairy? Jasmine replies, What? Are you still waiting for her? The protagonist, with a smile on his face, says, Of course. She probably has no idea I'm already awake. As expected, I'll be at your disposal. The protagonist pretends to be asleep when she approaches him. He grabs her hand and comments, Always worried about me, aren't you? She withdraws her hand and says, I see you're already awake. The protagonist gets up. Fairy? She replies, It's best not to harbor certain thoughts about my intentions. You were injured by Qing Yue, and as your master, it's my responsibility to heal you. Since you're already well, there's no need for us to continue the treatment. She turns to leave and says, Stop calling me Fairy. You can call me Chu Yuechen or Senior Chu. The protagonist extends his hand, pleading, Fairy, don't go. He coughs, startling her. What's wrong? She approaches and asks, Are you all right? The protagonist takes the opportunity to embrace her and thinks, That cold barrier of the fairy has finally been broken. She always cared about me. Just needs a little acting. He says, Fairy, don't leave me. She thinks, I don't want to keep running from this, but I can't just... She pushes him away, saying, I really have to go. She looks at him, pensive. My icy aura, it didn't hold back. My heart is racing. And she says, What happened between us was a mistake. It would be best to forget all about it, and I hope others don't find out about it. You are Qing Yue's husband, while I am your master. If you value her honor and that of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace, please forget me. Once we leave the Heavenly Sword Villa, we will never see each other again. The protagonist thinks, So that's it. It seems I have no choice but to accept her decision. And he says, Fairy. He shakes his head and comments, I'll wait until after the exploration of the secret realm's heavenly vessel before thinking about this again. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Sword Villa in the courtyard of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. A man arrives saying, Frozen Glass Immortal, I'd like to have a conversation with you, but if you don't wish for an audience, I won't bother you any further. An irritated green-haired woman replies, Curse you, Ling Yuefeng. It's been 30 years, but you still can't forget that woman. You even dare to try and find her in secret. I married into your humble family, and this is how you treat me? Not to mention that Xia Qingyue. After that battle, my precious Ling Yun hasn't been the same. That vixen from the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace? I will wipe that sect off the face of the earth. A blue-haired man observes and says, In that case, my niece, come with me to the Heavenly Sword Power region. The Ninth Elder has missed you for so many years. He will surely give you some good ideas. In these 3 years, I will also help you, and we will surely be able to take that frozen cloud immortal palace from your husband's heart forever. She greets him, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Ling-kun. The heavens will give us strength to punish that decadent palace." And she thinks, when Chu Yuechun and Xia Qingyu are gone, no one will be able to influence my family. The scene changes to the entrance of the secret realm. The old man comments, "The secret realm's heavenly vessel can carry a maximum of 50 people at a time. In other words, each sect can only send 5 representatives. After entering, you will stay for only 2 days. After this time, you will all be forcibly teleported back here. If you're alive, of course. The secret realm contains countless resources and treasures, as well as immeasurable dangers. The deeper you go, the greater the danger. So no playing around. The secret realm is a place for exploration and training, not for settling grudges. I advise those who don't have a clear conscience to stay here." Feng Yuesheng speaks. "And where is that dog, Yun Tai? What a waste of time. Killing him in the secret realm would have left no evidence." Feng Juebi comments, "So be it. After the exploration, when we leave the Heavenly Sword Villa, I'll kill him in the blink of an eye." The protagonist exclaims, "Wait! How could I miss such a rare opportunity?" Feng Yuesheng thinks, "He actually came? The heavens showed you the path, but you insisted on straying to hell?" The old man comments, "The secret realm's heavenly vessel carries significant danger, and you'll have to be very careful, especially in your current condition. If we encounter a dangerous winter on this trip, it will be the worst-case scenario." The protagonist adds, "Thank you for the warning, Master of Ling Villa." With a smirk, he thinks, "Burning Heaven Sect and Heavenly Fire Thunder Fortress." The scene shifts to the vessel. The protagonist inquires, "So this is the place?" Upon entering, Ling Yun, with a smirk, asks, "Immortal Xia, would you like to explore with me?" She replies, "Thank you for the consideration, young Master Ling, but I will be traveling alone." The protagonist thinks, "As expected of my wife, such a decisive rejection, I'd better leave as well." Sometime later, the protagonist is shown, and he comments, "I've been walking for so long, and I still haven't seen anything of value. Where am I supposed to find treasures in this place? Staying here feels like torture." Jasmine argues, "The existence of this small world is very strange. This type of world isn't something that can be created with the power of this plane. Yun Ti, there are 4 people following you." The protagonist is startled. "4? I thought there were only 3. He thinks, "Perhaps the 4th one is there to help me." "Jasmine, I need your help to kill someone." She replies, "All right. If I'm not mistaken, I already told you that you shouldn't rely too much on my strength. This dependence will greatly restrict your growth. This will be the last time I help you kill someone. After this, I will be sealing my power for a long time. It's not like I'm not busy treating my poison, am I? And you will have to rely more on yourself." In the middle of the snow, they appear, and the protagonist murmurs, "Well, what a coincidence. There are a lot of people here. How about we form a group?" He thinks, "Jasmine, I promise you can focus on dealing with the poison after this." Feng Yuesheng intervenes. "But there's no need. Instead of wasting time wandering around, I can send you to a burning place." He draws his sword and exclaims, "To the 5th level of hell." Feng Juebi roars, "You seriously injured me in the tournament and dare to touch the Blue Moon Princess, whom my older brother is interested in. You've done too much for a mere brat. You should die." The guy attacks, yelling, "Die!" The protagonist grabs his sword and deflects. The guy is incredulous at this, and the protagonist appears with his foot above the other's chest, who murmurs, "I'm going to die." The protagonist, with a smile, replies, "You must have thought I was still injured, right? I was just pretending so you would surrender yourself to death faster." And the guy roars, "You dare? Our bodies have spiritual imprints. If we die, the Great Elder will immediately know who killed us. And you and all your rabble will settle the score with the Burning Heaven Sect." The protagonist starts to squeeze the guy's chest and, with a serious look, shoots, "You really think I'm afraid of your second-rate sect?" And the guy exclaims, "Fortress Master Mu, what are you doing? Why haven't you attacked him yet?" A spear emerges, coming towards the protagonist. The protagonist uses the Feng Juebi to defend himself. He is hit by the spear, and in another area of the heavenly vessel, the old man, realizing this, thinks, "Have the soul imprints been activated? Jubi died?" And he exclaims, "Mu Tianbei! Despite there being no grudge between our sects, you have committed a malicious act. In a month, I will certainly eradicate your fortress." The protagonist laughs and comments, "And he died? Fortress Master Mu's blow was truly extraordinary. You killed the Burning Heaven Sect's second young master in an instant. Feng Moli must already know about your impressive feat." He must be crazy to congratulate you. The old man attacks, exclaiming, "Enough nonsense! Die!" A veil appears, pulling the protagonist back. It's Ya Qingyu, and the protagonist exclaims, "You came to save me?" She jumps, stating, "Without further ado, let's retreat." Feng Wusheng roars, "Fortress Master Mu, what are you doing standing there? Go quickly and kill him." And the master argues, "But Xia Qingyue is by his side now. If I kill Ling Yunche, the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace will find out, and my reputation will suffer immensely." Feng Yuesheng yells, "Then kill Xia Qingyu along with him. Once the secret realm closes, I will explain the matter about my second brother to my great elder. If you still stand there, then you will suffer something much more serious." The man, hand trembling, agrees. "All right, I will get them." He goes after them with everything he's got, and Xia Qingyu attacks him. He thinks, "How can a 17-year-old girl handle me?" And the protagonist retorts, "You dare to ruin my moment with my wife? Jasmine, finish him." Jasmine appears, and the man questions, "What the hell?" And she retorts, "How do you want to die? Or should the princess choose for you?" Jasmine passes her hand, cutting the man in half, and declares, "One down. I've already finished preparing the seals for my profound energy. This might take a little over a decade. Now it's your turn." An hour later, Qingyu reflects, "We got rid of him. My profound energy is at its limit too." She falls and the protagonist falls on top of her. She asks, "Get up. I know very well that your internal injuries haven't reappeared." After getting up, she continues, "It seems you'll be able to take care of yourself, so I'll be leaving." And the protagonist, whining, pleads, "Qingyu, my wife, how can you abandon your husband like this?" Difficult times like these require human warmth. And she, with a small smile, consents, "Then just follow me. What are you waiting for?" And the protagonist goes after her, saying, "Yes, ma'am." Further ahead, the protagonist observes, "Qingyu, it seems there's something good here. Let's check it out." And he thinks, for a treasure to be detected by the sky poison pearl, it must be at least at the level of something like the evil god's fire seed or the star concealment herb. The protagonist asks, "Your master must have already mentioned to you what the best thing anyone who entered the secret realm found was?" She replies, "My master once said that someone found the heart of the Emperor Awakening Lotus here 400 years ago. In the records, it's a sacred object gifted by the heavens and something that shouldn't exist in the mortal world. 400 years ago, an elder from the Shao sect used the sound transmission spirit to tell everyone that he had found one. However, after that, there was no more contact with him." The protagonist looks at her and she continues, "I heard my master say that consuming it could make someone without any profound strength enter the earth profound realm in a day." The protagonist clenches his fist and argues, "If I were to consume it with my current realm, I would directly enter the sky profound realm." And she adds, "Furthermore, the power hidden within the heart of the Emperor Awakening Lotus is so gentle that it wouldn't cause the person who consumes it to be injured by the sudden change in profound energy." The protagonist is surprised and asks, "Speaking of which, what does this heart of the Emperor Awakening Lotus look like?" And she describes, "According to the records, it should be much larger than a normal lotus flower and have an exotic light blue color." The protagonist, with sweat running down his face, comments, "Its petals have the shimmer of vitrified crystals, and its stem is also blue and shiny." She is astonished, and the protagonist points, saying, "Just like that flower over there." Qingyu looks at the flower in astonishment. She approaches the flower and states, "It really is the heart of the Emperor Awakening Lotus. Could we be in the heavenly vessel that froze it? There's no mistake. It's exactly the same as the record." The protagonist grabs her arm, warning, "Be careful. If this truly is the treasure, then there's a good chance there's a powerful, profound beast nearby." The protagonist laughs and comments, "It seems the profound beasts in the heavenly vessel must be hibernating. We can relax." And she warns, "Be careful when pulling it out. If you're even slightly careless, it will dissipate a large amount of energy." And the protagonist reassures her, "Relax. Don't forget that I'm a genius doctor." And he thinks, with the sky poison pearl, it doesn't matter what plant it is. I can grab it with absolute perfection, and after grabbing it, it will directly enter the pearl without a single trace of lost power. After picking the flower, the protagonist deduces, finding and being able to take a treasure like this so easily, it's all too easy. Some cracks form, and the protagonist grabs her hand, ordering, "Run! A profound beast is probably awakening." It must have been awakened by the lotus flower being plucked. A huge explosion occurs, and a Godzilla appears. The protagonist is shocked, and someone in the distance yells, That's the power of a tyrant profound beast. Was there a tyrant profound beast within the heavenly vessel in the secret realm? How could someone have provoked it? Whoever provoked it is truly playing with death. The further away from this, the better. Jasmine, inside the pearl, is startled and asks, "What's happening? Did you provoke a tyrant profound beast? My strength is completely sealed. I'm practically defenseless at this moment." Irritated, she exclaims, "It had to be you again." The beast continues to rampage and the protagonist thinks, "I don't want to die. I can't die." A power emerges, striking them, and the protagonist coughs up blood and thinks, "The impact of a tyrant profound beast's energy would have been enough to kill me. If it weren't for that blow, I would have already turned to dust." She screams and the protagonist is shocked. The beast attacks, biting the protagonist who pleads, "Hold on to me tight. Don't let go." Inside the beast's stomach, Qingyu is shown. She uses a bit of power, deducing, this must be the tyrant profound beast's stomach, but it looks more like an icy cavern. "Yunche, are you all right?" The protagonist looks at her and rejoices. "Xia Qingyue, you're all right? That's great." And she asks, "Yunche, are you?" And she thinks, how can this be? Yunche's profound energy has been completely consumed. His internal injuries are worsening now. He would have protected me from that entire attack just now. And the protagonist states, "I can't breathe, my vision is blurry. I think my time has come. After it's over, no, don't worry about me. The cold is nothing to you. You have to use all your strength to escape from here. Qingyu, if we meet in the next life, become my wife again. In this life, I never truly won you over. What a pity." He closes his eyes and says his farewells. "Grandmother, little aunt, Senior Zhuan Yuan, Jasmine. I'm sorry. Ling Yue, I'll see you soon." She starts to cry and confesses, "I'm crying." And she thinks, "Yunche, you don't need to wait for the next life. You already won me over when you defeated me in the sword discourse arena. I always maintained a cold appearance, as it was my own selfish way of escaping my emotions. You've done so much for me, yet I always treated you with indifference. You are my husband, but I never took on that responsibility." She extends her hand and declares, "At least this time, I want you to know that I, Xia Qingyu, am willing to be your wife." She places power into the protagonist's chest and affirms, "I can't just stay here and watch my husband die." Opening his eyes, the protagonist realizes, "I didn't die?" And Jasmine, sighing, comments, "How many lives do you have after all? I was certain that was the end of the line, but that girl gave you all of her profound energy to seal your internal injuries and isolate the cold air, thus allowing you to regain consciousness." She points and completes. "But in the end, how did you fail to get out of the body of that tyrannical beast? I'm still somewhat convinced that we're still going to die. Only the order of who dies first has changed." The protagonist is startled, and picking her up, exclaims, "Qingyu, your body is so cold. No, I will definitely get you out of here." He, using the pearl, observes, "Is this the light of the sky poison pearl? Could there be a hidden treasure here?" And Jasmine deduces, "This profound ice beast is capable of opening its mouth and swallowing half a mountain. It's not impossible for treasures to end up here." The protagonist implores, "Jasmine, I beg you, help me explore this area. There's a chance it's some kind of teleportation treasure that could get Qingyu and me out of here." And Jasmine starts walking around the area, arguing, "How convenient, isn't it? I wouldn't be so sure we can find any spatial transmission treasure." She is startled and, embarrassed, says, "And look at this, Yunche. I really wish I had your luck. It seems I've discovered the reason for this tyrannical profound ice beast to appear here. It's because it swallowed this in search of energy." She throws the pill to the protagonist, ordering, "Yunche, take this and swallow it immediately." The protagonist takes it and states, "This familiar aura is that of the evil god." He swallows the pill, concluding, "It's the water seed that the evil god left behind." A blue power emerges around the protagonist. Jasmine explains, "With the evil god's water seed, your profound veins will have both fire and water attributes. With this, the frozen cloud arts that were sealed have been completely awakened now. In addition to your affinity with fire, you will now have the same affinity with water. You have also gained absolute immunity to water, and the cold air here is now completely harmless to you." And the protagonist, astonished, realizes, "I feel like I've already entered the profound spiritual realm, and my internal injuries have already been healed. In addition, my profound strength has completely recovered, and even my soul has ascended to another level. I can truly control the water element, I can even isolate the cold air. However, this is not enough. I have to get King Yu out of here as soon as possible, and Jasmine affirms, the heavens must be protecting you. In less than 2 years, you've already found 2 seeds. This water seed couldn't have come at a better time. A voice emerges in the protagonist's mind. Successor of my power, you are finally here. I have waited many years in this small world. This trace of my soul will soon disappear. Let me take a look at your memories, as well as use what remains of my power to help you. So you are just an ordinary human, but you possess extraordinary luck and destiny. Your greatest desire at this moment is to leave this dangerous place. I will use what's left of my power to fulfill this desire of yours and also send you to a special place. And the protagonist thanks. Thank you. My wife's health is in terrible condition. Please, send us to a place far from here as soon as possible. And the voice echoes, you don't need to thank me. You have inherited my power, which means you are also destined to inherit my mission. Your future is destined to exceed your imagination. Continue to become stronger. Now go, you will be able to stay in that place for 24 hours. After that time, you two will be brought back to this small world. The scene shifts to another location. The protagonist approaches King Yu with the pill in hand, promising, King Yu, I will definitely save you. You risked your life to save mine. As such, I will never let you go. You will certainly be here with me. He uses the pearl, and a little girl arrives shouting, Help! A ninja orders, Sulinger, go, run more. He starts laughing and grabbing her by the clothes says, Now that we've caught his daughter, I really want to see if that Su Hengshan will still be able to keep his mouth shut. And the girl yells, You evil people! Daddy will definitely save me and then defeat all of you. The protagonist is startled, thinking, Linger indeed is a name I remember well. I need to save this little girl. The protagonist quickly reaches her, defeating the ninja, and looking at her, reassures, Little sister, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. And the other one asks, Where did this brat come from? Looks like he wants to die. I'll show you. But he flies away, and the others, terrified upon seeing this, run. The protagonist observes this and calls, Linger. She grabs the protagonist, thanking him, Thank you for saving me. You are so amazing. And the protagonist thinks, This little girl, why does she look so much like my Linger? And the little girl asks, How do you know my name? Also, what's your name? And the protagonist replies, I am Yun Che. And the little girl reacts, Yun Che? Why does that sound so familiar? Have we met before? And the protagonist looks at her and confesses, I feel the same way. This little Linger's name is the same as someone very important to me. You even look very much alike. This must be destiny. You and I have a strong destiny. This means we will be good friends. And she, beaming, hugs the protagonist, agreeing, Yes, if being my older brother isn't a bother to you, I'll be a great little sister. The protagonist returns to King Yu's side and says, Linger, I'll first bring you to meet your older sister before sending you back home, all right? The little girl confirms, All right. And approaching, she exclaims, Wow, a beautiful older sister. She's as beautiful as an immortal. But why is she lying here? Is she hurt? The protagonist with the pearl helping King Yu reassures her, But she'll get better soon. He reflects, After transferring all of her profound energy to my body, the freezing cold from before began to take over her body. If it weren't for her cultivation of the frozen cloud arts, she would have already succumbed to the cold. In this state, all I can do is use the gentlest of methods to fill her body with warmth and wait for her to wake up. The girl observing comments, Brother Yunche, you are so handsome. I feel like you are part of the family, and feeling like I've known you for a long time makes me very happy. The protagonist asks, Linger, where is your home? Is it far from here? Why were those people trying to capture you? She, with tears in her eyes, explains, My house isn't very far from here. Daddy was supposed to bring me to play today. But as we were walking, a bunch of people dressed in black came. Daddy started fighting them and told me to run. I kept running and running when suddenly they caught up to me. Luckily, older brother Yun Che saved me. I don't know what happened to Daddy, but since Daddy is so strong, he'll definitely be able to beat all those bad people. And looking at her own clothes, she exclaims, Oh no, I tripped and soiled my skirt. It was my favorite. The protagonist asks, You tripped? Let me take a look to see if you hurt yourself. I'm also a genius doctor. The protagonist observes her leg and asks, Linger, can you tell me where this place is? I came from a very faraway place, so I don't know where it is. She, with sparkling eyes, speculates, A very faraway place? You must have come from one of those incredible places from the legends, right? No wonder you're already as amazing as Daddy. Despite being so young, Daddy told me that there are many people who are even more amazing than him in those places. Oh, right. I almost forgot to answer Brother Yunche's question. It belongs to the Great Awakening clan. It's at the bottom of the tallest mountain, the same name as my clan. There, older brother, have you ever heard of that mountain? Daddy told me that the mountain of our home is very famous in the Azure Cloud continent. The protagonist, looking at her foot, assures, Of course I've heard of it. My master once told me that the Great Awakening Mountain is one of the 13 divine mountains. I didn't expect this place to actually be the Great Awakening Mountain of the Azure Cloud continent. He reflects, How can this be possible? In the Blue Wind Empire, I once tried to inquire about the Azure Cloud continent, but no one knew its name. The two continents must belong to two parallel worlds without connection. Why did the evil god send me here? The Phoenix Spirit said I lived 3 lives. In this life, I brought all my memories from my first and second lives, and I awakened in the supposedly dead body from my first life. Time cannot flow backward. I once believed that everything about the Azure Cloud continent was truly just a dream, but now... The girl inquires, Older brother, so what were you thinking about? The protagonist deflects, It's nothing, right, Linger? Can you tell me what country we're in? He thinks, The Great Awakening Mountain is in the Elevated Nation, a country located in the far east of the Azure Cloud continent. If this is indeed the Elevated Nation, then I really have returned to the Azure Cloud continent. She informs him, This is the Elevated Nation. Currently, it's the profound year 1999 of Azure Cloud. Older brother Yunche, you seem confused. The protagonist, astonished, reflects, When I jumped off the cliff, it was the profound year 2014 of Azure Cloud, and a year and a half has already passed since then. So it should be 2015 here. If time really went back 27.5 years, then it would be the year 1987. This scar is exactly the same as my Linger's. Once, she said she was bitten by a small snow mink when she was 7 years old. The little girl explains, Oh, that was a bite from a very cute snow mink when I was 7. But I can't blame him, because it was me who accidentally stepped on his tail. Oh, right. That little snow mink is called Ling Ling. After that, we even became good friends. The protagonist hugs her, thinking, You really are my Linger. Could all of this be a mirage brought on by the evil god? As long as I can see my Linger again, I'm willing to sleep forever. She extends her hand, asking, Older brother Yun, why are you crying? Did some sand get in your eyes? I'll help you get it out, okay? The protagonist replies, It's okay. I'm fine now. Your older brother will help you heal your leg injuries from the fall just now. After a while, he affirms, It's all better now. I told you, right? I'm a genius doctor. She, with a sparkle in her eyes, praises, Older brother Yunche, you're truly amazing. Someone exclaims, Linger! Linger! Where are you? She waves her hand, alerting, It's father's voice. Linger is here. The man arrives quickly, asking, Linger, are you all right? He hugs her, asking, Why did you run to such a faraway place? Did someone try to kidnap you? Are you hurt anywhere? She reassures him, Father, relax. Older brother Yunche slapped the bandits who were chasing me. Older brother Yunche is simply amazing. Her father thanks him. Younger brother, thank you for rescuing my daughter. I am eternally grateful. The protagonist greets him, saying, Mr. Su, you're very kind. Linger is gentle and sweet. Anyone would come to her rescue if they saw her. Her father asks, Younger brother, is she your friend? Looking at her skin, is she tormented by a serious illness? The protagonist corrects him. She is my wife. Her body was affected by the cold and is still recovering. She might remain unconscious for a good while. The man notes. So that's how it is? Younger brother, you must have come from another country, right? Do you currently have a place to stay? How about staying with the Great Awakening clan for a few days? He thinks, his past is not ordinary in any way. This man is so young, yet his aura and profound energy have already reached the profound spirit realm. He must be a disciple or heir of some high-level sect. The protagonist holds Qingyo in his arms and justifies, This junior truly needs a place to rest and treat my wife's injuries. I will gratefully accept Mr. Su's hospitality. He asks, Master Su, did you happen to be ambushed when you went out to play with Linger? Were they able to obtain any information? He replies, We were ambushed by members of the Black Tree Fortress. The intrigues of our sex would make you laugh. I didn't expect it to reach the point of them chasing Linger. The protagonist thinks, I never could have imagined that Linger's father would actually be the master of the Great Awakening clan. and Su Linger was precisely the princess of the #1 sect east of the elevated nation's river. The protagonist arrives in front of the Great Awakening clan, and Linger announces, "Older brother Yun, look, this is my home. It's big, isn't it?" A man arrives exclaiming, "Father, Linger, I heard you were ambushed by the Black Tree Fortress. You two aren't hurt, are you?" Master Su reassures, "We are fine." Fortunately, this junior was there to help. "Junior Yun, this is my son, Su Haoran." "Haoran, this is Yunche. He was there and saved Linger. His wife suffered some minor injuries and needs our help for a few days. As thanks, you should take care of them for me." The man, with a smile, looks at the protagonist and thanks him. "Brother Yun, thank you for saving Linger." He observes Qingyu and thinks, "What a beautiful woman. Could she be an immortal?" The protagonist looks at him with a dark gaze and thinks, "This Su Haoran dares to look at my wife in that way? This isn't right." Master Su instructs, "I still have some matters to attend to in the meeting hall. Haoran, go and arrange a good place for Junior Yun and his wife." Haoran extends his hand and requests, "Father, leave it to me. Brother Yun, follow me." The protagonist follows him while he thinks, "Even though she is a beautiful young woman, my heart has never been so uneasy." The protagonist places Qingyu on the bed and fumes. "This Su Haoran really wants to steal my wife. Is he the one who's going to heal her? If he's thinking of doing anything funny with her, I won't go easy on him." He remembers the man saying, "Although your talent is not bad, traveling the world with your wife and simply looking for trouble," and thinks, "A mere 20-year-old youth at the 4th level of the profound spirit realm dares to lecture me? Even though Qingyu's condition has stabilized temporarily, if he wants to completely restore her profound vein, it will take a long time, even for me." And he questions, "Jasmine, do you know of any way I can help her recover a little faster?" Jasmine raises a finger, stating, "Of course there is. You can save her with the thing you found with her, the Emperor Awakening Lotus Heart. The lotus flower will be able to help her entire body recover shortly, and her profound strength would even increase. It's up to you." The protagonist exclaims, "Really? The lotus heart can really make her fully recover in a short period of time?" "Well, Jasmine, of course I want to." Jasmine argues, "You have to think about this very carefully. Using it to save someone else will make you lose a great opportunity. In 1,000 years, the Blue Wind Empire has never witnessed such a treasure. This could be a mistake you'll regret forever. You have all kinds of lineage and profound art in your body. Every time your profound strength increases, your progress is incomparable to ordinary people. If you used it, the increase in your strength would be far superior to hers. Are you really going to give up an opportunity like this? What a hesitation! What a waste!" The protagonist takes out the lotus, exclaiming, "Increasing my strength is really important, but she is my wife. Her recovery is far more important than increasing my power, and if it were you, I would choose you without hesitation in the same way." Jasmine, blushing, exclaims, "But you're crazy just the same." The protagonist condenses the lotus into a pill and says, "This is the Emperor Awakening Lotus Heart Pill, which I refined with the help of the Sun Poison Pearl. It must be far more powerful than any on record. I don't know to what level Xia Qingyu's profound strength would increase after she wakes up. If you hadn't risked yourself for me, I'd already be dead. How could I hesitate to do the same?" The protagonist makes her take the pill, and she opens her eyes, saying, Where am I? My body is so hot." The protagonist reassures her, "Don't get up. We escaped, and I'm already fine. As for you, you'll get better soon. We're safe here. You were willing to give your own life for me, so I gave you the lotus flower. Now you must rest and absorb its power. You don't need to think too much about it. We're husband and wife. There's no reason not to share this power with you. This lotus heart isn't more important than the two of us." She observes the place, blushing, and someone knocks on the door. It's the little girl, and she says, "Brother Yunche, father told me to tell you that, at nightfall, many people will come to the clan. It's possible that some bad things will happen. When the time comes, you should close the door firmly and avoid going out." The protagonist replies, "All right, I understand," and thinks, "What could these bad things be?" The little girl waves goodbye and departs. "Older brother Yunche, I'll go back now. When the beautiful older sister wakes up, I hope you two will play with me." The scene shifts to a few hours later, in the Great Awakening clan's conference room. Master Suo is enraged. "Suo Hung Yue, you've been plotting against me since the fight for the position of clan master, but I've never worried about it. In recent years, I've always prioritized the clan's resources for you. But in the end, you use them to collaborate with the Black Tree Fortress? How will you face our Great Awakening clan ancestors like this? And you, Lee Yundi, when your life was on the line, you were saved by my father. Is this really how you're going to repay our clan's kindness? Lee Yundi, with a look of hatred, retorts, "It is precisely because of kindness that I can no longer bear to see the clan being destroyed by your pathetic leadership." The other one decrees, "Resign from your position as clan master. Hand over the key to the ancestral treasure Chi from the southern sacred lands, now. The Great Awakening clan needs someone realistic and capable of elevating us to the #1 sect in the nation in the shortest possible time." Another one shouts, "You said it! Hand over the key to the treasures. By cooperating with the Black Tree Fortress, the territories east of the river will be under our control." Master Suo roars, "What nonsense! The Black Tree Fortress has always acted despicably. If we collaborate with them, we would be working with a true wolf in sheep's clothing, and would destroy our clan's immaculate reputation." Another one intervenes. "Suo Hengshan, if you don't want to cooperate with the Black Tree Fortress, then I won't force you. However, you must still hand over the key to the clan's treasures." The protagonist observes this and thinks, "It seems like the Black Tree Fortress wants a collaboration, but Clan Master Suo refuses to fully cooperate with such a despicable force. Anyway, what about this so-called sacred object from the southern border? What kind of treasure is it?" One of them argues, "My son, Hao Yu, has already reached the 8th level of the profound spiritual realm at 20 years of age. This is unprecedented in our clan's history. If you had given that treasure to him in less than 10 years, he would have elevated our clan to unimaginable heights. It can only be envy of my son's talent that prevents you from handing it over. How about you call your Hao Han to fight a little against my Hao Yu? Let's see who has the true qualifications to enjoy this treasure." Another one in the shadows intervenes. "Brother Hao Han, we've had enough talk and not enough action. You could have just said you wanted to defeat me naturally. Not even I consider myself worthy of using it. After today, I don't want to hear about anyone questioning our clan's leadership, please." The old man insists. "Hengshan, don't be like that. Choose a clan disciple under 20 years old, someone who has a chance against Hao Yu. By defeating him, we won't discuss this treasure matter any further. However, if you can't find anyone who can win, just hand over that damned key." Irritated, Master Suo clenches his fist, thinking, "They have some nerve. If Suo Hung Yue and Suo Hao Yu were even remotely trustworthy, it wouldn't be a problem to give the treasure to them. But since they need to resort to force, it only shows their low character. I can't let this stand." Someone supports, "Good idea, really a good idea. As expected of the great elder, a very just man. For such a good idea, I approve with both hands." The protagonist places his hand on Linger's head and speaks, "Your father can no longer be angry with you for overhearing the hidden conversation. Now stay here and don't get too close. As soon as I resolve this, we'll play some more." She, worried, asks, "Older brother? Yi Yun?" The protagonist interrupts her, asking, "Do you believe I can protect you? If you do, come with me." She runs towards the protagonist, affirming, "Of course I believe." The protagonist, looking at her, thinks, "Linger, no matter what happens next, I won't let them touch a single hair on your head." A subordinate approaches the master of the Black Tree Fortress and speaks, "Fortress Master, it's him. He's the one who sabotaged our plan when we were about to capture Suo Hengshan's daughter." The master argues, "How absurd, to let a newcomer to the profound spiritual realm ruin our plans." Hung Yue intervenes, "My brother, this is the boy who sabotaged the brat's kidnapping." And the guy, with an ironic smirk, questions, "Is that so? And here I was wondering how to catch him. It seems he decided to make my job easier." Someone suggests, "Hao Yu, find a good excuse to teach this wretch a bitter lesson. Like, if you accidentally kill him." Hao Yu exclaims, "Where did this brat come from? You don't look like someone from the Great Awakening clan. This is not a place where an intruder like you can enter without permission. Get lost. If you insist, I'll kick you out like a dog." And the protagonist retorts, "So you're the great revelation of the Great Awakening clan? Not only are you an ugly, scabby mess to insult this handsome face here, you also have the nasty habit of making me nauseous. But let's keep it classy. I want to see what the so-called genius has to teach me." And the guy grabs a sword, roaring, "I'll gladly teach you. Too bad it won't be of any use in hell." Linger runs away and the protagonist speaks, "Linger, stay with your father. As soon as I resolve this, we'll go back to playing." With a serious look, the protagonist exclaims, "So come on, let me see if you're worth my time." And the guy attacks, shouting, "Very well, Say goodbye to this world. The protagonist reaches out to grab the sword as someone exclaims, "This brat is crazy." He actually dares to use his bare hands to grab Suo Haoyu's sword. The protagonist grabs the sword and exclaims, "It's too early to leave," and attacking him he speaks, "I think I'll stay longer." The guy's arm is broken and he yells out in pain, but the protagonist quickly appears in front of him, punching him in the chest and throwing him away. Another approaches him, asking, "How you?" And the purple-haired man roars, "How dare you injure my young master? You'll pay with your life." And Master Suo exclaims, "Li Yundi, how dare you? Yunche, be careful." And the protagonist thinks, "This Li Yundi is an expert in the earth-profound realm. Enough playing around." The protagonist pulls the sword and attacks with Falling Moon, Star Collapse. A huge explosion occurs, and the purple-haired man is thrown away. And Master Suo speaks. "Yunche defeated Suo Haoyu and Li Yundi in the blink of an eye. This young man's strength is far greater than I thought." And Linger, with shining eyes, comments, "Big brother Yunche is so amazing and handsome." The protagonist looks at him on the ground and speaks, "Li Yundi, as Master Suo said, your life was saved by his father, but in the end, you failed to repay his generosity. Even a stray dog shows gratitude. You're nothing but an insatiable parasite. With that blow just now, I've dirtied my hands." And the guy points at the protagonist, roaring, "You little cretin, you'll pay for touching my son. I'll make sure you die a miserable death." And the protagonist cracks a smile, arguing, "As the elder said earlier, if there's someone in the clan under 20 years old capable of defeating Suo Haoyu, Master Suo has absolute authority regarding the clan treasure, right? I also agree with this." And an old man speaks, "Naturally, I will keep my word. And as has been said, you are not a member of the Great Awakening clan. You are not part of this rule. Our sect has never accepted members from outside the clan, but Li Yundi is nothing but a mere servant." And the protagonist points, speaking, "Clan Master Suo has already promised me his daughter's hand in marriage. Therefore, I am a member of the Great Awakening clan now." And Master Suo thinks, "Brother Yi Yun is truly insightful. From his eyes, I can see that he genuinely cares about Suo Linger. I can take advantage of this opportunity." And he exclaims, "That's right. Yunche is the greatest genius of his age I've ever seen. He even saved my daughter's life, so I promised her hand to him. When she turns 16, they will marry. And Yunche, by marrying my daughter, you become a member of the Great Awakening clan, and we will share both your glory and your adversities." And the protagonist kneels, speaking, "Your son-in-law, Yunche, pays his respects to his father-in-law." Someone observes and speaks, "Yunche is now a member of the clan. As such, I must have such authority over matters related to the clan's treasury. Does anyone have any objections?" The master of the Black Tree Fortress comments, "The master of the Sioux clan, brilliantly, has already taken care of his daughter and, at the same time, maintained his control over the treasury. However," and he attacks, ranting, "if your son-in-law dies, I wonder if you will continue with this cleverness." Master Su exclaims, "You have no honor. Being in the profound sky realm, how dare you still attack a junior?" But the protagonist draws his sword to defend himself. The protagonist uses the technique, sealing the cloud and blocking the sun. The opponent retreats and exclaims, "How is this possible? Brat, die." He attacks again, and the protagonist, defending himself, thinks, "As long as I use the fragmented shadows of the star god to dodge, he will never be able to hurt me." A ribbon appears and grabs the opponent's arm. An explosion occurs and he is thrown far away. Qingyu appears behind the protagonist. The protagonist looks at her and asks, "Qingyu, my wife, you came. Thank goodness you arrived in time. You almost became a widow." The little girl, all flushed, affirms, "The beautiful older sister woke up. That's great." The people, with little hearts in their eyes, exclaim, "What? This immortal is really the brat's wife." Master Su comments, "My lady, I am Su Renshan, your host. Earlier you were injured and unconscious. It's very good that you are well now. Thank you for your help." And she greets him, saying, "Junior Xia Qingyu thanks Leader Su for his hospitality." The protagonist observes with a serious expression and points, exclaiming, "Such cowardice. I would never expect a sneak attack like that without considering that it could have hurt a child. This will certainly have repercussions." Angrily, the protagonist argues, "Qingyu, my wife, did you see that? He just tried to kill your dear husband. Are you going to let him get away with it?" The opponent gets up, irritated, exclaiming, "You arrogant brat, do you think we fear you?" And the other exclaims, "I will help you." The two charge forward and Qingyu extends her hand, using an ice power and hitting the opponent's chests. The protagonist is astonished watching this and thinks, can Qingyu really defeat two profound Skyrealm experts so easily with a single move? Jasmine, what is Xia Qingyu's profound strength level now? And Jasmine replies, with the awakened Emperor's Lotus Heart Pill, she entered the Emperor Profound Realm and even surpassed her former fairy. But this great advancement may also be related to the Nine Mysteries' elevated body. An old man interferes. Enough. Let's leave it at that. Let's go. And the protagonist, with a smile, retorts, Master Raimu, do you think the Great Awakening clan is a den where you can come and go as you please? You still need to compensate the clan for what you did. The other throws a ring, exclaiming, here are 3 profound violent cloud rings. Leader Su can keep them. And he thinks, this is worth a whole year of harvest from the Black Tree Fortress? Lucky you. For now, I need to ensure my own life. Leader Su takes the rings, saying, of course, I accept such a blessing with pleasure. I believe you are satisfied. Have a good trip. The protagonist looks at Qingyu and thanks her. Qingyu, thank you. And he thinks, with today's events, I understand how I could reincarnate Linger, as well as how Qingyu's 9 powers were of great help to the clan. But I want to make sure she gets some more rest, although I fear she's already in a dream. Qingyu speaks. You don't need to thank me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have this power at your disposal. If you need me again, I'll be here. She leaves, saying, go play with Linger. I need to rest a little longer. The protagonist goes near Linger and asks, where do you want to play? And she, with a smile, replies, as long as I'm with Big Brother Yunche, anywhere is good. Let me think. I know. How about we go play in the bamboo forest? And the protagonist agrees. Bamboo forest? All right. They arrive at the forest and she exclaims, Big Brother Yunche, it's really beautiful, right? It's my favorite place. When I grow up, I want my family to live in a forest like this. She turns to the protagonist and declares, Big Brother Yunche, I want to stay with you forever. This might have made Big Brother feel strange since we just met, but I've liked Big Brother since the first moment I saw you. The protagonist hugs her, saying, I feel the same way as you. I also liked Linger from the first moment I saw her. Maybe this is destiny. Linger, when you grow up, Big Brother Yun will return one day and we can finally get married. I promise that when you grow up, I will come back to marry you. I will bring you with me, and we will be together forever. And she affirms, Big Brother Yunche, no matter how long it takes, I will wait for you to come back to me. The next day, the protagonist greets, Father-in-law, unfortunately, I have pending matters to resolve and I need to leave. Please, forgive me. However, I am sure that I will return one day to marry Linger. And Master Su comments, what a pity. Then I will ask Linger to guide you a little before you leave. Further on, the protagonist looks at Linger and says, we can continue from here. Thank you. And she replies, all right, Big Brother Yunche. You and beautiful sister Xia must be careful on the road. And worried, she adds, I will always be waiting for you. Could you give me something to always have with me, to help me remember you? And the protagonist takes out a ring, saying, Linger, this is for you. Inside it, there is a dragon scale armor. Try to wear it so it can protect you during my absence. There are several types of medicinal pills that I refined. You can use them as you like. Linger, wait for me. I will come back and marry you. Remember that even if I am not by your side, I will always think of you and miss you. And she, crying, declares, Big Brother Yun, I promise I will wait for you. Have a safe trip. The protagonist gets close to the portal and announces, Qingyu, it's time to go. And he thinks, it's time to wake up from this dream. They return to the container and the protagonist, observing, thinks, we finally return to the sky poison pearl. Jasmine, why would the evil god use the rest of his power to send me to an illusory realm? Jasmine questions, do you really think that world was an illusory realm? And do you understand anything about illusions? You should know that the world you were in was very real, far from being any illusion. Although there is something strange about it. The elemental laws, stable, the natural laws, and the laws of order of the Azure Cloud continent bear much resemblance to those of the profound Sky continent. But the laws governing time are disconnected. And the protagonist is astonished, thinking, is there a possibility that the temporal laws of the Azure Cloud continent and the profound Sky continent have been distorted? The Phoenix Spirit once told me that I went through the cycle of reincarnation due to the heavenly profound treasure, and that it altered the karma of the world. Under the butterfly effect, time, dimensions, and planes also changed. The protagonist observes his own hand, asking, Jasmine, within the heavenly profound treasures, is there anything that allows passage through the cycle of reincarnation and alteration of karma? And she explains, the seventh treasure of the seven heavenly profound treasures, the mirror of samsara, has the power to interfere in the process of transmigration. The abnormalities of the temporal laws within the Azure Cloud continent may have been caused by this treasure. Its abilities are the ones that most defy the heavens, but the reason why it is ranked last is because every time it is used, it must hibernate for 20 years. Within these 20 years, it will have no power whatsoever and will be no different from an ordinary mirror. And the protagonist, taking the pendant on his neck, thinks, Xiao Li once said that the reason my biological parents were hunted was because of an item known as a heavenly profound treasure. They left me this pendant, and after opening the pendant, he sees a small mirror, and Jasmine exclaims, no wonder why the sky poison pearl fused with your body. Could you really be someone who activated the power of the mirror of samsara? And the protagonist, with a serious expression, clenches his fist, thinking, I wonder if after I transmigrated, Linger was also revived. This wasn't an illusory realm. Linger was truly real. How do I return to the Azure Cloud continent? Jasmine advises. The two continents shouldn't be too far apart. When your powers reach a certain level, you'll naturally be able to return to that continent. The protagonist is startled, thinking, right, when I'm strong enough to defy heaven and earth, the Azure Cloud continent will be within my reach, and I'll be able to find Linger again. Qingyu arrives asking, Yunche, is something the matter? The protagonist responds, no, it's nothing. I'm just reflecting a bit on what happened. Everything's all right, Qingyu. We should leave the sky vessel in the secret realm soon. A portal appears. Outside the divine vessel, the princess inquires, why hasn't junior brother Yun come out yet? The elder replies, Senior sister, I'm certain our brother-in-law is very strong. He'll be fine. Outside, the crazed man exclaims, Mu Tieyin, come out right now! You actually assassinated my second young master. I'm going to exterminate your entire sect. He approaches another who warns, Grand Elder, it was that damned Yunche who killed him and framed second brother Mu Tieyin. The man shouts, How despicable! I'm going to kill that Yunche! The protagonist, scratching his ear, questions, Is someone talking about me out there? The old man prepares to attack, ranting, Despicable Junior, you killed my second young master. Die! The princess cries out, Yunche. Yuechan speaks, Qingyu. The protagonist, with a serious expression, asks, Qingyu, help me finish him off. Qingyu attacks the old man, throwing him far away. The onlookers exclaim, A single blow to defeat Feng Moli, who is half a step into the Emperor Profound Realm. Is this the Emperor Profound Realm? A throne at only 17 years old. By the heavens! She greets, Master Chu, I had a fortuitous encounter within the secret realm's vessel and consumed the Emperor Awakening Lotus Heart. This allowed me to reach the Emperor Profound Realm. Chu comments, So that's the case. There was once a lord who left word that the Emperor Awakening Lotus Heart was in the secret realm. I didn't expect this opportunity to have actually fallen upon you. This truly is a blessing from the heavens. Qingyu shakes her head, saying, Master, I believe luck is favoring my husband even more. At that time, we encountered a gigantic beast within the secret realm, and I was on the verge of death. However, Mr. Yun allowed me to consume it to save my life. If it weren't for him, not only would it have been impossible for me to break through, but I myself would have perished within the secret realm's vessel. Chu looks at the protagonist, declaring, Yunche, the frozen cloud. Asgard will remember this favor. If you need anything, we will do everything in our power to help you. The protagonist, looking at her, thanks her. Thank you, Fairy of Frozen Beauty. It would certainly be an honor to have your Asgard at my disposal in a time of need. Irritated, she looks at the others and exclaims, The Burning Heaven clan openly attacked my disciple. I believe you are well prepared to have us as enemies from now on. The other man exclaims, Enough. The Heavenly Sword Villa is no place to settle your disputes. If such a commotion happens again, I will not be so courteous. We've been here long enough. We must return to the Heavenly Sword region tomorrow. The demon sealing ritual should begin immediately. With his hand outstretched, Leader Ling speaks. As we've just left the sky vessel of the secret realm, you may be somewhat exhausted. If you wish, you can watch Elder Ling perform the demon sealing ritual. However, I must say that being able to personally witness the demon sealing ritual is an extremely rare and valuable experience. Yu Li speaks. Qingyu, if you're not interested in this so-called demon, you can return with me. The increase in your profound strength is too great. Your control over it may still be unstable. I'll help you stabilize your profound veins immediately. Qingyu replies, I'm indeed not interested. Thank you, master. The protagonist approaches the princess, saying, Senior sister, it's likely I won't be able to return to the Blue Wind Mystic Mansion with you. The Burning Heaven clan will seek retaliation, and I don't want to bring trouble to you. However, I'm certain they won't be able to harm me. And with each of their failures, I become even stronger. He embraces her and says, Senior sister, when we weather this storm, I'll take you home, all right? She replies, all right. The scene shifts to a massive sword, and the blue-haired man extends his hand saying, This sword is called the Heaven Punisher. It's the sword of the suppressed demon. The demon who moved here 100 years ago is precisely sealed beneath this sword. The demon is incredibly strong, so the seal needs to be reinforced every 20 years. A tremor occurs, and a malevolent aura appears. The sealed demon speaks. You, grandchildren of the Heavenly Sword region, have come to visit your grandpa again? If you have the courage, kill me now. I want to become a malicious spirit and drag all of you down to the 18th level of hell. The great demon emperor of our illusory demon realm will definitely unleash his wrath upon you. The princess hides behind the protagonist, saying, I'm scared. The protagonist thinks, illusory demon realm, demon emperor. Those should be things that only powers at the divine origin realm are qualified to even touch. The blue-haired man, laughing, says, The illusory demon realm is now claimed by an empress. He extends his hand and says, Apparently, your illusory demon realm doesn't seem willing to be ruled by a woman. And because of that, it fell into chaos long ago. Within the Heavenly Might soul-suppressing formation, no matter who it is, their profound strength will be suppressed, and they'll never be able to leave this place again. With a smirk, he continues, By the way, I'll share another piece of news with you. Your son and daughter-in-law overestimated themselves and charged straight into the Heavenly Sword region 20 years ago to save you. Unfortunately, they didn't know you were transferred here 100 years ago. Although they were able to escape back to the illusory demon realm when we hunted them down, they were gravely injured. They should be history by now. The demon rises, exclaiming, You're lying, my son would never die. With demonic aura emanating from his hand, he shouts, You bastards! He attacks, and the blue-haired man exclaims, Everyone here possesses considerable profound strength. Do you really think you would be able to defeat us while inside the soul-suppressing formation? The old man says, We'll see. And Yuamba is caught by the force. The protagonist turns, thinking his target could be... Yuamba panics and rushes forward, yelling, Help! He is pulled in as the protagonist cries out, Yuamba! The protagonist reaches out, thinking, Damn demon! He targeted Yuamba, who has one of the weakest profound strengths and can't protect himself. The protagonist grabs Yuamba's foot as the blue-haired man thinks, Such a disaster happening right in front of me. What will they think of me? But even I wouldn't dare enter the Heavenly Might soul-suppressing formation. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to save them. The old man laughs and says, My carnage begins now. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, thinks, I have to at least get Yuamba out of here. He utilizes the heretical god's profound veins and shouts, Yuamba, go! The protagonist throws Yuamba out. The old man, with a crazed grin, attacks the protagonist. Yuamba yells, Look out! Everyone is completely shocked by this scene. An explosion occurs, and the sword closes. The princess cries, Yunche! She faints in Leader Ling's arms. The onlookers are incredulous, saying, How could it have ended like this? Yuanba exclaims, Brother-in-law, you have to get out of there. Leader King says, Elder Ling Kun, is it still possible to raise the celestial punishment sword? Perhaps Yunche is still alive. Ling Kun argues, Absurd. The profound formation I just activated required the cooperation of over a dozen elders from the celestial sword power region. This can't be done on a whim. Even if it were possible to release him, so what? You all saw the wound he received. There's no doubt he's dead. Leader King retorts, Wenba, get up. You need to overcome this. Only by making the best of your life can you repay what Yunche did for you. Yuanba becomes completely somber, and weeping blood runs off. Lin Di exclaims, Master, how could this have happened? Ling Yun replies, Heaven envies our geniuses. Leader Ling orders, Elder Wu Gu, send someone to keep an eye on that young man, Yuanba. Ensure his safety, and that he stays near his friends. Have Old Man Jumu tend to Princess Kangyue's health. Let's make sure they're both well in body and soul. This is a great tragedy. I don't know what to say. The fairies depart, whispering, Time to leave. The blue-haired man thinks, perhaps this will allow Qing Yue to free herself from worldly ties and focus on cultivation. That's good too. Idiot. He gave his life to save a piece of trash. However, you can consider yourself lucky to have died so cleanly. If it were up to me, I'd give you an agonizing death. The blue-haired man reflects. Strange. When Yunche entered the celestial power soul-suppressing formation, the power he released clearly didn't weaken compared to before he entered. Why wasn't he affected by the formation? Forget it, he's dead. There's no use dwelling on these things. The scene shifts to the icy cloud's immortal palace. Yue-chan cries out, "You just said Yunche passed away?" She starts to tremble, and Yu-hei Li tries to calm her. "Sister, what's wrong? You must have heard wrong. I only said Yunche passed away. He tried to save his companion, Xia Yuanba, from a demon's attack and ended up dying under its claws. His body was taken by the demon suppressed on the Sword Command Terrace." She runs off and exclaims, "Enough!" Yu-hei Li asks, "Elder sister?" The other asks, "What happened to the senior master? I've never seen her lose control of her emotions like this." Qing Yue murmurs, "Yunche." Yue-chan, approaching the sword with tears in her eyes, cries, "Yunche, why are you dead?" She falls to her knees and exclaims, "Why? Did you forget what you said to me? You told me you were a real man who wouldn't accept dying before my eyes. Didn't you want to go to the icy clouds palace to win me over? Leave. I'm begging you, leave. If you leave, I promise I'll do anything you say, so please, leave." She continues to weep and asks, "Why?" Then Yu-hei Li approaches, saying, "Elder sister, stop attacking. It's impossible for you to move the celestial punishment sword. Calm down first. Yunche is already dead. Don't let others see you in this state." And she thinks, "Elder sister, while I don't want to believe it, it seems you've fallen deeply in love with Yunche." The fairy, with tears in her eyes, coughs up some blood, and Yu-hei Li, also crying, says, "Elder sister, I will bring you back." And she asks, "Junior sister Xia, are you all right?" Xia Qing Yue replies, "The master's words are all true. To save my younger brother, he confronted a demon's claws. He gave his very life." And Yu-hei Li confirms, "Yes." Qing Yue adds, "I want to go. I'll go to the Sword Command Terrace myself." And she thinks, for things to end like this, I truly don't deserve to be his wife. Why didn't I go with him to the Sword Command Terrace? The scene shifts to grandmother Ju Mu. She states, "She's fine. She just fainted from emotional trauma." The sadness struck her heart and affected her circulation. She'll wake up soon. However, she's practiced profound ice arts for many years, so her 5 organs are very cold. If this continues, I fear it will be fatal for the baby. Yu-hei Li exclaims, "How is that possible?" Grandmother Ju Mu, you must be mistaken. My sister never interacted with any man before. How could she have a baby? The old woman replies, "Dear, I've practiced medicine longer than you've existed. I've seen it all. Do you think I'd make a mistake in something as simple as determining if a woman is pregnant? There's nothing to discuss." Incredulous, Yu-hei Li thinks, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the elder sister?" And says, "Ah, my sister, are you awake? You could really be carrying a child? Is it Yunche's child?" Yu-chan, closing her eyes, replies, "No questions. Let's leave immediately and return to the icy clouds palace." And she thinks, "Yunche? Could this be heaven's will? Then so be it." And Yu-hei Li says, "Then elder sister, take care." The scene shifts to the Sword Command Terrace. Qing Yue says, "Husband, let me be your wife in your next life too, all right? I'll do my best to be a more present wife." Ling Yun arrives saying, "Immortal Xia, are you also bidding farewell to your friend?" And she replies, "No, I'm here to bid farewell to my husband." Ling Yun, incredulous, asks, "Immortal Xia, what did you just say?" "Husband, did I hear wrong? Could you be joking with me?" And she cuts her hair, saying, "Yes, husband. Let this hair take my place and accompany you here forever." She lets go of her hair, and Ling Yun, incredulous, thinks, how could this be? They're really husband and wife. This can only be a lie. The scene shifts to Yuan Ba, saying, "Elder sister, my brother-in-law's death is my fault. He became strong and always protected me from those who intimidated me. All my weakness finally killed him. I'm trash. I'm even worse trash than a worm." And she replies, "Yuan Ba, He, with tears in his eyes, says, "Elder sister, I've decided. I'll seek power. I don't want to be trash anymore. I need to become stronger. It's all I can do for the life my brother-in-law gave me. I will return one day. I will use my own power to protect you, my father, and everyone I want to protect." And she says, "Yuan-ba, you've grown up. Take care. I'll wait for your return. And thank you for teaching me how to be strong." The scene shifts to the village master's pavilion. The master exclaims, "What did you say? The icy beauty immortal is pregnant with a child? How could that be possible? Could the reason for her abnormal reaction on the Sword Command Terrace be that Yun-che was the father of her child?" Greenhair replies, "You pursued Chu Yueshan for decades, and even after leaving her behind, you remained obsessed. Even when she made love with the junior, the reverence of her sect, and she became pregnant on top of it all, I have no words to describe the shame it's become." And Master Ling exclaims, "Silence, this matter dies in this room." And she, banging on the table and pointing, exclaims, "You're defending her? Am I a joke to you?" Ling Yun arrives saying, "Father, mother?" And his mother asks, "My Yun, what's wrong? Why do you seem so disheartened?" And he replies, "I recently fell in love with someone. However, just now, my dream was shattered." The astonished woman asks, "How could there be someone under the heavens who wouldn't like my treasure? Who is she?" And he replies, "The icy immortal, Xia Qingyue. She told me personally that she's already married to Yun-che. I even saw her crying for him just now." And the woman thinks, "Congratulations to you, icy meretricious immortal's palace. You are a curse upon my husband and my son. I will wipe you from the face of the world. Chu Yuechan, the earth and the heavens will know of your actions." Days later, in the Blue Wind Empire, the princess smiles and says, "Leader King, you don't need to worry about me. I'm not sad anymore. Right now, the most important things are taking care of my father and preventing my brother's ambitions." And she thinks, "I barely have time to mourn. I still have to protect and care for my father." Another exclaims, "Did you hear? Yun-che, the tournament champion, died on the Sword Command Terrace." And another says, "And the icy moon immortal, Xia Qingyue, is already in the profound emperor realm." Another exclaims, "But nothing beats this rumor. The beauty immortal, Chu Yueshan, is carrying Yun-che's child. She even fell ill upon hearing the news. And that's not all. When she was 16, the frozen moon immortal married Yun-che. She even cried for him." The scene shifts to the icy cloud palace. Yueshan is kneeling, and Gong Yuxian, the palace leader, exclaims, "Chu Yueshan, you know full well what you've done." And Yueshan, with tears in her eyes, replies, "Yes, I know.